make sure we're at the sharp end. We showed yesterday with Chris Haas that the car is working extremely well in the wet. Unfortunately, in the dry, we've got our hands tied behind our backs, but that's part of the game. We just got to play the long game.
Well, share with our audience that local knowledge, because they want to know what it is that you know about this place that the drivers from overseas don't.
Well, if I told you now, they'd all know it for the race, so come ask me again afterwards.
Okay, I'll leave it there. Thank you very much, Kevin.
So the Van der Linde brothers, Sheldon for BMW, Kelvin for Audi, wish each other well, and that's where the brotherly love stops. Now they're deadly rivals. Kelvin has had a win in the IGTC this year. He won last time out at Suzuka with Dries van Thor with Fred Vervisch. The three share a car here, and it's Fred Vervisch who could be the champion by the end of the evening. But again, as you've just been hearing, it's a tall order. The Audi teams, Land and WRT, want as much rain as possible because then they've got a better chance. We'd like it to be as dry as possible, I think, wouldn't we? Because otherwise it's going to be a very long, wet evening watching the cars. However, let's see what the weather gods have in store for us. We are about 15 minutes away from getting the race underway. This great return of international sports car racing to South Africa. And as we approach the 15-minute mark, could I ask you all, please, to be upstanding for the national anthem. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting closer then to the start. It will be from a rolling start, of course, for the Kyalami 9 hour. And let's hear from another of the pace setters this weekend, Maxi Goertz with John Watson.
Max, fourth row of the grid, but you're 6 points behind championship leader, your old teammate, Maximilian Buch.
Yeah, it's right. It's going to be a hard fight for sure. But, you know, I drove the half of the season with Max and Raffaele. Without each other, we wouldn't be there where we are right now. So it's like, yeah, the feeling-wise, it's against us now. We're driving against each other, but in the end, we hope that we have a fair and good race.
Now, Kyalami, pretty much a new circuit for all the overseas visitors, plus the Kelvin van der Lindes and the Sheldons, they South African drivers. What's your thoughts and views about coming to Kyalami?
The first thing I was remembering the old times, you know, it's a long time ago, racing here. You was been here as well, I guess. So it's really long time ago, and I thought, okay, Kyalami gonna be interesting, would be interesting, and we are here now, and I see all the crowds, the fans around the track. It's really a nice feeling, and I think with two locals makes everything a bit more smarter for the South African fans. But I think we are, as a European, yeah, really looking forward to show a good race now.
Now, this time of year in South Africa, Johannesburg particularly, you could set your alarm clock by the time the rain's going to come in. It's coming in. What preparations have your team made?
I repaired a lot of rain tires, to be honest. We found out a better weather forecast tool because we recognized that the European weather forecast is not working well, to be honest here. So I think it's all about getting a good idea what the weather is doing, and then let's see how it is. It's all the same. Yesterday we did experience already, if the rain comes, it comes a lot. So I expect the same today. Let's see, yeah, hopefully no red flag because of the heavy rain, but yeah, that's racing.
Don't think there'll be a red flag, but you're going to start, aren't you? I think you better get into your car. We're about 10 minutes away.
Yeah, I go in now and yeah, take it easy, have a good start hopefully, let the car in one piece and then hopefully have a good race.
Do that.
Max Goetz playing it cool. He is a good character, back in GT racing after a spell in the DTM, the German-based Touring Car Championship. The Honda is another example of the variety that we have on the grid this weekend here, and it's the American driver Dane Cameron who is going to start in that car, shared by Marco Bononomi and Bertrand Baguette. So Dane, who races one of those with an Acura badge on it in America, will get on board the car. And as he does so, then he gets set with just over 10 minutes to go before the start of the race. The American driver, another new to the IGTC, new to the circuit, and it's been fascinating seeing how the drivers have been getting on with learning the track and going quicker. There is the American, and there is Watty, who's going to have a quick word, one hopes, before we get underway. So Dane Cameron is there, and Watty is right with him. Let's have a very quick word as we see what the manufacturer's situation is. Mercedes versus Porsche in the battle of the brands. Let's quickly get back to the grid.
Dane, it's a battle, Mercedes and Porsche. You're in a Honda. Can you upset that battle?
Yeah, I think so. We've been quite strong all weekend. Obviously, we seem to we fell back just a touch in the wet yesterday, so made a few adjustments to try to make that a little bit better. But yeah, Marco and Bertrand were quite strong, P2 in both of those sessions. So I definitely think we have some. Bertrand were quite strong, P2 in both of those sessions. So I definitely think we have some pace to fight up front today. So we'll see if we can get this Honda near the front.
We don't get to see the Honda that often in this part of the world, but what are the car strengths?
It's quite good on braking, quite good on traction as well, medium to fast corners, which we have a few of here. So this track's actually quite well suited to the car, so I think that's why we've seen some nice performance. So yeah, it's going to be a long, hot day, and then a lot of weather coming, I think, as well this afternoon, so going to be quite an interesting day.
Cooler in the commentary booth. I'm going to enjoy it. Thanks.
Thank you very much.
So Dane Cameron into the car, and there Alessandro Imperatori gets ready. Further variety evinced by the fact that he's about to climb on board a Nissan. There are two of those from the KCMG squad. And we also have Ferrari represented on the grid as well. We've got the Lamborghini and we've got BMWs. Well, we've touched on that in the context of Sheldon van der Linde. So it's a mouth-watering entry in terms of the drivers and the cars and indeed some of the top teams out of international sports car racing here as well. So settle back, enjoy the best of the sunshine. The rain is forecast, and so too forecast is a great race in prospect as the field then looking down onto the grid, complete. I don't think anybody has had dramas. It's actually gratifying that teams that were struggling a little bit with incidents or mechanical woes, that seemed to be all on Thursday in the test sessions rather than yesterday in the serious pre-qualifying, qualifying super pole or pole shootout elements of the weekend. So the grid is complete, the team's good to go, including GT rookie Inam Ahmed, who joins SRO Motorsport for the weekend. Maxime Martin starts in that car, but Inam Ahmed and then also for number 76, Jake Dennis will share the driving duties. Inam was going to drive in Suzuka, he was telling us, but the deal was shuffled a bit to give him a race here instead. So, 28 cars are lined up on the grid. Pole position is up against the pit wall side, so it is on the inside of the grid. There in number 911 is Dirk Werner, who is going to start in the Porsche of the Bernhardt team. Let's have a walk up the grid. 31 is on pole position, and that is going to be started by Dennis Olsen alongside Marcus Winkelhock in the Audi. Then you've got Maxi Buch starting alongside Kevin Est, Mercedes and Porsche respectively. On the third row of the grid, the dynamic green Porsche, that's going to be started by Lawrence Vanthoor, and alongside is Martin Tomczyk in the Schnitzer BMW. The fourth row of the grid in the Honda, Dane Cameron, who we saw a little while ago, and Maxi Goetz alongside, he's another of the title hopefuls in the SPS Automotive Mercedes. On the fifth row of the grid for KCMG, Gianpaolo de Oliveira and Alexandra Imperatori lines up alongside. Then in 911, it is going to be Dirk Werner to go first, and alongside him is Maxime Martin for SRO Motorsport in the Aston Martin. The first of the Bentleys comes next, 107, out qualifying 108. 107 is started by Jordan Pepper, and Stephen Kane starts in 108. The next row of the grid is going to be another of the title hopefuls, Fred Vervisch, starting for WRT, and alongside him is Mikkel Jensen for Valkenhorst in the BMW. Patrick Assenheimer is next in the number 6 Mercedes, and alongside him is Lars Kern in the number 9 Lechner Racing Porsche. On the next row of the grid is Hugo de Sadelier, starting number 62 Aston Martin, and Gary Paffett will go first in number 44 Mercedes alongside him. Local hero David Perel will start the number 22 Ferrari on the 11th row. He's one of the Silver Cup drivers, and Chris Goodwin starts the Pro-Am Garage 59 Aston Martin alongside. Then you have local driver Gennaro Bonafede, the AM in the Valkenhorst BMW, and alongside him is Miguel Ramos in the AM Mercedes, ahead of Adrian Henry de Silva's Pro-Am Stracker Mercedes, Charles Oranges in the National Cup Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini, and then the back row, Pablo Clark Racing's Kishore Pitamba in the Ferrari, and it is Franco Scribanti who, for Team Perfect Circle, will start in the Porsche. Perfect Circle celebrating 50 years since David Piper's victory. 1969 in a Porsche, and there's a nod to the livery of the car on that. David Piper himself is here. David has had more wins in the Kyalami 9-hour than anybody else, 6 to the 4 of Jackie Ickx. The 9-hour, just quickly to mention, was of course first run at Grand Central in 1958. Kyalami opened in 1961, and the 9-hour moved here. It was last run in 1982 in the final days of the Porsche 956-962 era of Group C racing, and it is Ferrari, the winningest brand, with 8 to the 7 of Porsche. The last winners of the Kyalami 9-hour, Jochen Mass and Jackie Ickx with a Porsche 962 on the old circuit. This is 4.5 kilometers or 2.810 miles long. This is the final round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli, and this is the return of the Kyalami 9-hour. The pace car, as it is, the leading car, now sets off to release the cars, ready for this formation lap, with the green flag being waved by Mbali Klopi, Gauteng MEC for Sports, Arts, Culture and Recreation. And the cars work their way down through the King, heading towards Crowthorne Corner. John Watson, you've raced in the 9-hour, you've raced at Kyalami in Formula 1. This is a different circuit, but boy, it's a great circuit.
The drivers are really enjoying it. It's a hard work circuit. There's not a lot of time to catch your breath. Most of the time they say they're getting it on the run down from Leerkop down through the quick curve that is called the mine shaft. Otherwise, it's a lot of braking, a lot of work, and of course it's going to be traffic management. Often do we have to talk about it? Interestingly, on the grid, it's quite warm. I would say it's middle 20s. Okay. There was a breeze that seems to be going and coming and going and coming, but looking away behind us where the weather has been coming for the last 4 days, there is that again, that traditional mid-afternoon to late afternoon build-up of cloud. Well, that's going to end up giving us a circuit that will be wet and dry, and wet and dry we wait to see, but one has a feeling it's going to be wet at some point.
And not that far away, if you believe some people, but almost everybody's weather app is telling you something different then, as the cars now come from Sunset up towards Clubhouse, and then that short straight that in turn leads them along towards the S's, and then the climb up towards Leerkop. Great to see so many fans here. The manufacturers have all embraced this event as well, and you can see how busy it is at Kyalami. That is great to see.
I mean, it's always been a fabulous venue and a great venue for race fans to come to. They get a view, they're looking sort of down on the circuit rather than across at it. There is elevation, a 43-metre elevation from pit lane all the way up to the top of Leerkop. You've got corners with cambers. This is coming through the S's. That's part of the original Kyalami, what was the Grand Prix circuit layer. That's the circuit that I competed on, both in the 9 hours in 1973 and then in a 1,000-kilometre event in 1979. Thereafter, somewhere in the late 80s, the circuit was sold and reconfigured. And what you see there now didn't exist when I was there. This urbanization of the region around Kyalami took my breath away. That used to be countryside. You'd find snakes, things like that.
Well, thankfully, I don't think we've come across any in the pit lane, in the paddock, in the cars. You've had it in the car in the past, haven't you, at a race here?
Not my car, but certainly it has been during one of the 9-hour events. They came in the morning to check the car, took the bodywork off, and there was, I think, might be a hissing cobra or a spitting cobra. That's what it was. A very unpleasant creature if you antagonize it, but anyway, no harm to anybody, and was put back into the safety of the wildlife.
We have a race and a championship up for grabs here. There's an awful lot to look for. We'll worry about the race to begin with. When it settles down, we'll think championship points. the race is absolutely wide open. There are 17, 18 potential winners out of that pro class alone, as the cars now wriggle their way in the 2x2 formation, ready for the start, through the Crocodile, up the rise towards Cheetah, down towards Ingwe, and the Porsche pace car will head for the pit lane. The race director, Alain Adon, if he's happy with everybody's order, everyone's formation on the grid, will release them, and then 9 hours of racing, 540 minutes will be underway. The pole car, the red and white Porsche, it has Dennis Olsen at the wheel of it. Marcus Winkelhock starts in the Audi, the Land Motorsport car alongside. The return of international sports car racing to South Africa is about to get underway. The lights go green. The Kyalami 9R is underway. Who makes the best start? The Porsche just noses ahead then as they dive down towards the King. On the inside line there in the Gulf colours, Kevin F makes a demon start, mugs the Audi. Maxi Buki's on his toes. He goes second. Look at the yellow Mercedes down towards Crowthorne. They come for the first time. Dennis Olsen leads the way. Look at Kevin F in number 20 Porsche right round the outside. Can he get the race lead? Runs it out wide over the curb. He slots in second place. And look, there's drama for the Mercedes. Maxi Buka slowed right down at the first corner. The championship leader is in strife at turn 1.
I think he's been had a cut down tyre. I imagine something like that, because he is creeping literally out of Crowthorne. We don't know. We see the car. It isn't a mechanical issue. It's at a right front that's been cut down. The car has come to a standstill. I saw Max earlier in the day. He was twitchy and nervous. He looked like he'd gotten a reasonable position, but it was Kevin Estre who swept around the outside, coming into Crowthorne, trying to take the lead away. Kevin Estre, second place, pushing Nielsen absolutely all the way down through the SS. He wants to take the lead. So is that... Got to look at the tyre. Can't see that right tyre on longer. Was it a technical reset?
I think that was a technical reset. I think the car cut out. He's had to stop, do a Control-Alt-Delete and get going again. And so it means that it is up front at the moment. Dennis Olsen, one of the drivers pinching for the championship. Kevin Estre behind him, can't win the championship. So the focus for the GPX racing squad is on the race, not the title, unless 8 hours and 58 minutes a phone call comes. But it's Porsche 1, 2, 3 as they dive down through Crocodile. Up front, Dennis Olsen, but Kevin S is right there behind him. The Fricadelli Porsche, which is effectively run by lots of Manthey personnel, leads the pack as they come down towards Ingwe for the first time. Second is the GPX racing car, and then third is the dynamic Porsche.
Well, this is a 9-hour race. I think it was a 9-minute sprint the way that start got away. It looked to be a good start, a clean start. The one casualty is the 999 Mercedes, the championship leading, the driver championship leading car, Max Buch. So across the line, the car has come to a standstill, but is there contact on that left front? So difficult to tell.
I think there has been, but I don't think that's the reason it stopped.
I spoke to Mara Engel on the way back to come to the commentary booth, and they'd had their dramas. He'd been off the racetrack in one of the practice sessions. The car had been severely damaged, but it's been repaired. But we don't know. That is absolute. I mean, you couldn't have written that. You couldn't have written that.
And there is the team looking on as on lap 2 of the race, Dennis Olsen still leads the way, but that car being pushed out of the race. I mean, that's it. That's history. That's gone. So as the 2 race leaders come nose to tail now up through the left-hander of Clubhouse. 2 of the leading cars together. In third is the green Porsche. That's got Lawrence Van Thor at the wheel of it, and he's now 3 for the race lead. Kevin F has got a bit stuck behind Dennis Olsen. Winkelhock is 4th. In 5th is Gert. 6th is the Honda of Dave Cameron. And the cars accelerate now up the hill with Martin Tomczyk having lost a place. So it's very Porsche at the front at the moment. However, look at Winkelhock in the Audi in 4th. He is getting back into the mix.
It would indicate to me that Dennis Olsen, probably his lap time, his pace at the front is not the potential of the car, because that's mostly why I think Marcus Winkelhock, even in spite of that 35km, went down the inside. Well, that was going to happen sooner, and it did, but the cut back. So the move down the inside compromised Kevin Estre. He did what he thought was going to be a straightforward pass, but Dennis Olsen made the undercut, got back ahead, and there's going to be a lot of that kind of cut and thrust. With 8 hours and 56 minutes to go.
What a start, though, because not only have we got 3-star Porsche drivers going toe-to-toe, we've also lost the championship leader. We'll get news on that as soon as we can. The team has no news as yet. It is still trying to talk to Maxi and find out what has gone wrong, but even if the car gets into the race now, it will have lost so much time, but I don't think it can get back in because it's had the marshals push it behind the barriers. So the race leader is Dennis Olsen, second is Kevin Est, and third is Lawrence Van Thor. And of those 3, only Olsen is fighting for the crown.
Indeed, and just further back, you got Max Gutz in 5th place. He is fighting for the crown. He's 6 points behind the car that was the championship leading car. That was the Maximilian Buch car. So for Maximilian Buch, disaster for Maximilian Gutz. He thinks maybe that's going to give my chances of winning the driver's crown a bit of a lift up.
The team which is Group M, asking, are we allowed to get the car back, repair it, and get back in the race? We'll let you know what the answer is, as there you see Martin Tomczyk go through. He lost 3 places on his last lap, so the BMW has dropped into the clutches of Jordan Pepper, another of the local heroes in the quicker of the 2 Bentleys at the moment. The cars now accelerate out of the S's up towards Learcott once more, and Dennis Olsen, having started in this car, the spectacled racer, the one that Nick Tandy qualified on pole position yesterday, he's doing a good job of maintaining that lead. Kevin Est, having had a little joust with him, sitting back behind on this lap.
Yeah, he's dropped back a fraction now. Partly that might be just to give himself a chance to regroup. Remember the temperatures. You're in thinner air up here, so heating, the cooling, oil, radiators, tyres, brakes. So he's just dropped back that fraction, no doubt, knowing Kevin Estra. He's going to be back on the case very shortly. But the car I'm keeping an eye on is the car in 5th place, Max Goetz, because he is the driver of this group outside of Dennis Olsen, who could walk away with the Drivers' Championship.
Now the word has come to Group M that yes, you are allowed to work on the car and get back into the race, but they've already lost 3 laps over the timing line. Goes Dennis Olsen, then he leads by 6/10, and as it stands for the championship, Dennis Olsen would be champion by 10 points from Matt Campbell, then Maxi Goetz and Maxi Boot for the moment, of course, not adding to his score, but we are a long, long way from that being confirmed, of course, because we've got 8 hours and 54 minutes to go, but we're already on lap 4, a flying lap at the moment. The best is set by Dennis Olsen, 1 minute 44.628 seconds. So where is the next battle going to come from? Well, looking at the flashing headlights, the Honda might have a say in all of this, because Dane Cameron is a man on a mission.
Dane Cameron was very confident indeed about the performance of the Honda, particularly in these conditions, and there he is running in 6th position. Just he's part of a group, he can't make any further progress right now, and he's basically not having to be very defensive against the first of the 2 Nissan here. The gap you can see at the front just sort of ebbing and flowing between 1st, 2nd and 3rd, but it's behind that 4th and 5th and 6th is beginning to Continental.
Now, what about a change between BMW and Bentley? Martin Tomczyk versus Jordan Pepper. Maxi Goetz looking the very patriotic Mercedes, the South African colours adorning it. Number 10, he is onto the tail of Winkelhock, and there, an early pit stop too. That's Chris Goodwin. Now, he had a spin into the gravel, and that looks like gravel's dropped out from underneath the car again here. And Chris, what have you done?
Has he got a right front has gone down or something? I mean, he just didn't make the corner. He went off at this part of the racetrack yesterday.
Yeah.
This time he's managed to just drive, but look at the bodywork damage on the left front. So that is the reason why that car's come into the pit lane, to get possibly a tyre replaced, but most certainly to check the bodywork that it is secure.
And Bruce Jones is there for us to report.
John, I think your synopsis is absolutely spot on. Front puncture and that other flank of the car, Chris's side of the car, has been a little bit chewed, maybe by crocodiles. But anyhow, the car being pushed back into the garage, front left-hand splitter has split and departed, and they're going to have to get away. You can smell that car only after what, effectively 3 laps. It's already very smelly as it gets pushed back into the garage, but it's a crinkle cut down the driver's flank, and obviously the front splitter is a problem. Any other damage, I think it was restricted just to the puncture, but they're looking under the car on the opposite side to see if going through the gravel's damaged that as well. Engine cover off too.
And on track, Bruce, there's a great battle going on now for 4th place between Winkelhock and Goetz. Audi versus Mercedes. Marcus Winkelhock in the Audi just stays ahead, but Maxi Goetz is stuck, and therefore he's being caught by the Honda of Dane Cameron and the 2 Nissans of Gianpaolo D'Oliveira and Alexandre Imperatori. So you've got 4th all the way back to 8th in a line.
Yeah, Goetz actually got alongside Winkelhock coming out of barbecue, but he didn't get the momentum off the corner. Winkelhock was the car on the outside. He was able to carry a bit more speed, and he carried that position all the way down into Sunset. Again, look at Goetz trying to find a way up the inside, banging into the back of Winkelhock's Audi. And it's clearly, again, look, trying to find clear air, using the power and the speed and the benefits that the Mercedes has got over Marcus Winkelhock. Audi were unhappy with the fact that they are a naturally aspirated engine. They thought maybe the BOP wasn't quite as favourable. Well, the Mercedes is a naturally aspirated engine, likewise. So it's the battle of the aspirated engines right now. Of course, Porsche equally are naturally aspirated.
Very true indeed. So right now it's the Frickadelli car leading GPX Racing, leading Dynamic. Then you've got the Land Audi ahead of number 10 Mercedes, which is operated by the SPS Automotive Performance Squad that runs primarily in IGTC but also in the International GT Open series of the VLM. But look at this battle pack: 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, all in a line, coming down towards the King into Crowthorne. in third place there. Look, Lawrence Van Thor is dropping away from the leading Porsches. Kevin Estre has just done the fastest lap of the race in second spot. That Winkelhock is having to make that R8 the world's widest Audi to keep them all at bay.
Now watch what Gertz does. He's got a better position compared to 1 lap ago, although he's further behind, but he will get a better run. Kevin Estre, by the way, look fast lap times. Kevin Estre now the quickest car on the racetrack, 1:44.545. He's decided that half a second or whatever the disadvantage to the lead Porsche of Olsen. I want to close that down. I want to get ahead of him. I want to run in clear air for as long as we do, until we catch the tail of the field, and then the dynamic of the race will change yet again. There's this battle for the lead. Look how much Olsen has had to, well, he hasn't conceded ground. It's Kevin Estre has closed that ground, pulling away from Lawrence Van Thor.
So there you've got the Lawrence Van Thor Porsche up through Learcop. Battle still on behind, and Maxi Book still trying to get that Mercedes alive again and back to the pits. Now they have lost at the moment, what, 4-5 laps, and that car is still nowhere near the team. So huge disappointment. Now Dane Cameron has dropped back ever so slightly into the clutches of the Nissans, hasn't he?
He has. I mean, it's all being bottled up fundamentally by the battle that's going on for what is currently 4th place, Winkelhock and Gertz, and everybody behind Dane Cameron, the 2 Nissans. So inevitably the pace of the Audi right now is slower than the potential pace of those following 4 cars.
Over the timing line they come, and the gap now is, what, 4/10 of a second between Olsen and Estre. Van Thor a further 2 seconds back as the leaders go by. And there, Van Thor, I think it's not going to be long before he has to start thinking about defending here. And there is bits of bodywork lying in the road.
Well, there's a bit of blue on it, we can't see. That was maybe midfield. But that damage has been done. There we are back up at barbecue. So the gap between 4th and 5th place is pretty much even Stevens as they were when they came through the previous lap. The gap between 1st and 2nd would appear to have maybe by a 10th or a little less than a 10th of a second opened up again. So it's a bit of a seesaw. We've seen Kevin Estre has got the ability to run down Dennis Olsen pretty much at will, but he gets into the zone where all of a sudden he's right under the rear wing of the lead car and he can't do very much. It takes the air off the front of the car, and he has got to keep an eye on those water and oil temperatures. It's high, 5,500 feet. Air is thinner, less to cool the systems, so you've got to bear in mind that you can't just allow those to go off the radar. Potential damage.
So Olsen versus Estre. Now, a stint is 65 minutes. That's the maximum you can do in a stint, and that's about 37 laps. We are looking then now, the cars plunging downhill with Estre coming back at Dennis Olsen once again. Van Thor in turn is still having to think about that gaggle behind him. So again, teams with 9 hours can run at a different pace at different times, but certainly he's falling away a little bit.
Yeah, well, his last lap was just 0.2 of a second slower than the pursuing Winkelhock and likewise Gertz. So whether the green Porsche, the dynamic motorsport Porsche, has got an issue, or whether this is just Lawrence Van Thor's plot to drive a race, I don't need to push. I can't get to the front right now. It's a long way to go. As long as I can consolidate my 3rd place, I'll hand the car over. Job done.
So we've now done 7 laps, and it is still Olsen, Estre, and the fastest lap of all is done by the BMW in 9th place, Mikkel Jensen. So get yourself some clear track space. It's amazing what you can do.
I mean, there you go. You got the race leader, 2nd place, pace of Kevin Estre being dictated by the race leader, and that's now slower than the car that's running in 9th place. Just goes to show, clear air, as you said, David, makes all the world of a difference.
So as the field comes now through Clubhouse, Maxi Gertz running in 5th place, and it does look, irrespective of whether they can get the car back, that we can say goodbye to 999, because when you're 7 laps down in this type of racing, you're not going to get that back in a month of Sundays, are you?
No, you're not. I mean, the regulations wouldn't permit it anyway in terms of being able to unlap yourself as it happens in other events. So what a massive, and I cannot believe what has taken place with that 999 Mercedes being in the wars earlier in the week, coming back, getting on the 2nd row of the grid. Well, how's that for a bit of dodgem driving, eh?
That's Martin Tomczyk as the cork in the bottle against Jordan Pepper, the South African, who looks to get past him. Then you've got Dirk Werner, who needs to be hustling up the order because he's a long way back, running in 13th place, diving to the inside there. You've also got Lars Kern in the number 9 Porsche. Cars all over the place looking for the ideal line. This is for 11th position.
And there's a difficult part of the racetrack. You've come down the mine shaft, and you turn right into the Crocodile, and it's inviting to overtake. Look at the back of the bend, and a real tank slapper for Stephen Kane, having to defend. Now he's got 44 lays, Striker Racing, Mercedes almost ready. Gary Paffett, well, he doesn't need an invitation, he'll actually write it himself.
Over the line, up to kink at turn 1 there. You've got Dirk Werner, so he's out of the points at the moment as they head down towards Crowthorne now. The leading gap, half a second at the moment, and we've done 8 laps of the race.
So the field clearly, the front 12, 14 have stretched ahead of the remainder of the field. Fred Ravish in 16th place, who is a contender in the driver's title, so far out of position in terms of what they need to do, but 8 hours 45 minutes, you never know.
A lappery about to start there. Look, because you've got the Patamba-driven Ferrari, the local Ferrari from the Pablo Clark Racing squad of Kyushu Patamba, that is about to be negotiated, and we understand that Maxi Book's Mercedes is an official retirement with not a lap completed. Can you believe it?
I'll tell you, whoever wrote the script for that, I mean, nobody would have believed it if you were given it before the race started. That is massive disappointment for the team, for the 3 drivers, but most of all for Maximilian Book, who had the chance to walk away the driver champion. And I know I mentioned that he was twitchy or nervous this morning, but on the grid I think he was in pretty good calm condition.
But it was the car, not him, seemingly, that let him down. I mean, he didn't make a mistake. It was the car that developed a gremlin. So, in the meantime, we have there, look, number 9, Lars Kern, going through. And as he accelerates up towards us, the Lechner Porsche presses on. Now, let's just catch up the story of 999. I don't think the team have really got to the bottom yet of what the problem is, but Bruce Jones has been hovering in the garage. Bruce, what have you learnt, if anything?
Next to nothing. It's it's the official confirmation. Just as you were about to say it, Alex from Group M just went, his body language told me the story before he spoke. He said it's over and out. And I said there's no way the car can be worked on, nothing at all. At that point, Maxi Book walked into the garage, put something down and walked out the back, and his shoulders have never been closer to the ground. I mean, that is a balloon with no air in it. Maro Engel just shrugged his shoulders, followed him out and put an arm around him. So cruel. They think it's, well, we think it's an electrical problem, so do they, but they don't know. That's the big problem.
I mean, it stacks up, doesn't it, from what we saw, the car cutting out that it was electrics, but what a blow. Bruce, thanks for the moment. So we are looking at, 8 hours and 43 to go, and on track. I was going to say it's settling down. Well, it is in terms of this being the same order we've had really for the bulk of the race thus far. But, I mean, here you've got 2 star drivers absolutely flat out, and they are running not more than half a second apart.
I mean, they're running, you say flat out, but they're also running in a controlled flat out pace. They're pulling away now from third place. Lawrence Van Thor, he's 3.2 seconds behind the race leading Porsche. That's the car, the white one, the Dennis Olsen car. And then Winkelhock, Goetz, Cameron and Oliveri all piling up behind.
Now this is a replay at the start. Look, the car just loses pace. He has to dodge out of the way, but it's already gone slow. And there, everybody has to dodge around him.
Yeah, I mean, literally, as he turned into Crowthorne, the lights went out. Yeah. And there you see the car, it made its way around the back of the circuit to an access to allow that car to be put back to safety. What a sad sight that is.
Sometimes there is just no justice, is there? So, new fastest lap of the race, Lawrence Van Thor, third. Now, John has just said, quite rightly, that he's dropped back from these leaders. Now maybe the call has come over the radio. Just up the pace a little bit, Lawrence, because you're only just ahead of Winkelhock, so that 1.3 second gap needs to be increased. And actually, having said all of this, have a look at Kevin Est, because to the eye, he's pulled another couple of lengths back against Dennis Olsen, so these two are closing again. Yeah, and then it's basically a seesaw between the pace that you can run that naturally and the pace that then is dictated to you by the car that you're getting that close to. What's interesting is that Lawrence Van Thor has upped his pace. He's driven pretty much a control race from the moment the lights went out. He did drop back from the leading 2 cars. Now his fastest lap is the fastest lap of the race today. Runs the curve just on the edge of the S's, kicks up a little bit of gravel, up the hill, up to the top of Leerkamp. Looks to see where the apex is, and there you can see Lawrence Van Thor's 1:44.104. That's a strong lap, bearing in mind that qualifying was around the 1:42.2 or 3. And on this lap, absolute bests in the middle by Olsen and then Van Tor. Absolute best in the first sector by the Nissan of João Paulo de Oliveira. We've got warmer tyres and lighter cars as the fuel load comes down, and now those lap times are picking up, aren't they? But look at these two. I mean, it's like an 8-wheel Porsche in the lead. They're that close, and they have been for the last 10 laps.
Well, I know that other competitors in the pit lane thought that this was a massive Porsche effort. They didn't just come here to produce a load of cars that are going to make up the numbers. They've come here to win the Manufacturers' Championship. And right now, with 8 hours and 40 minutes to go, we're just 20 minutes into this race, they are dominating the top three, and they've got a grip in the middle of the field as well.
Over the line goes Martin Tomczyk, Jordan Pepper behind him. Then in 13th place, Dirk Vanner. Now, he's not in the point yet, but he's another driver that could be champion. So could Dennis Olsen. Well, there's Dennis getting the 25 points potentially for a win. I know there's a long way to go, but the story is going to continue to change. Lawrence Van Thor, fastest lap of the race on his last lap, so 2 in a row.
Yeah, and he's broken into the 143s. Okay, it's just in by a few hundredths of a second, but that's 2 consecutive laps where the green, the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche, Lawrence Van Thor behind the wheel, has pushed and made ground, so the gap now between first and third is now to 2.7 seconds from being just over 3 seconds a lap or two ago.
Over the brow they come then, and the Fricadelli Racing Porsche leads GPX, leads the dynamic car, and that is the one with the fastest lap of the race to its credit. The 2 Nissan, the KTMG cars go through, chased by Mikael Jensen's BMW, and then around out the top 10, Maxime Martin in the Aston Martin.
All of a sudden the field appears to have stretched.
Yeah, you're right.
And you know, well, that's because everybody's now settling down, they're finding a rhythm. You know, it is a warm day, it's not a high degradation track, but undoubtedly, as you go through, and we're coming up to just over a third or so of this 1 hour stint, so the tyres will also be responding and reacting to the conditions. Lawrence Van Thor does like that very wide exit. We've seen him do that quite a lot over the previous days of running, and again, we'll be probably getting notifications later, if not sooner, for drivers to respect track limits.
When we get to the pit stops, bear in mind that there's something called a long pit stop and a short pit stop. A short is for fuel in one tyre that is 49.999 seconds or less, and a long stop is more than one tyre and fuel, and that's got to be more than 90. If your pit stop is between that 49.9 and 90 second mark, you've got to sit in the pits and wait. So it's going to be interesting to see how much work the teams do in those pit stops, and indeed who's coming out on top, because if you time it absolutely right, of course, you can gain a fraction of a second. Dirk Vanner runs out wide, and so does the pack behind him there, which means that Stephen Kane and Gary Paffett also run up the curb.
Yeah, I mean, look at Jordan Pepper putting the nose of the Bentley into the clean air. Now I wonder, is that just simply to try to unsettle Jensen and the BMW directly ahead, or is he now thinking, I need to get a little bit more air into those air intakes, as he comes under pressure from Dirk Vanner in the 911 Porsche. So this more interest right now in the battle that's going on for 10th, 11th, 12th than where we are at the front with the consistency that we've seen from the top three.
Fascinating though watching sector times pop up, because the Nissans and the Hondas seem to be really good through that first sector of the lap. Yeah, middle sector on this lap, Lawrence Van Thor going quicker than anybody. They're out of Crocodile, they all stream, and turn 16, the last corner, has just had its first track limits issue, if you like, because all the teams have now been told, just tell your drivers to respect track limits. This is a gentle warning for you all.
Yes, I mean, as if they haven't been warned enough over the previous 2 days. It is a corner where you can gain by running way, way wide over the exit of the corner, so that would be an unfair advantage. As the car streamed down now onto lap 14 down. Crowthorne, one of the famous corner names here at Kyalami. It used to be at the end of the very, very long straight in the original configuration of the Kyalami racetrack. That mile-plus long straight, and then the big break down into Crowthorne, then down the hill through Yuxke Sweep, then all the way back up to the corner they're coming into now, into Sunset. Again, one of the great corners, I think. One of the most challenging corners, and one that gives the driver a sense of satisfaction. But it did catch out Maro Engel when he was on a hot lap on a fresh set of tyres when he was running there on Thursday.
So there you've got João Paulo de Oliveira as the KCMG Nissan moves along behind Dan Cameron in the Honda, or the Acura as he would want to call it. And then the second of the Nissans, Alessandro Imperatori, chasing after Gianpaolo, who's only raced this car once before. He's not done the IGTC, but the Brazilian, a very, very happy driver, and it'd be great to see more of him in international GT racing.
Yeah, and what was interesting in one of his comments, he said, "I've not driven on the Pirelli tire." Now, what you get with different tire brands is that they've got different personalities and characters, so he's having to not just adapt to the circuit, adapt to the Nissan, but adapt to the characteristics of the Pirelli tire. And all that takes a certain amount of time, and they don't have unrestricted testing. There are very precise testing times and qualifying times here in Kyalami.
So we're on lap 14, and still in the pit, sadly, is the 188 Aston Martin that we saw Chris Goodwin bring in, and that means that we need to catch up on that car. Bruce Jones is there.
Well, I found all three drivers at the back of the garage, and they're moving nowhere fast. The good news is they're not trying to get their flights brought forward, but that Aston Martin, Chris said at the end of the opening lap, going into the final corner, into Ingwe, the clutch went, and then it sort of came back in, and by the end of the next lap, as he was limping home, he had a little bit, ran a little bit wide off the circuit, keeping out. He thinks he actually hit the gearbox oil, and they brought it in. They think they need to replace the gearbox as well as the little bent bits on the car, but they're not. Okay, back to you.
Jordan Pepper finally gets ahead of Martin Tomczyk going into Crowthorne, and Tomczyk loses out to Dirk Werner as well, and up the inside goes Stephen Kane, and there's contact. They both survived. Stephen Kane might have come off worse there because he seemed to take the brunt of it, and he's a bit slow, look, coming along the straight. And Stephen Kane got an issue with the Bentley. He's going to lose the place because Gary Paffett comes up to challenge around the outside going into Sunset. Boy, that's brave, and Gary Paffett has done it.
Yeah, that all began down at Crowthorne, where we saw the contact between the Bentley and the BMW, and that threw a sort of spanner in the works, allowed everybody to concentrate. Look at the mounds of debris on the racetrack coming out of Clubhouse Corner. And that both these carbon fibre drivers need to be careful, because that's the quickest way to cut a tire down. Stephen Kane tried to take advantage of that three-car melee going into Barbecue, but he found himself slightly wrong-sided and had to back out of it, and then he also found himself under pressure.
The cars come through Learcott. The Bentley team have been getting quite agitated about Martin Tomczyk's defence, so it will be delighted that at least one of the cars has gone up past the BMW. But did Stephen Kane's Bentley take a bit of a tweak on that right front corner, and is that going to impact over the remainder of the race? Because, and we'll say this a lot, there is still a long way to go.
There is, and I just wonder, the damage would have been on the left rear quarter, if there is any at all on the BMW, because there was contact with Jordan Pepper when he made that move down the inside. He made it stick, and that again let Dirk Werner and the Porsche slip up through, and then the BMW had to consolidate, and almost, there we go again, look what happens. So Werner comes up the inside, Stephen Kane thinks I'll have a bit of the action as well, then there's further contact, so it gets one kiss going into Crowthorne, a second kiss going into Barbecue. You'll wonder if he's punched border countersunk.
So he perseveres, but as the cars work now, lap 16, still you've got Vantor pushing on for fast laps. Now there, look, Fred Vervies, number 25 Audi, he's up into 15th place, but remember that he came here second equal in the championship in terms of those that could win it. Ignore Marciello for a moment, because he could never do that, but Vervies has a mountain to climb here to get into contention. Now, Bentley pushing on, 108 is all over the back of the Audi, and Andy Soucek, Bentley boy in the pits with Bruce Jones.
Andy Soucek, you've just been looking at the replay. It's a bit busy. We're half an hour into this 9-hour race, and you just looked at your car having a little bit of a close action out there.
Yeah, I think we have a bit more pace than the cars ahead of us, but as you saw with Jordan, it was very difficult to pass Tomczyk with the BMW, as they have also very good straight line speed, and under braking it's not the best point of our car. And Steven, when Tomczyk had this moment with Jordan, lost a bit the car and he went sideways, full steering lock. I was just hoping for no contact. It's early stages in the race, so we need to manage to stay out of trouble and be ready for the 9th hour.
Yeah, nicer to have calm viewing on television, isn't it? Just watching a regular race.
Oh yeah, it's better to sit here than doing the start in the heat, but I'll have to get in the car probably when it starts raining, so that's not going to be very funny either. We will need to adapt to the circumstances of the race and try and be ready for anything, because here anything can happen.
All right, best of luck. Thanks, Andy.
Andy Soucek goes back to looking at the television pictures. The Bentley mechanics busy with that. Is that late lunch or an early dinner? We have track limit warnings now being offered up. Number 44, Gary Paffett, has had a warning. That's from earlier. And number 10, Maxi Goetz, has just been warned about turn 16. So now if the drivers are being warned, we're getting towards the point where penalties start to become more of a problem.
Stephen Kane trying to make some progress or whatever with Fred Vervies. Fred Vervies puts the Audi right in the middle of the racetrack, denying Stephen Kane the opportunity to go the long way around or up the inside. So good racecraft from the Belgian. Fred Vervies goes now onto the right-hand side of the racetrack again to frustrate Stephen Kane, who has got arguably right now the slightly quicker of the two cars. Breaking down the inside into Clubhouse used to be an old favourite in the days of old favourite, but those braking distances were longer and therefore it was easier. Modern cars have got relatively short braking distance. Even a heavy GT3 car, as we're looking at now, the braking capacity is just fantastic.
There is Martin Tomczyk, still with Paffett behind him. There, 108, Stephen Kane, and he is coming under attack now from last curve. Then Patrick Assenheimer. Porsche 9, look at the back of this gaggle, and Mercedes 6. They are the top two in the Silver Cup. So you might think, oh, well, they're only 17th and 18th, but they're going for class honours here. Stephen Kane dabbing the brakes as he plunges downhill. Bentley 107, 108, because this, remember, is Bentley's centenary year. And after a win at Paul Ricard in the Blancpain GT Series Endurance Cup, we got to see a win in South Africa, but it's not out of the question. But the Bentleys just haven't quite looked to be as quick as the others this weekend, but good strategy, you never know.
Why have they been so successful in North America? I don't know.
Different teams, level of opposition, different drivers, discuss. One of those, in fact, Rodrigo Baptista is here. Andy Soucek is here. He, of course, races for them in America. But this certainly, and we've been saying it all weekend, John, is a really tough entry to beat. There's the Silver Cup classification. Lars Kern, Patrick Assenheimer, and then South Africa hero David Parel in third place. There's the Silver Cup leading Porsche. Patrick Assenheimer in that grunt and go Mercedes chasing on behind.
So it is a busy racetrack for a variety of categories. Of course, for the locals, the fans that have come here, there is a national category, and there are two entrants in that. And for them, finishing the race is number one, objectivity number one. Second of all is to beat the other. You've got a Lamborghini and you've got a Ferrari. But one of the two is going to come out on top.
Now BMW comes downhill. Martin Tomczyk still being defensive, which has been part, of course, of BMW's DTM programme, and then WEC. Well, that's now no more, so more GT racing coming for Martin as he heads down out of Learcott now towards the mineshaft.
Look at the view. Look at that wonderful view. I wonder how long it's going to be as clear as that before we get looking to my right, to our right, the cloud. I hate to talk about the weather, but it is such an integral part of this event. It has been ever since, well, for a million years at this time of year. It's always done the same thing.
Now the leader, new order, Kevin Est through, down at Crowthorne then, he's at the curb, but finally he has done it after 18 laps. We're on lap 19. Kevin Est goes through. He was 8/10 of a second back, crossing the line. So how did he suddenly make up all the time and get the pass?
We might have a replay of that, because certainly coming across the line, it didn't indicate that Kevin Estre had the gas to make that pass. But maybe Dennis Olsen's decided let him follow rather than be pursued. So Kevin Estre has got the 20 Porsche of the car that won the Spa 24 Hours. And if there was a standout driver in that event, it had to be Kevin Estre that would have gotten a nomination. So he's now got clear air. It'll be interesting to see, can he take advantage of that to pull a gap on now second place Dennis Olsen in the car that has pretty much been the dominant car for the first 18 laps. We're on lap 19 right now.
So can Kevin Est get away? He was looking as though he was being held up maybe by Dennis Olsen. Well, if he's that quick, is he going to be able to build that gap? Let us find out as the cars once more plunge down the hill. So it is Lawrence Vanfort with the fastest lap, and it's a new race leader, Kevin Est, going ahead of championship hopeful Dennis Olsen.
Of all the cars in the top six, the driver that's doing, I think, a great job is Marcus Winkelhock. He's managing to hang. Let's look and see what's happening. So, well, I mean, what is all that about? That looks like it's a coast and roll into turn one by Dennis Olsen, because Kevin Estre was nowhere at the races in terms of finding a slot to pass. So it looks to me as if either Dennis Olsen might have a brake problem and had to roll the car into the corner to give the brakes a chance to recover. Kevin Estre saw it, probably couldn't believe his luck, and he's now leading the race.
Well, certainly the GPX car had been looking the quicker. Now Kevin Est has the chance to try and build a gap. So maybe it's a strategy between the teams. All right, we've had a go in the lead. Let's see what your pace is like with clear air ahead of you. They're the Perfect Circle Racing Porsche about to be lapped at 107. Jordan Pepper up the inside of 76. Maxime Martin. So South African driver Jordan Pepper into 10th place now at the expense of the Belgian.
Jordan Pepper, he wants to make an impact. He's gone overseas. He's built himself a great reputation. He wants to put it on display for the people who have maybe forgotten about him because he wasn't racing in the local rounds. But he's pushing the Bentley. He's the lead Bentley of the two Bentleys here this afternoon.
And Stephen Kane is 16th at the moment. So effectively, we've only got 26 cars still circulating. And the Garage 59 Aston Martin, the Gruppa M Mercedes, the two casualties. But goes to show what we've been saying over the weekend about those national teams. Just keep going, just get to the finish.
That's all they're here to do. Interesting, now that Kevin Estro's got the lead, he's only managed to get a 0.6 of a second advantage over Dennis Olsen, and that was roughly the gap that was between the two cars when they were more or less reverse conditions, reverse positions.
Indeed so. Another Porsche star here this weekend, Earl Bamber. He's with Bruce.
Earl Bamber is looking very good for Porsche at the moment, running first, second and third. We just had a change of the lead that looked slightly strange, that suddenly Dennis Olsen seemed a bit slow down into Crowthorne. How did you read that incident as the lead changed to Kevin Estre?
No, I think you need to ask the two teams next door. We're sort of in the middle, still catching third, but I mean, at the moment it's good for Porsche. Obviously, coming here first and foremost, the most important is that we win the Manufacturers' Championship for Porsche, so having four really, really strong cars in the race is what we need, and running up front right now is great. For us, we're just coming back into the fight, sort of set the car up to come on late in the stint, so it looks like it's coming on strong.
Yeah, Lawrence seems to be picking up the pace, and you're right, it's a longish stint, but let's just touch on the fact that the three championship challenges from Porsche have been split. You've got Matt Campbell, who just moved away, so he's not in this interview. You've got to carry his hopes as well as overall, because obviously with Maxi Bouk out right at the start of the race, everybody's got a bit closer to the top.
Yeah, I mean, it's a real shame because I think they would have been a fantastic fight all day long. They've been strong all year. Obviously, it's awesome to have Matt in the car and Lawrence and myself trying to carry his championship. He did a fantastic race for my own team in Bathurst to win the race, so it's really, really nice to now try and help him to win his first Intercontinental GT title. And we're going to give it our all. Obviously, it's a bit difficult fighting other Porsches, but we're going to give our absolute best all day long, and I think Lawrence is doing a good job so far.
Thanks very much, Phil.
Like the hat as well, Earl Bamber's got, the Bam Tour, combination of him and Lawrence Van Tour. So here you've got then the third place cars, he says, coming good in the stint. Kevin Estre's had his first warning about track limits. Marcus Winkelhock's had a first warning about track limits. And with 8 hours and 23 minutes to go, you're going to have to be really, really careful about this because the penalties get more draconian the further through the race you go.
Yeah, I mean, here's the corner that most drivers are going to get caught out on. It can be seen by the race director anyway, but he's got cameras in his booth to be able to observe more than we're getting on our screens, or you will be getting on your screens back at home. Well, that was a bit of a sort of a loose exit coming out of turn 15, just one of the Ferraris, the 488, I think that was.
Tomczyk over the timing line in the BMW with another DTM champion, double DTM champ, Gary Paffett behind him, and then Fred Verviche, who somehow needs to be getting up the order, doesn't he, at number 25. Winkelhock is still, despite the fact Audi say, oh, our cars are only going to work in the wet, Winkelhock's still fourth, but Verviche just can't make progress, and it's been the Land Audi that's been the stronger of the two all weekend here.
Yeah, for Fred Verviche, it's just, he was caught in this battle of cars, and I mean, he got overtaken, then he's been powered, so he's caught in that position. And the Audi performance here in relevance to where it might perform at sea level is probably slightly out of kilter. Having said that, Marcus Winkelhock, and I've said this just a few minutes ago, is doing a great job consolidating his fourth place. He's 4.5 seconds behind third place Lawrence Van Thor. Van Thor's out of touch, out of reach. What he's trying to do is keep Dane Cameron in the Honda, currently just a second behind his Audi, keep him back with that second gap.
Championship still shuffling a little bit because Dennis Olsen has lost a place, of course, to Kevin Est, so Matt Campbell gets closer to him. Matt Campbell is in the green Porsche, or will be in the green Porsche when it's his stint, but it outscores Maxi Goetz, and of course Maxi Bouk just drops and drops and drops, and I suspect he will not be in the prize giving party tomorrow lunchtime. He'll be to get out of here as quickly as possible and forget about this and move on to the next race. Verviche all over the back of Paffett. There is Stephen Kane next in the queue as they head now through Crocodile towards Cheetah. Great names, as ever, for the corners at Kyalami, whether it's the current or the original circuit, and into Ingwe, which is what Zulu for Leopard. They come, and then towards the timing line. Est to Olsen, 0.8 of a second now. Van Thorn is still there in third place, having done the fastest lap of the race, and we are probably, what, about 26, 25 minutes away from pit stops.
Yes, it's going to be 25 minutes at maximum, probably more like 20 for the leading cars. It's just a matter of whether the lead cars ought to come in and get back out again when those that are going to hang out for the maximum 65 minutes do so. So it's how you can judge what your competitors might do. Well, there's one of the local Ferraris just getting out of the way. Just trying to keep out of the way. And there's 5 quick cars, or 4 quick cars certainly, and another gaggle of cars behind. Very difficult for the cars competing in the national championship or the national class racing here, because they're not at the pace of the cars that are battling for the lead, even the Silver Cup cars. This is the Silver Cup battle we're looking right now with the Porsche and the Mercedes. So again, they run to the left coming out of clubhouse, and all they're doing is flicking up loads and loads of bits of carbon fibre.
And there you've got the 4-litre flat 6 Porsche with its 550 brake horsepower against the 600 horsepower Mercedes 6.3-litre V8. So different shapes, different sizes, different sounds, different weights, different horsepowers, different engine sizes. It's no wonder that GT racing is so popular and so exciting and so competitive.
All due to a very successful balance of performance. Of course, there will be those here because of the altitude issues that were unhappy with the balance of performance, and it possibly might be seen to advantage the turbocharged cars. But right now we've got first, second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. Naturally, as we did the first turbocharged cars, the Nissan in 7th place.
Over the timing line, race leading gap is up to 9/10. Kevin Estre has now done the fastest lap of the race. So number 20 on lap 23 leads and has done the fastest lap there now. So Kevin Estre, quickest man on the circuit. Adam Hardy, the WEC Porsche engineer who's overseeing the GPX car this weekend, will be updating Kevin about lap times, about the gap, and advising on pace. But with this being a low deck circuit for tyres, Kevin Estre is able to push.
And he certainly is doing that. I mean, he's leaving nothing on the table coming out of the S's up the hill. He was 9/10 of a second ahead of the second place Porsche. It'll be interesting to see if that gap has settled or is it going to be extended. But right now these lead 3 cars are beginning to come together. We've seen Lawrence Van Thorn in particular being the quickest driver on the track up until the last lap, and Kevin Estre put in that so far fastest lap of the race.
So it's 1.7 seconds covering the top 3 at the end of the previous lap, lap 23, and without thus far any major incident. I know Chris Goodwin's been off the road and we've lost Maxi Book from the race, but we haven't had quite the same carnage at turn 1 that a few people were anticipating. Here are the leaders then. Porsche. 1, 2, 3. It's 2019 running of the Kyalami 9-hour. Go back to 1969. That was a Porsche winning year as well. David Piper, who is here, and Richard Atwood for Perfect Circle in the 917 were victorious. But it's these 911 GT3Rs with the lead gap having crept up slightly, first to third, 1.9 seconds that time. But now, think about this. Third to fourth. In other words, Porsche to the first non-Porsche. That's nearly 5 seconds.
Yes, and that's Marcus Winkelhock doing the very best he can in a car which probably hasn't got the out performance of the lead 3 cars, and Marcus Winkelhock having to keep a weather eye on the Honda, just getting slightly out of the rear airflow, the wash that comes off the rear of these cars. Just again, I suspect, to try and get as much air into the brake ducts and keep the cooling of the car in control. I don't know whether the teams are worried about this or not, but certainly the Honda has been pulling it out on a number of occasions, coming out of barbecue all the way down to Sunset, and he's not just doing it because it's a dirty part of the racetrack.
Dane Cameron in the Honda, also pushing on. That car's going really well, isn't it, in 5th place. This Yas Motorsport run car that's been a regular in IGTC events this season. And right now, Dane Cameron, who is learning, like they all are, about this track, and in some cases about the people he's racing against, is doing a really good job. There he is, virtually on the coattails now of a massively experienced Marcus Winkelhock.
Yeah, and Marcus, he knows, he's been in this situation so many times. He knows he's got a car that might not have the ultimate pace, but he knows how to get the maximum out of that car and do it in a way where he's not putting the car either into jeopardy or overdriving or overusing the tyre, and particularly in terms of braking, just not nailing the brake at every opportunity and then finding himself running short of pad or even short of distance.
So the race leading gap exactly 1 second at the end of 25 laps, 1.000 as Est leads Olsen. And of course back markers will start to become more of a factor as we get through the race. We are still on a dry road as you look at Maxi Götz running in 6th spot. Now Maxi is another who is pitching for the championship, so don't rule that car out, because again, as they work through the first hours of the race, keep it in contention, stay on the lead lap, and then start to push late race.
Well, there's another stellar lineup in that number 10 Mercedes. You've got Jelmer Berman and Lucas Stolz, along with Maxi Götz. So now that the 999 Mercedes sadly didn't get to the first corner before it had a major problem and then retired, this is the major challenge Mercedes have got left for out-and-out victory. And this car, come the end of 9 hours, has got the capacity to take the checkered flag.
Absolutely right. So Max Götz, hugely experienced. He was a GT3 FIA champion, Blancpain's endurance champion, sprint champion. Because he did so well for Mercedes in GT racing, he was moved across to the DTM where he didn't really excel, but in fairness, he was never given the top machinery, so he had a few years there, stagnating, came back to GT racing and has been as big a gun as ever.
Another driver that I think doing an excellent job is Oliveira in the 7th place Nissan. Stranger to the circuit, stranger to certainly to the tyres, and he's pushing that car along, and it's Alexander Imperatori running behind, so the two Nissans effectively.
Have a look at the back of that BMW. Just that's been savaged somewhere, hasn't it?
I took my eye off to look at the timing and scoring, and then I missed. It has.
Yes.
We saw a blue car.
That's it, isn't it?
But it happened.
Yeah.
Must have happened under braking coming into turn 16. So it has now had an aero modification to its right rear flank. It probably doesn't make any difference whatsoever, but it means that part of the car is further exposed if there were to be another contact in that part of it. Götz is in.
That's early, because that comes in after, what has it done? Number 10, that is 26 laps effectively when it gets across the timing line. So 26 laps and the car is in.
And just to confirm what I was saying about Oliveira in the Nissan, he's now set the fastest lap of the race, that car up to 6th place. A very early stop for the number 10 Mercedes. I don't know why they would have chosen to do it, but
what it does do is, because
out of sync for sure.
It's out of sync, but it also means you've got the space in the pit lane, because if everyone's going to come in round about the same time, you don't want cars in front and behind hemming you in. At least this way you've got the space to do the pit stop, and because they have done 4 tyres and fuel, they've got to wait until 90 seconds is up, and that 90 seconds is line to line. So the car controller now is of great importance to release the car on cue, so that at the pit lane speed it will go down and trip the beam just after 90 seconds.
Well, I wonder has Mercedes AMG Team SPS played their Joker card at the earliest opportunity? Nobody else has followed them that we have seen on the lap following the one that Götz came in.
New fastest lap of the race, Gianpaolo Oliveira has equalled the time of Kevin S to the 1,000th. Can you believe it? So the Porsche and the Nissan equal times. Let's quickly catch up with pit news and Bruce Jones.
Jelmer Berman, we didn't expect your Mercedes in this early for a pit stop. Was that standard or something different?
No, I think it wasn't standard for sure. We had to come in because we had, it seemed to be some paint from the curbs that came loose and was right in front of our grill. So things got a little bit hot, and unfortunately we had to stop. So now it's all clear again, and hopefully it doesn't happen again.
Okay, thank you very much. And Maxi Götz stays on board. Thank you, Jelmer.
Right, so thanks, Bruce. That updates us as to why that car came in out of sequence. This is number 17 Ferrari of Kishore Patamba, who's going to have tyres and fuel, and I think a driver change is going on there as well. This is another of these cars in the national category, so it's an older 458, it's a slower car. Meantime, Martin Tomczyk in the world's widest BMW is still keeping Gary Paffin and Fred Verviche at bay. Now, Verviche is over half a minute away from the race leaders, and he wants to win this race and win this title, and he's really struggling.
Yeah, he's going to struggle a lot to try and find a way around Gary Paffin, who knows his way around a Mercedes-Benz, be it a DTM or be it a GT3 as we have here. But Tomczyk, I mean, the BMW is another physically large car, and he really has to just place the car a little bit more to the middle or wherever he wants to put it, just to deny the run that Paffett and Vervish, who is the most probably anxious of all three of this group of cars, he wants to clear the Mercedes and the BMW to give himself a modicum of a chance of getting to stand on the top of the champions podium. 1:43.603 is a new fastest lap of the race, and it has gone surprisingly, I shouldn't say surprisingly, I've been singing his praises, João Paulo de Oliveira. The Nissan right now is the quickest car on the racetrack.
Well, he equalled Kevin Est's fastest lap time, now he's got even quicker. Fair play. Great effort. Right, that's Straka Racing getting ready. So the Mercedes, either 44 or 43 will be in. It looks like 44 because Gary Paffett is no longer in that gaggle, is he? So Paffett pits.
So that'll be relief for Fred Vervish. He's got rid of the Mercedes that's in the pit lane. You can see that there's a fair amount of heat coming off that right front brake as Gary Paffett rolled it to a standstill. So is Paffett staying on board? Are they going to double stint? Again, look, they're blowing away all the debris. And that was the issue that we saw the number 10 come in for, then something got trapped on that air intake and was blanking off the airflow and causing it to start to overheat.
Race leaders together, but if that Mercedes is going to be released any second, it's going to be, yes, down the pit lane. We cut away from it, but I don't think they changed tyres, so that means that Gary Paffett's pit stop has just saved them 40 seconds. So that is a shrewd move by Straka Racing. I think others have got that in mind, because as soon as you start to change tyres and fuel, then the car, of course, has to wait 90 seconds. But by doing that, they'll have just gained 40 seconds. That's massive.
Yes, and I wonder, was the reason for the pit stop for that particular purpose, or were they beginning to feel the same problem that the number 10 has, that there is a lot of rubbish on the racetrack, and if it gets caught in the air intakes, it won't send the temperatures off the maximum permissible. But Kevin Estre under pressure this time, 0.4 of a second between first and second. I thought once Estre got ahead of Dennis Olsen, he was going to sort of disappear into, well, the sunlight, because sunset's still a long way away. But Olsen is still there, and Laurens van Voor, who had made progress, has fallen back fractionally from second place Olsen.
So the end of this round of pit stops, we're anticipating the number 44 Straka Mercedes to have gained a whole heap of time relative to those that will change tyres. All the Porsches run out wide and kick up the dirt. So it's Kevin Estre leading onto this lap by 0.4 of a second from Dennis Olsen. And then in third place, Laurens van Voor, 1.8 seconds last time, covered the top three. Laurens sort of giving the impression that he's quite happy to sit there, just watch what's going on, be peripherally part of the battle, but not right in there.
Yeah, I mean, 8 hours and 8 minutes to go. You're not going to win the race at this stage, and if you're not within what he's just fractionally under 2 seconds behind Kevin Estre. So he's in a position, you can lose 2 seconds during a pit stop for a fumbled wheel nut or whatever, even though these are timed pit stop. Nevertheless, Kevin Estre's got the lead. Having gotten there, he seems to have just decided to settle for the pace. That's a pace that's not doing anything that's going to draw him away from second and third.
So we're still on this dry road, and the leaders work lap number 30. So we're almost at the end of the first hour, and as you've seen, pit stops are starting to come. Est and Olsen way wide, coming out of Cheetah, rattling over the curb, kicking up the dirt, kicking up little bits of debris. So they are still absolutely on it.
Well, they're pushing on another longer lap time. The last lap, 1:43.7, 1:43.8, respectively, first and second. That's just a tenth or so seconds slower than the fastest race lap we've had to date, and that's from de Oliveira in the Nissan. So the pace at the front is extremely quick, albeit that I think Kevin Estre probably has got a little bit more in hand. Otherwise, in my thoughts, he would have pulled away more quickly from Olsen, who's coming back and now doing to Estre what Olsen had done to him.
Indeed so, but Kevin Est still leads the way, if only just. What about the lap times of those behind? Is anybody getting up there? Well, Winkelhock, in fairness, is doing 43s, whereas the two leading Porsches on the last lap were in the 44s. So Winkelhock is wringing everything out of that Land Motorsport Audi. So too is João Paulo de Oliveira, who, as John said earlier, has done 2 fastest laps of the race now, but the second was the ultimate best, better than Kevin Est, with whom he had shared the fastest lap mantle earlier. And there he is now behind the Stradale Racing Lamborghini, which has got team boss Charles Ranges at the wheel.
and it'll be interesting to see how the Lamborghini has had to cope. He's let two of the quicker cars get through now. He's got the Nissan looking to move up the inside, so he gives it. Yes, he's spotted the Nissan. Good job. Flag marshals will be there with the blue flag to indicate, but Aranges, he's not actually about to just lay over, and then the car, he wants to, he's racing. Watch what's going on here. Wow, Vervish, he got the chop there from Tom Chop.
Did he ever? Martin Tom Chop is getting out his elbows to keep Vervish at bay. Tomczyk just ahead then as the big BMW heads up the hill. Vervish lines up to have a go on the inside and thinks better of it. Behind them, Stephen Kane. He's going to be given a driving standards flag for track limits at turn 16 to the inside line. Up the curb on the cross goes Vervish as he got the drag out of the corner. Dying through mineshaft they go. No, the BMW has still got enough in a straight line and just stay ahead. How frustrating is this for Vervish, who again looks to the inside line, tries to dive up the inside, but to no avail.
Well, clearly Fred Vervish has got all the performance everywhere except in a straight line, and he's now giving Martin Tomczyk a really firm working out. Comes out of turn 15, kicks up the dust on the exit down into turn 16. That was the first really serious threat from Vervish on the BMW that we have seen so far in this race. And Tomczyk is having to drive with one eye on the mirror to keep, and that could be a mirror in the car or one on the either door to see where Vervish might choose to make a lunge next.
So Vervish lines up to the inside line down into Crowthorne. Trouble is, while he's been busy battling like this and getting stuck, so he's been reeled in by Stephen Cave, who is bringing Lars Kern and Patrick Assenheimer with him. So the 108 Bentley is back in this battle, but I mean Tomczyk and that BMW know how to defend.
Yes, I mean, part of the skill of being a racing driver, again, Vervish sticks the nose out. Stephen Kane's just waiting there. So pit lane being ready indeed. So Stephen Kane's just sitting there watching what Vervish is doing, trying to maybe sort of second guess as we go back to the lead battle now. The top three all covered by 1.3 seconds. That's closed down even more.
So here are the race leaders. Thanks to the traffic, he's almost three for the lead, but you can anticipate imminently 1, 2 or 3 of these to dive into the pit lane. If anything, it's Van Toor now much closer to Olsen than Olsen is to S, and that we haven't really seen for a long time.
Maxi Goods, fastest lap.
So
must be on a fresh set of rubber, down in 20th place for that unscheduled stop, but they choose to make it, and he's now the quickest car on the racetrack, and it will be interesting to see how much he has benefited out from something that was not a planned stop. When the entire pit stop washes through, where will the number 10 Mercedes-Benz with Max Goods, who didn't hand over, where will that end up?
Well, significantly, he's already dropped behind Gary Paffett as in comes Tomczyk, which releases Vervish. But now you start to see why I was getting all excited about Paffett not changing tyres, because that's going to haul that car up the order. He's already gaining paces. In also comes Assenheimer. So we need to be looking at whether people are changing tyres, because if you double stint tyres and get out before the 50-second mark kicks in, you're winning a huge chunk of time. And because this is a low deck circuit, it's worth having a punt on that. Now look here, what is the Schnitzer BMW team going to do?
Well, they have the
change.
The tyres are available. They're sitting there. They're doing the refueling first and driver change. So the tyres will be the last thing if they do choose to do so.
Fred Vervish being warned about track limits, by the way. Augusto Farfus getting in, and we await to see the BMW. Now that clearly is a car that's not changed tyres. That's Patrick Assenheimer for Black Falcon down the pit lane. And yes, a short stop for the Mercedes and a long stop for the BMW, because they will change tyres. So that Mercedes has just gained 40 seconds over this car, for example.
Yes, the whole thing is, how much will you gain by putting on a new set of tyres as opposed to staying on a second stint on a set of used tyres? So that we haven't really gotten a clear indication from anything that we saw in practice or during the qualifying sessions. So the BMW is on a fresh set of Pirelli rubber.
But will lose places in the short term at any rate. So the leaders go by. 33 laps are done. And away blasts Augusto Farfus, former Alfa Romeo factory driver, before coming to BMW. There are the 3 race leading Porsches, pretty much as one, with Olsen back onto the tail of S, and Lawrence Van Toor almost on the coattails once more of the Fricadelli car. The Fricadelli entry with lots of Manthey Racing personnel, which is effectively Porsche's notional works team. So you get the feeling that John made the point earlier on, these Porsche factory engineers and drivers, they're not just here for a safari, they are here, they mean business.
Yes, I mean, they are here to ensure that Porsche wins the Manufacturers' Championship. The driver's title is there available, but the focus, from what I would read, is it's about winning the Manufacturers' title. And the Manfei team, of course, I was going to say the Tour is famous for having their unique Nürburgring Nordschleife setup, which on any other normal racetrack would probably be undrivable, but it is magic of the Nordschleife.
36 BMW is in, that is Gennaro Bonafede. You've also got Miguel Ramos, number 40 Mercedes, into the pit lane. Driver change, fuel going in. What about the tyres on that car? In fairness, it's one of the Am Cup entries, so it's not going to be in the hunt for the overall honours anyway. It's a class position that is the key there. Now, with almost an hour done, are we going to see any of these Porsches dive for the pit lane, or are they going to do one more lap? Let us see.
I think that the 12 Porsche, that will be the first of the 3 in, because I would like to come in and get out and do my laps on a fresh set of tyres. I'm assuming they'll put on a fresh set of tyres, we can't guarantee that. And then let the lead 2 cars react to what we have done.
Okay, over the timing line they go then. That puts 34 laps in the book, and an hour is almost up then as the cars dive down towards Crowthorne. In the background, Marcus Winkelhock 5.5 seconds adrift in 4th place, but he's now got Dane Cameron 5th in the Honda. Gianpaolo de Oliveira is 6th in the Nissan, and there number 36 BMW rumbles back down the pit lane.
In the meantime, Max Gutz in 17th place, still recording fastest race laps, gone even quicker, 1:43.297 on his last lap. And he's got Assenheimer in the Silver Cup Mercedes and Gary Paffett in the 44. The next 2 Mercedes directly ahead.
That shows you what the new tyres can do, doesn't it? Because he's on a fresh set. There is the 09 Perfect Circle Racing Porsche of the AM combination of Franco Scribanti, his cousin Silvio Scribanti, and the man, the real driving force behind this team, Andre Bezuidenhout.
And you can see there's a lot of fatigue.
Yeah.
Getting out there. It's a lot of work, this racetrack. It's a physical circuit. There's very little places around the circuit that you can catch your breath. Principally, it's probably down into Crowthorne at the first corner at the end of the pit straight, or down the mine shaft, but that's about it. And maybe you get about 10 seconds to catch your breath before you're into the tightness of the middle of the racetrack.
So there, number 43 has been brought in. That's the Pro-Am Stracker car. Adrian De Silva out. And there, number 42 BMW wriggling its way through the traffic, under attack from number 911 of Dirk Werner. But they're on different laps now, of course, because 911 has not yet stopped. And the BMW has made a pit stop. We're also hearing that 09, that Perfect Circle Porsche, has lost its ABS. So that might be another reason why the driver getting out, Franco Scribanti, looks a bit second-hand.
Anything's possible. I mean, the ABS, what it does is just means you let the electronics do your braking, but you still got to push the brake pedal. But nevertheless, any loss of a driver aid, when you become accustomed to it, changes the whole feeling. And certainly, Scribanti appeared to me to need assistance to get out of the car, partly maybe just simply because it's a tough day in the office here in Kyalami.
Into the pits, number 29, into the pits, number 107. So that's Winkelhock and Pepper, both coming in on lap 35. And let's see what they do in terms of tyres. There you've got 43 rejoining. So Bentley, Audi goes for tyres. So it's going to be a long stop. What about the Bentley? As you go back to the race leaders, Vantor again just drops off the back a little bit, doesn't he, there? So it could be this lap on which all of these 3, or any of these 3, dive in.
Now, these lead 2 cars, I saw before they went to the grid, they went out, did a lap, came in, they topped up those cars to make sure that they were absolutely rimmed to the maximum. Maybe that's why they're able to run that a little bit later, maybe one more lap than those around them, but none of the top 3 are giving any indication as to when they may come in. I still think if I was in the number 12 Porsche Lawrence Van Voort, I would bring him in of the first of these 3 lead cars.
The Bentley did not change tyres, so that's just saved a whole heap of time for 107 of Jordan Pepper. Vantor into the pit lane, so there were 3, there are now 2, and as you predicted, it's the green 911 that comes in, and this again is a stop we need to have a look at and see what they do. Is it fuel and tyres? What about a driver change as well? The leaders go by, half a second between Estre and Olsen, but what happens here for the Dynamic Motorsport Porsche? In it comes.
So I think that was a cool move by Dynamic Motorsport. So it is a driver change, so Lawrence Van Voort is getting out. He's done a good stint and he'll be happy with that. And although he never saw the lead of the race, he put himself into a position where he was running at the pace of the lead 2.
Jensen into the Valkenhorst BMW, so the fuel goes into the green Porsche. Also, the Bernhardt team is ready because their car has just arrived just in front of this green dynamic Porsche. So keep an eye on that out of the window as you look at number 12, which is having tyres.
Yeah, I can't believe the lead teams would choose not to fit us a new set of tyres. I just think that the downside of running on a second run on a set of tyres is offset by the time it takes to do so. But, you know, that's a choice that everybody in the pit lane has. And Dynamic Motorsport have opted to go on a brand new set of tyres. We've seen the pace that certainly Max Goetz has done. And I would expect Laurens van Voor very quickly to be running in the low 143s.
That's 35. Giampaolo de Oliveira, tyres and fuel as well.
Still waiting for the lead two cars to decide which of those is going to come in next, or are they going to come in tandem? Might well be. They both come in. They're up now to 65 minutes almost, so they should be thinking about coming in.
Both in. Imagine that.
Was I right again?
Well done, John.
I hate to say it.
Now we'll see what they're going to do about tyres, because having spoken to a few of the teams, it's interesting to hear what they were planning on doing pre-race, but now that they've had a hot hour, what are they going to do? Kevin asked them for GPX, comes down the pit lane, thinking about double stinting tyres. Some, of course, are double stinting drivers, others are doing driver changes. Right, so it's going to be a driver change in 20, what about 31, which has to be rolled back, so a little bit of time is into there. So number 20 will go the way of Ricard Leitz. Matthew Jaminet will take over number 31, and this is at the end of lap 37 as far as they are concerned. And look, because they've all come in, number 9, the Lechner car, is the one that's being hampered the most because he's hemmed in. This is the reason I was suggesting earlier about that Mercedes having come in out of sequence, because you've got a clear pit lane. Now look at the two Porsches. They are going to change tyres on number 20. That is perhaps unexpected, because they were a team talking pre-race about being able to double stint and save the time, gain the time. But certainly on this opening stint, no, they're going to go for new rubber, just like the Honda is.
Maybe you might think about doing it a little later in the race when the temperatures have dropped down, or when you get a dry track later in the race. But nonetheless, my feeling is the gain of staying on a set of tyres for a second stint is offset by a drop-off on that time. And I think that's being confirmed by what the lead two cars are doing here.
Well, right now you've got Jordan Pepper as the race leader, and he, remember, did not change tyres. Out goes, a wheel spinning.
And big advantage, big advantage. Well, the Porsche's just now come off the jacks when the 20 has gained, what, the best part of 8-10 seconds.
Yeah. So
Laurens van Voor goes through there.
Yeah. So it's a slow stop for the Fricadeli car. Rather than being an ultra-quick stop from GPX, they have gone slower. GPX closer to the allotted time mark, seemingly. So Jordan Pepper, Gary Paffett, first and second. These two cars on the original set of tyres. That is why they are now leading the race. They pitted, yes, but they saved 40 seconds by not changing tyres.
How much of that will they lose in a stint, a 1 hour stint, because of a drop-off in performance? And how much will those who put the new tyre on gain? So that's the equation that the teams have had to work out.
It's going to be an interesting hour, isn't it? So race order now is 107 Bentley leading 44 Mercedes from number 20 Porsche. And that's after 37 laps. Effectively the first hour of the race done. So that's the leading car. We have a South African leading the Kyalami 9 hour. Jordan Pepper it is in the Bentley, thanks to staying on the original set of Pirellis. Up the front, up into 4th place, Patrick Assenheimer. He stayed on the original set of tyres, don't forget.
Bamber, who's in the number 12 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche. Best lap is, I don't know, that's his lap or whether that's it. He's only just gone out, but the best lap, 143.6. As against a 43.2, the fastest lap of the race. I'd expect the pace of that number 12 Porsche to pick up once they had actually the first lap out of the pits on the Kansas sighting line.
Now look at those pit stop times. The GPX Porsche 10 seconds quicker in the pits than the Fricadeli car, and the GPX car was fine. It was over the 90-second mark that you needed to be, so it was a slow stop by the Fricadeli team. That cost them 10 seconds. But look what you can do if you're under the 50-second mark. You can leap up the order.
Bentley will do one car short, one car long. I would imagine that anybody who's got a two-car team, that is the option that they've got. That's the luxury they've got. So we'll wait and see if that's going to be the case for the second Bentley, Stephen Kane in the 108.
Well, he's already changed, hasn't he? Because Rodrigo Baptista has taken that over.
In Jordan Pepper's case, in the 107, who's still on the track.
Yeah, but he's already made a pit stop, so they both pitted. Pepper. That's the what I've been saying. That's how he's got the lead.
Both Bentleys have stayed in the same times.
Yeah. Okay. So we've had a change of driver in 108, and Jordan Pepper stayed on the same tyres to lead in 1:07. Let's go back to Bruce.
Kevin Estre, nice and warm. That was a fantastic opening stint, making a way to the front. Obviously, a bit of a gain right at the start when Maxi Book had a problem down at turn 1 in the 999 Mercedes. But then you took the battle to Dennis Olsen and took the lead.
Yeah, it was a good start. I didn't see the Mercedes, but I was on the right side. I tried to brake late and overtake people on the outside. I couldn't make to P1, but to P2, which was great starting from P4. Then I put a bit of pressure on Dennis, and it was difficult because we produced the lap time on different spots, so not easy to overtake. Then I think we made the right decision. And then we were pretty much all together with Lawrence and Dennis, so it was good. It shows that the Porsche is strong. But it's a long race. The condition will be definitely different later in the race and in the night, but it was definitely a good start.
Now, when you came up behind Dennis, it didn't look as though you were close enough to make a move. Did he actually just let you pass?
Yeah, we were, I think, back and forth. He was doing some mistakes, I was doing some mistakes, and we just tried to swap position and see if this was going to be better. And because we were 1, 2, 3, and just to see. At the end, we worked for Porsche, and we tried to do the best for Porsche, and I think at that time that was the right decision.
And I looked at your pit stop with the Fricadelli car in at the same time, and GPX Racing gained about 5 or 6 seconds in that pit stop alone, so they deserve a good pat on the back.
Yeah, well, there's a minimum time, so I guess we were closer to the minimum time than the Fricadelli guys, but let's see, the race is long, I think. Then with no tire warm-up, we're not used to, so the first lap is a bit difficult, but yeah, we'll see. I think we are in a good spot for sure.
Looking that way. Thank you, Kevin.
So there you've got number 20 then, Kevin Estre's car, Ricard Leeds at the wheel of it. And then you've got 4th and 5th, Patrick Assenheimer and Earl Bamber. So Bamber has taken over in number 12. And we were told it's going to be Matt Campbell, but Earl Bamber is shown on the timing screen. And Earl Bamber, who's taken on tyres as well as fuel, of course, is right there and going for 4th overall against the Silver Cup leading Mercedes.
And the Silver Cup Mercedes didn't take new tyres, correct? So that's why the Mercedes is in that position. But in theory, the Porsche number 12 should be able to get around and ahead of the Mercedes relatively easily as this little battle with the Honda. We go back down to this battle down at the bottom of the hill. So you can see the number 20 Porsche just directly ahead. So this battle for 3rd, 4th and 5th. With Earl Bamber making up 5th place, but you look for a way down the inside. It's too tight to do so. Mercedes hogs the middle of the road on the entry into turn 16. Earl Bamber will get the better exit out of the corner. Might carry enough additional speed to look, maybe thinking a move down the inside, down into Crowthorne. But the straight-out performance of these two cars virtually identical. It'll just come down to whether Bamber feels he's close enough to make that move. Defense of the Mercedes. Earl Bamber goes around the outside. And does he make it stick? He does.
So the fresher rubber helps Earl Bamber then. And don't forget, of course, that the Mercedes is a long way back anyway. So on pure pace, that Porsche has been a quicker car all weekend. That puts Bamber then up into 4th place. Next target, there it is up the road. Ricard Leeds in the number 20 Porsche.
So bit by bit, the race is getting back into some kind of, you might call it order, having been upset by those that opted to stay on their original set of Pirelli race tyres, and that's put them slightly artificially up the order. And Jordan Pepper clearly has been the principal beneficiary, as has Gary Paffett.
Absolutely. So it was Gary that we saw the first one in to stay on the original set, and as I said at the time, that was a crucial stop because he was going to get the car way up the order. Now, okay, he will lose some places during the stint potentially on pace, never mind the tyres, because it was never a car up at the front in the first stint on fresh rubber. However, for now, it has leapfrogged, just as the Bentley has, a whole heap of traffic. Downhill comes 31. Now that's got Mathieu Jaminet at the wheel of it, and the car is down in 8th place after losing those 10 seconds somehow in the pits.
The big advantage Jordan Pepper and Gary Paffett have got is they've got these positions. I mean, we've been watching for the last hour and almost 15 minutes. It is really difficult to find a way around another car. It doesn't have to be a competitive car. It can just be any bit of traffic. There's not a huge amount of places where you can get a clean run to make a move, and if that's going to work in the favour of the lead two cars, it may well carry through further into this race.
So the last lap that was done by Jordan Pepper was a 44.3. Gary Paffett's last lap was his best, a 144.167 on the original set of tyres. It's not lapping as quickly as Ricard Leeds on fresher rubber, but the car never laps as quick as the car on fresh rubber in the first stint of the race. So yes, he is going to be caught to an extent, but you'd expect that because of where he was on the grid.
The Mercedes traditionally is very kind to its tyres, so maybe what Mercedes have done with Gary Paffat's Tracker team, Tracker Racing, is something that may not quite work out. Jordan Pepper in the lead car is, well, 0.2 of a second down or so, maybe not even 0.2 on that last lap. So it has been a good gamble. The bit of the gamble that will become known is when they get to the end of the stint. They've got another 46 or so minutes. Again, look at the amount of bits and pieces of, well, that looked like more tape than it was bodywork. Nevertheless, coming out of clubhouse, there's a load of rubbish on the inside of the circuit. Actually, I think a lot of that's flying from, they had a support VW Polo race, and I think they were doing a bit of a dodgem act, and a lot of it might be coming from that.
So, as we have the cars on lap 42, I'm afraid to say that Silvio Scrivanti's Porsche is soon back in the pit lane. This team overseen by Johnny Westbrook, and it's got a problem. And Johnny, who is very heavily involved in the historic Super Touring movement in Europe, race engineer for Bob Neville's team, the car has to go to its garage, and this is never a good sign, sadly, but we understand it's got an ABS problem, and they'll see what they can do to keep this car in the race. There is Johnny in the white shirt. The car gets pushed back in, and there the race leading car of earlier. Ricard leads 2 seconds ahead of Bamber. There, number 10, that's Maxi Goetz staying at the wheel and going ahead of the sister car that runs in the A-Class, Tim Muller at the wheel.
Max Goetz is beginning to see a bit of light at the end of the tunnel, having made that stop, principally to clear out the air cooling and the air getting into the radiators. Now he's up to pace, and the last lap was a 43.8. Best lap still from Goetz on a 43.2. As he gets closer to the back of Earl Bamber, that pace will be negated. And I thought with Earl Bamber, with a fresh set of rubber on that Porsche, he would have maybe been a little bit more in contention.
He's not sat on the back, has he? He's just like Lawrence Vanpoor did at the start of the race, dropped away. Up the hill they climb, 7 3/4 hours still to go of the 9 here at Kyalami. Jordan Pepper still lapping in the 44s, his last lap quicker than Ricard Leeds. So the Porsche on new tyres not as quick as the Bentley on used.
It doesn't quite work that way, but it seems to be the case right now.
Well, it all adds to the fascination, doesn't it?
Well, it's a real maverick roll of the dice. Ordinarily, a set of tyres does a stint. You go to Spa 24 hours, you think you might want to do the same thing there. Maybe the nature of Spa's circuit. Nobody, to my knowledge, runs a set of tyres for 2 stints. But here, Kyalami, the nature of the tarmac they've got, it seems to be being climbed down, looking down the inside. This is... So Christopher Mies has made it up into 6th place, a clean and relatively easy overtake.
You were suggesting all along that those leading Porsche teams were going to change tyres, and I had it in my mind that one of them was going to double stint, because that's what they told me. I can't tell you which team it is, but the reason they didn't the reason they didn't stay on the original set was because the pressures weren't quite right, but they have just seen that the plan works, so they're going to have another go on the next round of pit stops. So it's still going to have this fascination all the way through to see if and when people do double stint tyres. Now that's only going to work when it's dry, of course. Yeah. If this rain is due, as you've been suggesting, then it's all bets off.
It's interesting that they had a problem with pressures. I would ask the question, why did they have a problem with pressure? And why would it not occur again if they had it once? So maybe the tyres, the heat build up on the tyres, just give the pressure an extra half a bar or whatever it is. Don't know, but it's curiosity. A team at this level would have a core issue, like a higher pressure than they would normally like to run at.
Now there, in number 29, Christopher Mies, we didn't mention that he'd taken the car over, but he has. And 09 Porsche power steering, we understand, is the problem with that.
That makes more sense, because if you've got a car with that power steering, I mean, the amount of casting that these cars run, which helps the car's ability to turn into a corner, it's just, if the power steering goes down, it is like going into the gym and pulling weights that are outside of your normal sort of ability. So it is exhausting, and if you haven't got control of the car and power steering is the issue, then you've got to get it fixed.
And it's going to be a long stop. But again, if that car's there at the end of the race, that's the aim. As Patrick Assenheimer heads Christopher Mies this Audi 7th overall, the WRT number 25, Calvin van der Linde at the wheel, Audi 14th overall. So still, Land has the upper hand in the Audi inter-team battle. The leading gap at the moment, Jordan Pepper, 13.5 seconds over Gary Paffett, who has done another personal best lap. Not as quick as the Bentley, though.
No, I know, it's all a bit weird. And we haven't even seen the Bentley. I can't remember the last time we saw the 107 Bentley. Is it still running? Have you seen it?
See which one? 107?
The lead Bentley.
It's still there.
I haven't seen it. Have you seen it?
It's still there.
I haven't seen it.
It's just gained another 3/10 in the first sector. Doing a great job, Jordan Pepper. There it is. Your wish is granted, John.
Still in the race. Well, that 13-second advantage means he's running in clear air. All he's doing is catching up to the tail of some of the cars that are now going to be lapped. And Jordan Pepper wants to keep that continuity, that momentum. He doesn't want to get delayed. Looks to dive down the inside of the room, given smartly by Hack, and lets the leader, Jordan Pepper, local boy. I don't know if he's local to this location in South Africa, but certainly raced here and now successful racing. Obviously, passed down the inside. Was that Gary Paffett getting past a BMW? Was that 43? That's the other Stracker car.
Wriggling their way up now through Crocodile. There is the GPX Porsche there behind. Looks still charging his El Bamba.
Yeah, that was Christina Nielsen in that overtake in turn 14.
Those two Porsches ahead of this battle, they're being caught by Maxi Goetz, aren't they? Who is on fresher rubber, and he pitted out of sequence as there. Mies has a go to the outside, then the inside, gets the undercut coming out of turn 16 against Patrick Assenheimer. Mies fresher into the car, but look at the drag. The Mercedes has all that torque coming out of turn 16. It booms past the pits and fends off the Audi as they run now down towards the King, towards Crowthorne.
Christopher Mies always loves a challenge. Dives down the inside. He did a very clever thing. He feinted to go to the right, and that gave that little bit of confidence in the pass, then dived back to the left. He was able to break right into the apex of the corner, and once he'd done so, then that was a clean overtake, and Assenheimer was left there as a sitting duck in effect.
Up the road is Maxi Goetz, who is getting onto the tail of El Bamba. So the number 10 Mercedes running in 5th place, just ahead of this Audi. There it is. This is the next battle. Number 12 Porsche, 4th El Bamba. Maxi Goetz 5th. Goetz, remember, has done the fastest lap of the race. He's pitted slightly out of sequence, but he's absolutely going for it.
Well, he's been quick effectively since he's gone back out on those tyres, and he's just closing down 143.2. Still is the race fastest lap. That was set some time ago now by Max Goetz. He's onto the tail of El Bamba. The performance and his pace will now begin to effectively stall out as comes downhill, down into the mine shaft, and down into the braking. And you come into Crocodile.
Now let's just catch up on an incident earlier on. 31 Mathieu Jaminet, 30 Marco Bononomi. It's coming out of turn 16. Porsche on the inside, runs the Honda out wide. They both rattle over the curbs. Is that legit? Is that fair? Is that just hard racing? It's hard to say because we didn't see the start.
No, I'd like to have seen it as they came into the corner to make the judgment. Whether he knew or not that the Honda was there, or whatever way around it was, he may have been focusing on the exit of the corner. It wouldn't be a great attempt to go around the outside of a car in turn 16 in the first place, because you're always going to be run out. Yeah. Just the natural car's trajectory is going to take you out wide, and in this case, even wider than what's natural.
So 46 laps are in the book, and 107 Bentley still leads there. Number 30 Marco Bononomi has now got Nick Katzberg right on his tail, so he's lost ground, lost places, and lost rhythm as well out of all of that. It means that Katzberg is 11th on the back of the Honda.
That was a very good run by Dane Cameron in the opening stint, so Bononomi needs to, in 10th place, last lap of 143. That was a good pace. His lap time is actually at the level of everybody running, in the positions ahead of him.
And considering how hard everybody is pushing, and I know I tempt fate all the time by saying this, but fair play that we haven't had more cars off the road and more yellow flags anyway.
By and large, everybody's been pretty well behaved. There's been a little bit of pushing and shoving. One of the BMWs, there it is, got its right rear bodywork attacked early in the race in turn 16.
Through Learkoff goes the Honda then, and further back, just looking to see where is 911. Romain Dumas got into that car. That's in 13th place. Jordan Pepper has done 47 laps. Here, number 20 through the traffic, comes Ricard Lietz. Bamber trying to stay with him, but Maxi Götz in that Mercedes is still looking a little bit menacing.
Yes, and Bamber got slightly compromised, getting caught behind the BMW where he didn't really want to be, and that's going to give Götz a good run. He's the third of those, or fourth of those cars. So he's going to think about Earl Bamber down the inside. Is he going to make the move? He's flashing his lights now. Maybe. Well, if I'd been behind the wheel of the Mercedes, I'd like to think I would have made a bit more of that opportunity. But then, armchair quarterbacks always think that.
So Maxi Götz, who, of course, is double stinting himself, never mind tyres, so he's coming towards perhaps the fatigue point here. But he's still pushing, and he has got right onto the back there, look, of the green Porsche, and he was never this close in the first stint, was he? He's up the curb on the inside goes Bamber, that just spits him ever so slightly wide coming out of Sunset there.
Yeah, and again, Earl Bamber looking a little bit ruffled with the pace of Max Götz in the Mercedes, so he ran wide on the exit of coming out of Sunset, watching just to see back with the third place at Richard Lietz. So up the hill they will go, and Maxi Götz has no doubt got a good sense that Bamber may be having to be defensive rather than being able to defend without having to do the defensive moves.
So all of this now, as the green dynamic Porsche of Bamber has to defend, is allowing Lietz to get away. So number 20 is gaining back more time, isn't it? It's pulling clear as the cars head down the hill once more here. And look to the inside line. Maxi Götz tries to line up to make a move there, to no avail. Up the curb, coming out of Crocodile towards Cheetah now. And the cars will sprint their way up towards the timing line. So there's a driving standards flag going to Mathieu Jaminet, number 31 Porsche, for that incident with the Honda that we saw in replay.
Yeah, we saw the tail of the incident, we didn't see the beginning of it, but obviously those around have seen it, and it's been adjudged to be an unfair manoeuvre by shoving or pushing the car that's on the outside of you all the way out further. So that's been adjudged to be an unnecessary move, an unfair move, and it's been noted. And black and white flag, driving standards to number 31.
I reckon you've got 15 more laps before Maxi Götz pits, and there's the driving standards flag graphic, and as we explained, that's for that incident with the Honda we saw a little while ago in the replay down at turn 16. So Götz still tucked under the rear wing of Earl Bamber, powering his way out of Clubhouse. We've had an absolute best first sector time done by Eduardo Liberati. More proof how good those Nissans are in the first third of the lap.
Absolutely, I mean, they've been strong all through the weekend, and we saw in the first stint, fastest lap came, and now Nissan once again doing a really impressive job.
That's Götz. That's the car in 5th place. We've been talking about Mathieu Jaminet getting this driving standards flag. This is the reason for it again, just rubbing the Honda, running it out wide. So the Fricadelli car, of course, which lost 10 seconds in the pits, then getting involved in that, but the Honda with the dam on the brakes did have to try and do its best to clear out of the way of that incident.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's been a driving standard flag issued for that incident. Going the long way around the outside of turn 16 is always a big gamble. So whether Jaminet was fully aware or not, or whether it was a premeditated, deliberate move, well, maybe when he finishes the stint, we might get a bit of clarification from the driver that's been given the driving standards flag. He may have a different view entirely.
Bamber looking a lot closer on that lap to Lietz. Well, he certainly pulled back a 1/10 of a second down towards the Kink, and then Crowthorne they come. Götz still 5th. That's the race leader, lest we forget, Jordan Pepper on home soil, and he's another driver doing a double stint himself. Never mind the tyres, of course, he stayed behind the wheel as well.
Very, very fine effort indeed by both Bentley and Jordan Pepper, and particularly as they are a team that did not change tyres. That's given them track position, and that's given them the lead that they've now been able to consolidate, and they've done it from Gary Paffett, who has not made any headway into that lead that Jordan Pepper inherited by doing the short under 40-second pit stop.
So the lead gap 14 seconds. On his last lap, Gary Paffett did another personal best, but was still a 10th slower than this Bentley. So it seems to be a car that looks after its tyres, doesn't it?
Well, Bentley has traditionally been very, I would describe, light on its feet, and it just appears that it's doing precisely that here in Kyalami on a racetrack that is not an aggressive circuit on tyres. Oh, down the inside. This has got trouble written all over it with a big T.
So Katzberg battling with Bononomi. Marco Bononomi going ahead again, briefly losing out, but the Honda wriggles its way back clear of the BMW, up towards Learkop. Two-star drivers here, Marco Bononomi, single-seater gun, part of Audi's WEC programme for a time. Nick Katzberg, GT star, touring car star, plunges downhill in the BMW. So through they come, and as the race currently works, lap number 51, it is Lat Bentley that leads, and is this the dive for the BMW? Yes, it is! Wrapped up the curb, almost nibbles the back of the Honda. For Nick Katzberg was a Nat semi-crotches away from big contact there.
But never was going to get it done. Never was going to get it done. It looked threatening, but Bononomi had enough space to adjust to avoid the collision that could have happened, and he comes across the start-finish line to consolidate his current 10th position. But it's not a lot of gap between these two cars as they came across the line. The gap was just over 0.3 of a second. Here they are now, just the second and third car in the picture. Now Katzberg thinks about it. He's going to move up the inside. Will there be contact?
He's got the room. Has he got the grunt out of the corner?
No, because he had to go the long way around, up the inside this time. So he's made the switch back, and it's worked finally for Nicky Katzberg. But can the Honda come back? No, it can't, because finally Katzberg had to work at it hard. He's done a clean overtake, started in turn one, finished at barbecue, onto the back straight. Now he can make again a little bit further progress. He's into the top 10.
Excellent driving. Nick Katzberg, you could see him planning it, thinking about it, getting track position, and now comes up to put a lap on the sister car of Le Patron, Henry Valkenhorst himself, the very successful car dealer, is at the helm of and gets in the way of the Honda, which gives Nick Katzberg a free ride up the hill.
I tell you what, Bononomi must be going absolutely barking mad, because he will have felt a bit of team play came into play. I don't think it was conscious or deliberate, but it just happened to be that's the part of the circuit coming out of the S's. The run up the hill, it's not a difficult part of the racetrack. Just find yourself unintentionally delaying another car.
He'll get the time back, but you're right, it will not have gone down well. There, also closer to the Honda now, is Eduardo Liberati, who is still pushing in the Nissan, to the point where he's going to have a go at the Honda. So these two Japanese brands, nose to tail now, as they run down towards turn 16.
And the way Nissan has been performing, you have to think, when Mary has a twin-turbo V6, has got massive straight-line performance, and will it gobble up the Honda very quickly indeed, now that the Honda's been overtaken by that brave move just a minute ago by the BMW.
Let us see. Down they come. They need to Crowthorne once again. There is number 18 going through, which is the Eduardo Liberati 12th placed car. Nick Katzberg into the top 10, which of course means he's in the points now. Every time I look at the timing screen, there is this little warning triangle next to the name Book, which means the car never got to the end of the first sector. Can you believe it? In a 9-hour race, it still seems so cruel.
Well, first of all, Mercedes, you can always say, probably the most bulletproof of all the GT3, the turnkey customer cars in an event. It is very rare to have a car go out at the end of the first lap with a terminal issue. Nicky Katzberg getting a bit impatient with the Lamborghini. He doesn't want to get his momentum delayed. He's going to get up alongside. Has he managed to do it? He should have gotten through coming into, yes he has, into the Learkop. The Honda again, just having a momentary, half a second of a gap between where it is right now and 12th place Liberati. I was going to say Liberace, but it would have been the wrong thing. I'm sure somebody's done it before.
Right there, number 13 gets lapped, the Lamborghini. Craig Jarvis at the wheel. Lapped by a car that will be driven by Oliver Jarvis later in the race. But as the field wriggles through lap 53, the leading gap is 13.8 seconds now. Just to go back to these two leading cars on their original set of tyres. Yes, great, they've gained all this time, they've gained all of these places. They're going to lose that time, they're going to lose places on the next pit stop. So it's going to be fascinating to see how far they drop, how good the pace has been in this stint, where they will be after they do have to change tyres.
Well, one of the things that might be interesting to find out is the pace that the two lead cars have done on a set of tyres that have done the second stint. They will put on a new set of tyres after their second pit stop. Will their lap time go slower on a new set of tyres than they've done on a set of tyres that's already done one stint? That's what's confusing me, because it is not the norm for a set of tyres, especially in any form of GT racing, to double stint.
Indeed so. The Porsches are getting themselves back together again. Bamber catching leads. Factory rivals both, of course. And then you've got Maxi Goetz howling along behind the leading Mercedes. He still has that fastest lap of the race to his credit. So Jordan Pepper leads Gary Paffin by 13.8 seconds. And we have the cars with 52 laps in the book. Let's just remind ourselves of what's been going on in the first part of the race. Glorious sunshine, lights went from red to green to get the Kyalami 9-hour underway. The field blasting away down towards the King, towards Crowthorne. Slow start by Marcus Winkelhock, but a worse start for Maxi Book with an electrical grounding, we think, killing the car going through turn 1. Everybody had to wriggle around it. It got going, but only briefly. Even before the end of Sector 1, the car stopped and was pushed off the circuit, and there was utter disbelief in the Gruppe and garage. A huge disappointment, of course, for Maxi Book himself. Kevin S made his move against Dennis Olsen for the lead. He grabbed it, but not for long. Olsen back in front, but eventually there would be a change and S would stay in the lead until the end of the opening stint. Chris Goodwin had the clutch fail as he tried to get back to the pits. He ran out of road and damaged the car, thus rattling at high speed over the curve, launched him back onto the circuit. It was wheeled into its garage, and even after an hour and a half, it was still there. On track, there were some good fights lower down. Martin Tomczyk had an incredibly wide BMW, but a mistake got him sideways and allowed Jordan Pepper through up one spot. Stephen Kane had a go in the sister car, but there was contact, and Stephen Kane lost out. Andy Suchek watched on. Rodrigo Baptista got ready for a stint in that car as the lead changed in easy fashion. Dennis Olsen allowing Estra to have his chance at the head of the field. So that put the number 20 Porsche up front. But as the pit stop cycled through, 107 Bentley was one of a number of cars that stayed on the original set of tyres, and that meant that it leapfrogged the opposition. Jordan Pepper into the lead after the first round of stops, with Gary Pappitt's Mercedes from Straka, which also stayed on the original rubber, second. As further back, Nick Katzberg, midway through stint 2, battled his way into the top 10 at the expense of the Honda and Marco Bonanomi. 107 Bentley leads the way. The team manager of the Perfect Circle 09 Porsche is being summoned to the stewards. So Johnny Westbrook is about to have a walk up the stairs. Andy Suchek looks on. Remember that the 107 Bentley in this race is Jordan Pepper, Maxime Soulé, Jules Gounon, whereas 108 is Rodrigo Baptista, who is in it at the moment, Stephen Kane, who was in it, and Andy Suchek, who will be in it.
So Romain Dumas slips down the inside. Just that view of Andy Suchek, he's also a number of drivers, they're wearing these cool shirts. Yeah. He's got that umbilical to plug in. So while the temperatures outside are probably pretty comfortable and warm for those spectators, they're a lot warmer inside these cars, so to compensate, they're using these cool suits.
Over the timing line, there goes Romain Dumas. Right up behind him is Calvin van der Linde. Still that WRT Audi, struggling for pace compared to the Land car.
I mean, he's flashing the lights. He might as well, I don't know, what's the point? Because he's not going to get the position given up voluntarily. Romain Dumas not going to fall for that one.
This is third, fourth, fifth again. Remember, Leeds, Bamber, Goetz is the order here. This, if you like, is the battle of those that are on the fresh tyres. And as they power up the hill once again here, so we have the race order: Bentley, Mercedes, Porsche, Porsche, Mercedes, Audi, Porsche, Mercedes, Nissan, BMW. Shows the variety we've got. In fact, stretch it down one further, you get the Honda in at 11th place. Ferrari 19th as the field plunges downhill. So, still looking, I reckon, at lap 63 for the next Maxi Goetz pit stop. We're on lap 55 now. Maxi Goetz, as things stand, would become champion.
Indeed so. And the prospect is that he might make further progress, because this car has been the quickest car of any in the race to date. And that was the time he set very shortly after that early pit stop. So Maxi Goetz has now found himself bundled up behind the third and fourth place Porsche. They're battling for the team Porsche to try and max out for the Porsche brand the manufacturer's championship title.
So you've got this battle on track to be fourth between green Porsche and South African flag Mercedes. That's also the battle for the championship, because Matt Campbell, who will take over the green Porsche, is vying for Maxi Goetz for the title. So I know there's a long way to go, said it again, but this is the championship fight as much as the battle for fourth place on the road.
And Max Goetz again looks to be capable of closing right onto the back of the green Porsche, but hasn't quite got what it takes. All the straights here not sufficiently long to give him the benefit of whatever the aerodynamic toe he's going to get. But certainly to me, Gertz looks to have the pace that the two Porsche directly ahead are not quite matching.
That Mercedes and Maxi Gertz went on to new tyres for this stint. If they can double stint this set, in other words, win back 40 seconds on the pit stop, that's going to be in the lead of the race.
Indeed. Indeed.
Potentially. Yeah. It depends if the Porsche's double stint tyres, that's the only caveat, but in theory it could be the leading car. So, plunge downhill, Maxi Gertz then is chasing after Earl Bamber. Still Maxi has the fastest lap of the race.
The driver that's sort of flying under the radar, we're not seeing him just coming into view now, is Christopher Mies, who's just set personal best in first and second sector. Your last lap 143.4, which is not a million miles away from the fastest race lap overall. So Christopher Mies is driving himself into that battle for what is in effect third place. Currently he's running in sixth.
There's a Honda that's in 11th place, and there's been a report of some smoke out of the back of that car. Yeah, there it is. Wisps of smoke as it goes down towards Crocodile.
That is not a healthy sign. It's on the overrun.
Yeah.
So it's coming out of the left bank. I don't think we're going to see that car running an awful lot longer. What I hope is that the vapor that's coming out from the left exhaust pipe hasn't got a whole load of oil vapor in it, which should immediately change the dynamic of the racetrack and lose that will be immediately following.
So the race leaders currently on lap 57, and that Honda, yes, we're getting a bit fearful about that. The team will be looking at it, they'll be studying the pictures as well, as there Christopher Mies in the background. What are his lap times? He's just done a personal best. He's taken, what, 6/10 out of the gap ahead, and there is the Honda in the pit lane.
Yeah, no, it's got a major problem. It's not going to be going too much further at the minute, whether that's a consequence of potential overheating or whether it's a secondary issue, which the team will put the car back into the garage and go to work on it. But yeah, I'm just keeping an eye on Christopher Mies over the last 5 or 6 laps, and as usual he is outstanding in an idea. Oh, that was the back marker. Porsche stays way off to the right, so let this battle for third place continue unimpeded. But even look at the acceleration. I mean, Gertz can barely get his nose ahead of Porsche, just getting a lap on it. That is 20th position.
Jordan Papper's just gone across the line, and he has now done 57 laps. So 57 laps done of the Kyalami 9-hour, the final round of the IGTC. Jordan Papper, home hero, leads here. Third, fourth, fifth, battle over the line. Leads Bamber, Gertz, Porsche, Mercedes. Christopher Mies behind them, still lapping quicker because certainly Bamber and Gertz are in the 44s. Mies is in the 43s. Audi got this 35 kilo weight break yesterday, making the car lighter and quicker, and still the teams were saying not enough. Chris Weicker of Audi was saying that it's only going to really help if it's wet. Well, nobody told Christopher Mies or Marcus Winkelhock or seemingly Christopher Haase when he gets into the car, because that is still being driven as hard as possible, and there it is, look, in the top 6.
Yeah, I think the reason why they say it wasn't really helping, it actually does help. It helps in acceleration, it helps in terms of braking, it helps arguably in terms of handling and road holding. But what it doesn't help is give them an uplift in horsepower, which is what they actually were seeking. They wanted another 50 or 60 horsepower to give them the ability to match the performance down into turn 1 that the principal competitors are able to do.
But Mies, who is a well-known star in Audis anyway, is still pushing, and as he comes now out of Learcott, inching up on the back as the Honda is in his garage, and you get the feeling that that might be staying there.
Yeah, when you get the oil smoke coming out of the exhaust pipe like that, that normally indicates there's an internal issue, motor issue, internal combustion engine, just to be correct, because everything's going slightly more than actually the NSX is a hybrid as a road car, but this is a pure internal combustion engine race car.
So the car in its garage, in comes Gertz. That's even earlier than I was anticipating. That's not a 37 lap stint, that's again quite early, so gets him out of the traffic and it gets him out of a crowded pit lane. But it's another shortish stint, but let's see what they do with the tyres here.
Well, it is a driver change, so that we are clear about. He came in early because they had problem, they're getting a load of rubbish into the air intake, so that was the principal reason that they made that early stop. So Maximilian Goetz has done a pretty impressive job. A set of tyres ready to go on. You can see the right rear marked up very, very clearly, so there's no misunderstanding. A brand new set of sticker tyres going on to the number 10 Mercedes. So the fuel has got to be, refueling has got to be complete before the team can then go about changing 4 wheels and tyres. There we go, the air jacks in. Left front on, brand new set of sticker tyres. That's always a lovely feel when you've been on a set of tyres. Well, in fact, so who's going to take over from Max Goetz? Is it going to be Hjalmar or is it going to be Lucas Stolz? Couldn't quite see who it was getting in.
Didn't quite catch the helmet getting into the car. So another set of new tyres, but we think Hjalmar Berman might be behind the wheel of it. Maxi Goetz, after a long stint, you can understand why he came in a bit early, because there'll be a driver fatigue issue possibly, but Jordan Pepper's still out there at the Bentley, still doing a really grand job.
Yeah, as I mentioned, the Bentley drivers have got the benefit of an onboard cool suit, which will help keep their body temperature at a much more comfortable level, and therefore the kind of fatigue that might set in will be helping. 28.8 is getting, so that's probably as warm, if not the warmest day we've had so far at Kyalami. It's the humidity at 46%, which is reasonable. The wind 24 kilometers coming from the north. Just the cloud base that builds. I mean, if you look at the very, very back of that cloud, you can see there is rain falling, probably to the east, northeast of Johannesburg. As we go back to Jordan Pepper, and he's done a sterling job. I mean, absolutely. I mean, it's an understated drive, but he's just been outstanding.
So when did that car come in? Which lap was that on? So I was trying to remember. It was lap 35, wasn't it? Just 2 ahead of the Porsches. So lap 35, that car came in. And we're now on lap 60, so he's not far off a stop.
It's interesting, the battle going on for 5th and 6th place. Mathieu Jaminet in the Porsche is fastest overall sector 2. And Christopher Mies had been fastest overall sector 3. So this group of cars have picked up the pace. They're still running in the middle, 1 minute 43s, not quite eclipsing the time that the number 10 Mercedes Max Goetz did. A very, very impressive run from Maximilian Goetz. So up the hill, this trio charge yet again.
So lap 60 we're on, lap 70 onwards you can anticipate the next real round of pit stops. And up front, 14 seconds is the margin. Now, the Bentley's going to have to do the whole thing, isn't it? Tyres, fuel, driver on the next stop. So 90 seconds, so we need to see where a minute and a half is going to drop that car to. In the pit lane, Bruce Jones has been busy going from garage to garage, and there's a lot going on. Bruce, what can you tell us?
Well, I popped down to Honda Team Motul, and Marco Bononomi is sitting dejected at the back of the car, not going anywhere, but gnaws the car. There's a lot of shouting, a lot of gesticulating, but he said the warning light, it wasn't just sudden smoke came out the back, he said he'd had that warning light on for quite some time. The pace was dropping away, but he's not quite sure if he gets his civvies on and goes home yet, but the fact they're shouting means maybe there is something they can do.
Bruce, was that a temperature-related issue that started the warning light coming on?
Yes.
And was that because there was a problem initially, or there was the temperature that led to the problem?
Marco didn't say, but I suggested I think it was possibly a problem rather than just simply the temperature rising.
Thank you. Thanks, Bruce. Disappointing, because that was a car going really nicely.
The car looked great.
Great, absolutely. So more of that, please. More customer teams for those cars, please, as well. Car with great potential. How is Mies doing? Well, he's right there, isn't he, now? He's part of that battle against the Porsche of Alabama, 0.6 of a second back. So this Audi, increasingly, is one that you have to factor in.
Well, I always believe that come the race, the strength that the Audi teams, whether it's the WRT team or the Land team, have got, is that they race exceptionally well. And a part of that ability is the turnaround speed when it comes to doing the driver change, the wheel change, the refueling and whatever, because they have won in the past races from being in the back foot almost to doing everything metronomically. And as is the case in every form of endurance racing, it's the least amount of time the car is stationary in the pit lane that ultimately leads to a victory.
Number 34 BMW is Nick Katzberg trying to get through the traffic. Number 17 of Michael Stevens is just up the road ahead. That car is down in 25th place, the local Ferrari, and Nick Katzberg rattles through in the slightly battered BMW. Katzberg's next target is former Blancpain Endurance Series champion Katsumasa Chio, and Chio San is right there ahead of him as they wriggle their way up now through Crocodile.
Katzberg, stunning driver, forceful and he needs to be. Again, looks to go early over to the left-hand side of the racetrack. On camera, right-hand side of the racetrack, as he would be seeing it. Trying to get a little bit of a better run off turn 16. The Nissan tucked up behind the Mercedes, and the focus of Gio beyond the Mercedes. Easy to forget that you've got a Nissan hovering all over the back of your car.
So Gio has a go on the inside of number 6 Mercedes, Patrick Assenheimer, who's also been in that car from the start. Assenheimer on the original set of boots, running in 7th place, doing a good job there.
Yeah, watch Katzberg up the inside. He's going to try and do it.
He is.
Yes, his
Nice
favourite part of the racetrack. A nice corner. If you can get out of Crowthorne cleanly, position yourself, you get that immediate run, and you can catch the car you're overtaking, which is on the right-hand side of the track. Off guard, Nicky Katzberg's done a twice. Object lesson on how to overtake in a difficult overtaking circuit.
We know he's good. Spa 24 Hours winner for Mark VDS, remember, a few years back. That's really what put him on the map, because he was in the second string car, but he was an absolute standout that year.
So he comes Hjalmar Berman in the number 10 Mercedes. Best lap, he's only done two pit stops. 1:45.3, that's not what I would expect from that car, but maybe just as the first flying lap down the inside. Oh, Christopher Mies showing the nose of the Audi.
So this is a very racy looking Audi against the Earl Bamber Porsche, coming now down towards turn 16 into Ingway. This might just take the pressure off Richard Lietz a little bit. He is running still third, Richard Lietz, but not as quickly as the leading Bentley. Still Jordan Pepper's last lap in the 43s, and you can't put this down to traffic because there's not that much around these cars at the moment. Mies goes through.
It's getting very, very untidy now. They're just on the outside, but the wrong part of the corner. They should have maybe backed off a little earlier, tried to make the undercut and make it a little bit easier. So Gio, racecraft not quite as good as it should have been. So again, the Nissan stuck up behind the rear of the 8th placed Silver Cup of D-Day. So Gio gets it done. I think almost Assenheimer sort of did the usual thing, just, well, I'll stay well over to the right, open the door up, and if you want to come through it, you're more than welcome.
Just had confirmation that the Honda has retired from the event. The only explanation given is mechanical, but the Honda, I'm afraid, has been confirmed as a retirement.
I think you might say it's retired because of oil failure, because a conrod or something or a valve has made contact with something it shouldn't have done, probably led through the heat. That we heard from Bruce Jones down the pit lane. There was a heat-related factor, but here's again the usual trouble: traffic catching the lead three, or not the lead three, third, fourth, and fifth cars, and Christopher Mies is the one again who's going to hopefully think he can gain out of this, but probably not in this lap.
Yeah, these are the lead three on new tyres, aren't they? Third, fourth, fifth overall. So Lietz, Bamber, Mies, the order. They've just got past Craig Jarvis in the Lamborghini Huracan, the early Huracan run by Stradale Racing, another of the local teams, and then look behind is Mathieu Jaminet. We shouldn't discount Jaminet because he's got a bit of a mountain to climb. Remember, he lost 10 seconds in the pits, but Jaminet is only 2.7 seconds off the back of Mies. So Jaminet there, look at the Fricadelli Porsche, the red and white car, comes over the timing line, and he is absolutely pounding along. He has lost a touch in the traffic on that lap, but he's eating back into the 10 seconds that he lost.
Wait until Nick Tandy gets behind the wheel, then we'll see. Nick did the absolutely blinding job on the shootout on a damp, wet track last night, and I mean, really illustrated just what these current RSR Porsches are capable of. GT3 RSs, in fact, are capable of doing. The RSR is the mid-engined version, which is used in a different championship.
And that was after Nick had been off the road and into the tyres and brought out a red flag in Q3. But he said, it's just like being back at Hensford in mini-stocks. You bounce off the wall and carry on. But it wasn't quite like that. He did have to get it out of the tyres and get back to the pits. But the damage was virtually non-existent, which was quite amazing. So, as the cars ride the curbs out of the S's, way up the curb there was Earl Bamber.
Yeah, Earl Bamber was getting almost to the point of beginning to get out of shape. He had to make some adjustments as he entered into the S's. The car, just look at the back end, was on a very ragged edge, or Christopher Mies would have read that thinking, I've got him.
So downhill they come once more into Crocodile. It's a great sequence of corners. Mies has a look. Can he get through? Oh, so close again, but the best he can hope for in a sense is to unsettle Bamber and see if there's a mistake. But you're talking about the best GT drivers in the world. Mistakes are few and far between.
I'm not sure that Christopher Mies, if he had the courage of his convictions and just stuck the idea there, he wouldn't have got away with it, because I'm not sure Earl Bamber would have wanted to go to war at this point in a race for a single position. It looked like a pass that was viable. Again, coming down into turn one. Is Earl Bamber going to stay on the right and let Christopher Mies go down the inside? Well, that looks to me like Earl Bamber just allowed a soft overtake.
He's going to get it back down because they went wide.
He's not quite far enough up alongside, but it did look to me a slightly soft way of saying, okay, Christopher Mies, I'm fed up with you in my mirrors. I'm going to let you get past. I'm going to follow you for a while. Still 7 hours and plus of this race remaining. Christopher Mies will be pleased with that. He had a go coming down into Crocodile, couldn't get it done. It was just on the limit. Got it done because he came off turn 16, got the run. But I have to say, Earl Bamber, in my book, you opened the door and asked Christopher Mies to enter in.
And both cars are lapping slower than the one behind because they're squabbling. So Mathieu Jaminet here, look, the former French Carrera Cup champion, he's getting closer and closer and closer all the time. Jaminet is another gun as we approach the end of the second hour of the 9, and he's almost there on the back of Earl Bamber. Single-seater star, Le Mans winner Earl Bamber, and he's coming under attack.
Yeah, Jaminet, you can see putting energy into his car. He's closing down now. He's going to be on the tail of Earl Bamber relatively shortly. So Bamber was in 4th place down to 5th place. So Jaminet has closed up. His natural pace up to this point has been quicker than the two cars directly ahead. Once he gets into the wash of Earl Bamber, if he can't execute an overtake pretty quickly, then he'll become the victim of being yet another car in a follow-my-leader kind of chain.
Now at turn 16, it's almost now 3 for 5th. This is Nick Mies from Bamber from Jaminet as they come through, 4th, 5th, 6th, I should say. They're going over the timing line is Ricard Leeds because Gary Paffett has pitted out of 2nd place, number 44 Mercedes. So Gary Paffett is in, there he is, and that is at the end of lap 65 for him.
So he came in roughly in 6th position. In the meantime, Baptista in the 108 Bentley has gone out fastest sector already in sector 1. So Bentleys have shown great pace. I mean, both cars are showing pace that they never indicated we were going to get in any of the running we had prior to getting into the race.
So Jordan Pepper remains the star turn at the moment. I mean, he's still able to lap quicker than a Christopher Mies type time or a Bamber time on the last lap. There is new tyres going on the Mercedes, which you expected because they double stinted the first set, so they had to get new tyres on this time.
Yeah.
Here in replay is Christopher Mies on the attack, and as you see how the cars, they touch the curb, lean on the suspension, bounce through the corners, but it was down here at turn 1 that he made that move, and Earl Bamber thought, yeah, go on. I mean, Mies was a little bit sideways because he braked so late. I think Earl Bamber thought, I better give you enough room, otherwise you might be coming into the side of me. He did fight back, but the Audi stayed ahead.
Yeah, and he sort of fought back. It was a soft overtake in terms of, I think Earl Bamber could have been more assertive if he had chosen to be. Certainly Christopher Mies knew that he had more pace than Earl Bamber has, and he's made that pass as quickly as possible, made it stick. New fastest lap, Hjalmar Berman has suddenly come alive. He's on a 1:43.1, fastest overall in sector 1 and fastest sector 3. So Hjalmar Berman, the number 10 Mercedes, down in 16th place. All of a sudden, back out the races.
So that stint from Gary Paffett was 37 laps, so they got a lot out of that set of tyres. 28 in the first stint, 37 in the second, so 65 laps out of a set of tyres in total. That's pretty good going. It's a good advert for Pirelli, I tell you this.
I'll tell you what's a good advert for the fitness of these guys, because this is not an easy circuit. I mean, albeit that each stint has been roughly 32, 33 laps, maybe a little bit more. It's a physical circuit. It's warm here at Kyalami. These are enclosed cars, you're not, as in an open single-seater, getting the heat that might be generated around you being drawn out of the cockpit.
Now, what are we doing in terms of the championship at this point? Matt Campbell has the advantage over Maxi Pook at the moment, who would tie with Dennis Olsen, Raffaele Marciello, who can't add to his tally, or couldn't anyway, really, over Maxi Pook. He's fourth as the perfect circle Porsche tries to get out of the way. He's back in the race, which is good to see. But the green Porsche right now, 2 points ahead of the red and white Porsche. Matt Campbell versus Dennis Olsen. Neither of whom is in the car, but it's down to their co-drivers here to not make mistakes, go flat out.
Christopher Mees, a little bit of a bobble, just coming down the hill again now. His focus is going to be on second place. Still Jordan Pepper. I mean, is this car making fuel? Has he discovered a way to not use fuel and lead a race?
There is Jaminet. Jordan Pepper, I was anticipating it on lap 72. He's now done 67. He leads. Richard leads by 18 seconds. Now he's losing a little bit of time. He lost 6/10 of a second, 6/10 on that last lap, so the gap is coming down. But it's still been an outstanding performance by Jordan Pepper. They're going to have to crowbar him out of the car, aren't they?
Well, I mean, he's got a cool suit on. He's a very fit driver, so he probably will get out of it pretty much unaided. Nevertheless, it is a stellar drive by Jordan Pepper to get the Bentley 107 into the lead and consolidate it on a set of tyres that had already completed one stint. And we're back to this battle for second, third and fourth. In fact, it's second, third, fourth and fifth. So Porsche, Audi, Porsche, Nicky Katzberg into the top six, and then Cheek Ho in the first of the Nissans.
And there's your race leader. That is Jordan Pepper, who, if he can, has got to get to lap 72 on a 37 lap stint. Needed 35 on his first, so might come in slightly ahead of that 72 lap mark, but either way, it has been, and John has just said it, an outstanding stint, double stint by Jordan and by the tyres, and it brings, at least for the moment, Bentley back into the game. Now, yes, just like we've seen with the Stracker Mercedes, which has gone to Tristan Vautier, they will lose places on the next stop, but it's been a very good effort. So there is Michael Van Rooyen getting ready to take over the Anne Valkenhorst BMW 36, and that's the Lamborghini that's coming to the pit lane.
Good to see the Porsche, the perfect circle Porsche, back out there, the power steering issue. So that's got back out and got himself caught up between this ongoing battle for second, third, fourth and fifth position, but steps aside, let them all go through cleanly. So Earl Bamber really beginning to sense that Mathieu Jaminet would also like to get through as quickly as possible. I'm going to say back in again. Yeah. That's unexpected.
Now here's your championship battle back and alive, isn't it? Because all of a sudden Mathieu Jaminet for Dennis Olsen is all over the back of the Bamber for Matt Campbell Porsche, and a change of place would tip the balance for the title back Dennis Olsen's way.
Well, as I noticed 3 or 4 laps earlier, Jaminet seemingly is getting more from his Porsche. You can see just the pace that he's been running, the way he's been able to use the car more. I think that Earl Bamber's probably had to drive within constraints. I don't know what those could be, but certainly Jaminet in the following car has had more confidence and able to run the edge of the racetrack with more confidence and carry more speed all the way around.
Yeah, exactly what we're seeing from Bamber mirrors what we were seeing from Vantor. Quick, but not quite as quick, that car, as the other two effectively works Porsches, the Fricadelli car there, nor the GPX one further up the road ahead. However, the last lap from Leeds and Mees, personal best, quicker than the Bentley. Now that says 42 Augusto Farfus.
Yeah, we saw
Tomczyk standing by.
Anyway, we're waiting to find confirmation if that is the case, but Jaminet yet again muscling all the way down the hill to try and find a way past third player, fourth place I should say, Earl Bamber. Riding those sausage curbs. There's a sausage curb pretty much at every corner around the Kyalami circuit. The idea is to make drivers respect track limits. If you hit them, it does throw the car up in the air. A big shock load goes into that corner. So there is Leeds, Mees, and now Jaminet goes down the inside again. An easy pass for Mathieu Jaminet. Earl Bamber opted not to try and contest it, and Jaminet just consolidates by putting his rear in front of Earl Bamber. So Earl Bamber not having as good a run as I would normally expect from the New Zealander, based now living in Malaysia.
The Bentley 107 is expected in this time, so it's another 35 lap stint, and Maro Engel has reported, and thanks to the IGTC press office for this, an ignition coil of cylinder 3 was damaged. That's why the Grupper M Mercedes has retired.
I mean, unbelievable. That's all I can say. I mean, it's probably an inexpensive item that is absolutely bulletproof. It's done 1,000 miles and God knows how many 24-hour races. It's like a condenser in my little 356 Carrera. You know, it's a top and halfpenny piece, and if it fails, there's nothing you can do except get another one.
Now there is the race-leading Bentley, which we are anticipating in this time. So if it is the case, it is. It's a 35-lap stint once again. So 35 laps for the Bentley, whereas the Porsches were doing 37s. Now, they might, if it gets cooler, be able to stretch that. But for the moment, they're playing it safe on the fuel, on the driver's stint time as well. In comes Jordan Pepper, and it's Maxime Soulet to get on board.
Interestingly, as the Bentley came in, the number 10 Mercedes, and that's just Yama Berman behind the wheel, just went through turn 16. So if this is going to be a 90-second pit stop, and that's a 1 minute 43 or 44 second, in theory, the gap between the Bentley when it rejoins the track and the Mercedes is going to be about 15 to 16 seconds.
But it's going to swing the advantage to the Porsches, because I anticipate they'll double stint the tyres on this next pit stop. So the Porsches will be able to get back to their natural habitat at the front of the field. Jordan Pepper deserves a big round of applause for that. And he's still got the freshness to run away.
I mean, you know, if you want to stay fit, go to the gym, do all the hard yards, because that's when it pays. In difficult conditions, okay, he's got a cool suit, and that helps keep your body temperature in check. Nevertheless, it's still a tough racetrack to do 70 laps around here. And that's the first part of how many miles, well, kilometres. 70 times 4.5. They were working on doing the maths expert.
Just looking at the mechanics doing the tyre changing, only two allowed to do all of the tyres. Two mechanics do each of the four corners. One brings the wheels round and the other undoes the bolts. Tyre goes on, wheel goes on, do the bolt, run to the next corner. So it's hard work in this heat. Repeatedly on the hour, effectively doing the tyre changes. It's talking about the drivers being fit, the pit crew that have to do that have to be fit as well.
Oh yeah, they all go to the gym as well. That's part of being part of a team, a modern team running at this level. The team all have gym programs to ensure that they're in tip-top condition. The good old days of going out on the lash the night before the race, well, thank goodness they're long gone.
When you used to be at the Kyalami Ranch. Now, there, number 18, that is Eduardo Liberati's Nissan that did a short stop last time around. And so that means that has now gained places because it didn't need to do tyres. It has gained, whereas the Bentley has lost this time around. But that's going to put Soulet 10th. Still better than it was in the opening stint. So the Bentley has gained, courtesy of the pit strategy. Liberati all over the back of him, but Liberati is on older rubber.
Yeah, but if Liberati can strike now, which he needs to do once the Bentley gets the benefit of another lap under its belt, having gone back out on a set of rubber, Maxime Soulet will be soon on it. So the Nissan Liberati needs to use even the tyres that have done goodness knows how many laps to take advantage of the outlap. Maxime Soulet, it's a sighting outlap. He knows that the car's fresh tyres. The field is somewhat different to the last time he's behind the wheel. But look at this battle going on. Christopher Mies all over the back of Richard Leeds, and there's the local Ferrari that's in the way, and it's going to be an issue going into the S's.
This is for the lead of the race. Don't forget now that the Bentley and the Mercedes are pitted, so the lead of the race, Porsche versus Audi. Christopher Mies, in a car that for the early part of the weekend looked nowhere, is now pushing to try to find a way past, and we anticipate these cars to be in on this lap. So down they come out of Learcott. It's going to be absolutely nose to tail between them on track, probably down the pit road as well. Richard Leeds leads the way. Christopher Mies is there in second spot in the Audi. They dive down through Crocodile.
Well, if they're both coming in this lap, there will not be any overtake attempt.
As Haas are ready.
Well, Haas is going to be in the car. He did a great job yesterday in difficult conditions. He was sliding the car over the racetrack. So we're waiting to see if the Porsche is also going to make its way into the pit. So no, it still stays on that one lap.
And what about the Fricadelli Porsche in the background? That's going to do another lap as well.
Yeah, the
so
dynamic
in comes the Christopher Mies Audi, as we saw, but also Earl Bamber bails possibly to give way now to Matt Campbell. But another lap squeezed out of this by the GPX and Fricadelli Porsches.
I just wonder will Dynamic Motorsport want to do any or make any changes, because for me this is the Porsche of the four that have been in contention that certainly in Earl Bamber's hands has not had the performance, and I'm assuming Earl Bamber is going to get out of the car. There we see, is he or not? One of the drivers is standing waiting as we look at Christopher Mies, and that is outstanding drive by Christopher Mies.
Yeah. And are they going to try and double stint tyres on that car? Well, it's going to be a tyre change on number 12. In comes 911, in comes 9, so the Porsche end of the pit lane getting busy. Up onto the jacks goes the Audi, so tyres taken by that Land Audi. And what are we expecting? Oh, sorry, lap 74 I'm anticipating in the lead, it's not 72. So, yeah, Leeds and Javelin have got another couple of laps yet, as they're the new Pirellis go on to 29. Apologies.
So we saw Christopher Lee step out of the Audi. Yeah. Did Earl Bamber step out of the Porsche or not? We didn't really get to see the completion of that pit stop. But the Audi is rolling before any of the Porsches that were ahead, so that's a good job yet again by the Audi group. And as they
staying ahead of the Porsche, all important. Yeah, Land is doing a ripper job in this, whereas WRT, you almost forget it here. With all due deference, the WRT car has really struggled. Calvin van der Linde is up to 3rd, but that's largely because other people are pitting.
Yeah, he's under
yeah. Well, a lot happening, a lot to happen. And still just under 7 hours of the race to go. Time's going past quite quickly as they're number 11, in 11th place rather. The BMW goes through, gains a place.
Matt Campbell shouldn't have given that up.
No.
I don't know what he was thinking. He should not have let the BMW get through. He should have done everything to keep him behind, because that's a car that goes to Farfus behind the wheel. If it is Farfus, we thought it was going to be Tomczyk. That's what we saw when he was in the pit. Anyway, Matt Campbell, I think you could have done a bit more to keep the BMW behind.
So through that car goes, but yes, we need to double check the BMW, Bruce, please, if you can, because it looked like Tomczyk was going to take it over, but it still shows Farfus on the transponder. It might be that they kept Farfus in it, it might be that the switch is in the wrong position. Either way, that BMW is on a mission. And look, Matt Campbell doesn't even stay with him. I know he's on his first lap into the stint, but hey, he's a pro driver. There's something about that green Porsche which either means it's got a different pace to run at, and they're hoping it'll be the right one come the end, or it's genuinely struggling.
It's been the runs of the litter of all the Porsches in the leading group so far. The other thing, of course, in deference to Matt Campbell, is he had put on a brand new set of tyres. These are not pre-warmed tyres. What some teams were doing is putting the rims out the back in almost like a sun trap to try and get a bit of natural heat getting into the core of the tyre and the rim. But if you're on a set of brand new tyres that are not up to race temperature, maybe caution is the byword to make sure you don't get caught out by a schoolboy error or schoolgirl error. There we go. There are the two Porsches into the pits in Leeds and Jaminet in tandem.
So that's at the end of lap 74. They're bang on target for 37 laps per stint then. So lap 74 down the pit lane come 20 and 31. They're together on the track. And there, look at this. Jelmer Berman goes ahead of Matt Campbell. That helps Goetz in the championship fight now. It does not help Campbell at all.
Campbell's had a bad start. I mean, he got overtaken by the BMW. He seems to have gotten ahead of the BMW, but he's got the Bentley stacked up behind. He's just had the Mercedes now elbow its way through. It's a good drive by Jelmer Berman, who still is the driver who holds the fastest lap of this race. Here are the two Porsches that have been contesting more or less the lead of the race since the lights went out.
Well, there is a double-stinted tyre stop for the number 20 Porsche, which blasts away. And what are they going to do for 31? Let's wait and see, let's wait and see, let's wait and see. It's a long stop again. They're going to do tyres. Seemingly, they're going to do the tyres.
It's the right thing to do. You've got 4 cars, you're trying to win a championship, you split your efforts. It looks like Richard Leeds stayed behind the wheel of the number 20 Porsche.
31 Mathieu Jaminet is going to have tyres, but yeah, up it goes. Nick Tandy has taken over 31. So that's the full service, isn't it? Fuel, tyres and driver.
So I'm going to watch with great interest to see what Nick Tandy did. He's, to me, the Porsche, the star Porsche driver in the shootout, and he's now got a dry track, and he can show us what he's capable of doing in this car. And this is the car I thought, as Jaminet behind the wheel was catching up to the tail of Earl Bamber, the way that Jaminet was driving it looked to me that car gives the drivers that degree of confidence. The less confidence coming from the number 20, the car, not coming through the number 12 car, the one that we had seen Earl Bamber in.
So there is Nick Tandy, but again, that seems to have been a slow stop. We'll get the pit stop times hopefully in a moment, but remember that even if you've done all the work, until you get to that 90-second point, you can't leave. Now that's the overall time in the pits, which doesn't actually help us on that last pit stop. We need the second stop alone, really, to try and quickly work out how much time, if any, was lost there relative to the target time in the pits.
Why would Land take 3 minutes and everybody else is 2 minutes 18:20?
Because they've had 2 stops with tyres, whereas others have had a stop for tyres.
So
they've had a long and a short.
Yeah. Okay.
Most teams, they've had 2 longs.
Yeah. So Christopher Hasse takes over from Christopher Mies. Christopher Mies, stunning stint, as you always expect. He's a right little sort of schnauzer, little German schnauzer. I mean, normally in England you talk about Jack Russell. He's the nearest they have in Germany is a schnauzer. He gets stuck in. He's a proper racer. So Christopher Hasse will go back. The 107. Waiting to see coming Maxime Soulet across the line in 3rd position with the Nissan directly behind.
Now, Jordan Pepper was an absolute standout in the opening stint in 107. Now he's got his breath back. He's with Bruce.
Jordan, tell me, you look so cool. Have you had a drive yet, or was it just a mere 70-lap workout?
To be honest, it was a dream to drive our Bentley Continental GT3. Had a tough fight with Tom Check at the beginning. To be honest, it was really way too hard for the start of the race. You know, he was driving everyone off the track, but let him do what he does, and I managed to get past him when he made a mistake, and then I put my head down. A nice easy double stint at the tyres, as everyone saw, and yeah, in the end it was on the limit, but it worked out.
Now, was that a pre-race decision to do the double stint to start with?
Yeah, I got asked the question, what do I feel with the tyres, and they felt pretty good, so I said, well, let's go for the gamble. It worked out perfectly. Right as we pitted, I got the delamination in the pit box, so everything was good.
Which tyre was it? I saw the tyres come off the car and be wheeled back, and one of them, the one you're talking about, had two great big ridges down the middle. Which tyre was it?
I think it was the rear right, to be honest. I might have picked up debris overtaking a slower car, something like that, so we can't really be clear what happened. But yeah, I think the luck was on our side that it happened on the way into the pits, and yeah, we take it as it comes.
Anyhow, it's not a bad story to have. Bentley leads here, but more importantly, a South Africa driver on home ground.
Yeah, I didn't think coming from 13th to the lead in 2 hours was possible, but I think it's going to be a cat and mouse game. As the Porsches on the opposite strategy to us now, Leeds didn't take any tyres, so it's going to be tricky.
Good stuff. Well done, Jordan.
So Jordan Pepper, after a great job. Now there is the car, and it's still in 3rd place. Now that is proof of how the strategy can work out for you, because the car with Maxime Soulet at the wheel is very much at the races.
It's worked for Bentley.
Yeah,
it may not work for every other brand in the race. It's worked for Bentley, so that's all they're concerned about, and they've got the car now into 3rd position. Richard Leeds and Nicky Catsburg 1st and 2nd.
So there is the Bentley. The other car it's worked for, as you anticipate, was the Stracker Mercedes. Tristan Vautier, last year's IGTC champion. He's in 6th place now, having taken over from Gary Paffett. But up front, Richard Leeds now has an advantage of 22 seconds. Where is Nick Tandy? He is 1 minute away from the race lead. So monitor this. Leeds to Tandy in an hour, a minute. What's it going to be at the end of the hour?
A bit less. One never
Thanks,
knows.
John.
No, look skyward. Look skyward. What's happening? We're getting a cloud base beginning to roll in. Now, we all have to go on our European global apps, weather apps, and this kind of time, 3:15, we're meant to see the beginning of a very prolonged period of heavy rain. At the minute, it doesn't look as if it's going to be an issue. If it will be, it'll certainly not be for maybe a further hour down the road. But right now, make hay while the sun is shining, and that's certainly what the Bentley team have done by astute pit strategy and a car that it's working with. The Bentley is traditionally a light car on its tyres, and they made it work. Jordan Pepper, I must say, an outstanding drive from the local boy. I'm not sure about the thingy, the caterpillar under his nose, but obviously somebody likes it.
It's all to do with Movember, isn't it? Growing a moustache and raising money for charity. It's a thing that you and I haven't taken part in, but lots do. So good on you, Jordan Pepper. Right, let's go back to the plot. Josh Burden in the Nissan 35 has just done 2 absolute best in sectors. So he is about to come up towards the timing line, and Josh Burden could be on for the fastest lap of the race. Number 25, Kelvin van der Linde for WRT. Pit stop length reported to the stewards. So WRT may have got its sums wrong in the pit stops, and therefore there's the confirmation. Greg Masters, John Walsh and the national stewards going to have a look at this and see whether a penalty is required.
And Vincent Voss, the boss of WRT, is here. Normally they don't make errors, and that's one that they clearly have made, and that penalty will be most likely a drive-through.
Josh Burden did not get the fastest lap. He missed out in the last sector by 35 thousandths of a second. There, number 29, Christopher Haase, who's had more IGTC wins than anybody, 4 in total, and he leads up to, sorry, he heads up towards the S's. 7th now after 2 long stops. So they're keeping fresh tyres on that car, but compromising overall position for the moment in doing that.
Try to notice what I consider to be the slight difference in driving style of Christopher Mies, who just stepped out of the Audi and given it to Christopher Haase. And Christopher Haase would drive in what I would call a more traditional style. Christopher Mies is a more slightly aggressive style of driving, as we're watching the racetrack with the camera. We're coming out of turn 13, 14, and then into Cheetah, which is this sausage curve dominated, and then they run off at the exit of the corner. 25 right on the tail. So I haven't seen an awful lot of 25, but Kelvin van der Linde presently more through the overlap and stopping, and when you're not stopping, running in 5th place. Last lap was a 1:44.1. Others around who are doing, well, sort of high 43s into the low 44s.
Over the line there goes Jelmer Berman. He's on the back of what's still being shown as Augusto Farfus. If it is Augusto at the wheel, he's in 8th place now. Jelmer Berman is 9th. Matt Campbell down in 10th. That green BMW is starting to look, whisper it.
Porsche, not BMW.
Sorry, I mean Porsche.
I knew what you meant, but I had to sort of say it.
Well done, John. It proves you're paying attention. Whisper it. It doesn't look as relevant, that car, as it did at the start of the race.
But even if Lawrence Van Voor did a good job, but it never looked to be quite the real deal that some of the other Porsches around it were. And then when Earl Bamber took over, I wasn't convinced that Earl Bamber had the confidence that he would normally display to run that number 12 Dynamic Motorsport Porsche at his regular pace.
So the championship, he's keeping tabs on all this. At the moment, somehow Fred Verviche is going to win it, and yet his team manager's got to go and see the stewards. So Fred Verviche ahead of the non-scoring, non-participating Maxi. But I mean, Maxi could still win this if all the others had huge dramas and ended up in a big heat. Maxi Goetz 4th.
Not on loan.
No.
Not on, imagine.
But look, none of the Porsche drivers are on that list, and yet when we had the graphic in the first hour, it was Porsche all the way.
So we've got 6 hours and 40 minutes of this race to go. So Jelmer Berman just putting his toe in the water with the BMW to see, is there going to be any concede of ground, or do I just be patient? You've done the right thing, Jelmer Berman. This part of the racetrack, it's easy to be led into a closing gap situation. As the number 12 Porsche, Matt Campbell. So David, I don't know what to say more about number 12. I think we've pretty much said it.
Yeah, well, either the car is genuinely struggling for pace, or there is a plan. But right now, he's nearly a minute adrift. He's 51.9 seconds away from the leading GPX car. So a lap being a minute and 43, that's a good chunk of time adrift, and it's hard to get it back. There is Farfus fending off still the hard-charging Jelmer Berman. Remember, Berman has that fastest lap of the race as they come now out of Barbecue Bend, past the support race pits, down they come towards Sunset. In the background, the Perfect Circle Porsche with Silvio Scribanti at the wheel back in the race. Goetz fending off any possible challenge from Matt Campbell.
Yeah, and really, I think Campbell probably is not in his radar, particularly at the minute. He's thinking about getting through ahead of Augusto Farfus, who is hard nut to crack. So he's not going to leave any opportunities. And I mean, the smart thing to do if you're being caught by a quicker car is to slow that quicker car down at a part of the racetrack, and then you get on the gas and squirt away. And I suspect that Augusto Farfus has got that particular tactic well worked out.
You're right, Ricard Leach still leads the race. Where is Bentley 107? Maxime Soulet's last lap was a 44.5, so he's losing time now, even though he's on new tyres, to Ricard Leach, who's on the old tyres.
Did I not say an hour and a half ago, would the Bentley be slower on new tyres than it is on used tyres?
You posed the question.
Why? Nobody can explain. It's just Sod's law.
Well, I think the next target for Bruce when he gets a moment is to go and find Matteo Braga from Pirelli and ask Pirelli what its thoughts on these tyres are, because genuinely it is fascinating.
But the difference is 2 different drivers.
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, and
so
driving
that
styles.
Might be the factor. That may be the only factor.
I'm sure the Pirelli guys have got a thought about this. They'll be looking at all the data and studying it hard as the battle here for 8th, 9th, 10th comes across the line. So Berman a bit stuck behind that BMW, which, as we have seen, can be a very wide car in this event, whether it's got Augusto Farfus or previously Martin Tomczyk at the wheel.
Yeah, I mean, Berman he's called him. He knows what the deal is. Farfus 8 a walk in the park. And Matt Campbell actually is beginning to close up fractionally. Still don't think it's going to be an issue for Berman, because I don't think the Porsche has the ultimate pace of these 2 cars directly ahead.
Maxi Gertz, Lukas Stoltz look on. Augusto Farfus in the Schnitzer BMW, you see on the back of the car, Godspeed Charlie. Remembering the late Charlie Lamb, who passed away around about a year ago, and it was in Macau last year that he and Augusto won the GT World Cup. It was Charlie's last victory. He's still much missed. I mean, been the guiding force of the Schnitzer team for so long, through DTM, BTCC, European Touring Car, World Touring Car, GT successes, you name it, he was there, he did it.
Yeah, Mr. Schnitzer. Right. Fantastic man.
So downhill through the mine shaft, plunges Farfus, chased by Berman, and then Matt Campbell next in the queue. Just over 6.5 hours remain. A lot has been happening thus far, a lot more still to come. Richard Leeds leads then from Nick Katzberg, and the gap is 23.2 seconds. I mean, Katzberg's second in that Valkenhorst BMW with its rear damage. There is another one, to go back to our radar. It's flown underneath it.
Well, we saw Sheldon van der Linden in the car. Or in ABS in that car.
In the
Schnitzer one. And I mean, he, in difficult sort of mixed and match conditions, was the star of that one session. So the car has got performance. Maybe certain track conditions work for it slightly better than others, but right now you've got perfect track conditions, and able to defend from Jelmer Berman. Jelmer Berman is down in 9th place, so Farfus 8th. Matt Campbell sitting there thinking, what did I not maybe do on my outlap? If I'd done something a bit more assertive, I'd be ahead of both those cars.
Remember a few laps ago I mentioned that the gap between Leeds and Tandy was a minute. Well, it's now 59.5 seconds, so it's not tumbling in the way that Fricadelli would like it to.
No, that's...
Not yet.
No. I mean, a lot of it can be just when you get caught with traffic.
It's Christopher Haase, who is chasing Tristan Vautier. New tyres for both. And last lap around, Haase was 0.6 of a second quicker, so he's on a mission, and he's brought the gap down now to just over a second between the Audi and the Mercedes. So that's going to be a change shortly for 6th place. Christopher Haase is flying, and I'll come back to it. The Land team, yes, the car is lighter than at the start of the weekend, but compared to the WRT car, this has got seemingly much better pace. That said, the WRT car is now ahead because it's done one long, one short stop. So strategy has brought WRT back into the equation, but Haase looks the real deal in this again.
Well, Christopher Haase is, without doubt, the real deal. He's got an opportunity because of the local Ferrari, the Group N Ferrari, and compromises Christopher Haase slightly. Vautier went rather wider out of turn 16, so what Christopher Haase might have thought was a bit of a... Look, the Ferrari's straight line speed is even greater than that of the faster in a lap time Audi, but he bails out of it, and that's been noticeable. Some of the local cars in straight line performance matching those that are leading the race.
Up through the Jumski sweep towards Barbecue Bend. There you go. And currently we are on to lap number 83. So Richard Leeds race leader, 23 seconds good. He's just edging away from Katzberg. What about Katzberg to Soule? That keeps going up, in fact. So the next man on a mission, when you get Haase or Farfus, actually, they're the next really quick two that are looking to gain places, gain ground, bring down gaps. So there is Haase, turning his way out of Clubhouse up towards the S's, where the road drops away to climb up the hill the other side. So the former ADAC GT Masters champ, European GT3 champ, Blancpain Endurance champ, multiple Nürburgring 24-hour winner, Sepang 12-hour double winner, Spa 24-hour winner, Dubai 24-hour winner, you name it, Christopher Haase has won it in a GT car.
That's page one.
Yes, that's right, on it goes. And what can he do to win the Kyalami 9-hour? Well, he can push, and it's working as he gets closer to the back of Vautier. 0.6 it was at the start of this lap.
Pushes in a different way. to Christopher Haase. It's a more, I would call it, traditional style of driving, not quite so late and quick turning. There's looking going on behind. Well, there's the battle for the BMW, the battle with the Mercedes and Matt Campbell's Porsche. So all Jelmer Berman has done is caught himself right up again to the tail. But Farfus late on the brakes, gets it slowed down, gets it turned in. Matt Campbell sitting watching all the action directly ahead. He's closed himself up principally because the pace of the BMW is not quite that of what the Mercedes would run naturally on its own, and it's dragging actually number 12 Porsche back up to this battle.
Yes, I was just about to say that. He's caught up again thanks to the BMW being delayed by defending, the Mercedes being delayed by being stuck. And out of the 28 that started, 26 still in the race, and we have the cars coming up through Barbecue now to sprint along the back straight past the Sport Race pitch. The ones we've lost, we know that. Ripper Ants. Sorry, no, 25 still going because we've lost the Honda as well, haven't we? The Honda, the Garage 59 Aston, I think has retired because it's now 81 laps down, and the 999 Mercedes has officially retired, of course, for its opening lap dramas. But poor old Garage 59, lots of the mechanics in really jolly mood at lunchtime, and 2 laps of the race, and the cars in the garage looking pretty terminal.
Interesting on these 3 cars, they're running behind Group N Ferrari. We saw that at really strong straight line speed in relation to the Audi a few laps ago. So that's a car that's going to come into play. Gauthier having a little sniff down the inside, maybe just to put the Mercedes in the mirror, just to irritate Augusto Farfus, but closer coming off Learcourt than he's been maybe in a previous lap. Campbell is slightly further back.
Christopher Haase's pit stop is under investigation. The team manager has to go to the stewards. There it is, look, on the screen. So we've been getting excited about both Audis, and both of them are under investigation for something on the last pit stop.
No penalty, though, just an investigation.
Yeah, well, you investigate, you talk to the team manager, you discuss, you apply a penalty if required, I suppose.
That's the caveat, if required.
If required, yeah. But it's being looked at.
Yeah.
What's that adage about no smoke without fire? Over the timing line goes Jelmer Berman, and he is hustling on in pursuit of Farfus. Campbell's dropped back again, so again on pure pace, he just can't quite stay there.
No, he can't. The BMW's got speed where he needs it, and that's been spalling out for Jelmer Berman, and to a lesser degree Matt Campbell. But again, it's this red Ferrari, one of the local, I think it's the 348. Is going to come into play maybe towards the tail end of this lap. Oh, he's allowing them to go through. He's indicating to go through on my right-hand side. So he's going to stay on the left-hand side of the track and let those 3 cars that are battling go through. They're good driving. Good driving.
I was getting worried about 188 a little while ago. Bruce is there for us.
Well, shortly after Chris Goodwin brought the car in, you know, their balloon absolutely spiked. He said what they wanted to do was take the gearbox out, put a new one in, because this car is going to leave here and get shipped on to its next race, which is the Bathurst 12, the first round of next year's IGTC, and they want to make sure that all is fine, because they can't play with it when it's on a ship, but they can play with it. It will be going out in the next couple of minutes. So 2 laps, and then a few more from now on.
Okay, thanks, Bruce.
Bit of a job to change a gearbox, but that's what the team wanted to do, to get some miles on it to ensure everything's working. So all 3 of these cars have gotten through the tail end Ferrari. Cleanly no loss, no gain to any one of the 3. So the Ferrari did that good job by staying wide on the entry into Sunset, and on they go. Matt Campbell again, fractionally closer to the tail of the Mercedes. And Jelmer Berman still really no answer for the straight line performance of the BMW, but closer, reasonably close now. Whether he feels that's worth the risk to have a punt down the inside as we go back to some of the other action.
Just looking to see where Nick Tandy is. He's 58.3 seconds back, so he is creeping closer, but he's not exactly carving into that margin, is he?
No.
There is possibly a challenge, but no. Jelmer Berman thought about it. That BMW, well, think about Nick Katzberg gaining places in the Valkenhorst car at that part of the circuit. Augusto Farfus using his strength on that climb to be able to defend.
Yeah, I mean, there are some drivers who are soft overtakes, and some who are tough nuts. And Augusto Farfus is what I would put into the latter category. You know, you don't come through the world of touring cars that he has succeeded in by not getting your elbows out and not, you know, using every opportunity to your advantage.
Down through the S's he sweeps. Lap 87 for the race leader we are currently on. And as we are with just 6 hours, 28 minutes to go. Let's have a quick look at the best bits of the Kyalami 9 hour thus far. The lights went from red to green after a 37-year absence. International sports car racing, the Kyalami 9 hour was underway and back with a stellar entry, and it all went wrong for championship leader Nancy Book at the first corner. The car slowing right down with a damaged coil on cylinder 3, ultimately being given as the reason for its retirement. The team could not believe it. The car was pushed away, and that was that. Dennis Olsen led early on. Kevin S made a move for the race lead. He got it, but not for long. Estra ran wide, Olsen back into the lead of the race, and on lap 3 Chris Goodwin had the clutch fail. He went off the circuit, and as he came back across the grass of the curb, bang, did huge damage to the underside of the front left corner. They've had to change the clutch, and it's taken a long time, but the car has just left the pit lane. It's a mere 83 laps down, but it's in the race, which is the important thing. Good battle was going on between Martin Tomczyk and Jordan Pepper, and with Tomczyk making a small mistake, up past him went the one Bentley. Stephen Kane seized his opportunity but made contact and lost out. Andy Suchek watching on from the pit bunker. Then Dennis Olsen slowed and allowed Kevin Estra through into the lead of the race to see what his pace was going to be like and to take some of the pressure off him and apply it to the Frenchman instead. Estra was good, he was on his toes, he built up the lead with in third place Laurens Vanthoor coming back as the leading Porsches fitted together single stinting tyres, whereas the Bentley that double stinted its Pirellis took over the race lead, and Nick Katzberg got himself up the inside of Marco Bononomi for 10th place, diving up through barbecue. The Honda, however, was not long for the race, with the smoke coming out of the back, mechanical problems putting the car into its garage and into retirement as a dive on the inside from Christopher Mies put him up past Earl Bamber, the Audi from the Lamb team, working its way into contention all the time. Jordan Pepper was an absolute star, though, with his double stint keeping 107 Bentley up front. He then had to make a long stop for tyres as well as for fuel. That dropped him back down the order, and it was the number 20 car with Richard Lietz at the wheel defending from Christopher Mies' Audi. When they pitted, Mies took on tyres and dropped back, and down the order fell, of course, the 107 Bentley, Maxime Soulet at the wheel of it, and that car third after the most recent round of pit stops, with another great fight going on here between Matt Campbell and Jelmer Berman. Berman going ahead for position. So this is almost like Spa all over again. Number 20 Porsche up front, looking strong, looking dominant. Richard Lietz then, along with Kevin Est and Michael Christensen, who is yet to go. Remember, Kevin and Michael share a WEC Porsche, and it is their race engineer from the WEC, Adam Hardy, that's overseeing the programme this weekend as well. And that car now leading by 24.8 seconds from Nick Katzberg's Valkenhorst BMW, as Christopher Haase here, John, is right on the back of Tristan Vautier.
Yes, he is, but what can he do? He's tried hard. They've all been trying hard. They've all been very trying at times. And all you can do is just keep putting the pressure where possible. So there's the 25. He has a sniff down the inside. Christopher has thought about it, but again, not sufficiently alongside enough to make that as a move that would be clean overtake and wisely. Again, Christopher Haase's driving style is not of the aggressive nature, where Kelvin van der Linde, the local boy, has got a more inherently natural aggression in his driving style.
Vautier's also a bit stuck, isn't he, behind Liberati's Nissan there. So this is 5th, 6th, 7th looking at, coming down to Ingwe and Liberati, the Nissan just ahead of Vautier. And that is the Lamborghini off the road. It is Davi Joubert who is behind the wheel of it. And Joubert has done quite a bit of damage to that car. He's not long into it either, so Davi Joubert off the road.
Will this be a localized yellow? Will it be maybe a full course yellow? Will it be a dive down the inside for Christopher Haase? But again, just that little bit too far behind. So the Lamborghini bodywork fairly heavily damaged around the front of it, but undoubtedly nothing of any significance in terms of the driver being able to get out and walk away. Look at the damage, and well, love to have finished my home race.
Well, let's see whether he can drag it back. Looking to see full course yellow is deployed. So full course yellow, everybody has to slow down instantly. all the data is there to the race direction team to see if anybody speeds. The race director calls for the full course yellow. He gives the teams a countdown, just as he will give them a countdown to the green flag. But I would anticipate that once everybody has slowed and got into position, the safety car will ultimately be deployed when we get close to the restart, because that way they can go faster and get the tyres back up to temperature. But as David Hubert walks away, that's pretty much the end of that Lamborghini, isn't it?
Yeah, no, he's hit an unprotected barrier.
Oh.
And I mean, that's been coming down the hill. That's been coming down through mineshaft. And it looks like he's gone onto the grass on the left-hand side and gone diagonally across the racetrack. Certainly the left front's had a fairly severe smack. Now, was he getting out of somebody's way, or was he maybe slightly assisted in it? But whatever it was, the outcome is that car will be on the back of a recovery vehicle, back to the team, and that's their race run.
So now this is where the strategists in the pit start to earn their corn. Certainly 62 is in, so that brings the Marvin Kirchhofer Aston in. And look, number 20, the leading car, is in the pits. So under the full course yellow, Richard Leet dives in straight away. New tyres go on.
Absolutely, sticker tyres.
So that's at the end of lap 89 for that car. It'll do 89 as it trims the beam. So it's going to be a full service. Michael Christensen, and look, lots of them are taking advantage because they know this is going to be a long period.
Potentially it could be 5, maybe more than that laps. Depends whether there's damage to the barrier that needs to be attended to, or it's simply just a case of getting the Lamborghini up onto the back of a recovery vehicle and removing it to the safety. But whatever it is, it's not going to be... It's going to be a minimum 5 laps, probably maybe longer.
So virtually everybody is coming down the pit lane out of the top 6 at the moment. But Michael Christensen, I mean, that just played right into their hands. He was so close to pit in, it was an easy call.
Sometimes better to be lucky than good.
Indeed.
Whatever. Look, you make your luck in this sport, and you know, where you are on the racetrack when you get a full course yellow is just something that nobody can predict. And if your team are on their toes and they say, now, in, box, that's, you're just the beneficiary of circumstances that were not in anybody's control.
So more and more and more of them are pouring into the pit lane. Bentley 108, 35, Josh Burden is in. I mean, it's virtually everybody.
No, they just come in for a top-up. Or there's going to be a full service on the port. I think they just came in for top-up. So the 12 Porsche continued driver, the same, just a refuel, and likewise the sister car. So Nick Tandy, has Nick Tandy benefited out of this Banicha team? He was 5th at the point when they all came in.
He will benefit because when the safety car comes out of the restart, they'll all bunch up, so he'll save some of the time. So the gaps will disappear.
And likewise, I wonder just, of course, this in and out stop any better than that of any of the other. So Firefuss has come. Is that Firefuss? Is it the idea? Christopher Haas is likewise, I think, is just ahead.
Like I say, just about everybody is in. But a lap before, Yelmer Berman had been in number 10, so we need to see whether that on the next pass of the timing line has benefited number 10 or hindered it, given where it was in the queue and when it pitted relative to the full course yellow. There is
Sven Muller.
Sven Muller 911 Bernhardt car. Christopher Hauser behind him, so Hauser might have lost out a little bit on that. Berman is 12th currently, it seems, but we'll confirm at the end of the next lap. Sheldon van der Linde has taken over 42 BMW. And why is that BMW almost expired? It's probably not yet got to its pit stop time regulation. So that BMW, I think, rather than a problem, it might be waiting for the time to trim, that's allowed out. Number 25, we understand, is going to be given a time penalty on its next regulation pit stop.
So it was a kind of slap in the wrist, but not really a full-on whack.
Yeah.
You know, it's just a small amount of extra time you stay in the pit. Could have been worse, could have been a drive-through. So whatever the infringement was, it wasn't exactly capital punishment. So, you know, take it, move on.
We will get more news on that, I'm sure, from the stewards. Number 10 was this is the Berman Mercedes. It was a joker pit stop for fuel only. A joker pit stop, meaning you were slightly under the time that you needed to be. And that's been taken. You're allowed one of those pit stops where you're a second short. Right, there is the damaged Lamborghini. And still it's being retrieved. Car off the road. Driver out of the car, as we saw. David Hubert.
no matter how slow the impact, it's still an impact, and especially the straps. Let's have a look and see if we go. It looked like a self-assisted.
It's come from the inside across.
Yeah, well, yeah, I said all that when we saw the skid marks on the track. So we just gone across the track. There's nothing he's going to do to stop, and hits the barrier pretty heavily, and so certainly a bit of carbon fibre damage. Front suspension, hopefully nothing more structural than that. But how he got out to the left, we didn't quite see, and that was whether there was an issue on the car that caused him to do that, or whether it was a driver error.
So here is the safety car. This means that everybody now will bunch up. It also means that the cars will go quicker, ready for the restart to get warmth into their tyres. But the safety car circulates until it has the leader behind it. Then the lights are switched on. Then it picks up its pace. So we are still under full course yellow conditions until the safety car puts the lights on and picks up the race leader. If it's a green light, it means you can go past me. If it's the yellow lights that are on, it means we're under safety car conditions. We're under full course yellow at the moment until this car is behind the safety car. And the safety car is on track in readiness.
Well, the safety car is not a million miles behind it. There's a pretty quick GT3 RS, whether it's a Gen 1 or Gen 2, of course, that's very important to know. Nevertheless, it's got performance, and will soon be catching up to the lead race version of the sort of semi-track day version that is our track car. Great to see it.
The answer in part to the question, has this helped Nick Tandy, is yes, because he was outside the top 10 and he's now running 5th. So he's certainly gained track position over a number of cars, and the gaps, of course, are going to be much reduced on the restart. But number 20, the leading car, has under full course yellow virtually had a free pit stop because it's been able to do fuel, tyres and a driver change and keep its lead. Well done, that team.
Yeah, no, that's just being right place, right time. I mean, all you can say to that one. So up the hill about 50 kilometers per hour. Waiting still for the safety car to catch up. I'm surprised it's not with it already. If I'd been in the safety car, I would have been up with them long ago. I've been putting, laying down big black marks coming out of there it is.
It's nearly there. Yeah.
Out of Learcop, just to show just how good these Porsche are.
Guy Claret, racer himself, is the safety car driver. Number 29 Audi there. That's Christopher Hauser still at the wheel. That's dropped back into 11th now. 25 Audi is 10th. But, of course, that is going to lose ground on its next pit stop with the penalty being applied. So the full course yellow conditions are still in force until Alain Adon says, let's now go safety car.
David, look at the difference. There's the road car. The Rev's a bog standard road car. There's the race car.
It's on steroids.
I mean, it's pumped up like you can't believe. I mean, the road car looks puny.
It does in comparison, and yet you stand next to it.
I'm going to get mine back.
Makes my little Cayman look terribly tame, doesn't it? Right, there is the leader, Michael Christensen. Fresh into the car. Now, look, lights are on, so we're going to go safety car, and that's going to be ready for the restart of the race. Safety car conditions now.
So there's the tail of the field. I mean, we've got virtually a lap for the rest of the field to make up ground. They're all still running at the pace of the full course yellow.
Now the message has to get through to that Ferrari to go quicker, otherwise those two cars behind are going to be badly compromised.
Yeah, absolutely. That's maybe not understanding the rules clearly until it is explained to you clearly is probably part of the reason. Of course, those behind aren't prepared to overtake, which would maybe see them getting a penalty.
So this is where the team messaging system to the race director is going to light up, because even the safety car is being held up.
Yeah. So the Ferrari's picking it up now a little bit, not massively, but certainly looked at, well, I thought it was, maybe it's not.
I mean, this is going to massively disadvantage the Lechner Porsche and the SRO Motorsport Aston Martin, isn't it?
Yeah.
Exactly. The SRO Motorsport are saying, tell the Ferrari to go quicker.
Look, it ain't getting through. It ain't getting through. It doesn't matter what you tell them, it ain't getting through. We'll stand out in the middle of a racetrack with a pit board saying, get on with the programme.
It's one of the local national teams, but it's an international race, and compromising those cars behind, sadly.
In fairness, maybe the radio's gone down.
Yeah,
all these things can happen. Oh, now the other two have decided let's throw caution to the wind. We're going to pull out, and whether they've been given instruction from the race director via their team to overtake and pass the Ferrari. Now the Ferrari's picked up the pace. It's picked up the pace as well. Oh my goodness.
Probably confusion in the cockpit as much as anything. Well, they've suddenly speeded up, why can't I? But yeah, the team has to play a part in all of this as much as the driver. And the safety car has to slow its pace so it doesn't catch the Ferrari, which is not the requirement. Right, have a look at the second place car, because it's the 44 Mercedes now. There is one back marker between it and the leader. Third is Christian Cronjes, they're the BMW. Fourth is Matt Campbell, and Nick Tandy is fifth. They're all in a line. Tandy has gained massively on this safety car period.
Who's your money on to get the benefit, to gain the advantage out of this full course yellow safety car?
Tandy's gained it already. He's gained at least 6 places, and he's gained the best part of a minute in time.
I meant from now forward.
Tandy.
No, but from now forward to the front.
Tandy's
going to pass Campbell, Cronjes, Valtier and Christensen.
On his pace, he's going to be able, I would have thought, to get past the green Porsche. Vautier's Mercedes haven't had the natural pace early on in the weekend, so I think he can make up yet more ground. I think Christensen will keep his lead, I suspect, but Tandy can make more places up. Yeah, absolutely.
He certainly can if he can overtake, and I would say that catching and being where he is and then overtaking those 5 cars ahead or 4 cars ahead of him is a slightly different challenge. Unless the green Porsche, the one that we've seen maybe being slightly the softest of the Porsche options, gets out of the way and lets him get onto the tether Cronjes. But the BMWs have been strong in the straight line. It's not. He may do so by the end of the stint, but it ain't going to be a walk in the park.
Now, also with the pit stops that we've just had, it throws all the calculations for the next round out of kilter, because they've done a very short stint and long stops on the full course yellow in some cases, and others short stops. So come back to this interest of the older and the newer tyres, and we are currently on lap number 93 here in the Kyalami 9-hour. Safety car conditions trying to get everybody in a line, and the line is growing. The one that we might not get on the back is the Ferrari. The team is pushing the driver, saying, come on, come on, come on, but Kishore Patimba new to racing at this level.
I thought you were going to say that the line is groaning as it waits and waits and waits for the rest of the field to catch up to the tail of this group of cars.
Nearly there.
Yeah, I think it's not bad. Looking for that Ferrari. Can we see it anywhere? It hasn't appeared yet out of barbecue. Still haven't seen it. On the way Bentley, anyway back Maxim Soule. Anja Suchek, on the way in 15th place. He's got a load of traffic to find his way through, as Sheldon van der Linde likewise in 13th. So a lot of quick cars out of position. Jake Dennis in the Aston Martin, 17th. Nick told me on the grid before we went on air that he actually plays in the local darts league.
Is that right?
Yeah. So he's quite fond of going down to probably the local, getting involved in a county championship darts league, and he enjoys it very much.
Now we await the confirmation of the safety car to come in. But for the moment, number 20, the GPX Porsche, leads the way. The one that's really been compromised is Jake Dennis in 76, because he's second in the queue, but therefore he's directly behind the leader. He's a lap down.
Just said he's in 17th place.
Yeah.
So that's, I mean, a real, for our motorsport, who hoped to get something better than the sister car 62, not much further up, and in the 16th position with Mervyn Kierkoffer behind the wheel. So they're not having a great day presently, but we've still got 3 hours. Or 6 hours and 9 minutes. There's the Lamborghini, still not cleanly removed. It will be very shortly once they get those cables attached to it. Hopefully the parts, the towing hook at the front of all these cars, mandatory of course, hasn't been damaged because it did take a bit of impact on the front of the car.
Yes, there's a limited amount of front of car left after that. He's gone through the gravel, hasn't he? As you said, he's come across the road all at high speed, so big impact. Safety car in this lap, so we're going to go racing this time. Vautier second, Cronjes third. It is Matt Campbell fourth, it's Tandy fifth, Jules Gounon is sixth. And let's just quickly look at how we are for the championship. Matt Campbell now would be the champion. Really? What? How? And 2 points over Fred Verviche, but he's got a penalty to serve. Maxi Book is a spectator. Dennis Olsen watching Tandy in the 31 Porsche, his car.
It's almost as if there's a sympathy for Maximilian Book that nobody's trying to win this championship. They're going to let him walk in the back door having not completed a lap. You know, it's seesawed around about 60 or 62 points at any given point. Now it's Matt Campbell on 60, Verviche on 58, Book at 58, Olsen at 58, and you never know. But in fact, I mean, if 58 points wins the championship, there are 3 champions, in fact. No, well, it depends wherever Vish and Campbell finished. But anyway, it's an interesting sort of juxtaposition.
When you come to a tie-break of wins, if that's a tie, no seconds. Well, Maxi Book hasn't had any wins, so that's it's him. Right, lights out on top of the safety car. We're heading up to the end of the 3rd hour. Michael Christensen has not yet done a proper racing lap, has he? Because he got into the car under full course yellow. He's driven it under the safety car, so he's had time to familiarise himself, get ready, and now he's about to push as they come through Crocodile. Jake Dennis is on his toes to try to unlap himself, but then there's Vautier, Croniers, Campbell, Tandy. So, yes, as I say, Nick Tandy has had a real get-out-of-jail-free card with this race suspension period. There you've got the lap perfect circle Porsche delaying the Bentley a little bit, coming down towards turn 16. Andre Bazardenhout at the wheel of it as Bazardenhout comes now over the timing line. So, Christensen leads, 1.3 seconds the margin to Vautier. What can Tandy do for the rest of this stint then as they come down towards Crowthorne? Croniers is all over the back of Vautier. Vautier up the inside of the Aston Martin. Goes through, goes wide, goes off. Loses second. Is he going to lose third? Yes. Is he going to lose fourth? Yes. Tandy gains a place as they go. There's contact. Tandy gets collected. He's all over the curb. He's back on again. He's gone through, but the Porsche picks up damage. Wow.
Yeah, and Tandy actually got down the inside of the Matt Campbell Porsche, but because of all the incident going on with Christian Vautier, it all got a bit messy as they came up into barbecue, and Nick Tandy, probably fortunate enough that when he went through the gravel trap, it doesn't appear to have done any damage to the, you can see the splitter on the right side. Hopefully it hasn't been slightly compromised, because, looks okay. There's maybe strong stuff done as Stuttgart. Looks okay for me.
So right now you have got Christensen getting away. New 2nd place man is Christian Croniers. New 3rd place man, Matt Campbell, helping him for the championship. Tandy 4th, and Vautier, the reigning IGTC champion, down in 5th. But I mean, he just threw that one away.
He did, just outran himself into turn 1. So it was in cool tyres, coolish brakes, pressure from cars, competitive cars racing for position directly behind him. Round the outside, wow, that's a brave move from Konya and Jake Dennis. Porsche, Matt Campbell comes out. Campbell is going to have to find the long way round, because Jake Dennis isn't going to give him any room. And now Tandy might be the one that benefits from this, because he's going to be stuck right on the rear of the Aston Martin across the line. Well, that was a bit muscular going into turn 16.
Right, over the timing line goes 2nd Croniers, 3rd Campbell, 4th Tandy. There is Vautier 5th. Let's just see what Tandy can do here. Well, he's going to dive bomb the Aston. Is he going to be able to have a go at the green Porsche? Not there, he's not. So as they come through, we have a drive-through, we understand, for 29, Christopher Haase. So his pit stop was being looked at, so it's a time penalty for 25. And 29, the car not earthed at the pit stop. So a drive-through penalty for number 29. Audi. We've just had a drive-through for 188, so Chris Goodwin's only just gone back into the race after nearly 3 hours of nothing, and he's got a drive-through straight off. There is an awful lot happening, and an awful lot happened on the restart with Tristan Vautier making that mistake, remember, down at turn 1. Let's try and have another look at it. Let's just briefly move away from the Porsche fight and see if we can catch up again on the Vautier error down at Crowthorne, because that was key to all of this unravelling. And that was Tristan Vautier here. Look, so back under green flag conditions, he pulls out to try and get past the Aston, and so desperate was he to get through and not get stuck in the traffic that he just braked too late.
Yeah, what he was trying to do was clear Jake Dennis to make sure he could get the Aston Martin between himself and the BMW, but in the process just overran the corner. Then Nick Tandy sweeps round the outside, contact left, front, left, right side of the Porsche. Nick Tandy just about keeps it on track, keeps the car ahead of the Mercedes. So Tristan Vautier, in trying to do what he thought was the right thing and clear a car that was being lapped, ended up compromising himself to the extent he's dropped down 3 places.
So Christopher Haase will get a drive-through and fall back accordingly. And as the leaders come over the timing line now, Christensen's lead is 2.5 seconds, but Tandy, remember, was a minute adrift of the leader. Tandy is 4 seconds adrift now, so he really has helped, or been helped by that full course yellow and the safety car.
He's all over the back right now of Campbell, and clearly again we've seen the green Porsche has been the one that's been the least able to maintain a pace or generate a pace. Tandy on the lights, the LED headlights in these Porsches, looking to burn a hole in the back of the green Dynamic Motorsport. And what's Matt Campbell going to do? Is he going to concede, or is he going to make Tandy earn it the hard way? Which I think is what he's going to try and do.
Well, Matt Campbell is a man fighting for a championship. Mick Tandy is a man fighting for his co-driver. They come through the S's using all of the curve there on the first element. Now the climb up the hill. Tandy qualified fastest in the pole shootout. Michael Christensen leading the way and was 2.5 seconds to the good starting this 97th lap. Can he keep building the advantage? Can he take advantage of the Porsches behind him, battling and holding each other up on him?
The problem Tandy's got is that Campbell's lap time is slower than the lead two cars, so that's backing up this third, fourth, fifth place. So whatever the cause, it's pretty much been, the effect's been there in the number 12 Porsche pretty much all the way through this event. The 31, Nick Tandy behind the wheel, clearly, they saw the Natchez Emine behind the wheel of this car, able to catch up to the tail of those cars that were naturally ahead of him. He ran them down pretty quickly and easily.
So over the line go the race leaders, and the gap actually is coming down between the leading Porsche and the second place BMW, 2.5 to 1.8. So Michael Christensen on a fresh set of tyres, almost looks like he's struggling. There, Tandy for third place, easy peasy at turn 1.
Yeah, I mean, the number 12 Porsches couldn't get out of the way quick enough half the time, but there was a serious threat and challenge. So you're racing for Porsche, first and foremost, don't forget it. Secondly, don't take each other off if you ever do get into a very close situation. So Campbell's trying to respond, runs wide coming out of barbecue, but the reality is, now that Tandy's gotten through, he will clear off, and will be looking to rush up to the back of the BMW, which will maybe prove a slightly more troublesome competitor to find a way through.
So Tandy for Fricadelli up then into third place. That helps Dennis Olsen, of course, in the championship. So next time we have a look at our graphic, it may well tell us the story has changed the game. Christensen looking like he's pushing a little bit harder on this lap, but actually Conyers has taken another 4/10 out of it.
The BMW looks great.
It does.
I mean, the car looks really hooked up coming through the S's. He's able to place the car where he wants. He can put the wheel on the curb and he can hold that line around the corner. So what he has done is got clear air, good pace, good straight line pace as well. So down the hill, down the mine shaft, and into this final sequence of corners, which are very easy to make errors in. Again, you see the steep curving at the inside there. Run wide, looks funny without that rear line of the guard on it. Doesn't improve the look of it, not going to buy one. But anyway, but he's got pace. Conyers is doing a strong job. Almost by the corner, he's closing down Michael Christensen.
I mean, this was the team, Christian, one of the drivers, that won the Spa 24 Hours last year. So it's a team that knows what it's doing and comes over the line with the gap down by 4/10 of a second. It's 1.4 between the top two, and it's 3.6 first to third. Where is the pace going out of number 20 Porsche all of a sudden?
What, were they on new tyres, used tyres, or second-hand tyres?
New tyres we saw on that full course yellow pit stop.
I mean, there's something strange. The new tyre would ordinarily give you a significant benefit over the first 3 to 5 laps. Yeah. Doesn't appear to be the case, whether it's simply because the tyres are not being preheated, or whether whatever the tarmac is and the way that the tyre is operating with it in conjunction with this particular lead car, or in fact with the number 12 further down the field. Difficult to understand.
Like the older the tyres get, the better they are in some cases, but at the moment, mystifyingly, this car that looked so quick early on, yeah, it still leads, but kind of on borrowed time, isn't it?
Mr. Pirelli may have finished his lunch, so maybe if Bruce has got the opportunity to find them. Those are the kind of questions, because we're only second guessing what's going on, and that's not good enough.
Tandy was the Pirelli speed hero yesterday for getting that pole position out of the shootouts. Fastest lap of the race still that of Jelmer Berman, and we've tripped over the end of the third hour now, so it's just under 6 to go as Christian Conyers is hustling in the first sector, 3/10 quicker, lost a fraction of time in the second, and now look, Christensen is coming up to the Ferrari once more, but he's easily going to get past, and if Conyers doesn't get past him before turn 16, he's in strife. He does go round the outside. Not only does he get past the traffic, but in so doing, he closes right up onto the leading car.
And he's pulled himself away from third place Tandy, so right now, Conyers in the BMW is up. 43.
44, that's Vautier. That's Vautier. That is a car that was in the top 6. Tristan Vautier is off the road, and this could be another interruption.
It will be another interruption without hesitation. Now, What can Cronjes do before we see a full course yellow? Can he get the BMW ahead of the Porsche? He's run the Porsche down mightily, pulled himself away from third place Nick Tandy, who's pulled a bit of a gap on fourth place Matt Campbell, but all of a sudden focus of this race is all about Munich and BMW, and that's a big old into the tyre wall. You can see the damage to the left front and the bonnet and the carbon fibre. So that car's out of the race. Tristan Vautier will be bitterly disappointed. Strackler Racing will be equally disappointed. The white flag.
So that means there's an incident vehicle heading to the scene of the crime, as it were. We need to find out where it is and exactly how far off the road it is. I think it's toward the end of the lap, coming possibly from Mineshaft, not far away from where the Lamborghini went off. And also, was it an assist or was it driver error? We'll try and piece it all together as you look at the leaders. The lead battle is on, and when we do get an interruption again, of course, that's going to play back into the hands of Tandy. The white flag is at the top of Learcop, so anticipate to see the incident zone down the hill. Yellow flag waves at that section of the circuit to warn the drivers of the incident.
So where is the Mercedes?
Around here.
There it is.
There it is.
How did it get there?
It's a long way off the road.
As well, I mean, you're not even on the line. I mean, you're on like a parallel universe to get there.
Because it's so far off, we might actually get away without an interruption for this. We'll wait and see what Alain Adam and the Deputy Race Director Peter Roberts decide to do, but for the moment, look, the cars are still going, and they've had a look at the incident. It's a long way off the road. So, Christensen, Cronjes, Tandy, first, second, third, 2 seconds covers the leading 3 cars here. Campbell's Porsche is fourth, Goodon Bentley fifth.
But it's happening again. The lead car is running slower than the chasing second place car. The lead car is slowing down the second place car and allowing the third place car that was being dropped by the second place car to once again close up. So it's this ebb and flow. Christensen hasn't got the pace. Cronjes has got the pace, but hasn't got enough of it. Now he's tucked up under the rear wing of the Porsche to affect something that he would have done if he was closing on them and able to swim. Oh, Nick Tandy! Whoa, ride him, cowboy. That was almost a little trip off onto the gravel on the outside of Sunset.
Rides the curb, hangs onto it. But where has the pace gone in number 20? Well, Rickard Leeds might be able to shed light on this. He was good in his stint, and Rickard out of the car is with Bruce Jones.
Rickard, just a fantastic stint from you, and it looked like the pit stop worked to perfection when Michael Christensen took over, but now he's being really caught by Christian Cronjes. Is there anything wrong with the 20 Porsche?
No, I don't think so. I mean, the most time we lost in the safety car, which is obvious, the gap we had went away. It's normal. I mean, you get a rhythm, you start into a 9-hour race with the mood of endurance racing. We all come from the endurance racing family, so I think he take care for the tire and he will show his performance later in this stint or maybe in the next one.
Will you just leave him out there until it starts raining?
I prefer he gets the rain than me gets the rain. Huh? So, no, we will see. I mean, the weather, we heard, it's going to be a big challenge at the end, and that's all about the endurance racing is all about. You have to challenge the weather conditions, the competition with the best drivers in the world, and that's why we're here, to have a fantastic hard 9 hours.
Thank you very much, Rickard.
Well, we've avoided talking about the weather for quite some time, David, and it's now just coming up to 5 minutes past 5 in the evening here at Kyalami. 24 hours previous, this place was in the middle of a deluge. The crowd is up there, it's moving around the circuit, but it doesn't give any indication of what was being proposed or suggested would be the case. So right now, perfect race conditions for everybody, and this battle for the lead. Cronjes found himself in a situation which many have done so far this afternoon: catch but pass, 2 different deals.
All of this is not helping Mercedes AMG in the manufacturers battle. You count your top 2 cars for manufacturers points. Well, we've lost 2 Mercedes, and we have still got the Porsche fleet circulating. 4 manufacturer Porsches against 2 Mercedes, and your best Mercedes at the moment, Jelmer Berman, is what, in 11th place. So manufacturer's award could be heading Porsche's way on the evidence thus far.
Well, the good news is it's going to go to Stuttgart, because both teams are Stuttgart-based teams. So, you know, Stuttgart can celebrate.
True enough. Full course yellow. We do go full course yellow then now, so the drivers were told of the incident, no overtaking, but maybe the race director feels that, you know, because the car, yes, you've got marshals exposed now to try and get it out of the way, so we do have to go full course yellow, but whether this could be a brief one, it might not necessarily go into a safety car depending on how long it takes, but let us see. Full course yellow number 2.
So superficial bodywork damage, clearly there will be a bit of left front suspension damage, and in the pits goes Cronjes.
Absolutely, so that's a gamble, because if it's a long full course yellow period, you're fine. If it's a short one, you're going to lose out. But number 34 comes in on lap 102.
And your man Tandy now is in second place, and he ought to be able, without having this car, which he wasn't able to do anything about.
That just driven through the pits?
I don't know.
It didn't stop, did it?
I don't know.
Sure that didn't stop?
I don't know. I think you're probably right. If it did stop, we didn't see it. And it'd be a very strange. I mean, he's going to come out probably in 4th place behind Michael Campbell.
Right, that's the Land team ready for Marcus Winkelhock. But
I just wonder, he pulled in and the team were not prepared. He maybe hadn't given them any warning of his imminent arrival, as Marcus Winkelhock was about to get back in to his Audi, having a little word with one of the team engineers, one of the Land engineers. Pretty emphatic with what was being said. Yeah, you tell him, Marcus, do not take any of that you-know-what from him.
Yeah, who's the driver around
Correct,
here?
exactly.
There's the car. Marcus, where are you? Unless they've told him not to get in.
Well, he's standing just to the right.
He is. I found him.
He's just being masked by one of the tyre changes.
Yeah, there he is.
Got a seat insert.
So number 29, remember, has a drive-through penalty for not being earned. And as far as 5 pit stops, it might have done its drive-through. So that car...
Is this got the drive-through, or this has got the 10 seconds?
This is the one with the drive-through.
Okay.
25 has the additional 10 seconds. I think it's because it's done 5 pit stops. I think it has done its drive-through. It also dropped away, but I need to double-check that. Either way, it has been handicapped further by that penalty. But it'll gain some of the time back by doing a stop now on the full course yellow into safety car.
Well, one would assume there will be a safety car after this full course yellow. It's the normal pattern that we have seen over the last number of years. So he's sitting there waiting for the timer to say, OK, Marcus, get it in first gear, get down the pit lane, observe the speed limit as we look at still. Here he goes, 50 kilometers per hour. Interminable time it takes to get, even though this is a relatively short pit lane here in Kyalami. Now he can nail it up to, he's going to come up behind 2 of the local cars, the Ferrari and the 09 Perfect Circle. He's got ahead of that, so at least he's got one of the issues that he would want to clear behind him.
Number 34 BMW, by doing a self-imposed drive-through, what it has just done is reset the driver's stint clock, so you get a fresh 65 minutes, don't you? So you've got longer in the car. Schnitzer did it in Suzuka from memory, and so that might be the reason that Valkenhorst said to Cronjes, right, just give up a couple of places, but then you've got a fresh 65 minutes in the car.
Yeah, could be. I mean, this is what teams are there to do. I mean, they don't sit in the pit wall swinging their legs and having, sausage rolls and stuff like that. They have to think on their feet. And in these endurance races, going back to the 60s, at this point in a 9-hour race, the racing was done and dusted. It was just a matter of going through the motions.
Right.
In contemporary endurance racing, 6, 9, 24, whatever, it's a race to the flag.
Yeah, absolutely. And we will have drama on that last lap, I'm sure. Christensen and Tandy have just pitted. So under full course yellow, again, it's going to be a short stop, I think, for both of them. Just top up fuel. There is Cronjes, who should take over the lead of the race now.
Correct. I mean, that was probably the smartest move we've seen all day, if that's what it was. There's the Porsche. Well, both Porsches have done much the same thing. They're coming back in, so they're really not... Campbell's car is the one that's going to lose out most, because it's going to be blending in with some cars that are out of position. So the 20 and the 31... well, it's interesting whether... Wow, can Tandy make that stick or not? I don't know whether that's a marginal... I would say that'll be looked at.
Well, he's gained on that pit stop, hasn't he, therefore? He's gained track position. So Richard Lietz gave way to Michael Christensen and has gone through. So Nick Tandy up into second place. It was BMW didn't stop, Porsche did, but BMW came in at the start of the full course yellow period, just trying to work out exactly how Nick Tandy's team cycled that car around and got him back in ahead. You can expect number 20 to have kept its lead, yes, but 31 to gain a place.
Anyway, that's why I think it will be, certainly it'll be looked at. I don't think the team have done anything that's incorrect. They just might have been smarter than those around them. But I just wonder with Cronjes now directly behind Nick Tandy, the speed the BMW has once this race gets back under green flag conditions. Nick's going to have to get his elbows out to stop Cronjes coming through, because it's simply down into turn one or possibly down into Sunset. You get a good run off prior corners, there's opportunities.
So full course yellow conditions we are still under. There are the three leaders, Porsche, BMW, and there, look, Nick Tandy virtually overlaps the BMW and is ahead into the corner. So he has gained a place through the two cars pitting on different laps.
But I didn't think you're allowed to overtake under full course yellow.
Is another good point.
At the point they came into the corner, they were side by side, but the Porsche had the shorter route around turn two than the BMW, and that's what gave the Porsche the advantage over Cronjes when they came out of turn one. So it's, I think it'll be looked at. I think the stewards will make a judgment on it, and whether they decide that the 31's got to give that position back up to the 34 BMW. That would be the most likely, if there is a judgment to be made, in my view, the one that they would probably implement.
There's the safety car on standby, ready for the restart. The perfect circle Porsche in the background.
That car needs to be lowered by a couple of inches, doesn't it?
Looks like it. I mean, look, there's an older 2010 up to 2014 spec 911. That dwarfs it.
Yeah, 997.
Yeah. Out it comes. The perfect circle livery and tribute to David Piper, Richard Atwood's 917 win of 1969. David Piper is here, and there the car heads down the pit lane. The man behind the wheel of it, Andre Zeidenhout, is a huge enthusiast. He was here, he was telling us the other day, as an 8-year-old with his nose against the fence, watching that 917 of Piper and Atwood win the race. He fell in love with motor racing, he has gone racing, he's built up businesses, and he's put together a team with people from the UK, people from here, to run this car. It's in the AM class. The aim is to get to the finish. One of the proudest moments of his life, he said, was looking out of the garage on Thursday and seeing David Piper sat at the front of this car. And he then showed me this card he'd had from Richard Atwood, wishing them well. There's a lot of support for it. And as a great enthusiast, he's a very proud man.
Absolutely. Look, not every racing driver in this race is a hard-nosed professional. There is a 917 here at the circuit.
That's right, yeah.
And I don't know whether that's the exact car. There are a number of 917s in existence which maybe never actually saw a racetrack. There were meant to be 25 of them built for the homologation when the car was created. That was a 50 of them had to be built. And anyway, it's in racing colours. It's got a set of wheels on it which I don't recognise, but it is a 917. Fantastic race car.
And so as you see, we have just got safety car. 29 Audi arrived and has done its drive-through, so we can tick that one off the list. And the number 10 Mercedes you've just seen serving in stock. Right, so safety car, this now means the pace picks up. The safety car is getting us ready for the restart. And the order, just to get through this, is 20 Michael Christensen Porsche, 31 Nick Tandy Porsche, 3rd 34 BMW Christian Cronjes, 4th 107 Jules Gounon Bentley. That's still at the races, that car, isn't it? 5th number 12 Matt Campbell Porsche, 6th 25 Audi Dries Vanthoor, but with the Damocletian penalty on its next stop. 7th is 35 Nissan Josh Burton. That's something got back in the action. 8th is the 18 Nissan Oliver Jarvis. 9th is 108 Andy Suchak. 10th is 42 BMW Sheldon van der Linde.
Yep. So it's a bit of a real mix and match. I mean, at one point Porsche were walking away with this race. Now we've got brands. You've got Porsche, BMW, Bentley, Porsche, Audi, Nissan, Bentley.
And there is the tyre wall just being repaired.
Yes, the bales of tyres, they're bound together, but when you get an impact and the weight of the car, you split the binding, so they've got to be reconstructed and rebound. And then there's a bit of thick rubber baling that goes over the front of all the tyres, which is there to fundamentally, at the point of impact, stop the tyres from splitting.
As yet, I haven't seen any of the teams inquiring about this change for second place, so let's assume it's all good.
It certainly was an interesting one. The argument would be, did Nick Tandy overtake Christian Cronjes. And to me, even though they came down to turn one side by side, the car coming out of the pit lane, as opposed to the car that's on the racetrack, which was the car that was in second place, appeared to me to be overtaken by a car coming out of the pit lane.
But even so, it's been a very slow drive down the pit lane from Cronjes, because the Tandy Porsche stopped, took on a splash of fuel, and drove off again and gained the place, whereas the BM never stopped, just, as far as we remember, just drove down the pit lane.
But let the stewards look at what they see coming out of turn one. Whatever else took place will not be relevant. And if there is a penalty, in my view, most likely would be just give the place back to Cronjes, because it's probably a very questionable, not quite black and white, or you've got the rule book, David. Does it mention something like this?
I think it's at the discretion of the race director and the stewards, so probably might have a look. Yeah, we shall see. I'm still intrigued to see what Michael Christensen will do when we go racing again. Rickard Leach was suggesting that he will get faster, but he needs to, doesn't he? Because an advantage that at one point over Nick Tandy was a minute is now going to be about a length when we go racing.
Yeah. In fairness to Richard Leach, he's not going to tell us in the world that the car isn't as quick as it should be, and you were really worried about the BMW. So everybody now, I mean, everybody's so corporate. In the good old days when private owners, David Piper, Richard Atwood, they would have told you everything in the world. But now any bit of information is to the advantage of your competitor. Yeah, just stay still. Even with the charm that Bruce has, well, to wangle little snippets.
They won't tell him. So, safety car lights on. When the lights are out, we know that the safety car is due in.
Not yet, it isn't.
Not yet.
There's a lot of work going on up because I've got a lorry with a whole load of fresh tyre bales that are going to have to be put into position. So it's probably going to be another 3 to 5 laps, I assume, before that has been complete.
We're expecting 3 more laps at least before we get back underway. So everybody behind the safety car going at a quicker pace for the majority of the circuit now than you will have yellow. We have more of the track staff.
Well, that looks a bit as a welding gear, I reckon.
Not often you see that in the international sports car race.
I think there must be a bit of solid barrier damage that's been brought onto the track. There's a bit of a generator there, and they'll fire up the old, get that bit of damage, whether it's the barrier or whether it's one of the supports for the barrier or whatever. So that's another factor that might add, because the guy's got to get his machine, hope he doesn't get bogged down in the gravel trying to get to the scene of the incident.
So the safety car hustles on. Guy Claro, the driver, goes now with more Porsches behind him. Again, poor old Jake Dennis still can't get himself out of this lap deficit, can he? Because he's further back in the pack now. Still gone against him, even with another safety car period. So Julian Rouse and SRO Motorsports are getting more and more frustrated. It's just not going Aston Martin's way.
No, they've had a disappointing weekend. They've got a great car that's won, and they just somehow haven't found whatever the ingredient that they were looking for. Maybe to some degree the weather factor has had a bearing on it, but same for everybody, and others have done a strong job. That car, I mean, it looks stunning on the racetrack.
The 2 Nissans, excuse me, that have been going so strongly. There is Sheldon van der Linde's BMW, the Rinaldi Ferrari. We haven't really seen much of that, but Jochen Krumbach, 17th, now is behind the wheel of it. And there is the Perfect Circle Porsche, who is ahead of the safety car, which makes life rather complicated for the officials at the moment. So there is the incident. So the barrier, I think, is being pulled into an upright position. Then the new tyre bales could go in front of it.
First of all, the welding man has got to come and do whatever he needs to do. Yeah. And he's still making his way around the circuit.
Yeah. So, as I say, the barrier needs sorting. So this actually might be a longer safety car period than was initially hoped. So, while we are looking at this, it's a braking issue, we understand, for the 44 Mercedes. Now, we've got a replay. Look at the top of the screen, and look at the top. There he is, going across in the background. So that's all we've got in terms of footage, but the car would not slow down, and then boom. So the car with a braking failure potentially just off the road.
I mean, absolutely. Whether that's an ABS failure or whether it's some other form of failure, but certainly nothing you can do. Once you have a brake failure, you might try to turn the wheel, but the time from whatever occurs to the point where you have contact, certainly going through gravel, there was nothing that that Vautier was going to be able to do about it. And they,
oh dear.
Yeah, we're back in the garage for the 09.
That's the perfect circle, Porsche in its pit garage. Now Vautier has that brake problem and is off the road. Let's just remind ourselves what happened a few laps earlier, because it could have been that damage was picked up. This was the restart of the race. Vautier outbraked himself in the traffic, ran wide. Now wait for Nick Tandy, wait for Nick Tandy, wait for Nick Tandy, because here they touch.
Yes, and the touch was on the left front, around the area of the rim. Now, there's nothing there that I would assume would have led to maybe a fracture of a brake pipe or anything that would be within the rim. So it may be just coincidence that whatever happened in a turning a reasonably heavy braking, coming down the mine shaft, and just no way to slow the car down. Wasn't able to turn the car either, which is maybe the more concerning issue. So nosed straight into the barrier. That tire bale wall is 3 deep, plus you've got a thick rubber binding in front of it, and it damaged the barrier behind, and that's what we're now waiting for, to get whatever repair effected. Then they can put the new tire bales and the binding back into position, and this might go on for even a further 5 laps.
I was just pondering that by the time it's all done, we might get the rain.
We could get the rain.
There's the new tire stack arriving.
Yep. So wait and see where our... Is that our welder? No, it wasn't. It was a white vehicle.
With a yellow trailer.
Yeah, so that's another track vehicle. So the tyres that have been split are all being now neatly packed up behind the barrier. 5 hours, 37 minutes in this race remaining.
Number 911, Sven Muller, outside the top 10. So Dirk Werner is struggling championship-wise, because that car that he is one of the drivers thereof needs to be up the order. Just worth reflecting that this year's Intercontinental GT Challenge has had no double winners. We've had 4 races: Bathurst, Laguna Seca, Spa, Suzuka, different winners across all of them. Dirk Werner, Dennis Olsen, Matt Campbell won Bathurst, Miguel Molina, Nick Foster, Tim Slade in the Ferrari one in California. That's not here because of 2 recent big accidents. As you see, 25 serving its extra pit stop with the 10 seconds added. Spa, Porsche, Richard Lietz, Michael Christensen, Kevin Estre, the winners. Suzuka, Audi. This car, in fact, Dries Van Thor, Kelvin van der Linde and Fred Vervies. So no double winner. Maxi Boot comes here as championship leader. He's out of the race on that one. He hasn't had a race win, so it's been a topsy-turvy season. So every race, a different winning driver. Can we maintain that record here?
So all 4 wheels tyres changed. Bruce standing directly behind, observing. Hi, Bruce.
Don't be shy.
There we are.
Thank you. Welcome back. Right, you making a bid for that Audi, are you, Bruce? You know, you better put your money down. Right. Number 35 has also had a 10-second time penalty added. That's the Josh Burden Nissan. So a 10-second time penalty for that car at its next pit stop. Right, while we've got the safety car on track, let's have another look at the highlights and remind ourselves how we've got to this point. So the race then under cloudless skies pretty much began in glorious sunshine, lights red, lights green, and the Kyalami 9-hour underway with the pole car, Dennis Olsen's Porsche accelerating down towards turn 1. Dennis Olsen ahead of Kevin Estre, but it all went wrong at turn 2 effectively for Maxi Boot. The Mercedes and the championship leader out of the race with a damaged coil on cylinder 3. The team could not believe it, nor could a rather distraught Maxi Boot. Dennis Olsen, the race leader, under attack from Kevin Estre, who found a way through into the lead, but only briefly. As he ran wide and up the curve, Dennis Olsen dived back ahead. Chris Goodwin, on the 3rd lap of the race, had a clutch failure. He went off the road, he rattled over the curb and did damage to the car, and they lost well over 80 laps by having to change the clutch. But the car is back in the race now. Test session for his next race at Bathurst next year. Change for the race lead. Through on the inside, Kevin Estre, given an easy ride, really, by the 31 Porsche of Dennis Olsen. Lawrence Van Thor was also pounding along, and to the pit lane for the first round of stops came the leading Porsches, but by having double stinted its tyres, Bentley 107 of Jordan Pepper took over the lead. Nick Katzberg went 10th on the inside, going up there through the left at Barbecue, but the Honda of Marco Bononomi was a retirement with mechanical maladies. You see the smoke from the back, the car pushed away. Then a dive up the inside for a place gain. That was Christopher Meese going ahead of Earl Bamber, given the opportunity to make the move on the inside. Through he went. and 107 after a Herculean effort by Jordan Pepper down the pit lane and gave up the race lead, which put this as the lead fight. Ricard Leeds just ahead of Christopher Mies, but pit stops were coming, and then, of course, that battle would be interrupted accordingly. The Bentley, however, was still in that leading gaggle, still is now in 4th place too. So number 107 Bentley looking good as there on the inside. Matt Campbell lost out against Jelmer Berman, who came charging by as Campbell had just rejoined the race. Then we had our first interruption as off the road in spectacular fashion, the number 13 Lamborghini, a really hard hit into the barrier, and that car a retirement that heralded the presence of the first safety car period, and of course following that was a whole influx of teams for the pit lane. Restart, Tristan Vautier ran wide, outbraked himself down at turn 1, the reigning champion back on track, but as he did so was so busy defending from Nick Tandy that contact was made between the two of them. It tipped the Porsche sideways, but actually a few laps later Vautier would be the man that came off worse. Whether that weakened something that prevented him from turning, we yet know not, but the car went straight on at the bottom of the hill and into the tyres and into the gravel and into retirement. 2 Mercedes gone out of the race against the 4 Porsches, which is still looking good for Porsche as far as the manufacturer's crown is concerned. So the safety car stays out on track, and we have had another couple of pit stops under the highlights. Number 6 Mercedes Hubert Haupt was 118, Oliver Jarvis another. Now number 35 Josh Burton I've mentioned, 36 the second Vulcan Horse BMW also, 10-second penalties to be added to their next pit stops, but the safety car on track for the moment.
Yes, it's going to be on track until all the work is completed, and the staff here at Kyalami are very happy indeed that they can get this track back to green. So there we are, nothing more that we can help. There's Michael Christensen, Nick Tandy, Christian Cronjes, Jules Gougnot, Matt Campbell and Josh Burton. That's the top 6. So not quite as interesting to watch at this speed, is it?
It's not, but it gives you a chance to drool over the cars and also have a look at the circuit and the periphery to the circuit with a thatch building. I mean, this is a beautiful place.
It is in part a brand new circuit, in part it's a very old school circuit. This is the old school part of the circuit we're watching. It always was a great circuit, you know, a joy to drive. Character is totally different to that I certainly raced on back in the, I won't say that,
safety car in the slam.
Good job, they've got it all complete.
Yeah, indeed. So, teams cycling through stops in a few cases, order shuffled accordingly. So recap, 20 Porsche Christensen, 31 Porsche Tandy, 34 BMW Cronjes, the top 3. 4th Bentley 107 Gougnot, 5th Porsche 12 Campbell, 6th 35 Nissan with a penalty on its next stop, Josh Burden, as we get set to go racing.
So Michael Christensen trying to back up Nick Tandy as best possible. He's gone relatively early.
He's got that, hasn't he?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He's gone relatively early. He could have waited until he got here. So Christian Cronjes all over the back of Nick Tandy, and you got the Aston Martin, which is out of position. Well, it might add some spice, but I don't think it's got the pace down the straight that certainly the BMW has. But Cronjes was over the back of Nick Tandy. I want to see what the outcome of this is going to be.
So BMW then with the Aston Martin behind, trying to unlap himself, looking 4th place. You've got the Bentley. Christian Cronjes is really on his toes. That BMW going great guns. He's not going to go around the outside, surely. When he thinks about it, can he get the undercut? We know the BM is good up the hill. Nick Katzberg in that car pulled off good passes early on in the race, but Tandy covers off the line. Here comes Cronjes. He's up the curve. He thinks about it, but gets a face full of the brick. Can't go through there, but Tandy's out wide.
Yeah, Tandy ran 2 wide in the exit of barbecue. If Cronjes hadn't clipped the curb on the inside, he might have put himself, but look, tries to go down the inside into Sunset. He is absolutely, and Tandy's slightly offline as they come through Sunset. Cronjes is going to get up on the long side, but the wrong side. Now dives down the inside. What a pass, what a superb pass. And the Aston Martin's going to get involved with Nick Tandy, and it's completely out of position.
And that means the Bentley's trying to get in on the act as well. Christian Cronjes, fabulous driving, absolutely exceptional. He's got ahead of Nick Tandy. Not many do that. So Cronjes, who is a really underrated driver, last year's Spa 24 winner, accelerates up the hill. Gougnot is trying to get past the Aston, which is of course the lapped car, and that leaves the door open for Matt Campbell to have a look on the inside line, but he can't get through there. But he might try coming out of Learcott. Porsche versus Bentley. The Bentley's got the grunt coming out of the corner, so he staves off the challenge of the Porsche.
And the Nissan behind is going to be all over the back of Matt Campbell as well. So very, very exciting restart. Cronjes did a superb job. I mean, Nick Tandy doesn't get it off, get it working over, but that was a classic and one that was worth seeing again.
Indeed, and it's also playing into the hands of the number 20 Porsche that's on the way now to try to build the lead again. Cronjes, of course, was ahead of Tandy earlier before that last pit stop, but he's got the place back as you see Sheldon van der Linde in the Schnitzer BMW on his toes on the inside, going into Hindway there, trying to get ahead and stay ahead of 108. He's done it, he's got past Andy Soucek, so there's a change there as well. BM's on the ascendancy. Christensen leads by 2.7 seconds. Cronjes is second, third is Tandy, fourth is Gunnar, fifth is Campbell, sixth is Josh Burnham, and poor old Jake Dennis in the Aston Martin wants to be on a different lap, but he can't get through the traffic.
He wants to be in the position he's in, but the lap that the leaders are on.
Yes, quite.
So he showed a really strong performance when the lights went green and the flag went green. And running wide, Matt Campbell kicking up the dust on the exit, coming out of barbecue. But Cronjes, wow, I'll tell you what, he unsettled. I've never seen Nick Tandy unsettled like that before. But it all began here. He forced Tandy to go slightly wider in the middle of the corner, and then he did the switch back, dived on the inside into Clubhouse, took the lead, and then poor Nick Tandy. What is Campbell doing?
Camouflaging the car on the grass, isn't he? The green Porsche out wide. There is Tandy trying to fight back. Jake Dennis a lap down. Jules Coulon in the better of the two Bentleys is next. So Cronjes BMW gaining a place on that last lap. Van der Linde's Schnitzer BMW gaining a place on that last lap as well. Somebody else in a hurry is Sven Muller. There he is, look, in the white and black Bernhardt team Porsche all over the back of the 108. Andy Soucek Bentley that's lost a place, does not want to lose another one. Downhill they plunge, 5.5 hours just under, still to go here in the Kyalami 9 hour. Last round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge powered by Pirelli. And a championship up for grabs, a race up for grabs. That's still wide open as well. But Michael Christensen leading the race, but losing out in the first sector to the tune of 3/10 against Christian Cronjes.
2.7 seconds was the lap when they came across lap 1:12. They just completed 1:13. 2.7 was the gap. 2.4, 3/10 of a second to the advantage of Christian Cronjes. And Nick Tandy is a further 8/10 behind the BMW, so he has got no answer for the pace of Cronjes in the BMW. Jake Dennis is doing what he thinks is the right thing to do. He's running in fourth in line, but of course he's a lap down, running all the way down in 16th position.
A Drivers' Championship advantage, Dennis Olsen now. It's swung back the way of the Fricadelli Porsche for the moment. On and on it changes all the way through the race. So Olsen, Campbell, co-drivers during the season, split apart for this. Maxi Book there behind, effectively third.
Christian Cronjes on this lap has done the fastest sector time in Sector 1, so he is pushing, trying to get that gap down to Michael Christensen, down 2.4 seconds. There is the race leading Porsche, there is the second place BMW, running quicker than the race leading Porsche.
So Tandy charging on, but Cronjes absolute best in that first sector. He is absolutely flying, and we thought that the car looked good with Mikkel Jensen. It looked really good with Nick Katzberg, but Christian Cronjes, wow, suddenly this is another car that you think it could be a winner.
Well, with 5 hours and 25 minutes, let's reserve judgment, but certainly the pace. Now, whether all three drivers can match the kind of style and pace that we're seeing from Cronjes is an issue I have to look at, but what Cronjes is doing in his stint is really wonderful to watch.
It is indeed, as the BMW then accelerates towards us. Now, what about Tandy's lap times? His last was a 43.4, so still quicker than Christensen. There's still something puzzling me about the pace of that Porsche. I understand what Rickard Leeks was trying not to say, but Christensen is not pounding away at the same pace that Leeks nor Estre did earlier on, unless it is just to make sure they look after the tyres, but they've gone onto a new set, so...
I think that was just a story for Bruce in the pit lane.
Yeah.
I don't believe that that's the case. The Dynamic Motorsport Porsche has not looked to be as complete a deal as some of its sister cars. What's interesting to me is that last lap from Cronjes almost eclipsed the fastest lap of the race, which was set by, was it Jelmer Berman?
Yeah.
So, I mean, the speed right now from Cronjes at this stage of the race, coming up to nearly 3.5 hours in.
Yeah, Rickard Leeds, when he talks to Bruce, don't forget he's in the GPX car, not the green one there. So I'm still mystified, as I say, by the pace of the leading car, because the gap is not stretching in the way you would necessarily anticipate. Now, what about Tandy? He's 9/10 back at the start of this lap from Cronjes. Is he going to be able to get back onto his coattails. There is fourth place Jules Gounod, who's going to get past that pesky Aston Martin. You feel the pain for Jake Dennis. You know, he's doing comparable lap times, and yet there he is, mired in 16th place.
And he's got the spectre maybe of Matt Campbell, you know, being not that far away, and he's got the memory of what occurred back in the early part of the year in Bathurst, albeit that was a lead for Jake Dennis, and Matt Campbell snatched it away just coming off the mountain.
So there is Christian Cronjes, 2.2 seconds back last time. Tandy a further 9/10ths back, but considering that the GPX Porsche had that monster lead before we got to the safety car period, first safety car period, it's a rather different complexion now with 5 hours to change on the clock.
Tandy's closed down on this lap. The gap between second and third has reduced. Let's see the lap times. 1:43.1 for Tandy, 1:43.3. So just visually you could tell it's timing and scoring confirmed it. So why would Nick Tandy suddenly find 0.2 of a second against Christian Cronjes, who had been basically maintaining the gap and in fact pulling away? So lots of things that could have a bearing. Maybe just overusing the tyres fractionally. Maybe something on the racetrack, we don't know. Lots of factors. So I need to take a judgment maybe over 3 to 5 laps to see whether Tandy's actually getting into a serious challenge for second place.
Now we're focusing on this 34 BMW in second place. Mikkel Jensen drove it in the first stint, and he's with Bruce Jones.
Mikkel Jensen, it seems good day to be a BMW driver. The pace seems to be getting better and better. Christian Cronjes fantastic on the restart. Now into second place.
Yeah, the temperature's dropping a bit, helps our turbo engine, so obviously it makes us faster now and also later. I don't know how the rain will work for us. Didn't work well in quali last night, but also we were really unlucky to not get the setup right for the Q3. So I think today we were really on the charge. Coming from P16, I think we couldn't have expected to be P2 already now, and you know, we are off sequence with some other guys, so it's difficult to know where you are, but it seems good.
Well, it keeps the team managers on their toes. Let's just talk about tyres for a bit, because it seems strange on this circuit. It doesn't seem to eat the tyres very much. And some drivers have gone out on new tyres, and they're not as quick as when they go back out to do a second stint on old tyres.
Yeah, it's really weird. I mean, what you lose on new tyres without the tyre heaters, it takes half a stint to gain that back on track, it seems like. And the track position is so important here. So it's incredible. I think nobody ever expected it. I know some teams has been testing, like the Bentley, and they decided on doing it in the beginning. But yeah, now everybody follows the strategy of double standing.
Now, it was acknowledged before the start that overtaking was going to be quite difficult here, but we just saw a fantastic move from Christian Cronjes to get past Nick Tandy. It is possible, but you really have to sort of plan it one corner ahead.
Yeah, I didn't think you could pass really on this circuit, but there's a lot of corners where you have to prepare the next one and really open to get the best lap time out of it. And then there's always a gap to dive, and we've seen a lot of passes, so it's really nice racing here in Kyalami.
Now, let's just go back one more moment to the tyres. Did you decide before the start of the race, because as you said, people are sort of out of sequence with each other, how you were going to run it? Would it be one stint and then a double stint and then one stint? How are you doing it?
Back now.
We thought it would be too demanding for the driver to do a double simply, but as we saw that this is the way to go, we just had to do it, and we kind of regret we didn't do it as the Bentley and the Merc in the first stint, but that's how it is. We don't know how it gets on towards the end and who needs to do a splash to finish, so it's all a mix at the moment.
Well, it's all good fun. Mikkel, thank you very much.
So good to hear from Mikkel Jensen, who is another ex-single-seater gun turned GT star, and his car, with Nick Tandy having now done the fastest lap of the race, is responding because Cronjes has done the absolute best in Sector 1 on this lap. So it is looking good for both in terms of pure pace, and the data has been checked about number 31. Porsche with that pit stop with the place gained at turn 1, and there's nothing untoward.
No, I mean, that has been clarified. It needed to be clarified, and Nick Tandy can continue on his way. The irony is he's got his Bête Noire, the BMW directly ahead of him. Nick Tandy's been doing sensational laps in the last 3 or 4. Has recorded the fastest race lap of 1:43.017. Closes back up to the rear of the BMW, but once he gets there, then same old story, same old story.
Of course, if you come into the pits, it's slightly shorter under a full course yellow than if you're on the track, isn't it? Because you're coming inside the race track to come into the pit lane. Anyway, the net result was that Tandy got second, but now he's down to third, but he's done the fastest lap of the race. So Nick Tandy pounding along, and we are not that far away from the end of another hour. Time is flying here. 1.8 seconds the margin between Christensen and Cronjes for the race lead.
So up the hill they go. Nick Tandy's got himself to position, and that's about as much as he's able to do. Certainly into Learcorp, has closed down, runs slightly wider on the exit, gives Cronje the initial advantage on the acceleration down the hill. The gap between first and second, 1.8 seconds. The gap between second and third, just under 0.6 of a second. So Michael Christensen can sit back and just think about a nice drive into the evening here in Kyalami. Still waiting to see whether the weather gods are going to turn on us and transform this race, change the whole race that we've seen. The battle with Porsche primarily, now with Porsche and BMW.
So Tandy, the fastest man in qualifying, fastest man in the race as well, as the Porsche comes up towards the line. Yes, he wants to win the race, but of course it's Dennis Olsen for the championship that he's really here to support. The Fricadelli team is a team, if you follow International GT racing, you'll know more from the VLN or the Nürburgring 24 hours. You walk down into the garage, it is full of Manthey racing personnel, and Manthey is effectively the Porsche factory team to all intents and purposes. So this is another really serious effort, and Nick Tandy absolutely flying, and there he is now within striking distance again of the BMW. And if they squabble, if they hold each other up, that will just help the Gulf Porsche ahead.
Unquestionably. So, I mean, it's just the same story we have it on every racetrack around the world. There's the Bentley in for a penalty.
Well, it's on its final warning for track limits. It's not a penalty yet, but the next one could be if he transgresses again. It's at turn 16, the last corner.
Andy Soucek, he's such a nice chap.
Well, because he's so pleasant, he's going wide to say hello to the fans, you see. That must be it.
Anyway, so what can Nick Tandy do?
Well, we've seen him rattle his way up the order. We've seen him go faster than anybody around here in the shootouts and now in the race. And he's almost on the back of that dog-eared BMW, isn't he, on that 119.
Based on what you've just said, if this was a wet race, he'd be leading by country mile.
Possibly so, but he's good in the wet and the dry, as you would expect of a real pro. Tell you what, he's come a long way since his early days of mini-stocks racing on ovals in the Midlands or in the south of England, and from there to mini racing, to Formula Ford, to Formula 3, but it's Porsches in which he has really made his name. But was racing at Brands Hatch, was it last weekend, in the enduro car race? Him and a load of mates got hold of a Ford car for this endurance race. He went and found a load of spares for one of his old stock car rivals, Michael Allard, and off they went racing, and him and his mates had a win. So he's a proper enthusiast, great competitor, Nick Tandy.
Personally, I'd rather have a Sunday roast, but anyway, that's individual preferences.
Yeah, each their own.
Anyway, 35's in.
And knocks the stop board for 6. Don't forget, this car's got an extra 10 seconds on this pit stop. Josh Burden has a penalty from earlier, and 108 we've seen, so that's 107, which means that Jules Gounon gives way in that car now. Need to log that lap. That's 119 that's come in on.
Because of all these safety car interventions, things are slightly out of kilter.
Indeed.
So we're not stopping as we would normally anticipate. Oh, look at the heat. Those discs, I mean, they are blue hot. They will be red hot when he gets back on them again, but right now, and you can see the pad material against the screaming hot disc is causing that burning, and best thing you can do when you get back onto the racetrack is give the brake pedal a scoot, 3 or 4 pumps. You can boil the fluid in and around the caliper with the extreme heat that these brakes are suffering, so just give it a good old pump, get the fluid back in, get the pads back up to the disc. Oh, is that I was just going to say, I thought it was a late change, but
that's Michael Van Rooyen, Toyota saloon car, touring car racer in this country, getting out, giving way. That's another car with a penalty. Now, here's Formula Audi. We've got the 2 R8s running together. There's a one-make championship for the R8, but here you've got the 2 examples. They've got themselves together for 9th and 10th places.
Yeah, Dries Van Voor. So who's in behind 29? Marcus Winkelhoff. It's a mixture of old and youth, or experience and youth. Sorry, experience, not old. Experience and youth. Canny. Marcus, one of the canniest GT drivers. Often drives in the, well, he drives with a loosely described paying driver, which is a shame in many ways. What's that? What's going on there?
Tandy's been held up in traffic, hasn't he, behind the SRO Motorsports Aston, so he's lost out. But look how close Cronjes has got to the leader of the race now. So 7/10 it is between 20 Porsche and it was number 62, wasn't it? That? So, no, sorry, 76 in Ahmed has just got into the R Motorsport car, and it was him that was out of
I was just going to say, how did it get into that position?
Yeah.
So it didn't overtake the 31 on the racetrack. It was because of the overlap in the pit stop.
Indeed so. Right, so you've got Cronjes closer to Christensen. Still can't quite get my hat on with why that car ain't quicker in the lead at the moment. However, the BMW is doing a stellar job. Christian Cronjes, he's right there, hustling along in second spot.
Question is,
yes,
does Christensen need to be any quicker? He's got a gap, okay, it's only 7/10 of a second, but Cronjes is not making any foothold into that gap. So as long as he can hold station, I mean, it'd be nice to have a 20-second lead, but those leads all vanish when you get a full course yellow and a safety car. So
true.
As long as he can maintain that and he's not doing anything on the car that's pushing the car beyond the limits that he would want to do, certainly in brakes or possibly in tyres.
Christensen in the lead has just done the absolute best in the middle sector. And look, he's now got traffic, so suddenly the car comes alive and he finds 188 Alexander West in the way at the last corner, so he needs to get him swatted out of the way pretty quickly.
Absolutely, and he's going to manage to do it, but the Aston has got good straight line speed. That 4-litre twin-turbo V8 Mercedes-AMG based engine in the Aston Martin, and this 36 being pushed back into the garage. So Van Rooyen, don't know what the problem was.
We understand it won't start. Simple as that. So they can have a look at the starter motor. The top two still together, 0.679 of a second. Last lap, again, quicker Cronjes than Christensen, despite the mega middle stint of the race.
So back out of barbecue, Michael Christian Cronjes. And Nick Tandy in third place, all metaphorically covered by a handkerchief. Round sunset, and the sun actually starts to get into your eyes around this part of the circuit as the sun goes down.
We understand that the 09 Porsche, the perfect circle car, Andre Bezuidenhout, is out of the race, lost third gear, so we understand that's out.
And that was before David Piper was going to do an honorary stint, I believe.
There you go, no justice. No. So race leaders, lap 122, there, Porsche, BMW, Porsche, that's the order. That BMW, 7th at the end of the first hour, 6th at the end of R2, 2nd at the end of the third hour. It's creeping up the order.
Do you think it's peaking too soon?
Hard to say. Hard to say. We're not. So, no, it's Cronjes. Again, driver pace is always key to this, and Cronjes is another experienced driver of that car, has done many, many a mile in it. So you've got the Spa 24 winners of this year ahead of last year. Michael Christensen ahead of Christian Cronjes, Nick Tandy runner-up at Spa this year to add to his multitudinous merits. He is a Le Mans winner of seasons past, not this year of course, but seasons past. As over the timing line goes the battle for the lead. 7/10 of a second now between them, and a second and a half covering the top three.
Yeah, they're virtually equidistant in terms of the distance first, second, third. Cronjes looks like he was marginally closing on the lead. Porsche just coming into Crowthorne, and it's just the ebb and flow of basically where you're braking and what your brake pedal feels like. Back through barbecue, then back onto the old circuit, and oh, it's filthy. It's filthy. Mostly it became from the support races, but these drivers and cars are now exploring the outer limits of the racetrack, especially at barbecue. It's one of those corners, just the nature of the corner lets you run the car. Oh, Christian, bit of oversteer there, stop oversteer. First time I've seen that from the BMW.
Yeah, first weakness really that we've seen in that stint from Christian Cronjes, but he corrects it nicely, but he will have lost a little bit of momentum and a fraction of time relative to leader Christensen.
The BMW, of course, is a twin-turbo V8. So one of the benefits that some of the teams were saying that the turbocharged cars have a marginal advantage because they generate more power at altitude than are normally aspirated. All said, Porsche aspirated, Mercedes, Nissan is a turbocharged, of course.
Number 40, Miguel Ramos, the experienced Portuguese driver there. He leads the AM Cup and is in 19th place overall in the SPS Vehicle Performance car. Now that's the same team that operates number 10, the Maxi Goetz-Yelmer Bourbon, Lukas Stoltz's car. We've seen Stoltz in that, I don't know if we have. But number 40 is, as I say, leading the AM element of the race from the other Valkenhorst BMW that's just gone back out into the race with Gennaro Bonafede at the wheel. We saw it in his garage, it's now on track, but the Richard Mille-backed Mercedes car from VLN and International GT Open as well as IGTC looking good here.
Yeah, another Mercedes looking good is actually the leading silver car, number 6, Ruben Hart behind the wheel. So that's Black Falcon's entry, and they've been running pretty much the lead in that Silver Cup category. So good job to be running in 12th place, just behind Oliver Jarvis and Marcus Winkelhock. So change of position. So Winkelhock and Dries van Thor and Jarvis have got past De Saint-Hilaire. So De Saint-Hilaire's gone into the pits, which he has. So the Aston number 62 has been into the pit lane, and the beneficiaries are Dries van Thor, Marcus Winkelhock and Ollie Jarvis.
Just going back to track limits for a moment, John, because you were touching on this. Well, indeed, I find the soapbox ready and waiting for you. After 4 hours of racing, it all resets. So however many warnings or finger waggings you've had, after 4 hours of racing, it resets and you start again. Okay.
Yeah, fine. If those are the rules, those are the rules. I don't know no truck with any of that.
There you go.
So for some people, it have no bearing whatsoever. For others, it'll be a fresh breath of air. Oh, Nick Tandy looks down the inside as they came into Crocodile. But just again, sort of more of an irritant to Cronjes to try and make him look more in his mirrors and think about what's happening behind, and allowing him the gap again between first and second has opened up, and the gap between second and third clearly has closed down on this, the end of lap 124. So Nick Tandy might be sniffing an opportunity. It looks like he's maybe extended a bit too far coming down into Crowthorne. So once again, the straight line performance of the BMW being its salvation. Out through Crowthorne, then the little flick through the Yuxke, then up to Barbecue. This is a corner where we've seen good, well-earned, hard-raced overtakes. On we go on lap 125.
So another 15, 16 laps before we get to the next round of stops, methinks. Dries van Thor is up to 8th place now in 25 Audi. Marcus Winkelhock behind him, so the Audis have shuffled around, but Winkelhock behind Dries van Thor, pushing on, winner of this year's Endeavour in 24 hours, Dries. So 5 hours and change on the clock. There's Michael Christensen, the race leader. 1.2 seconds. It's an advantage, but it's a slender one.
Up the hill, yet again. You see Nick Tandy just runs up almost to the rear wing of the BMW, but then once they get back onto a straight part of the track, the BMWs can stretch its legs and just pull that little bit of an advantage. It's a frustration for Nick Tandy, because he knows there are parts of the track he has got the car that can go quicker in the lap time, but he just can't get it into that position to make it a clean and effective overtake. Again, Hobson on the curb, coming out of Cheetah. 1 lap ago he was close to the tail of the BMW, probably similar gap first to second is 1.2, it was 1.2, it's now 1.19. Gap to second to third is just under half a second, so Nick Tandy is fractionally closer this time as they come down to Crowthorne.
When Tandy got in the car, he was a minute adrift. He's now 1.6 seconds adrift of the lead. So this really has, with the interruptions, the yellow flag periods, full course yellow safety cars, it has certainly helped him immeasurably. So as they come out of the left-hander, the field accelerates towards sunset, and Tandy then in that third spot, but it would have been interesting to see what the gap would have been naturally, but unquestionably those interruptions have helped.
Oh yeah, no, there's no doubt. I mean, somebody's going to benefit from it. If Nick's the guy, I mean, he deserves it, because his natural pace and his ability to read a race and to know how to create a victory out of something that may not necessarily at face value be on the cards. But you've got to use the opportunities that arise, and safety car interventions, full course yellows, all those things can work to your favour. It's also having smart people in the pits to get you in when it's important too.
Yes, indeed. There's Dries van Thor in the Audi 25, 8th. Next target, Jelmer Berman, who is 10 seconds up the road, out of view actually for the moment. 2 of the Astons there going through together. 188, Alexander West. This thankless task, 83 laps behind the race leader.
Yeah, and he just has to step sideways and let these other cars go through. So it is nothing more than a glorified opportunity to get some miles on the gearbox and make sure that everything is working before they load it into a container, put it in the high seas, and then bob along on the crest of a wave until it arrives in Bathurst in February.
So Christensen, the leader, goes through. 1.3 seconds to the good. Tandy's only 4 tenths back, so Now as the wing wobbles on the rear of the car, is he on target to get the place? Not here, but he closes up under braking and applies the pressure, tries to unsettle Cronjes, and can he make a move coming up through the sweep now? Let's see.
I noticed the movement on the rear wing of Nick's Porsche. I didn't notice quite so much in Michael Christensen's, maybe just part of the racetrack. But you can see the wing end plates are flapping on that 31 Porsche. The BMW rear wing looks slightly more stable. It may just have been circumstance, but looks to be fine from here. So no concern, no worry. Back down into clubhouse. So there's not an awful lot that Cronjes can do to pull ahead of the Porsche, and likewise there's not an awful lot that Nick Tandy's able to do to assert even greater pressure to force Cronjes into maybe either going uber defensive or trying to maybe outbrake himself. You can see Nick Tandy pulled over to the left, put the car in the mirror, just frustrate, irritate, be like a mosquito. You know, when a mosquito in your bedroom at night, you can't find the thing. A bit like Blue Sky and the yellow.
Do you do any other insect impressions, or is it just the mosquitoes?
Oh, I can.
Oh, okay.
Well, it's not the right time of
No. Well, we'll save them for later as Tandy rattles out wide over the curb.
That was... Why did you do... Oh, and again...
He's off the road through the gravel. He's unsettled once, he's unsettled twice. Has he got a problem?
He lost his composure momentarily, and one move compounded the second move. So he's blinked first.
Yeah, you could argue that. So he comes over the line. So I was just wondering whether the car looked a little lower on one corner a lap or so ago, but Tandy presses on. Let's see, can he regroup from that? Can he bring the gap down again? Just remember, the car got that rub against Vautier.
Yes, I mean,
a long time ago.
I put those two incidents down to Nick. Whatever he has done on the previous corners led, I mean, certainly in turn 14, he was way too far off to the left. And then he tried to muscle it through 15. Watch it again. Watch the curb. So Cronjes gets the curb. Well, the Porsche doesn't take the curb there, but he just, the whole car, he's exiting the corner fractionally too early, and he's running out of racetrack.
Bounces over the curb, over the grass, through the gravel, back on again.
But it's interesting, I don't know how he managed to get himself to exit the corner earlier than he would naturally expect to do.
So that cost him nearly 2 seconds relative to Christian Cronjes. So Tandy now needs to hustle on if he can and bring down that gap. Still anticipating another 13 laps before their next scheduled stop.
Well, we saw earlier in the race this car where I wasn't sure when it bounced across the curb on the inside, coming through Yuxgate, and I didn't know whether it maybe slightly damaged the front splitter. Decided there was no damage at all. So Nick Tandy a little bit more apprehensive, cautious as he came down in through Crocodile, now through Cheetah. Yes, and he's regained the composure, as you would expect.
Indeed so. Slightly slower in the sectors than the man he's chasing, Christian Cronjes, but that's all part of that regrouping as we are about to nudge over the hour mark yet again. Another one to be ticked off. It's been the end of the 4th hour of the race imminently as the leaders go by. Michael Christensen then hanging on to the race lead from Cronjes. And then in that 3rd place car, Nick Tandy. How are the Audis doing? 8th and 9th still, virtually as one, with Vantour ahead of Winkelhock, and they're coming up to try and negotiate number 62, Aston, which is a lap adrift. No, it's not a lap adrift, it's ahead of them, isn't it, on pure pace now. So Hugo Sadler, forgive me, is 8th as he comes over the line.
Well, the Sadler's got back in the pits.
No,
yes, he got back in the pits.
Yes, according to the timing screen.
Yeah. Second time in about 10 laps.
It's a transponder problem with that car. He's back to 8th place. It's clearly there on the road, isn't it?
Yeah, no, just it's the second time in about 10 laps he's been in the pits.
Yeah, no, he's got a transponder problem, so he's 8th.
Sheldon van der Linde running in 5th place, running below the radar, only 3.8 seconds behind Matt Campbell, and lapping, well, last lap he was fractionally slower. Maybe that was due to traffic. So 2 BMWs in the top 5.
So the 2 Audis, still Vantour ahead of Winkelhock, coming now up through the S's. So number 62, the timing screen says the car is in the pits. It isn't. It's at the head of this queue there, which means that it's on the lead lap. It's in 8th place overall. Hugo de Sadler keeping at bay Vantour and Winkelhock.
A mighty task to Dries van Voor has developed his skills, and one would be interested to see just how quick the two Van Voor brothers are in equal equipment. If Dries has now got the better of his older brother Laurent, who of course is a Porsche driver, as opposed to Dries, who's part of the WRT Audi team. But Hugo de Sandelier hanging on there, keeping the two Audis behind. The least experienced of the three drivers in this battle.
There's Oliver Jarvis, who is in 11th place overall now, and he too is pushing on. He's not that far behind that little battle. Over the line they come. So now 129 laps in the book, and number 18 Nissan Oliver Jarvis in the top 10. That car we know is quick, and he's creeping again closer to those Audis.
The only person that hasn't got 129 laps in the book is Maxi Book.
Yeah, sadly.
Very sad. Big story of the race, really.
It has thrown the championship into another dimension, hasn't it? That's been fluctuating all the way. There's Oliver Jarvis then in 11th spot, and that now is the better place of the two Nissans, isn't it? Japano d'Oliveira took over the sister car on the last stop from Josh Burden, but it had a penalty, so that's why that one has fallen away for the moment.
Yeah, down to 15th. So Oliver Jarvis won't see an awful lot of him in Europe. It does. I think it does need to do some LMP stuff or Continental GT, which is a great shame.
We've seen him in the IGTC, saw him at Spa, didn't we, for example, and other races for KCMG, but Oliver, when Audi stopped its WEC programme, had to shop around a little bit for drives. The Sandelier is being caught, isn't he, in the Aston Martin? That gap is coming down a little. The leaders go by, 1.8 seconds being the margin between them now.
And a new fastest lap yet again from Nick Tandy, having recovered from a momentary lapse. He's now recorded a 1:42.876 on lap 130, and we're now on lap 131. So Nick Tandy has pulled back the gap.
As Vantor going rally crossing this time, because of the transponder glitch for the Sandelier, the Nubi rank is all out of kilter here. So as they come now over the timing line, it shows 8th and 9th on the display for the Audis, and they're not. They are 9th and 10th, as you see. So the Sandelier, with this transponder problem, down towards turn 1, then into Crowthorne.
But what the Sandelier has got is what matters here. Got straight line speed.
Yes, indeed.
And he's got more straight line speed than the pursuing Audis.
And this in slow motion is a look at the cars coming up through Crocodile, touching the curb, using the suspension.
Not an awful lot of droop on the front suspension of the Audis, is there?
There's not, but there's a little bit of wide running, and look, Vantor's already gone off the road and kicking up all the dirt into the face there of Winkelhock. So with these track limits reset after 4 hours, as we were explaining, we've got the first warning, and it's for 107, which is Maxime Soulet.
What Maxi for all he's been doing, he's running, where is Maxi Soulet? In the 14th place. So the two Bentleys, the one certainly with Jordan, what's happened? Were we missing something?
BMW into the pit, so Cronjes is in, out of 2nd place.
Well, that's great news for Nick Tandy, because he's now going to get his focus onto the back. And Michael Christensen, he's just recorded the fastest lap again, 1:42.876. Well, in fact, that was the lap done in 1:30. 1:43.1 was his last lap. There is the 2nd place, Nick Tandy. How long before the lead two cars now will need to make their pit stop? Are we coming close to that window?
I reckon another 9 laps, off my calculations.
So, best lap 1:42.8, last lap 1:43.1.
Dust on track is exit of turn 5, we are being told.
Yeah, that's up at the barbecue.
Yeah. And there is a short stop, in other words, fuel, not tyres, to keep Christian Cronjes in the mix. Double stinting the rubber.
Yeah, it seems to work for some of the teams, and Bentley did it very well with Jordan Pepper. But since Jordan Pepper handed the car over, they've kind of dropped away for a variety of reasons.
Indeed so. There's the Rinaldi Ferrari on track 22, which is Jochen Krumbach, getting himself on the road ahead of the BMW, and he's a lap adrift, so that's not necessarily a legit fight. So Christensen, Tandy 1 and 2, Campbell's Porsche is up to 3rd, Sheldon van der Linde, the South African driver, 4th in the Schlitzer BMW, 5th is Sven Muller in his Porsche, 6th is Jelmer Berman Mercedes, 7th is Hugo de Sandelier, whose stint time is under investigation, 8th is Dries van Voor Audi, 9th is Marcus Winkelhock Audi, 10th now, Oliver Jarvis. So Cronier's down to 11th.
Up the hill they pound once again, so the Aston, the two Audis, and the Nissan in 10th place, Oliver Jarvis. So the gaps between those 7th and 10th, under half a second a gap between the respective cars, down the hill, down the mine shaft, on the brakes, hard on the brakes into the Crocodile, the first part of it, and then cut back to the left, and then probably the most challenging of the three corners, the one where you can run way wide, Cheetah run wide. You can see cars continually getting well off the racetrack with the left side of the car. So Ollie Jarvis squirts the V6 twin turbo Nissan. At least it looks like a GT car. When you see it on picture, you have to say that's like something I would imagine a GT car is.
The team manager of number 62 Aston, Hugo de Sadeleer's car, being summoned to see the stewards. The stint time has been looked at. The fact that he's summoned rather suggests that it was wrong.
Gap between first and second, 2.5 seconds. So where is, well, Nick Tandy's done something, as you've had another little whoopsie. Just look and see. Watch the curb. Wow. Oh dear, I mean, that's the problem, that curb in turn 15. If you hit it, it will deflect the car. And it will cost you a few tenths of a second because it takes time for the car to recover, and you've been pushed too far over to the left of the corner, and you're getting on the exit of the corner, or the dirty part of the corner, and on it goes.
So there's the race leader, now with traffic ahead. Michael Christensen 2.5 seconds ahead of Nick Tandy, who is pushing.
Just watching Nick Tandy's style, very positive. You know,
yes.
He is in control of his car. Some drivers let the car maybe have more control than they should do, but Nick Tandy is in control of his car.
So with this Damocletian visit of his team manager, Hugo de Sadeleer tries here to fend off the number 25 Audi. Ignore the Luby ranks, that's all to cock at the moment, as that's number 40 Mercedes of Tim Muller that has ground to a halt trackside. That's a sunset, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's not a good place to stop.
Well, it's not an ideal place, it's a quick entry into the corner. So, well, he's got it going again, so he's, I think the engine might have stolen. There was a bit of fuel residue in the exhaust on the right side. So he's got it going, maybe just had to do a reset and fired it all up, and doesn't look like any damage to the car, and back down to this little battle going on for the effect. Yeah, 6th place.
That's right, yeah. So de Sadeleer's data is hard to gauge properly because of this transponder glitch that's throwing everything out of sync, such as the Lumirac display on the cars behind. However, there through behind him still is Dries Van Thorp. And Marcus Winkelhock running in 8th spot. Jarvis is 9th. Christian Cronier's now in 10th place at the BMW, 47 seconds adrift of the race leader. And he'll get most of that back on their next short stop. Now the leader is being slightly impeded. That's Maxime Soulet, isn't it, ahead in 107 Bentley. Let's see as they come over the brow. Yeah, Soulet it is ahead of him. So the Porsche team's asking for blue flags, but of course the Bentley's going at a good Bentley pace anyway. And he doesn't want to give up a lap.
No, and the problem is if you are a lap down, or in the case he's not a lap down yet, doesn't want to go a lap down, he is not really going to be required to step aside. And the Bentley's got good straight line speed, and it's going to take a bit of maybe a punt from the Porsche. Look, you see how much the Bentley's opened up coming down into turn 1. Which Porsche's that returning to the track? But the dynamic's gone in.
So that's on lap 134 for that car. Comes in. And this C42 is in at the same time. That's Van der Linde in the BMW driver change there as well. Soulet's on a second track limits warning. That's since the 4-hour mark. That's in about 10 minutes. Now this is what we think is happening in the manufacturer battle. 4 Porsches to score points at the moment relative to 2 Mercedes. However, you only count your best 2 cars, but it's the surviving Mercedes pretty much. And you've got then 136 projected for Porsche, 129 for Mercedes. So it's all unravelling a bit for Merck, isn't it?
Going to unravel for Michael Christensen too very soon if he can't get away past the Bentley, because Nick Tandy's going to seek to take his bump. He's bumped into the back of it,
and he spins him around. They both spin. The 2 Porsches collide, and Nick Tandy Tandy into the back of Michael Christensen. The net result is what you cannot do. You cannot take out your teammate. Christensen gets going first. Christensen was delayed by the two back markers. Tandy just got into the back of him, and he has been delayed, but that would have sent shockwaves down the pit lane of Porsche.
I tell you what, that was an avoidable incident, but I think Nick thought, I can take advantage here, and he just couldn't slow his car down before he caught the back of Michael Christensen. Christensen is able to get going slightly more quickly, but is there damage to the rear of the diffuser on his car? Wasn't a particularly heavy. There, if you see Nick Tandy now recovering, he's got Oliver Jarvis all over the back of him. So damage to the front of the Porsche had got damage from the shootout, or the qualifying session prior to shootout.
Let's have another look. So Michael Christensen is ahead, but he's got two back markers ahead of him. So he slows. He can't find the ideal line for the corner because there are the two slower cars. And Tandy closes. There's a bit of a gap on the inside. He tries to slow down, tags the back. Christensen goes. Tandy nearly caught it, and then it loops on him as well.
He just didn't slow down enough. I mean, whether that was because he thought there's a chance I could maybe make a pass on my fellow Porsche driver, and certainly that was a misjudgment on the part of Nick Tandy, having driven a stellar race all the way through to date. That will upset him, it'll upset the Porsche family, because the thing you don't do is repeat what we saw, what was it, a weekend ago in Brazil, where two young hot guns, up the inside, he's got it done.
That's Vantor on the Sandelier, job done.
No, not yet, because the Aston's got straight line squirt. Hadn't Van Thor got, look, Winkelhock. No, Audi hasn't got it done, but maybe if they can get side by side around Sunset, Van Thor's going to be too wide on the exit. Marcus Winkelhock is going to look what's behind as well. It is getting very racy indeed in this midfield pack.
Great stuff by the Sandelier to repel the challenge there of Van Thor. As you said, he's the least experienced in that battle pack, and yet he's the one that has stayed ahead. Jarvis is all over the back of Winkelhock now as well. That is for sixth place. Brilliant stuff.
Yeah, I mean, that was all about squared off barbecue. The Aston had the additional bit of enough speed just to get him slightly ahead going into Sunset. Dries Van Thor found himself on the outside, the dirtier line going into Sunset, and that gave Marcus Winkelhock the inspiration to think, whoa, here's my opportunity to get past my fellow Audi driver. But anyway, Dries Van Thor managed to gather it all up, but certainly a good job by young Hugo de Sandelier to deal with probably up the inside. So Marcus Winkelhock's being challenged by the Nissan. Is he going to be able to control it? And the leader is in.
So it's a little bit earlier than you might have anticipated, but if there is some damage to sort out, Tandy is in as well. Let's see. So both cars come in then at the end of lap 136, forgive me, 136 laps. They effectively achieved. The timing beam is just north of the cars when they leave. So as ever, they're in on the same lap.
Let's have a look around the nose. Come on, let's see how the damage is to the nose or the rear. And down the inside and down the outside. Goodness, wow. Good racing here again from the battle that's going on with the Audi. And up the inside, he's got it. Ollie Jarvis has done it. He's managed to get that car once again ahead of Dries Van Thor. So that is Ollie Jarvis using his brain and using the squirt. Van Thor trying to go one way, go the other way. The pure frustration when you know that your straight-down performance doesn't match that of your competitors. New set of wheels and tires going on to 31 Porsche, whether it'll be Nick Tandy behind the wheel or whether he needs a bit of a chamois down.
And that incident is under investigation. So 20 and 31, the two cars that came together, the stewards are going to have a look at it. There's confirmation.
I don't know what their decision would be. I mean, one would say that it was a racing incident. I mean, it's a bit like what occurred in Brazil with Vettel and Leclerc. In that case, it was very clear that Vettel moved across on his teammate. But this case was just that Tandy found that Christensen was compromised, but hoped to take advantage of it, and consequently made an error of judgment. Whether he should receive a penalty, the thing was Christensen got going first and got going and actually extended the gap between himself. The 31 has just taken this. Now look how far back Tandy is at this point. Christensen's being careful. Nick's not slowing down. And it took the lightest of taps just at the point when the 20 Porsche was at its most unstable. And around it went, and Nick did a sympathy spin. I mean, Strictly Come Dancing, you get marks for that.
That was a 7, wasn't it? Right, so there is Tandy, or the Tandy car. He has stayed behind the wheel. He has lost time because they did a long stop. In other words, they took on tyres, whereas the 20 Porsche was a short stop for just the fuel. So that loses you those 40 seconds.
David, as an arbiter, do you think Nick Tandy deserves a penalty? or do you think he might get one?
That's a very tough one.
That's why I've asked you.
I know it is pro on pro. Let's ponder it. It was an avoidable incident, wasn't it?
Ultimately, yes, it was. It was.
So,
and he took out the race leader.
Indeed so, that's right. Michael Burgess is the driving standards advisor this weekend. Michael, an excellent single-seater and sports car driver, so he will sit with Greg Masters, himself a former racer. He's the chief steward, and John Walsh and the team, and have a look at it all. We will see, but it's being looked at. It is being looked at.
And it's Jelmer Berman in the number 10 Mercedes that has taken the lead, with Dries van Voor in second place. Up to third place, Ollie Jarvis. Winkelhock has dropped down a position. Gronjes is in fifth place. Hubert Haupt in sixth place. I mean, amazing. First in the Silver Cup cars. Nick Tandy has dropped down, having made that pit stop all the way down to 12th position, but no doubt once he gets rolling, but he's got to find his way through a number of other cars which are of similar performance. And as we are hearing, the new tyre doesn't necessarily deliver the level of grip that you would anticipate now that you're not having the benefit of tyre warmers.
It was the Ricky Collard stint in 62 that was being looked at by the officials, incidentally. Just going back a story. We've got more and more track limit warnings coming. And confirmation that we now have number 10. There it is, in the lead of the race, Jelmer Berman. Lucas Stoltz still hasn't got behind the wheel of that, so they're keeping him probably for the grim weather at the moment, although we've actually gone further in the race without any suggestion of inclement weather than I think most people expected.
I didn't anticipate teams double stinting the drivers. You can understand them double stinting the tyre, but maybe the logic in double stinting a driver and double stinting your tyre is that the incumbent driver knows what the car feels like.
Yes.
If you do a driver change without putting a new set of tyres on, he's got to adapt to what the car is doing, and maybe not having sufficient, well, not so much about time, but just taking 2 or 3 laps too long, whereas the incumbent knows exactly where the car is, and all he can do is just go out and continue the good work.
Was that an Audi on the grass? That's number 29, and that is Marcus Winkelhock, but I could have sworn I saw that on the green bits as he came through Sunset. Got away with it if he was running wide. And Winkelhock currently 4th. And there he is up to all the S's. So the land car was exploring more land, I think. And as he comes out of Learcott, let's just have a look. Through Sunset.
Where is he?
Cameraman finds him there, and oh yeah, he's way off, isn't he?
It just got too wide going in, picked up all the dirt on the outside of the corner.
Through the gravel.
I tell you, he's a lucky boy, because in the good old days that barrier was about half the distance or less from the racetrack, so it's been moved back sufficiently, and Marcus got away with that one.
So it happens to the best. We've seen Tandy in strife, and now Winkelhock having a little moment. The stewards are still looking at that incident. Dries van Toor, number 25 Audi, is the new race leader.
It's saying Dennis Olsen's behind the wheel, not Nick Tandy.
Okay, that's a change then of the transponder setting.
Is it Nick Tandy or not? Can we tell from the helmet? Or certainly, Dennis Olsen is the transponder information.
Yeah, no, I think it's probably accurate now. He's gone through the next beam. It was taking a little time to process. So, Dennis Olsen is in 13th place, and a drive-through penalty, we understand, for number 31 for this incident.
And the driver who's going to have to take the penalty is Dennis Olsen. Yeah. And he will be absolutely fuming, because it wasn't his error that caused it. Nick Tandy will be, no doubt, as apologetic as possible. And a simple misjudgment. Number 10, the race leader in. Dries van Voor in the Audi taking over the lead.
Indeed so. And as the Mercedes rumbles down the pit road, that car now notches up its 139th lap and drops out of the top 10. As a consequence, through goes number 12 Porsche. Laurens Vanthoor back at the wheel of that. 107 Bentley Maxime Soulet goes by, and we've just had it on the timing screen to confirm. There it is, serving the drive-through straight away. So Dennis Olsen, number 31, serves the drive-through for the incident.
The way you win championships is to mitigate the time lost coming into and out of the pit lane. I know every team is aware of it, and Nick Tandy did not do that with any premeditation. He was doing what he thought he could do to try and put pressure on Michael Christensen, to try and force his car where Christensen was being defensive and not being aggressive. So Nick this time was the one that lost out, or not Nick, his car was lost out.
Yeah, indeed. So Dennis Olsen loses out for the championship, and Bruce bravely has made his way to have a word with Nick Tandy. Let's hear his side of all of that. And Bruce Jones is there with him.
Nick, it's been a remarkable meeting for you so far, but just by the smallest of excess of momentum heading up there into Loikop. If I gather, we've just seen a drive-through penalty for the 31 Porsche.
Yeah, I mean, it's deserved because in the end we spun the 20 car around. Everything stopped at the top of the hill much quicker than I think either of us were expecting, and Michael had to duck back into the inside line, and I couldn't stop the car quick enough. But yeah, it's my mistake. We'll take the penalty. We'll try and come back and just apologise to Porsche and the GPX guys for this. But you know, it's racing, and we're all going for it hard. It's the first rule at Porsche is you don't touch any other Porsche. So yeah, we've broken this one. We had an interesting egg yesterday, but
take a look at the screen and talk us through the incident. I think it's about to be coming onto the big screen.
It was pretty simple. Yeah, I mean, at this point, I mean, it's difficult to see here, but Michael was wide, and I think he came back to cut inside the Bentley, and I was already kind of committed to the inside line, but I should have given him more space. It's clear.
Tough luck, but the speed's there in between, so I'm sure you can build again.
Yeah, the car's good. We've still got a long race.
Cheers, thanks, Nick.
The nice thing about Nick Tandy, one of the many nice things about Nick, is that he's honest. Holds his hands up, yeah, take that, my fault. You know, he's clearly disappointed, but he's not trying to pretend that it was another factor. It was me. I made a mistake.
He didn't need to refer to Tim Schenken book of rules to come up with an excuse as to why he ran into the back of Michael Christensen. He did the right thing. He's put his hand up, said it was my mistake. I apologise to the respective teams. I apologise to Porsche. The thing, if you are a factory driver in a brand like Porsche or Audi or Mercedes or whomever, Ferrari, you do not push your teammate or get involved. I mean, he just was carrying too much speed. Michael Christensen was waiting to find what he could maybe do to get ahead of the Bentley directly ahead. Nick was caught short. Yeah. Oh, we all get caught short of time.
So I hear. They've served the drive-through. They're in the race. Dennis Olsen then is at the wheel, and he's down in 15th place. So that takes some of the pressure off number 20, but that's running 5th after his recent stop there. Through the traffic goes Gianpaolo de Oliveira, and Dennis Olsen tries to get up the inside at Learcott, which is where we had the incident. Downhill they plunge. They just put a lap on Tim Muller, and downhill they come.
Yeah, but again, the same old story with the Nissan. Once it gets itself fired up, likes the blue touch paper, it is a rocket, and nothing Dennis Olsen could do on the run down the mine shaft. He might think about being, well, it's going to be a big risk if he thinks he can make a move coming into turn 16. He showed the nose, he darted around. More important would be to prepare for the exit and make sure you get the best exit possible and get under the rear wing of the Nissan and stick there. Be a doppelganger and just carry all the benefits of being directly behind the Nissan. And then the gap, look how much the gap's opened up. He hasn't even got the opportunity to make a lunge down the inside.
So through Crowthorne, starting now lap for these drivers, 1:42, but it's 1:43 for the race leader Dries Van Thorn. He was 3.5 seconds ahead of Oliver Jarvis. He's just on the car's best lap. And there, look, Olsen crawling all over the back of the Nissan. This is for 14th place in the race. To the outside at Sunset. Can he swoop up the inside? That's going to be the outside for Clubhouse. So Olsen is just crawling all over the back, trying to prise open the door. He can't really go for the inside line there, however. And don't forget that crucially, they are on the lead lap, these two. So even though that drive-through has certainly delayed the Porsche, it's still on the lead lap.
Yeah, but what Dennis Olsen is no doubt acutely aware of is any contact with the Nissan directly ahead that might knock or either damage the Nissan or cause a spin. He will get another, and that he's just got to not get into contact with Ollie Jarvis. Most important for him.
Now, if things were to stay as they are at the moment, which I'm sure they won't, Fred Verviche will be the champion, runner-up Dries Van Thorn from Audi number 25. Now, they are yet to make another pit stop, so they're a pit stop out of sequence, those two, in the Audi. But even so, it's just a fascinating race, this.
And not a Porsche driver in the top 4.
It'll check, look, there's 4:34 in the squiggly bit. Still
but in terms of the
fine.
Championship, it's Audi, Mercedes and BMW.
For the moment. For the moment. So, Dennis Olsen needs to get past this Nissan. He's acutely aware of this. He's going to give it a red-hot go coming over the timing line. There ahead of them is 911 with Romain Dumas back at the wheel. That's another championship possible, in as much as it's the car that Dirk Werner is one of the drivers thereof, and he can win the title. Down at turn 1, just started there and go a little bit wide. Possibly. The Porsche looks quick, but gets a face full of Nissan.
Yeah, I mean, it's a big old car, and it takes up a part of the racetrack. But it's here, you can just see how the Nissan has got the squirt. A lot of areas able to use. He doesn't have to try and be quick in the middle of the corner. He just needs to be quick on the exit. And if he's actually slower than the Porsche, the Porsche's going to have to slow down. So therefore, it loses momentum, and it's the same old catch up, slow down, catch up, slow down. Frustrating. I mean, it drives you nuts when you're in a situation like this. How do you get past a car that you know you're quicker than, but you can't find a way past? Oh, the old conundrum.
Indeed. Got to be brave, got to be bold. And right now, we've got the Porsche stuck behind that grunt and go Nissan.
One day I'll write the book.
I'm looking forward to it.
About overtaking.
Oh, about overtaking.
Not a biography.
It's the rest of it.
Forget all that rubbish.
Come off it.
It's all about overtaking.
Well, Dennis Olsen drops back a length or two. We've had a change for 5th place. Sheldon van der Linde has got himself ahead of Michael Christensen now. That's interesting.
Sheldon's been strong all weekend, and again the BMW just coming up directly now behind Christian Cronje, 6.9 seconds behind Christian Cronje, who has been the, if you like, the class of the field so far this afternoon in the number 34 BMW. There's the sister car 35.
Now Cronje's is ahead of Christensen, so they are on the same number of pit stops, but right now BMW has got the advantage, you could argue, over the Porsche. They stop out of sequence to a degree, as there another lap is befallen by Inal Ahmed, who goes down against the Audi. So Dries Van Tor puts a lap on the Aston Martin and goes over the timing line. Inal Ahmed, GT rookie. Van Tor clear of Jarvis. There's the Nissan behind. That's the car to look for. Now 1.9 seconds between the two.
Yeah, the Aston almost just on straight line speed, able to get on terms with Dries Van Tor, and that would have been an irritation for Dries Van Tor, because you just the speed in a straight line, you've got nothing left in the tank to respond to it. But it is Oliver Jarvis who will be soon onto the gearbox or the rear wing or the rear bumper or whatever, the deformable structure, and he will want to then try and see what he can work out with Dries Van Tor.
So the race leaders swoop their way through Clubhouse. The lead gap, 1.9 seconds, but Ollie Jarvis then hustling on, trying to get himself onto terms with the leader. Well, first up, he's got to get past Inal Ahmed, former British Formula 3 champion, or British Formula 3 champion a couple of years ago. He's racing FIA F3, he's been in the Japanese championship this year, obviously third, and now it's GT cars.
And he's doing a fairly good job. Yeah. The first time in the Aston Martin. Yeah, I mean, it's a deep end to jump into, and he probably never touched the bottom when he, made that jump. Hear that familiar V6 drone from the Nissan. So, what can Oliver Jarvis do? He's got good straight line speed. He just got to get himself on the exit of turn 16. Now he's coming in the pits. So Ollie Jarvis, second place. Nissan in the pits. It will now be an Audi 1-2. Who could have thought that was going to be the story of the race with 4.5 hours remaining? And still no rain. Where's the rain?
Well, exactly. We were told it was going to rain at 2 o'clock and then 4 o'clock. It's nearly 5:30. So, brought the jacket for nothing. There's Jarvis down the pit lane then, and that takes him out of second place. We've also got the leader in, so Dries Van Tor gives way. So now Marcus Winkelhock will become the race leader for Land, and Christian Cronjes is 7.3 seconds back. So the BMW then is ahead of the Gulf livery GPX Racing Porsche. Now the BMW pitted a little earlier, didn't it? So the Porsche will get its position back on the next round of stops, but it's becoming very interesting now to monitor 34 relative to those Porsches.
I think it's becoming totally confusing because everything's gone out of sync because of safety car interventions, but here we are. Nissan makes its way down pit lane. So 18 does a quick turn around. And Ollie Jarvis, well, came in, but at the time it looked like he might be back in 6th place, but wait and see until it washes through at the end of this next lap, 146.
WRT mechanics punching each other to say, job well done. Sheldon van der Linde keeping out of the way in the background, watching the car blast down the pit road now. And also the Ferrari going back into the race, the national Ferrari, which has got under Stephen wheel.
The 118 Aston still pounding around. Alexander West, I mean, he's got to be an enthusiast to be doing this. Mind you, he is an enthusiast. He lives in Hong Kong. He's delighted to be over here in Kyalami getting a few laps under his belt.
He's a part of the team. Christopher Meese is ready to get on board the land car.
Christopher Meese will wring its neck. He's a stocky, very, very... Oh, what's all this about?
And let's have a look at this. His cars leave pit lane. Pro-Am Stracker Mercedes, Oliver Jarvis Nissan. I can smell contact coming here.
If it's contact... Ooh, Bentley's got a right rear.
Puncture.
A rear bodywork is shredding. It's like a pack of shredded wheat that's coming off so quickly. So the right rear, the 108, and that's Andy's suit shake.
It is.
So he has had a tyre cut down, and he's done significant amount on the wheel and tyre. And look at this, look at that. There's nothing virtually left, and they will have to repair that. They will not be allowed, in my view, to let that car go back out on the racetrack. And it's absolutely decimated.
Has he been off to cause the puncture, or is that purely the rubber flailing that's just ripped the car apart? Either way, that's a disaster, isn't it? I mean, that's a right mess.
I'll tell you what,
as they say, crew.
I've never ever seen a Bentley. There is part of the rear guard, and that's on the racing line, or just fractionally off the racing line.
This could be a full course yellow to move the damage, move the debris.
And certainly you're not going to put anybody in the racetrack to clear that. Now, what about the structure for the rear wing? Because I think there's damage. Maybe it's not. I thought there was. It'll make an interesting return to the circuit if they just leave it as it is. They're pulling bits of rubber, bits of tyre. Watch what, there it goes. I suspect what's happened.
Wow.
I suspect what has happened is he's had a deflating right rear tyre, and the tyre has gone superheated, and it gets to a point where it just simply explodes. That was an explosion, it wasn't a puncture.
And he's back out.
Yes, and he's now got 3 mud guards and a bit of it's almost like a Morgan now, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's the lightweight car. It used to be Caterham racing, didn't it?
Actually, I'll tell you what.
Shed mud guards.
If this car wins the race and they weigh it, will it be underweight?
Well, it's a good question. Force majeure and all that, but it was, you could argue, induced. Anyway, the new look Bentley Continental GT 2.5 gets back into the race. There's the debris that we've been discussing. There's debris all over the road, and I fear a full course yellow is not far away, because that's virtually the entire width of the road covered in debris.
I mean, that was an explosion. I mean, literally the tyre exploded, and the reason why that normally happens, I can tell you all about it, is that it gets superheated and the tyre just literally goes off like a hand grenade.
Yeah.
And it just exploded, and the explosion, that's what blew away all the body panels. If you had a puncture, you might get some tyre flailing, but that was an explosion.
Well, the officials will be looking at the car as much as the track, and so right now Christian Cronjes is the race leader. There he is, number 34 from BMW 42 of Sheldon van der Linde. It's a BMW 1-2. We've not said that in the entirety of the race, but it's the Valkenhorst ahead of Schnitzer BMWs on lap 148.
And the right rear of that lead BMW is also not looking exactly showroom condition. And that was a contact that took place within the first 30 minutes or so of this race, and eventually you might just discover that wind pressure and whatever else can have a bearing as the little bit of a battle going on. Oh, down the inside, 31 almost getting in contact with the Nissan.
So that's Olsen up on the tail of the Nissan coming through turn 16. So 9th, 10th, 11th, 12th over the timing line. Fred Verviche ahead of Romain Dumas, ahead of Jean-Paulo de Oliveira, ahead of Dennis Olsen. Audi and Porsche goes toe-to-toe. Look at the Nissan getting in on the mix. More rubber flails, debris bits kicked into the air. Audi stays ahead of Porsche, or does it? Now, what about the Nissan? Is there real estate on the inside for that to capitalise? It's 4 as 1 as they come up through the sweep. Now towards Barbecue. Who is the brave one for the inside line here? None of them. There's not quite the room. Out wide goes Verviche, and he's the one under all of the pressure. De Oliveira in the Nissan, though, looking to try to make a move against the Porsche. He's on the outside. He's got his nose in front. Round the outside, going into sunset. Brilliant. Round the outside of Romain Dumas goes Jean-Paulo de Oliveira. Fantastic. As Olsen gets up the inside as well. Can't do it.
Oh, no, he's not. Dumas managed to cover that. I think Olsen thought that was a very good point. But de Oliveira did a super job. And I have to say, I've not seen him race before. It's been impressive. But look, Olsen needs to make progress. He wants to get past Romain Dumas at the earliest opportunity, thinking about it up the hill, up into Leerkop. The scene of the contact, we don't want to have further contact between Porsche. They're all intermixed families, not inbred, but intermixed. Look at the debris.
So through they turn, down. I mean, the only just a racing line now. I'm surprised it's not yet been swept. Here comes Olsen diving up the inside, breaks late, gets it done. Will he run out wide? Will the car wash up the curb? He does a little, but not enough, I don't think, to give Dumas the chance to retaliate.
So Olsen, clean overtake, got the car, slowed down sufficiently, didn't overrun the edge of the corner. Good, well executed overtake by the Norwegian or Dane, Norwegian.
Dennis Olsen, yep, so through he goes, up a place. And we've done 148 laps now.
And it's gone on the blink of an eye.
It has to flow, we've gone over halfway.
Yep.
I'll have a sip of water in a minute. Right, so starting lap 149, there is 911. That's another of the Porsches that's flattered to deceive. You think because it's a factory effort in many senses that it should be up there, but that one we've hardly seen in the race. It's just not been there. And number 12 now with Lawrence Vanthoor at the wheel, that's still a little bit subdued in 6th spot.
Yeah, so I mean, a lot of the thinking behind where Porsche is, they've got a variety of teams, and there's some of those teams with the driver lineups are going to be the if you like, the hare, whereas maybe the 911 might be one of those that just creeps up bit by bit, but when it counts, it will be there at the end. So that's how Porsche and all the manufacturers, when they're doing long-distance races, would approach it. Richard Atwood won Le Mans in 1970 and a 4.5-litre 917 Porsche. Wasn't the quickest of the 917s, but he finished the race first.
Exactly right. Richard, a winner of Kyalami 9R in the past, as you see there on the circuit. Well, the fact that it's not yet been an interruption rather makes one think that it's going to have to stay like that. Whoops, BMW up the curve in the background. Was that a save? It was one of the two Falkenhorst cars as well, getting into strife there.
It looks like that the debris in the track is going to remain there, which is effectively narrowing down the racetrack to just about half its natural width.
So it's deemed to be off the racing line, but that doesn't help if you want to try and make a pass, unless, of course, you are brave and somebody clears it and blows it out of the way. Anyway, if the wind picks up later, it might all dissipate. Leaders go by. 149 laps are done. We're looking at the fight for currently 9th, 10th, and here comes João Oliveira, who's been another real star this weekend, all over the back of Fred Verviche, who on our last graphic was champion-elect, wasn't he?
With both drivers driving the wheels off their respective cars, and you've got the 31 piling up behind. So, Olsen in 11th position. But, I mean, the Nissan's got more squirt. But Fred Verviche is being, you know, he's using all he's got in the Audi, keeping Jarvis behind. An opportunity, maybe Jarvis is going to think about going, get the undercut, but watch again as the 31s, the car might be the beneficiary of all this little shenanigans.
Through the S's, they turn once more, they funnel their way through. Oliveira trying to attack, trying to defend at the same time here, and he's got Olsen crawling all over the back of him, up towards Learcott. Number 31 breaks late, we've seen that happen before, gets right under the rear wing. Audi scarpers by a length, and here comes Olsen, but if he wants to try and make a move down the hill, tough, because there's not really much room anymore.
No, but he hasn't got the straight line speed to do anything about it anyway, so if he put himself out to the left, all he was doing was running over debris. Round the inside, good pass, clean pass, can he slow it down? He understeers, and he understeers, and he's lost the position, not only that he had just taken, but maybe also do the Porsche, side by side into turn, a love kiss, and now that'll be a racing incident in my opinion.
1 up and 3 down for João Oliveira, gained a place, ran wide and lost 3 spots as a consequence, because Dumas has gone ahead of him as well.
And that just, I mean, these drivers are driving to the very edge of the grip that these Pirelli tires are providing them with, and that's your good thinking from, where am I looking down, Ole Olsen, to manage what could have been an incident that could have involved him, particularly up at the top of Learcott, and they all slowed down big time.
So João Oliveira, after that stunning move to get ahead of Dumas on the outside at Sunset, is going to do it all over again. There is Romain Dumas, who is now back up into the 11th spot in the race. Olsen's into the points, 10th. Next target Verviche, so he needs to get ahead of him for points for the championship. 4 hours and 20 still to run in what's been an all-action race. Christian Cronje's lead from Sheldon van der Linde, and there's only 3 seconds between the top 2.
Been cracking all the way through, and there's been a big swing between. Let's watch again and see. Go Olsen had to pull the car back. Look at the rubbish on the side of the track. So he gets up alongside coming into turn 15, and just that little biff on the right front of the Nissan deflects the car off the racetrack side by side at the point of the contact. So that was clearly, in my view anyway, Olsen's corner. But there was not very much the Nissan could do. There was he was committed, couldn't really get out of it.
So the teams look on, and Captain Masachio is getting ready to take over 18 on the next stop as the cars come through. Sorry, take over 35 on the next stop, which will be from Oliveira. They may bring him in earlier if there's a little bit of damage on that car. So here, Vervish versus Olsen. This now is the fight for 9th place, but also a fight as far as points for the title are concerned.
Yeah, and Olsen is back on it. You can see coming through turn 15, carried more speed than the Audi, and again, but the Audi we know is not the quickest down the straight line. Porsche is amongst the average. It's the BMW and others. This is getting a bit racy down here, isn't it?
Second and third, you're looking at Van der Linde just ahead of Christensen. A second between those and 3 seconds between the top 2 BMWs. Traffic ahead, that is number 6, Patrick Assenheimer. Michael Christensen now hustling on.
Yeah, that's the lead silver car, the Assenheimer car. So, 20, what's it going to do? Can it make any progress? Is it going to win the race? 31 might have blown its opportunities, so it might be at 4 hours and 18 minutes to go. And that penalty for the contact up at the top of the cup down the inside, and even the slower car still not really conceding, albeit it's leading its category, but accelerates ahead. BMW being compromised on the exit.
So there is the recovering 107 Bentley and number 10. Now Lukas Stolz has got into number 10 Mercedes. That is in 8th place. Remember, that's out of sequence because it stopped very early in the race. And we've got the race leading BMW of Christian Cronjes still being caught, so the lead gap is coming down, and it's now 3.3 seconds covering the top 3 cars. In 4th place is number 62 Aston Martin, which again is out of sequence. 5th is Ollie Jarvis in the Nissan. 6th Lawrence Van Tor there in the green Porsche. 7th Maxime Soulet here, Bentley. 8th Lukas Stolz, number 10 Mercedes.
Now let's see whether Lukas Stolz can actually do something. Look, Maxime Soulet in that damaged Bentley, the right rear of the car. There's no bodywork whatsoever. There's the residue.
That was fine. It's 108. That's the damage.
108. There's the residue of the Soulets or Soucheks. They're still remaining on the racetrack anyway. So.
Souchek with the puncture in 108. Yeah. Soulet in 107 is the one that's
the blue eyes.
Not as delayed.
Yeah,
so he's in 7th. Souchek's 13th after the enforced pit stop. Here is the 2nd and 3rd place battle once more. 0.8 of a second. In comes Van der Linde, so that gives Christensen a free ride to get closer to Cronjes now.
Oh, it's getting really sweaty in that commentary booth. It's getting warm up. I mean, this is there we see the teams getting prepared. So it is the BMW 42, so Sheldon Van der Linde.
That's not been long from a pit stop, that car. It's not done many laps, you know.
And there's a driver change, so Sheldon Van der Linde is getting out. It's going to be a full service, or is it just going to be the tyres are ready? It is a full service.
I think there's something wrong here. I think that's only done 19 laps, which is a very short stint.
Is that flames licking around just the bottom of the wheel?
Yeah, it is. But that's a very short stop.
Watch this. This is getting a bit closer again.
This is Olsen on Vervish. Down the hill they come, so nose to tail. Dennis Olsen trying to line up to make a move. Which way does he go? Back marker in the way, so Vervish commits to the inside line. Dennis Olsen dives through as well. Vervish goes wide. Dennis Olsen's on his toes. Can he get up alongside? Can he brave it out on the inside line? Yes, 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 yes. Brake late, go through. Done it. Just as he did on the Nissan. Dive bombs on the inside line and through. Up now into 8th place goes Dennis Olsen.
Yeah, but again, same point on the racetrack. He made up a position a few laps ago. Used the same trick, did the right thing, kept the car tight on the edge of the 15 and was able to make that position up and on his way. So 31 up to now 8th position. Fred Vervish gave him the most working room he could without putting himself into any compromise, as we see the BMW now back out on track. So who has got behind the wheel?
Martin Tomczyk has been shown.
This time it is Tomczyk.
Yeah. So we've had a cycle through. I still think that was a short stint though, that last one from Van der Linde. We'll try and check that out. So Michael Christensen is in the lead because Christian Cronjes is into the pit lane now in number 34 BMW. So that car back in. There it is.
So is it Nicky or is it going to be Michael Jensen, or I'll put Nicky Katzberg back into it myself, but you've got to have a maximum time each driver can do. We need to see what the transponder gives us when the car gets rolling. Still showing.
It's another short stint. That's a 24-lap stint. It should be 37s.
What's going on? Well, maybe they want to get back on schedule. I don't know. I can't think unless we can get somebody in the team to give us an explanation to a strategy which you're certain is out of sync.
So they pitted on lap 131. They've just pitted at the end of 155. So it's a shorter stint.
Laps,
yeah, and you know, 37 to a stint the Porsche teams were doing early on.
One of the things I'm noticing is that everybody, when they come for a pit stop, the wheels are full of carbon or brake dust. And I just wonder whether anybody's going to have to maybe consider at some point before we get to the end of this race in 4 hours and 13 minutes that they've either run out of brake pads or they've worn the discs out.
Well, Cronje's back into the race. Let's keep an eye to the number 20 Porsche then, because that came in last on lap 136.
There it is.
It did a 33-lap stint last time, so lap 169, if not better, that should be going to.
So the Porsche putting a lap on the number 6 Mercedes. Again, the issue will be, can you get past cleanly down into turn 1, as we see the 35. Nissan is in.
Right, that's going to be Chio-san, isn't it, to take over from De Oliveira. Let's go to the pit lane. Bruce Jones has got news about the BMW. I was getting concerned that had come in a bit too soon. Bruce, what news?
More than a lot too soon, David. Obviously, you were right. 30-something laps should have been the target, but the bonnet came up.
Okay.
And so, rather chasing Sheldon van der Linde, Broadston, he's hopped out of the car. But that wasn't because they've been looking at the clouds and wondering if any rain was coming and trying to get ahead of that. It is getting cloudy, but it was a simple problem.
Right, flapping bonnet. Okay. Great shame, because that car was within striking distance of the lead. So a flapping bonnet. Thank you, Bruce, for that. And also the Christian Cronjes Valkenhorst BMW, I thought had done a shorter stint than anticipated. That was, again, only 24 laps for that car. So I wonder if there's something not quite right there. Anyway, we're doing our best to stay on top of all of this. Michael Christensen leads from 62, Hugo de Sandelier in the SRO Motorsports Aston, which was a sleeper early on, but has come into the game now. In third place is number 18. Which is Ollie Jarvis. Fourth is Laurens Vanthoor, number 12 Porsche. Fifth now is this car, because 107 of Maxime Soulet is pitted there, you can see it. So every time there's a stop, of course, the order shuffles. It's who wins on the last round of pit stops, really. And don't forget, the BMW is stopping before the Porsche, number 20. So is that going to mean that the Porsche loses out at the very end or gains at the very end, depending on when their last pit stop would be relative to the last stop of the BMW. So need to try and fast forward a little bit to the end of 4 more hours of racing, but it's becoming intriguing. This is there you see Tomczyk getting up through the traffic, and 188 Alexander West still behind the wheel of that car. So where is Cronjes now? Well, he's in the pits because Mikkel Jensen is behind the wheel and the car is in 12th place. There it goes. Sheldon van der Linde gives way to Martin Tomczyk and he's 13th. So the BMWs, as they were, but now further down the order. It helps Romain Dumas here. He goes up to 8th place, number 911. The Cus Team 75 Bearhart entry, still chasing after Fred Vervisch and putting a lap there on Adrian De Silva in the Pro-Am Stracker Mercedes as well as they come out of Leercop. So downhill they go. See still all that rubbish on the road, precluding the opportunity to wriggle past the traffic. We're going to do it here, and flashing his lights vigorously in the background. Look, he's Andy Soucek, who is still on the lead lap. He's still in 9th place, despite the explosion, despite the new lightweight, almost Caterham-esque style body at the back of the car. Caterham racers will be proud of that. Soucek about to get up the inside of the Mercedes, puts the lap on De Silva. Job done. There towards the timing line goes Romain Dumas. And as he accelerates towards the line, Lukas Stolz has just done the car's best lap of the race, number 10 Mercedes. So Stolz put behind the wheel and straight away unleashed. They rule that car out. Again, that's another one that stopped early and out of sequence. Christopher Meach down in number 29 in 10th spot, running way wide there at Crowthorne, heading up through the Yutsky Suite, and we are ready at Bentley, so it's got to be for 108, isn't it? Because Andy Soucek's car, although it has recently had to recover from its puncture, would be due in. We've just seen 107 at its most recent stop. The race leader then goes by, and now it is Porsche to Aston Martin. Let's go back to the pits, Bruce.
Problem for the 42 BMW. It's a different sort of problem for Christian Cronjes. His stint was cut short before he handed it over to Mikkel Jensen. No drink system, or failed drink system in the car. And Christian said it was getting so hot his helmet started delaminating inside and bits were falling off. He thought, you know what, I think it might be time to come in and have a pit stop. But he's sitting knackered, absolutely knackered, because he really overheated eating a bar of Twix.
It's at times like that you must think there's an easier way to make a living. Right, thank you very much. Right, poor old Christian Cronjes there, no wonder he bailed. Understandably. So, not just him, but his helmet wilting in the car. Michael Christensen carries on. He's 25 seconds to the good now over to Sadalier. And then Oliver Jarvis running in third. Lawrence Vanthor in fourth. But Michael Christensen, relative to Dennis Olsen, of course, has managed to win back chunks of that time. There is the leading Gulf livery Porsche. Down the hill once more. We are on lap 158, and with the gap 25 seconds over the Aston. Where's the next best? Well, Stoltz ahead of Olsen. 5 stops to the Mercedes 6, but one was a drive-through for the Porsche. I think that brought Stoltz back into the mix. Andy Soucek gets out of the car. For sale, one used Bentley.
I mean, I've just come back. I feel a refreshed man. What have I missed?
You're refreshed. Christian Cronjes, Bruce has explained to us, had to stop early because the drink system had failed. This is a non-refreshed Bentley. This is the replay of why it looks as bad as it does. The tyre, the Pirelli rubber, just exploding, flailing off the rim. And so there it is. Full course yellow. We've gone full course yellow. Is this for the debris or something else? But if it's for the debris, it's a long time. But full course yellow.
Understandable, but I mean, it might have been something could have been thrown a lot earlier. Whether there's now been decided, because the light is gradually beginning to fade as we now come up to 10 to 6 here at Kyalami. It gets dark roughly around, well, it'll be dark in an hour's time. And what's happening to the rain? There is cloud all around the circuit, but it doesn't look like in the distance as any of it is depositing any rain.
We just had an absolute best first sector time done by Mikkel Jensen in the BMW, and that's all now irrelevant because we've gone full course yellow. I'm not aware of a car that has stopped anywhere. I can only go back to this damage, but it's been there for 10, 15 laps. Yeah, so 12 is in. And let's see whether it's going to be a long full course yellow period and whether we'll get the safety car at the end of it. We've got Kevin Estre, I think, standing by ready. A GPX to get on board. So there is the leading car. That could be it this time, couldn't it?
Yeah, get Kevin behind the wheel. He will drive it as he ever always does. Just remember his performance on the first 2 stints in Spa in difficult track conditions, just mesmeric.
Yes, indeed.
Everybody creeps out of the pit lane. Apparently, I bumped into Greg Masters when I was just having a little bit of a refreshment.
The chief steward.
Chief steward, and they said they GPS that incident with Nick Tandy coming out, and they were absolutely side by side. There was nothing lost, nothing gained. Okay. So that's why there was no penalty. Obviously, they got a penalty slightly later.
So there, number 31 Porsche down the pit lane, which is Dennis Olsen. So lots of teams now taking this opportunity. It's lap 159, but of course that car has got into the pits ahead of number 20. The way that the full course yellow has been deployed, that car has been able to come in and get the stop done sooner than the race leading car can get in. So that's going to be advantage 31. Number 20 actually losing out here because stop done. It's going to be later for number 20 to get into the pit lane. It is for the debris on the road, we understand, and there will be a safety car period before the restart. So the expectation, at least, is for a safety car. I still think this might just have helped 31 Porsche get back into the game.
And you're a man behind the wheel, but it is who's behind the wheel? It is Dennis Olsen.
Yeah.
Dennis has done, I think, has been an outstanding stint from Olsen. He's passed well. He's done lots of things, and there is race leader in.
So lap 159 for the leader. It was 158, wasn't it, for number 31, but it's all going to pan out. Now, what do they do to the leading car? They're going to put Kevin Estre in it. And I would imagine it's going to have to be a tyre change as well, so this could be a long stop. Let's see, though.
So Roman Dumas entered Porsche, so are they... Certainly they're doing it the fuel. Estre is in the car. Where are the tyres? Have they got tyres? There are tyres sitting there that would be available. Well, they are going to fit those tyres.
Yes.
There they are, up in the jacks.
New driver, you might as well give him a new set of boots, Mike.
Absolutely, just the same reason when you keep a driver in for 2 stints that you keep him on the set of used tyres. So it's a new start once again for Kevin Estre once that pit stop has been complete.
Exactly right. So there he is, now behind the wheel. The car is good to go, and we, as I say, are expecting that there will be a safety car restart before we get back underway then with 158 laps in the book. So there he goes, Kevin Estre accelerates away, blasts back down the pit road, and double check that he will keep the race lead. Well, we won't know that until the next timing point, but of course he has now, by going down the pit lane and breaking the beam, he's just done his 159th lap. So yes, he will keep the race lead, won't he? So it's still advantage 20. It will close up when we get the safety car, but for now, yes, the car does maintain position, does maintain a gap over the opposition. Oliver Jarvis has just come in out of second place in the Nissan 18. So Kevin Estre gets into the race and now is a bit like Michael Christensen when he took over the car earlier, able to have a lap to acclimatise himself, get properly up to speed.
So I wonder how long it's going to take them to sweep the circuit up at the mine shaft to see whether that's work in progress or almost complete.
Let's have a look back at the best bits of the race thus far. A lot has been happening, so let's just refresh our memories. In the sunshine, as the lights went green, they all blasted away, and the best start made by Dennis Olsen, who took over the race lead with a quick start in Kevin Estre going to the outside line, but at turn 2, virtually it all unravelled for Maxi Book. The car coming to a halt, it limped off the circuit, his championship dreams gone with a damaged coil on a cylinder, putting the car out of the race on the opening lap of 9 hours of racing. Championship leader gone as the battle on track continued with through on the inside line, Kevin Estre taking the lead briefly. He ran out wide, back through into position was Dennis Olsen. Off the road went Chris Goodwin, rattled his way across the gravel and over the curb, and that put that car into the pit lane for a very long stop indeed. It did rejoin and was many, many laps behind. So, ultimately, after all the pressure applied, Olsen let Estre by, let him have a crack at being the race leader. Through he went, up the inside, and Kevin Estre led to the end of the first, effectively, hour of the race, the first round of pit stops. Lawrence Vantour ran third, and then came the fascination of who would double stint tyres and who would not. The Porsches didn't. The Bentley did. That put Jordan Pepper into the lead of the race. And also Nick Katzberg got himself up into 10th place at the expense of the Honda, which wasn't long for the race, with smoke coming out of the back of the car into the pits, into its garage, into retirement soon after. A bold pass here by a hard-charging Christopher Mies through on the inside line to get ahead of Earl Bamber, who tried to fight back, but then into the pits after a great stint, double stint, Jordan Pepper. That therefore meant that we had Richard Leeks leading the way from Christopher Mies. The two of them were nose to tail, but the next round of pit stops would interrupt all that as the GPX Porsche fended off the Land Audi. And that round of pit stops was heralded really by the demise here of Davy Hubert crashing the Lamborghini Huracan coming down through mineshaft, and yet another Porsche came onto the circuit. The safety car was needed for all of that. On the restart, Tristan Vautier braked himself getting through the traffic at the end of the main straight, ran out wide. As he regrouped, he found Nick Tandy in the way. There was a bit of a rub between the two of them. Tandy seemed to come off worse with the car getting sideways. He went over the curb and through the gravel. He held it, but it was actually Vautier, who, as you'll see at the top of the picture, was soon out of the race. The car going straight on, coming into Crocodile and making solid contact with the barriers. So full course yellow and safety car once again to tidy it all up and to get everybody in order. Michael Christensen led the way, Nick Tandy up to second place behind him, but he was outfoxed by a charging Christian Cronjes, who dived through on the inside at the seemingly narrow clubhouse corner. Got the job done, Tandy was charging a little bit too hard. He ran over the curb, but virtually every lap was a qualifier from Nick at this point as he tried to get back onto the back of the BMW. And then up at Learcop, the traffic in the way of the leader. He slowed, others braked, and there was a tap in the tail as around went Christensen. Nick Tandy got a drive through, or the car got a drive through for causing the incident. The two teammates rejoined. Christensen stayed ahead. 31 served the drive-through penalty, dropped away as a consequence, and then Andy Soucek had this spectacular tyre blowout. It exploded on its way down through mineshaft, littering the circuit with debris. That's why we've got full course yellow right now, and Soucek into the pits for a new tyre. The lightweight Bentley sent back into the race, as then it was Fred Verviche having to defend from Gianpaolo de Oliveira, who went around the outside of Romain Dumas to gain a place. Right, we have more clouds appearing, we've got the light fading, we've got the full course yellow, we've got just under 4 hours of racing still to go. The story never ends in this race.
And a cup of coffee and a jam donut just to sort of wind things up.
Lucky you. So, what a race it has been. This brilliant return of international sports car racing to South Africa, recreating the fabled Kyalami 9 hour of seasons past. And it's a mega entry. It's great to see so many people here. There, bits of Bentley. Check eBay if you want a bit, but there's a very proud Marshall with a substantial chunk of bodywork there.
He's probably got about 100, well, maybe 10 grand's worth of carbon fibre.
Don't let Malcolm Wilson see that. He'll want it back. And cleaned as well.
Yeah, that bit certainly, there's not a lot of it left, and that was a pretty massive explosion from that right rear on the Bentley, and that's what happens when tires pop. They do exceptional damage. In the meantime, we're still trundling around. The safety car is out, so full course yellow on the screen is being superseded by the safety car. And the light just continuing to gradually fade, just trying to see out to the right of our commentary booth. Are we going to have the last part of this race with just 3 hours and 58 minutes remaining? You can see the corner workers having to remove. There are so many small bits of the carbon fibre from the Bentley,
which is just being called into the pit lane because 108 has just been given the meatball flag, the black and orange mechanical warning flag. The scrutineers want it in for some repair.
I have to say, it's taken rather a long time.
That is a point of view, yes. I mean, the car, in terms of pure pace, doesn't really seem to be affected. It's not shedding any more bits. There's barely anything else that's loose. I mean, anything that was going to come off has come off. But the scrutineers have given the meatball flag. They want it in and they want something doing. But I don't know what you can do because, like I say, there's nothing really there other than put a new panel on that you can do. Nothing's going to drop off. 76 down the pit lane. That is the Aston. It was an Arm Ahmed last time I looked. It's an Arm Ahmed now. I've looked again. Right, thank you, John. Down the pit lane it comes.
Yeah, I mean, the Bentley, the problem is it's not just the panel has gone, it's probably all the fixings that would have attached the bodywork to the chassis. So you could spend probably, well, take it to the local Bentley shop down and wherever, Santon or wherever we're staying, Four Ways. You'll probably be open. He probably can do a quick turnaround for you, bring it back for Sunday, and you can finish the race.
Safety car now being deployed, so as the field has got itself into a semblance of order, we go into the safety car. There is 76, just being attended to. There is 108. I sympathise hugely here because they've stayed on the lead lap. Stephen Kane's got behind the wheel. He's had a pit stop since, and only now is the car being summoned into the pit lane. I mean, what else is going to drop off there?
We can't see that, and it's only by getting the car and having the scrutineers looking at it in detail. There may well be things. I mean, my first question was, are the mounts for the rear wing, are they secure? From what I can see, they are, but I'm sitting in a commentary booth looking at a picture on TV. I know a lot, but I'm not that clever.
But the pace has been reasonable.
Yeah, but that's nothing to do with something that could be impaired.
No, true. It actually has just fallen off the lead lap, in fairness to that car. But anyway, there's the leading Porsche ahead. But the scrutineers want it in. Lights flash on the safety car. You know the score by now. If the lights go out, it's going to come in at the end of that lap.
So at which point is the 108 coming in?
I think you're given 3 opportunities to pass the line once the message has gone, but it's now taken off the timing screen, so the message will have got through to the driver, which is now Stephen Kane, who's not been long in the car. Stephen, can you come back in, please? We need to do a bit of a spit and polish.
I mean, bodywork in these cars is all carbon fibre, and you can see what happens when the tire explodes. It just rips it to shreds. They will have replacement body panels available. They might be able to gaffer tape it on. and get a few pop rivets and whatever else, but carbon fibre needs to be treated as a material in its own right. It's not like aluminium or steel. You can do an automatic pop rivet into the steel. Jules Gugno, yeah, so there we are, nod of the head, says it all.
Well, he sympathises, doesn't he? Because he, don't forget, is in the sister car, 107, but it's 108 that's being given this meatball flag. Rodrigo Baptista from 108 is the rather frustrated driver telling the tale, but it seems disappointing, that fall. There's a drive-through for Ricky Collard for exceeding driver stint time, or number 62, it's Ricky Collard that exceeded his stint. So, he's been quite low profile this weekend, Ricky. I've not found him anywhere. Normally he's
his smile marks him out.
Absolutely. We won't be smiling for a drive-through. Stint time exceeded. Third generation racer, little Ricky. Dad, a mainstay of the British Touring Car Championship, and his grandfather, Mick Duffy Collard, a legend in hot rod racing in the 70s and the 80s. Recently, a couple of years ago, passed away.
What is it about the southeast of England and hot rods and all that lot?
There were just lots and lots of circuits, and it was a good, cheap way of going into motorsport. You didn't have to spend a fortune. There were cars available. But East Anglia really now is the hotbed. Anyway, there's the safety car coming towards us. Safety car in this lap, in fact, we are being told.
And the 188 getting a bit of a hurry on to try and catch up to the tip. It's well and truly behind the tail end of this crew. So, safety car in this lap. Everybody will be refocusing, just getting the whatever adjustments they may have used to run at the speed. There's some of the cars, I don't know if they use them or not, but there would be a lean button so they can save on fuel. So you lean it out when you're running at the speed, and then when you get up to race speed, you put it back to the original presets and get a load more fuel in.
So not only is 108 going to be given another pit stop to try and sort out the damage, and that's going to be a long stop, it's all going to happen under green flag conditions. So 108, really, really, really a big blow there. So Lucas Stoltz up into second place. He is the man now to take the challenge to Kevin Ashe and, of course, try and win a title for Maxi Goetz, who was in the car right at the very start of the race. There is the leading Porsche, which will come to the pit lane. There's the real leading Porsche that will stay out. In second place is the Mercedes, but between them, you've got 108 Stephen Kay. Now, if they bring him in this time, Lucas Stoltz is fine. Otherwise, he's going to have to battle his way past number 108.
And I tell you what, Kevin Ashe's gone. He
Absolutely.
is on it. He's caught the 108 slightly, but maybe, as you point out, the 108's going to come in and it'll be the 10%. No, it is. Yes, it is coming in. So the Mercedes has been given a bit of a free buy, but of course, he's lost track position to Kevin Ashe, who's up and running.
Have a look also at Lawrence Vanthor, because he's back at the races, John. He's in third place in the green Porsche. Here they come over the timing line, race back underway, but Vanthor is right there now looking to try to make a move. So also lower down, fifth is Dennis Olsen. Now that car is only 6.4 seconds off the race lead, so yet again that safety car helped bring 31 back into the picture.
Indeed it did, and I mean all its travails and troubles and whatever, and Dennis Olsen outstanding in this stint.
No question, no question.
Bit of a tight squeeze there. 25,
yeah, ahead of Christina Nielsen. Up the inside goes 25 Audi Fred Verviche, and Christina Nielsen sort of elbowed out a bit wide in a rather ungentlemanly fashion there. Olsen is sixth. Now look who is seventh. It's the Valkenhorst BMW of Mikkel Jensen. So this is a really interesting battle, because we saw these cars compete with different drivers at the previous stint. Now they're together again.
Yeah, and again the BMW has got that slight advantage when they get onto the main straight. The Porsche might be quicker in a lap, but it's a matter of the long or the straight we have here, pit straight. If the BMW can stick to the Porsche on the edge of the turn 16, it might just have enough grunt to get down the inside into turn 1.
So with under 4 hours remaining, there is Dennis Olsen, who could be a champion as he turns now out of Learcop, still defending from the BMW behind him and Mikkel Jensen. Everybody now being told to put their lights on, because we are in official darkness now.
I think the BMW is looking slightly the healthier of these two cars as they came up through Learcop. Held a better line in the exit. The Porsche, Dennis Olsen was slightly further wide. So watch and see what is going to happen there. Dennis Olsen, he's got a BMW glued to his rear bumper. So down into turn 16, this is where the BMW starts to do its good work. Has he got enough speed off the corner? Can he push the Porsche all the way down and then make that lunge down the inside? Danger as he overruns the corner, and the Porsche can make the cut back very easily.
So down there through turn 1, race leader, Michael Christensen goes by. There you've got in the background.
See the cutback, BMW with the cutback coming in.
Okay. So leader is Est, second is Stoltz, third is Vantor,
He's done it.
Is Imperatori.
He's got ahead of...
he has indeed.
Yes, yep, he did that.
Job done.
Yeah, that was a clever cutback just late in the braking zone coming into turn 1 and caught, unfortunately, Dennis Olsen. So maybe a little bit by surprise.
So the race leaders now currently work lap 165. Kevin Astra leading by 2.2 seconds and trying to get away.
Well, that number 10 Mercedes has always been quick when it's been running at the front. And Stoltz is as good as anybody in that car. Dennis Olsen is probably scratching his head thinking, how did I let that BMW stitch me up like a kipper going into turn 1?
Now, number 108 is in the pits. We saw it dive in. Bruce Jones is down there with his clipboard, his assessment form. So have a look at the damage for us.
I'm on to the second page of the assessment form, unfortunately, because it's a slow process, because they've they've really struggled to loosen the rear wing so that they could, on the side where it's damaged, so they could actually insert a new bit of bodywork underneath. But it's been loosened now, it's being tightened up again. I think they're getting there. For Stephen Kane, he's just sitting stewing in the car, and the rest of the Bentley crew feeling pretty sore about life. A lot of damage, as you saw, but it is being fixed, but it's being fixed quite slowly, I'm afraid.
Bruce, thanks very much. Sterling work in the pit lane. And as the leaders come pounding over the line, it's only 1.8 seconds now between the top two.
And having had one BMW get past him now, Dennis Olsen's got Tomczyk in the second car, looking to try and do something as the number 10 Mercedes. Lucas Stoltz falls 1.8 seconds behind as they came across the line at the end of lap 165, 166. What's going to be 1.895, waiting for it to record. 1.895 doesn't seem to change.
So, right now, Stoltz charging on. Look at Alexandre Imperatori, because that Nissan is up into 4th place, and he's also now becoming a real threat. So, again, I know it's helped by safety cars, or you could argue if you're a rival team hindered by safety cars, and of course with incidents, and it all changes on pit stops as well. But there is so much in this that even now I'm still struggling to work out exactly who the favourite is. You would perhaps say it's Porsche number 20, because no matter what's been thrown at it, it's always been there or thereabouts. But we've still got under 4 hours to go, and there's so many other cars keep coming and going through the equation. That, I suppose, is one of the few constants. It's always up there.
I would agree with you about the 20 Porsche is the favourite in my book, and I don't have any buts.
Okay. Okay. Right, well, there you go. If what he says, no buts. But me, no buts. Thank you, John. So, 3:47 in terms of hours and minutes are to go. We've just had an absolute best sector. And it's Mikkel Jensen. I mean, what's going on? It's going dark.
That's what I'm saying. Suddenly, there's lots of racing going on. We're 3 3/4 hours away from the finish. And these guys are at it hammer and tongue. Track temperatures dropped, air temperatures dropped, getting darker, getting more cloud. It's getting dark cloud rather than the light, white, bubbly cloud that we've seen around the racetrack. So this race is coming alive, but hasn't been pretty much alive all the way through.
I thought it had been, I must confess. What about Lawrence Vantor? That green Porsche, we probably shouldn't discount either, should we? It's not looked as quick as some of the others, but it's still there.
It's looked better in Lawrence Vantor's hands than any of the other two drivers.
I would go along with that, definitely. Yes.
Excellent.
There is Chio, who goes now 14th. So we have done 5 hours of racing, and still the story is changing. The number 20 Porsche has led on the hour mark for 4 of the 5 hours that we have had, incidentally, thus far.
I'm just thinking, I mean, Olsen has done a stunning job. He's got now Tomczyk behind him, just 3/4 of a second away. And you can see sparks coming off the little skid plates that they have on the outside of the deflectors of the body, and up to, well, how close can you get without having contact? So Tomczyk is on a
He is indeed, as down the hill, also on a mission by the look of it, is Jensen to try and get himself past the Nissan. Martin Tomczyk there running in 7th place. The cars come through Crocodile, and Jensen has got a bit stuck, hasn't he, behind the Nissan of Katsumasa Chio, which is sort of helping the sister car of Imperatore get away up the road as well.
Yeah, it's a bit of a concertina yet again. Just get groups of cars get together, and sometimes you'll be doing laps on your own. You never think there's no other cars on the racetrack, but right now we're seeing significant numbers of cars all running pretty closely. The headlights, of course, make it more confusing to the drivers. They can't maybe identify the car that's behind them, whether it's a car that's maybe out of position but going quickly, or a car that's leading, or a car that's actually challenging for position. That's really depend very much on the information coming from your pit crew.
Right, so 34 Jensen, 31 Olsen. He's being held up by Katsumasa Chiyo in the 35 14th placed Nissan here. Past the support race pits they come. They're being called as well by 42 BMW Martin Tomczyk. So the Nissan able at certain parts of the circuit to get away, and other parts of the circuit it falls back. There they turn. Up now through Clubhouse. Short straight, then down through the S's. And it's an S that plunges down the hill, and you climb up the other side. And there's sparks from underneath the BMW that's looking ever more spectacular.
Yeah, it is. It's the first part of the S is the tricky bit, because it actually slightly off camber. As you go into the second part, it goes then into positive camber and kinds to be a bit of a banking in the sort of the exit of turn of the second part of the S's. But already the cars are on their way down through the mine shaft, and then a fairly substantial break when they get to Crocodile. And everybody keeping station, no moves. The Nissan, it isn't necessarily the quickest car on a lap, but yet again it's showing, even with the BMW, which is probably capable of lapping quicker, if you can't get yourself, and there's only a couple of places around the racetrack where these two cars are going to be able to challenge cleanly. One of them is going to be at the end of the straight, and the Nissan's just got that grunt off the corner.
Absolutely right. And there's the fourth placed Nissan just up the road ahead, which is Alexandre Imperatore, who is closing on Vantor, isn't it? The gap between them is only 0.6 of a second. With 3 3/4 hours to go, we're almost now heading into the realms of headlight spotting here. Especially when the cars head directly towards you, piercing the dusk, but not a drop of range on. You were fearing all sorts.
Well, we all feared it. I mean, it wasn't just my positive view of the weather, it was actually what we were seeing in our European weather apps, as opposed to the weather apps from South Africa itself. But there is a substantial cloud base now at the back of the circuit. Whether that will deposit rain or not, it would be pretty unusual for this race, a 9-hour race, to end up running rain-free.
So there goes Tomczyk, who is in 7th. Number 12, Porsche. Vantor versus Imperatore. That is coming alive. As I say, 0.6 at the start of the lap. Ignore Chiyo behind him because he's a lap down. If you can ignore Katsumasa Chiyo. Very rapid driver, of course, but he's out of sequence. He's lost a lap in the second KCMG car. What he is doing is shielding his teammate Imperatore from Jensen.
Yeah, but in first and 8th position, it's just 10 seconds. I mean, and we're up, what, 5 3/4 hours into this race, 5 1/4 hours into this race.
Martin Tomczyk charges down the hill, back at the wheel of that car. But yeah, for Mikkel Jensen, and in fact number 31 also Dennis Olsen, their chances here are being affected by that pesky GTR Nissan that's doing a comparable pace, but he's on the wrong lap. But they don't want to get out of the way and ruin their own race, so it's up to, somehow, Mikkel Jensen to find a way by.
There is often a question asked, a car that is a lap down, should it step aside and let those that are racing for the top positions go through? And there's always a split opinion as to whether that's the case or not, but look what's going on. The lead car absolutely being motored by Lucas Stolz, and the second place Mercedes, half a second was the gap across the line, and look a lot less than that coming into turn 1.
Absolutely right. So half a second between the Mercedes chasing the Porsche. There they are, coming out of Barbecue Bend, past the support race pits into Sunset, and as they swing through the right-hander, Kevin Est and number 10 Mercedes at the helm of it, Lucas Stolz, then Kevin back at the wheel. Luca in his first stint in that car, and again there it is. It's been running its own race on its own strategy, an early pit stop because the car was getting hot, but now it's at the races, so to speak, and it's there pitching for the race lead.
And it looks to me that Lucas Stolz was having to take less out of his Mercedes than we're seeing from Kevin Estres doing in the lead Porsche. So up to the top of the hill yet again, and there's just that, I feel, slight more reserve that Lucas Stolz can use if he needs to. At the same time, Lawrence Van Voor is under pressure from Imperatore, whatever you call it, can't say it.
Imperatore.
I used to say it years ago, Imperatore. Yes. So they are battling for 3rd place as the battle for the lead goes on. There's the 34 BMW in 5th place.
Race leaders, lap 170, make the climb And as they wriggle their way up through Crocodile towards Cheetah now, you can see that Est's car takes on a different personality because it's got to defend. It's being driven with a huge amount of urgency. Next battle pack, Vantor Imperatori, then the lapped Chio just ahead of Jensen, ahead of Olsen, ahead of Tomczyk. And the light's fading fast now as they come out of turn 16 through Ingwe. Zulu for Leopard. Leaders go by, and the gap this time 0.469 of a second between them.
Yeah, and Kevin Estre able to do enough out of the final turn to give the Porsche that little initial punch.
Guess what's happened just in the distance?
What? Rain.
Lightning. So the rain could be on its way.
Thunderbolts and lightning. Yeah, I mean, look, it's the sky's darkening, and that's not just because the lights are going out generally at this time of evening.
Race leaders go through, and as they do so, we've got the Porsche on lap 171 through in the lead of the race, and as the cars accelerate through the S's now, Kevin Estre coming under attack. Lucas Stoltz crawling all over the back of him. Now, that Mercedes is going to pit before the Porsche, is it not? Because it was out of sequence earlier. As it stands, number 10 Mercedes would take Maxi Goertz to the championship. Matt Campbell would be second. Maxi Boot would be third. Lucas Stoltz would be fourth. To use a phrase that John often says to me when I discuss a certain topic with him, you must be nuts. I mean, John, every time we look at this, it's changed. It's changing in favour of different drivers, different laps. It's an extraordinary way to end a series.
And that's why the success of GT3 racing on a global platform is so fantastic, because the cars are evenly matched, the balance of performance, the level of driving standards. These drivers are the top GT drivers in the world, and if they went into any other formula, let's say outside of Grand Prix or something, they would be winning drivers in those particular cars.
Absolutely. Leaders go by, 8 tenths now between the top two. What about Vantor? He's 4 seconds further back, fending off Alexandra Imperatori. That number 18 Nissan is a real sleeper, isn't it? It was nowhere in the top 12 at the end of the first hour, and yet there it is now, 4th at the end of the previous one, staying 4th now.
Well, it's a shame we don't see more of the Nissan in Europe. They were running under Bob Neville's banner, and he got the first of the Gen 2 GTRs, which is the car that they've got here, and its true pace is still evident.
Yes, absolutely. It's well run. I mean, KCMG has been an impressive squad, not only running GT cars, but building the single-seater F4, or running it, or developing it, for the FIA Motorsport Games that we joined a few weeks back. So as the cars sweep through, 4th, but the other one is, 14th and a lap adrift. That's the problem, that Chio Sam has lost a lap, or that car has, because remember, Josh Burton got a penalty earlier on.
Yes, he did. So 3rd and 4th, still hardly away.
As the leader, number 20 Porsche there, out of Leocop. Does look again, though, as though Vantor is falling away just a little, doesn't it?
I mean, the gap between 1st and 2nd, then 2nd and 3rd has been ebbing and flowing. And basically, the number 12 Porsche, of all the Porsches that have been here, has not been the strongest looking one. It's hard to understand. Certainly, Lawrence Vanfor, I think, has been the driver that's managed it best. But it's not been anything as impressive as the 20 or the 31.
Current weather forecast is thunderstorms at 7 p.m, and that's the same forecast that said it was going to rain at 3 o'clock and rain at 5. So you pays your money, you takes your choice.
I have to say, somebody's going to get it right, because it does rain here. And if it rains, oh yeah, that was a pretty nice little sort of kick of the dust at the exit of the corner.
That was Christopher Meese, who was getting a bit ragged. Yeah, it's going to rain at some point, isn't it? So the cars come over the timing line once more. And as they do so, Estre to Stoltz up to 11 tenths of the second. Vantor to Imperatori 7 tenths. And then Mikkel Jensen still thwarted in his efforts to get past that Nissan. He cannot find a way by.
No, you can just see the Nissan coming through here. So the BMW all over it like a rash, but there's still no way that he can actually make enough of it. Now, the kicking the dust as they come out of barbecue, that's never really much fun. You get momentarily blinded, but look around you, you'll find your reference points, and just hope that nobody's come to a dead stop in front of you.
Exactly right. We have got to gain lower down, because Marvin Kirchhofer has brought 62 into the pit lane, so that means that Casimasa Chio goes 13th, Saul Hack is up to 14th, and David Perel is up to 15th, so 2 of the South Africans gaining a place there.
Yeah, David Perel just being in a series of personal bests on that last lap.
Absolutely right. Now we're on lap 173, and Kevin Estre still the race leader. There is Vantor coming under attack from Imperatori as they come through Leocop this time, and spectacular stuff then as the cars accelerate once more down towards us. Vanthoor ahead of Imperatori, and the field on lap 173. There, you've got the number 34 BMW. That is Mikkel Jensen. Still pushing. So through they go, and the number 42 BMW gets on with the job. Martin Tomczyk there in that 7th place as the field comes now once more through the sequence of corners down towards the left at turn 16, going through Ingwe there. Tomczyk then up now towards the timing line, accelerates up past the pits. Martin Tomczyk's last lap was a 44, so he's actually dropped a fraction of time over the traffic ahead. Imperatori, though, is becoming the other man to watch here because he's getting closer, isn't he, again, to Vanthoor. So through they turn. And the car's currently with number 18, Alexander Imperatori, in the KCMG Nissan, crawling all over the back of Laurens Vanthoor. That gap is half a second. He is pushing. And the team's now perhaps becoming more aware that it's clouding over. Yes, the sun is setting, but there's a lot more cloud cover over the circuit now. It's getting cooler finally, and the rain that has been forecast all afternoon might be getting ever closer. Tomczyk through Clubhouse. No longer staying on the back of Olsen then, so he's dropped away. There's Vanthoor. Just seen some more lightning in the distance. Vanthoor goes through. Imperatori not close enough to think about making the move. What about the lead gap? It's up by another 10th, 1.2 seconds that time around. So through they go. And we've got a second track limit warning coming for number 76, Aston in Ahmed at the wheel of the R Motorsport car right now. An effort being made here, look, coming down the hill. And there, side by side, through goes Mikkel Jensen to try and get past the Nissan that goes off the road. Chio-san is in all sorts of strife, he's back on, slows the car down. Around the outside of him goes Tomczyk. Wow, that could have been nasty, but they all got away with it. Good save, good avoidance by everybody. That has also got the cork out of the bottle. Mikkel Jensen, brave stuff. And Katsumasa Chio, well, his eyes will be out like chapel hat pegs after that. That was a scary moment, a big ride down the hill, but he got away with it. And huge laundry bill aside, he's got away with that without any real ill effect. He loses track position, but he was a lap down against those cars anyway, so he was always going to be out of sequence. Right, it means Jensen gets a clear run now for the next lap or two. Here's the replay. Coming down the hill. Jensen's on the inside, Chio on the marbles, just can't get the car turned, runs wide, over the grass, over the gravel, and at this point he starts to think, crikey, how do I slow this down? Well, he managed to do it. Tomczyk was cautious enough around the outside, but equally he wasn't going to just let him get back on the road and miss the opportunity to get through, so job done, through he went, and that means then that the BMW goes and puts a lap on the Nissan, as you see Jensen taking Olsen with him. So Jensen has now got to try to make up 2.7 seconds against Alexander Imperatori up the road ahead of him. As there goes 31, that is Olsen, still running in that 6th position. Now, when's my next round of pit stops going to be due? That can't be too far off for one or two of them. So, as far as the race leader is concerned, number 20, Kevin Est, of course, new into the car on that last stop. New set of tyres, full tank of fuel, leading the pack, I reckon, lap 195. So he's got another 20 or so to do before he needs to think about coming back in. Unless, of course, circumstances change. In other words, it rains.
Well, I'm just looking at the screen and there's little flecks of looks like rain, maybe it's just bugs in the air, but it has gotten much darker and blacker, the cloud base. Beginning to do its normal thing, maybe a bit later than we've seen over the previous days. As we go back to the battle for the lead on lap 176, the gap now up to 1.2 seconds. So either Kevin Estre has managed to find a bit of time, or Lucas Stolz was beginning to have to battle. I thought the Mercedes earlier in this battle looked the marginally quicker and better of the two cars, not being reflected from what we're seeing currently on timing and scoring. 31. Dennis Olsen in 3rd place, just 0.8 of a second behind Jensen in the BMW. That's another struggle for the Porsche to deal with. He's got directly behind him Martin Tomczyk, so no place to relax. And Fred Vervisch, we have seen bits of Fred Vervisch throughout the race, and who is also a contender for the driver's title, is currently 13 seconds behind Tomczyk in 8th position. 3 hours, 30 minutes of this race remaining. still expecting something to really turn the race on its head. And that might be becoming David's noticed there's been lightning flashing around the circuit. That ordinarily comes with the rain. Normally you also get a fairly stiff breeze, so the flags are lying rather limp. So wait and see. There we are. 31. What a race that car's had. Dennis Olsen, Nick Tandy, Mathieu Jaminet, all stars. Laurens van Thor in the 12 Porsche, the one that's not maybe just had the pace, managing just to keep Imperatori behind in the leading in the middle of 4th place. So 12 comes across the line 3rd, 18 comes across the line in 4th, 34 in 5th. Olsen, there he is, just coming into sight. So all the way down into Crowthorne. Big break, you can see a little bit of bumpiness as you enter the corner. The tyre marks indicating a little bit of a hop, skip and a jump. 34 sides its way into barbecue, getting some good clean exit, as pretty much everybody in this group of cars has been doing, so no gain, nothing lost by anybody. Best opportunity, one would assess, is going to be when the next round of pit stops come, and those that have been running the double stint. And doing the double stint, you automatically keep the driver in for that second stint. Laurens van Thor sweeps through the S's, Nissan slightly wider, and Jensen and the BMW will be picking that up and thinking, was that a problem? Was that a tire beginning to fade away? And the gap has opened up between this battle for 3rd place, so Laurens van Thor's got just under a second advantage. Drops down through the mine shaft, gets down to the bottom. Quick flick through Cheetah, then down to Crocodile, then the final turn at Cheetah. And there we see 4th, 5th and 6th place, all covered by the best part of a second and a bit. So what can they do? Basically, not an awful lot.
No, they're a bit stuck at the moment, aren't they?
It's been the story of the race. You get 4 closely matched cars all running in tandem, and what do you do if you haven't got the momentum to sweep through? And one of these cars has got a 10-mile-an-hour advantage down the straight. They may have a 2 or 3-mile-an-hour advantage, or they might have a good squirt off one of the slower corners.
It's going to be interesting, this, isn't it? Because Jensen was eventually able to find a gap, just prise open the door against the lapped Nissan of Chio. Can he do it with the one he's fighting for position against?
Well, Chio certainly, I mean, he fought, he was out of position, so that was maybe frustration. But I don't know why he even bothered to try and go the long way around the outside coming down into the mine shaft, because there's always going to be trouble there. Yeah. There was a load of debris there, and he caught the debris in the car. Just suddenly, you would think it was driving on ice the way it just skated across the racetrack over the gravel trap, and then eventually got back. Did a good job keeping the car actually in some form of control, but it was a worthless exercise.
Vantor getting away now from Imperatori because he is going defensive to keep the BMW at bay. Mikkel Jensen is right there behind him as they come over the brow. Here they are together. That BMW, every time it does another stint of the race, it becomes more of a factor and more impressive. And the Valkenhorst team just seems to be able to rise to the occasion, doesn't it, here? It's been a sleeper all weekend, and yet, come race day, someone sort of pulled the trigger on that car and it has been released. It's getting stronger and stronger. It's more of a threat to everybody. Equally, the 18 Nissan is looking interestingly competitive. Vantor up the road in 3rd. Doesn't have to think about defending at the moment as the darkness starts to descend. The rain, we fear, is getting nearer and nearer, which is a real shame for the fans. They've had a great day in the sunshine, revelling in this history-making return of international motorsport to South Africa.
Well, they know very well what their country provides them with. They come prepared for it as part of the event. I mean, can you imagine the excitement there's going to be when the rain falls, people having to dive for the pits, those that might be brave and try and hang it out down the inside. Can you get it done? Yes, he has. Excellent. Good, but watch for the cutback. Will the Nissan have the squirt to get up alongside? No, and rightly so.
So Jensen gains the place. Here comes the Nissan back on the inside. That was close, but the BMW stays ahead. Mikkel Jensen then goes up into 4th position. That car is being driven so well by all 3 of them in this race. Jensen started it, now he's the one that's going to take it through these changing conditions. The light to the dark.
Now Dennis Olsen needs to strike.
Yeah.
as quickly as possible once Piratore has been slightly offset with the overtake. That's the time where Dennis Olsen needs to get on the gas and use that potential to make the Porsche up into 5th place as the BMW now sprints away. Is that the 108 or that's the 107?
107, yeah, which was Soule in. It's had tyres, as you see, so probably a driver change, therefore. That's fading, isn't it? Stint by stint, it's just dropping a little bit. That car's about to blast away. Let's catch our breath, shall we? And have a look at the highlights of the race. We've had a very, very dramatic race, and this is how it all began, with the 28-strong grid blasting over the line to get the 9-hour Kyalami GT race underway. Not a great start from Marcus Winkelhock on the outside of row 1, but a dreadful first lap for Maxi Boot that put the car out of the race. The damaged coil on a cylinder, parking it effectively coming out of turn 4. The team could not believe it, nor could Maxi Boot. The barrier opened, the car was pushed away, and that was the dream over to win the championship. Dennis Olsen led from Kevin Estre, who dived up the inside, but not for long. He ran wide coming out of Crocodile, and that enabled his fellow Porsche racer Dennis Olsen to go back ahead as Chris Goodwin launched himself off the curb. The car was heading for the pits anyway with clutch dramas. That, allied to the damage, meant it was a very long stop, and the car lost well over 80 laps. Eventually, with the pressure telling, Olsen decided to let Estre have a go up front, gave him the race lead, sat behind him and put the pressure on rather than trying to soak it up. And Estre continued to try and build that advantage over Dennis Olsen, with Laurens Vanthoor in 3rd place. Into the pits came the 2 leading Porsches, and having double stinted its tyres, 107 Bentley of Jordan Pepper took the lead. Nick Katzberg's Cronje's Valkenhorst BMW up into the top 10 against the Honda of Marco Bononomi that soon retired with mechanical dramas, smoke billowing out of the back of the car. Christopher Mies made this bold move against Earl Bamber, a little bit sideways, but he survived. Bamber fought back, but the Audi remained ahead. At the end of a double stint, in came Jordan Pepper. That gave the lead then to Richard Lietz, who'd taken over in number 20 Porsche from Christopher Mies. But the next round of stops was going to interrupt that battle as well. And that next round of pit stops all really came about a little sooner than expected because of this, as Davi Hubert went off the road in the Stradale Motorsport Lamborghini with force, damaged it severely. Full course yellow, that became a safety car period, and the pit lane became a very busy place. On the restart, Tristan Vautier outbraked himself at the end of the home straight, ran wide, got it back on the road, but in so doing clipped the Nick Tandy Porsche. That got Nick sideways and over the curb, but Vautier would not complete the stint. He ended up with a brake problem, the car going off the road, coming down at the end of the mineshaft section and off into the barriers with some force. Bad news for Mercedes-AMG in the manufacturers contest, because with that car gone and the Gruppa M car gone, fewer opportunities now for front-running cars to score points. Michael Christensen led. Nick Tandy, though, out-fumbled by Christian Cronjes, who dived through on the inside, picked up 2nd place. Jake Dennis, trying to unlap himself, was in on the act as well. Tandy had a couple of scary moments. Missed the first of them coming out of Cheetah, and he ran wide, getting back on the road. He got himself into 2nd, and then as the traffic slowed ahead of the leader, Nick couldn't slow down in time. Clipped the back of Christensen. Tandy had a wild slide as well. Both of them spun, and for causing a collision, Tandy got a drive-through penalty. By that stage, he'd given the car over to Dennis Olsen. Anyway, the drive-through was served, the car dropped back, but then another full course yellow and safety car period brought 31 back into the equation. The full course yellow because of all of this bodywork and tyre explosion from the 108 Bentley, Andy Soucek at the wheel of the car as he battled his way down to the pit lane. So the battle continued on track. Gianpaolo de Oliveira turned his way around the outside of Romain Dumas to gain a place. And as the weather has been changing, the light has been fading, we've got the cars back under green flag conditions now after that recent full course yellow to tidy up the circuit. And the most recent casualty, Katsumatsu being lapped by Mikkel Jensen, running out of road, going down through the mine shaft, lost track position to 3 cars, but thankfully didn't hit anybody, and he's still going as the race leaders are now back together again. Kevin Estre versus Luca Scholz, who's just been held up in traffic, so the gap that was tense is now just over a second once more. But I mean, there's still nothing to choose. We've got 3 hours and 20 minutes of racing still to go. It's an extraordinary race.
Yeah, I mean, you sort of cannot believe what's going on here. Is everybody's just going through the motions of the race, and then they're going to go to the races within the last 30 minutes.
Yeah.
As long as they're all on the race lap, as long as they're all within contact of one another. So, I mean, obviously, clearly they are racing, but it's the last half hour of this that will be the determining part of the race. And whether we will see any significant changes in the running order. We've still got the Porsche 20 in the lead, the 10 Mercedes in second, the 12 Porsche in third, and the 34 BMW in fourth place. Still lots. Am I saying rain, or is it just again sort of the graininess of the picture just as we get into this dark phase when it's not quite dark enough for the headlights to do the job they're there to do, but it's too dark, and it's mandatory now that your lights should be. Car 12 has been warned track limits, second warning. So that's, unfortunately, our good friend Lauren about the 4.
And as far as the manufacturer's crown is concerned, even though AMG Mercedes not having a great day, still winning by 2 points. The Black Falcon car, which is running in 12th, is really 10th in terms of Intercontinental GT points, because there are some that aren't registered. So that means it's 2 points between Mercedes, AMG and Porsche. The dynamic Porsche doesn't count as it's Porsche's third car, really counts the top 2. Aston aren't registered, so they don't score points. If they tie, however, Mercedes and Porsche wins because of more race wins. But right now, it is 2 points. The cars that are scoring for Porsche currently would be the GPX and Frickadelli cars. So Mercedes currently looking as though it's going to take, there it is, confirmation, by 2 points, the manufacturer's crown. But we've still got over 3 hours, which is just a fraction more than a normal SRO Endurance Series race in Europe.
Absolutely. I'm just watching Fred Vervies coming around the early part of the lap. There's a lot of debris around the racetrack, and he in the ID with the back end, the 25 car, back end stepped out. There's the 29, which is running. Currently in 8th place, Vervies is running in 9th place. So these two IDs, different run ID teams. One is WRT and one is Land. So they found themselves getting together on the racetrack. And it's Vervies who's the driver that really needs to get through. Would look for some kind of go on, do me a favor, let me get up ahead, let me get ahead of the WRT ID. I need to get up and get the maximum points.
There's just confirmation. Mercedes would win by 2 points at the moment from Porsche, but still a long way to go. 3 hours of racing. Through the gloom, through the darkness they come. Number 12 runs a little bit out wide there. That's Laurens Vanthoor. Where is the race leader in all of this? Well, he's already up towards the line. Kevin has just gone through. So second, Stoltz in the Mercedes goes over the timing line 4 seconds back. And then in third place, Mikkel Jensen, whose headlights are in there somewhere. Fourth behind him is Laurens Vanthoor, 0.6 of a second back. So now they're trying to get through traffic, overtake the position, and do it in the darkness. Through the traffic goes Vanthoor.
Yeah, it was an easy pass. That was an assist. The 188 allowed, it just stepped aside. So as Continental behind the wheel now, out of curiosity for those that are interested in what the Frenchman's progress is, and he is currently 85 laps off the race lead, so probably out of contention, you would say.
It's on the out of contention side, certainly, yes. It's looking difficult to fight back from there, even for a man of his ability. Former Blancpain Endurance champion. 31 then, Dennis Olsen. His next target is still the Nissan of Alexander Imperatori. He's still not quite got close enough to have a go at him.
No, he's not. He was 0.3 of a second down, still 9.7 seconds away from race leader Kevin Estre, still believing that the 20 Porsche with 3 hours and 16 minutes yet to fight. So this race, still a long way to go, as you point out, David, still the distance of an average Blancpain endurance event.
And there is 35 then, that's the lapped Nissan, which is still Chio at the wheel of it. A little bit wide runs the second Valkenhorst BMW. That's got Henry Valkenhorst himself behind the wheel of the car, the successful team owner and car dealer. Heads downhill. That's the AM Cup car, and it's second in class to Miguel Ramos' Mercedes.
Yeah, and he very wisely saw the quicker cars coming through, stepped aside, didn't try to do what Chio Sound did by going along the long way around down the mine shaft. So when you're driving in a different category, you don't need to be brave, you just need to be smart.
That's right. Drivers' Championship, Maxi Goetz to win if things stay as they are. I think if is the word we've used most in this race, isn't it?
There'll be a few more, I think, before we get to the final laps. And, so the lights clearly have gone out now around the racetrack. The camera actually picks up better than the human eye can do because it still looks relatively light, but looking down the pit lane from our commentary position, there's not a lot of visibility except thousands of headlights. The power of these LED lights is just amazing.
So you've now got Jensen up ahead of Vanthoor, which is good news for Campbell for the championship, creeping up the order, getting closer and closer to the Mercedes.
Look at the back of the Porsche, the glow from the exhaust and the rudimentary silencers that cars are going to run. It is absolutely red hot.
Vanthoor goes through. There is Dennis Olsen, still striving to find a way past Imperatori.
That is wonderful. That's great.
It is. I mean, these cars have been driven flat out from the get-go.
Yeah, I mean, and they run the engine. I mean, the way they can monitor the fuel mixture. There's no single drop of wasted petrol at all, and probably 90% of it is air. How they can get the car to produce the horsepower they're doing, but that is a red-hot exhaust system on the back of the 31 Porsche.
Wide up the curb there, coming out of Crocodile, goes Laurens Vanthoor in 4th place. Mikael Jensen then with that crucial pass to gain another position. Olsen is still stuck, and it means that the race leader, Kevin Astra, who's just gone across the line, is now getting away again from Stoltz. They were, just when we came back after the highlights, together. Now the gap 3.7 seconds between the two of them. And Astra, with all due deference to Michael Christensen and Rickard Leeds, and it's with Christensen that Astra won the WEC GT Pro title last season. But the car's just come alive again, hasn't it? It's building a gap again.
The only issue that will arise is all the plaudits that were given to Kevin Astra when he hands his car back to his teammates. When more lightning flashing around the racetrack, will they be able to maintain the kind of pressure and pace that Astra has done? Because Lucas Stoltz currently 3.7 seconds. His driver lineup are probably more equal across the three drivers, with Hjalmar Berman and Maximilian Goetz.
Imperatori still doing a really good job in that Nissan, isn't he? Another perhaps underrated driver, but he's always been a quick guy. Dennis Olsen, who, like many in the Porsche factory ranks, has come from the one-make championships. Carrera Cup Germany, Porsche Super Cup, for example, as a champion, right there in the battle as well. There is Tomczyk, who's been falling away. He's being caught by Christopher Mies in the Audi. And the Audis, of course, a while ago, we had running 1 and 2 briefly as pit stops fluctuated. Now they're back to 8th and 9th, really, which is sort of where you might have expected them to be on pure pace.
Well, so look at that wonderful view of bills of lightning away in the background. Yeah, I mean, the Audi has not had the natural pace that we've seen at other events, and they've been struggling for a straight line performance principally. But because of the ebb and flow of the way people are going out of sync, people doing double stints, driving and tyre-wise, so they've come forward at points, but now falling further back into the sort of the back end of the top 10.
Heading into Crowthorne then comes Mikael Jensen out of 3rd. The next set of headlights are those of Vanthoor, and there is Imperatori 5th, Dennis Olsen 6th. So this is becoming a frustrating stint for Olsen. He's got the pace, but he just can't find a way past that Nissan, which has its strengths in certain parts of the circuit. The Porsche has its at others.
Yeah, the trouble is they're not overlapping. So for Dennis Olsen, it is a frustration to be tucked up behind a car that you would naturally believe you'd be ahead of on just on a single lap time pace. But the Nissan strengths are principally around that horse of an engine. But I'll tell you what, the car's handling and dealing exceptionally well with this 16-turn Kyalami circuit. It's not really giving massive amounts away to the Porsche. We'll go back to Laurens Vanthoor in the 4th place. Got a little bit of air between himself and Imperatori, but there is the battle that's more of a focus than worrying about Laurens Vanthoor.
Through Leerkop they come, and Vanthoor, his last lap was a 43.6. He's only a 10th quicker than Imperatori, but of course Imperatori constantly now distracted by that set of headlights of the Porsche of Olsen behind him, conscious that he wants to find a way through. Lovely shot that, isn't it? Looking down onto the circuit, Johannesburg in the background, the lightning adding to it as well. Look how busy the car parks are. Loads of fans here. It's been great to see such support for this event.
Well, it's a major motorsport event coming back to South Africa, a classic 9-hour endurance race. And going back to the 60s, when in reality, when it became an international event, and then having this 37-year gap before it's been reconstituted. And you know, motorsport in South Africa is massive. I've had every level of motorsport domestically, and those that have travelled abroad, Kelvin and Sheldon van der Linde, amongst them Jordan Pepper, great drivers doing a stunning job on the world platform.
And a brilliant facility this. You can see the kart track on the inside. There are concerts up at the top of the hill, but it's drifting as well. And it's fantastic to see the support, and it's fantastic to see, and I think every driver that we have spoken to without exception has been full of praise for the facility and for our hosts.
Well, the thing that I find interesting is virtually every European driver who is here, and for that matter Dane Cameron, who's from North America, and those from Japan, they've never either visited South Africa, let alone raced here. So they've read about it, they knew about it, but it's an experience, and this is a phenomenal facility. The amount of investment that's been put into this racetrack, and all the, you know, the garaging and the offices, and where we're sitting in our commentary booth, absolutely brilliant. Deserves support.
And it's a long-term deal, isn't it, we understand, between the event and SRO, and we look forward to the event growing and growing and growing. Stefan Rattel has set a target, I think, of 40 cars within a couple of years for this event.
40 cars on this racetrack.
It'll go above that, I would have thought. More pit stops. In is the Rinaldi Ferrari.
I think if you're going to have 40 cars, you're going to have to extend the pit lane, because I don't think it could cope with 40 cars. It's been what a wonderful event to have 40 cars. Maybe extend the race to 12 hours.
You're talking. There is the 34 BMW. It's found a Bentley to play with now, hasn't it? So is that the delayed 107? Jordan Pepper, who led early on, is back behind the wheel of it. That car led at the end of the second half. And over the timing line, yeah, it's down in 13th place, and it's lost a lap, of course, now. So after its delays of late, I'm not really entirely sure we know why it's been delayed. It's just lost out.
It's lost out
on safety cars.
But Jordan Pepper was in that first stint. He was sublime. He just led and led and led, and it just looked as if maybe Bentley were going to get something special here this evening, and looks like that may not be the case.
So let's just have a quick word, if we may, with Andre Bezuidenhout, because his perfect circle Porsche, we've inevitably been focusing on a little bit this weekend. He's joined us in the commentary booth, which is good news in a sense, but bad news because the car's out of the race. Andre, what happened?
We picked up a problem with the third gear. It ran a third gear. We unfortunately had an incident where the car ran backwards right in the beginning of qualifying.
Right.
And we fixed it up, opened up the gearbox, couldn't really see the damage, but into the third hour, the third gear just let go. But it's been an amazing event. I mean, everybody is just so warm and complimentary as to what you guys have brought back to the South African stage.
Well, we've just been waxing lyrical about our hosts here, because it's been a great circuit, a great facility. I know you are a huge enthusiast at heart. You were here as an 8-year-old watching cars a long, long time ago, but you must be very proud as a South African to see the circuit and this race.
Well, you know, we've heard comments today. I'm a little bit biased, so you will allow me to be a bit positive about this. But when international travellers and international racing drivers come and say this facility competes with the best in the world, we really think that it does, and it's high time that we get the quality of this back, because the amazing thing that it does is it takes the rest of the motorsport and it just lifts everybody up. And the history that we've got in engineering, you know, or whether it is in designing, where we built Formula One cars in South Africa in the early 1960s, there's no reason why we can't have that back again here. But we need the support of people, and I'm glad that the public is here. People are having a fantastic time, and you're experiencing the warm hospitality of South Africans.
Well, we look forward to being back next year. We look forward to seeing you at the checker flag next year.
Thank you, sir. Wonderful. And thank you very much for the commentary and the complete team.
Andre, good to see you.
Sadly,
not on track, but next year. Well done. So, Andre Bezuidenhout, whose car, sadly, the perfect circle Porsche, we lost a little while ago, but it's been a great effort from a really good, enthusiastic amateur team, pulled from South Africa, pulled from England. It's been an older car, and they'll come back next year stronger, and they'll go further, and it'll be good to see.
And wiser, because there's nothing like experience, and once you've done a race, you've got your head around what's involved, and I don't know whether all the local teams here maybe anticipated just how intense, how competitive this championship is.
I think it's opened a few eyes, certainly.
That's absolutely right.
There's 36 in, that's Henry Valkenhorst, the patron, who's about to give way, isn't he, in that car, and I think Michael Van Rooyen is due another turn. We'll see whether that's going to be the way it pans out. We have lost a few, of course, as you have gathered from the numbers of incidents that we've had. 108, I think I'm right in saying, has gone back out again, or what's left of 108 has gone back out again, but that Bentley is now 4 laps down. More frustration. Number 31, Dennis Olsen, still 6th. The car with the fastest lap of the race to its name, courtesy of Nick Tandy. There he is, and he's still stuck behind the Nissan. Where does he find a way through? It's got to be on pit stops now, hasn't it?
Well, the pit lane is obviously the easier place to make an overtake. He's tried, Dennis Olsen has tried everything that he's got in his locker, and he can't find a way past. And you know, if you aren't able to build up momentum, the only thing that is left, and it's a bit of a gamble because you can only afford to drop back a certain amount because you know there's too much other traffic around you. So if Olsen drops back anything, he's got 4.2 seconds behind him, Martin Tomczyk in the BMW. So if you drop back maybe a second or a second and a half, then make a charge. Hopefully, maybe pick up some kind of slipstream and you put your heart in your mouth and dive down the inside. Get your elbows on, be a bit forceful.
Yeah. Well, he's going to have to try something because we're getting to the end of the stint. I was expecting lap 195 for the leading Porsche. We're on lap 191, so we're in that zone now of the cars possibly diving in.
Slicks or wets, David?
Got to go slicks now, haven't you?
Absolutely.
There's 31 out of Lear Kopp.
Down the hill, here they come, and still 31. Looks everywhere. Can't get close enough on the straight bits. Laurens van Thor also being kept honest with Alexander Imperatore and the 31 Porsche. So you've got Olsen trying to push Imperatore trying to get on terms with Laurens van Thor, and all three are running sort of more or less identical paces. The Porsche that little bit further down the road. The 12 Porsche.
Right now, GT fans, this is the #1 live stream on the sports section of YouTube, which is quite something. Thank you for your support and for your company.
Absolutely. I mean, it's a stellar race. I don't know if the world was aware of it, but certainly after this race, they certainly will be aware of it. Is that the puncture? It is.
Puncture for the Audi. Up the pit lane comes the car, and the team will have to sort that on 25. So where that happened on the lap, don't know. Hopefully it was late and they didn't lose too much time, but 25 Audi is in. If they were trying to double stint tyres, forget it. Fred Vervies brought the car in, so a puncture for number 25 Audi.
I think Vervies has been very fortunate because the tyre has deflated, but it must have been on the run down from Lear Kopp, because he wouldn't have been able to do a lap on a tyre that deflated without that beginning to flail around like a combine harvester. So Fred Vervies gets it in. Sometimes again, good fortune falls on your side.
It does look deflated, more than punctured, doesn't it? It's
Yeah.
just gone. So I was just wondering whether the car was about to leave almost, and they suddenly spotted it going down. And that's why they didn't double stint the tyres. Maybe I'm wrong in saying that.
Even the refueling is having a problem getting it in. So not a great stop for the 25, and that's just positions going to fall away for Fred Vervies, who came in when he was in 11th position. Well, in fact, he was in 10th position.
Yeah.
But he's dropped knocked back, and he's got Bamber and Kirchhofer ahead of him.
Those headlights were 12 Porsche going back into the race. Right, new Pirellis go on. Oh, there you can see the damage.
That's almost like I think he's had a deflating tyre, and it's just, again, done what we saw in the Bentley. If he had gone any further, he may have ended up with the same kind of situation where the tyre would have superheated and popped. So sometimes the right part of the track at the right time spins it up, gets the car rolling back down the pit lane.
Number 31 into the pit lane then, so you just see Dennis Olsen come in on lap 192. Interesting now that we are getting these punctures. Bentley's had one, now the Audi has had one.
David, the amount of rubbish is on the racetrack, I mean, you're lucky we haven't had more. And I mean, quite frequently, if you're going marginally offline to try and get through another slower part of the field, that's where you're going to pick up little shards, usual story. But that tyre, the centre of the tyre, had started to delaminate, to bubble up, blister, which would indicate that it was a slow puncture, probably caused by debris. And well done, Fred Vervies, she got it in at the earliest opportunity.
So the flags opposite us are moving around a lot more. The wind is picking up. There, BMW versus Porsche back on track. So that means that Mikkel Jensen goes through, picks up the position. 43, the Stracker car. It's got Dominic Baumann behind the wheel of it. Dominic, very, very, very quick driver in Mercedes GT cars. And he now hustles on as we get to the point where you're almost now at the 3 hours to go mark. So very nearly 6 gone, 3 to go.
And it is fully and truly dark.
Yeah.
There is the...
That's the leader in.
Sure, yeah.
So it's a little bit earlier. That's going to be at the end of lap 193. So a couple of laps early, but in it comes anyway.
So the 911 up on the tracks, getting its service. So tyres off, and looks, yeah.
Ricky Collard walking across the pit lane. Is it going to be the full service, or will they double stint Kevin Estra's tyres here? They're going to do fuel.
They'll certainly double stint Kevin Estra and the start. So there he's rolling. So they're going to double stint Kevin and that's not, I beg your pardon, that's the Timo Bernhard car. So Timo Bernhard's Porsche is back. So waiting to see what the 20 does. The fuel's going in, and there it goes. Yeah. Kevin stays on board. Tyres stay on board, and Christopher Mies has now picked up the lead in the 29 Audi. Kevin Estra losing that lead due to the pit stop, but not be very long, I imagine, before we see the number 20 Porsche heading the timing and scoring.
And stays ahead of the number 10 Mercedes, which is the other crucial factor in this now. So 20 Porsche, 10 Mercedes, and we are into the final third of the race, so into the last 3 hours, and it's dark and it's windy.
No, I'm windy.
How do you do? The flags are fluttering more than ever, so maybe the bad weather is on its way. We will see.
Yeah, I mean, the wind, I'm just looking across, it's blowing, but it's not at the levels we had. The flags out were totally horizontal yesterday. Yeah. And that came in with a bit of hail, believe it or not. I never heard of hail in a tropical or semi-tropical climate, but you do get hail.
So Christopher Mies, as John says, leads at the moment, but the number 29 Audi, I fear, is on its next stop going to drop back down the order. It's sort of been living on the fringes of the top 10, even though it was on the front row of the grid, of course. Marcus Winkelhock started from there. And the Audi through Crocodile up towards Cheetah and now into Ingwe at the end of the lap. So this will be 194 completed by the leading car.
He doesn't spare it, does he? He gets he's a light switch when he gets on the throttle. It's either off or it's on. It just runs the car quite wide on the edge of the 16. Doesn't want to be doing that on a regular basis. He's at the corner. Easy to see when a car is abusing track limit. But that's Christopher Mies. He is a little terrier.
The last time we had a Kyalami 9-hour, it was a Porsche win. Is it going to be the same here? Well, Audi hustling on. Christopher Mies trying to stay in there.
Was that in 1973?
It was 1982, Jackie. It was at Jochen Maas.
956s.
Yeah, well, that was 962, wasn't
it?
Okay. Yeah. 956. No, sorry, you're right. It was a 956. 936 the year before. Yeah. Jochen Maas and Reinhold Joest in the 936, but a Group C car, yeah. For Opel's Porsche team.
I'll tell you what, a Group C car around the original Kyalami must have been awesome, particularly down from Crowthorne down through Yuxke, and just the speed those cars, very, very powerful race cars indeed. Lightning now flashing again to the right of our commentary booth. Still no sign of the much trumpeted rain that was going to bring everything almost to a standstill. We were advised, I think you advised me, that whatever happens, we're not going to have a red flag.
No, I was told only if the track were blocked or for a medical emergency you would need to interrupt it. Otherwise, the safety car would stay out, because they are storms, they are showers. It's not been continuous. It's rained, yes. It's been heavy rain, yes, but within a few minutes it's gone again. There is number 40. That is the AM Mercedes that leads its class. You see PIE being the short code for Valentin Pierberg, and he's been off the road. And this is what happened as he comes down the hill across the grass. Just couldn't find a reference point to turn, I don't think.
Yeah, is there any on that left front, is it? Cut down or not? It's hard to tell in that shot because it's bumping and whatever over the grass on the outside of the circuit.
Right, you've been looking at your weather app?
No. No, not on my weather app. Looking at a message from one of our... He's Dutch. Who's Dutch? Anyway,
so that is Christopher Mies coming as the race leader through. Now, Kevin Estra's gap, he's going to try and make up, let's see, is 25.8 seconds. He is not lapping as quickly at the moment, Kevin, but he's on a heavier fuel load, isn't he? So you can take that into account. Plus, the Audi is due a pit stop.
Yeah, and also you're going back out on a track now that is fully dark, and you're picking up your reference points again. So I would imagine Kevin Estra's last lap on 144.1, and that's a full second away from the best lap time that car has done, which was done on lap 127, but now on 195. So the track is different, temperatures are different, again on a new set of tyres. No, they stayed on the same set of tyres, so maybe the temperature dropped away, he's got to build the tyre temperature back up again. Certainly what was the Lawrence Van Thor, number 12. Oh, that was aggressive. 31 really hammered the curb coming through turn 15.
So there is 31. It is now Mathieu Jaminet back behind the wheel, so he's in for a second stint in that car as he comes up towards the timing line. Remember, it is the fastest car from the race in the hands of Nick Tandy from earlier on, but right now it is in 9th. It was a slightly longer stop last time because they had to fix a wing mirror, we understand, from the pits, and through Crowthorne goes Jaminet, who has got himself onto the back of Earl Bamber. So here you've got the two Porsches, one of which, of course, is carrying the hopes of Matt Campbell for the title, and the other is carrying those of Dennis Olsen.
Yeah, and you can see that Jaminet is not just quicker, but he's closing up. I mean, the power of the lights, you can see the back of the Porsche, that lizard green paint scheme.
As well, one of those.
As well.
That's easy for you to say.
Not Viper green, lizard green.
Christopher Rees in the Audi, out of the race lead then into the pit, so this now puts Kevin Estre back up front. This was the stop I was predicting. So the Audi gets up there as others pit because it's out of sequence. Then you need to fast forward and see who is going to be pitting towards the end and when in that last round. Also, of course, the Audi team busy doing a rain dance.
Lucas Stolz now in second place, BMW in third of Janssen. So 3.3 seconds to the advantage of Kevin Estre. That's probably quite a comfortable lead by what we have been watching over previous laps. And the last lap, Kevin Estre's last lap, I won 46.3. Lucas Stolz's last lap, I won 44.7. Did Kevin drop a wheel, or was he caught in traffic, or whatever? That's a way off his natural pace.
Traffic is the easy answer, isn't it? But we'll see. Lucas Stolz is really charging. I mean, it's not just that Stolz is quick, but that was a really slow lap from Kevin. It was slower than anybody else in the top 6.
Well, in fact, the last lap of third place, Janssen on the BMW was a 1:43.5. I mean, 3 seconds effectively quicker than the race leader.
The other car that we need to not discount, number 62, Aston Martin, because now Marvin Kirchhofer is back behind the wheel of it. This is the Sadler Collard car. It's in the top 6. It's under 40 seconds off the race lead. You know, still with 3 hours to go, that if it keeps out of trouble and others get into strife, that could be even better placed by the end. That's not doing too badly at all.
Doing extremely well, and I mean, it's taken a little bit of time for Aston to get up to the level. We saw one phase in the race when Jake Dennis was in the 76 Aston. He was running with the lead group of cars and on pace, getting in the way, according to those that were a lap ahead and wanted to drop back. But nevertheless, the Aston showed genuine pace at that point in the race.
Down towards Ingwe comes Lucas Stolz then. Second he is. Now let's have a quick look at the lap times, because Estre is now over the line. That's a 44.1. Stolz goes through and does a 43.8. The gap is still dropping.
Yeah, it's down to just 3 seconds, so Lucas Stolz on a charge. Kevin Estre doesn't seem to be at this point in his run on a set of tyres he's done the initial run on quite so comfortable. As you see the Porsche running up through, the 20 Porsche coming up into Barbecue. It's the second place Mercedes-Benz, and he's got the lead Porsche well and truly now in his sights.
Indeed so. Kevin Estre then, we know he's quick, but can he up his pace even further? Lucas Stolz taking the car in his first stint in it, or his first time in the car. He is following on from Guns and then Berman, whereas Estre's back into the car. They've cycled through that. Lucas Stolz, if he gets caught in the traffic that Kevin Estre got caught in a couple of laps back, the gap will stretch out again. Waiting through the S's, sparks fly. Great pictures these.
Yeah. Very spectacular. It's a circuit with a lot of elevation changes, a lot of corners that have got a degree of banking in this section of circuit, but drop down, picking up speed all the way down the mine shaft through this curve, which is flat out, and then you've got to get the car stopped big time to turn right into Crocodile, and then you've that little section of circuit ending up at Cheetah.
Astre trying to get past the number 25 Audi there to put a lap on Kelvin van der Linde. So a championship title car, number 25 for Fred Verviche, in danger of going a lap down here. Doesn't really matter to Kevin Estre who it is. He's quicker, he wants to get by, and there is a telling point, isn't it, that the Audi is about to drop a lap.
Well, Kelvin van der Linde, I'm going to show you right now, there's more chance of being struck by lightning, and that's all around us. There's Kevin van der Linde going to move away and let the Porsche go through. Dream on. It ain't going to happen.
So Kevin S is going to have to work for this, and this will be affecting the lap times accordingly, won't it? That was a 45, that lap. He's stuck. He's stuck in traffic, and Stolz is closing. He's got the gap down to 1.7 seconds. Kevin S will know this. He knows he's got to get on with the job, but what else can he do?
He's stuck, as you say, and he's got a really tough competitor.
Tries the outside, can't do it.
No way. And Kelvin will not give you an inch. Now, dive down the inside into Clubhouse. Very high risk indeed for Kevin Estre. The only good news is he's got a Porsche between himself and Lucas Stolz as they come up to the S's. And Kelvin van der Linde is making the Audi dance around its nose. I mean, he's just swinging the car in. Now watch, up the hill. Kevin Estre thinks he might have a run, cuts back, goes up the inside. Can he get alongside into Wow, that was almost the pass of the race.
And this is to lap a car. I mean, the team is going ballistic, saying, get out of the way. You're a lap down virtually. Let the quicker car go by. But Kelvin van der Linde is not for budging. No. Of course, to him, he doesn't know whether it's the lead or he goes down into position. Now it's the pass on the inside. I know they touch. Van der Linde gets a bit of a hip and shoulder. That forces him out wide, but he should have moved. Finally, the leader gets past the back marker. Yes, it's a quick back marker, but it was being lapped. And look how close Stolz is. Now he's got to get through the traffic.
It'll be the same problem for Stolz that Kevin Estre's had to deal with, and is he also going to get past this? One of the big one, slower Porsche in the middle. So Lucas Stolz, having benefited from that interference from Kevin van der Linde, now he will be faced with the same problem. Kevin Estre will be able to pick up the pace, his natural pace, and begin to exceed or extend the 1.6 second deficit first to second. That was the tube was really running behind Kelvin van der Linde for so many laps. There is the 34 swinging its way through the BMW, and again just being blinded by flashes of lighting all around the circuit.
So Stolz is now 1.6 seconds back, but he faces the traffic. He has got to get through that sunset. Now, not terribly appropriately named, into Clubhouse they come. So from the sunshine to now, the darkness. The drivers coping with these different conditions. Kevin Estre thinking, gosh, it's very different from the start of the day. Lucas Stolz has been sitting in the car. It's all been changing around him over the course of his time in the Mercedes. And don't forget, the last time they were on track in the darkness was on Thursday evening, and that was at an earlier time, really. The session was in its last 20 minutes now, so they're going to go further into the night. Then, actually, they have the rain as well as the darkness to cope with.
Yeah, we've still got the rain to have its last say in the outcome of this 9-hour event at Kyalami. But what you get here is real darkness, although there is a light around the circuit from the various parks that the spectators are in and the servicing areas, but out it is black, and the light from these cars is all you've got to pick up your reference points. You've got lights, additional lights down the inside, so the 17 gets out of the way, lets everybody go through cleanly in the final turn, and good driving indeed by that man, Thompson.
200 laps just done. Kevin Estre leads now by 3.4 seconds. Gap stretches up again now that Stolz has to get through the traffic, but Mikkel Jensen is only 0.2 of a second behind him, so the BMW looking for a way past. There is Stolz. Whoops, a bit of contact up the road as number 9, that's Dylan Pereira, gets involved with 25, Kelvin van der Linde, who is still making a bit of a traffic jam out of all of this as he tries to work out who he's fighting with. But now look at the BMW. Good exit from Barbecue. Finds all the dirt on the road, guns up alongside. Is this the pass for second place? They are side by side on the outside line. The BMW is going to go through. Look, yes, gets his nose in front, and Mikkel Jensen has done it round the outside of Lucas Stolz. Brilliant.
Stunning pass, and he did it by getting onto the dirty line in the engine out of Barbecue. I thought he'd picked up too much rubbish in his tires, but he braved it out coming into sunset. Now goes defensive. Lucas Stolz was stitched out like the proverbial, and he could do nothing about it. Stunning bit of overtake courage and commitment from Jensen.
And it shows how strong that car is. Remember, we saw earlier good, brave passes from Christian Cronjes against Nick Tandy. There you go, number 1 against Lucas Stolz. So it can pick on Porsches, pick on Mercedes with alacrity. Number 29 is under investigation. Christopher Mies, Christopher Haase, Marcus Winkelhock Audi for their pit stop time on the last stop. But there is a now somewhat frustrated Stolz. He has lost a place. And now, as the cars go up through Crocodile, let's have a look at how Kevin Estre had to get through the traffic a little earlier. Estre tried to find a way past Kelvin van der Linde's Audi. Remember, this is it in replay. So there was a gap, he went for it, dived up the inside, Vervish tried to turn in, but Astra was alongside.
Fully in square alongside the Audi, and Fred Vervish, he just wanted to try and do the best he could, but the Porsche was there. There's no way you're going to dislodge the Porsche on the inside of the corner, and that's motor racing, that's fair and square, both drivers battling for that same bit of tarmac, and it was the Porsche that came off the top.
Audi runs out wide. Sad to see the Audi a lap down now, but it's happened. That said, 2 hours, 45 minutes still to go. You never know what might happen. Dylan Pereira, number 9, 15th. He is trying to gain a place against Captain Massachia. There's a lot more lightning in the sky now.
Yeah, well, we maybe get some rain. We've got 2 3/4 hours of this race remaining, and that's a long time. It might just be something that, well, wait and see. Wait and see. Lucas Stolz, what frustration. He can't even get a chance to come back in the BMW because he's trapped with the Porsche in between. In the meantime, Jensen, who made that a really excellent textbook overtake, looks, he's finding up the hill. What can he do to get through that traffic? He wants to make further progress.
Red hot brakes on the number 10 Mercedes. Lucas Stolz presses on then. Where is 29 in the order? 7th. That's the one with the pit stop being looked at. Down the hill, BMW booms through.
Yeah, good pass, clean pass.
Driving standards flag for Vervish for the incident with number 20 Porsche.
Harsh, I would say.
Okay.
It was a race. Okay, maybe there was a lap out of position, but nonetheless, it was a race. So you might say Vervish should have been more thoughtful and let that lead car, but maybe he wasn't aware it was, well, not the lead car, but certainly yes, it wasn't. It's very difficult. In these conditions, the light is very restricted, it's really on the headlights. So Vervish is a racer, and he just did what he felt he had to do.
Goes back to the point we made over the weekend about the teaming, essentially, this telling your driver when to hold, when to fold, when to give up a place, when to let a car through because you're not racing against it. Anyway, it's all now history, and it's only a driving standards flag, it's not a penalty. There is Stolz third. So Estra now 6.8 seconds ahead of Jensen, whose last lap was slower because of traffic.
Yeah, I think, a little bit of run wide on there again, the rubbish being thrown back onto the track. I think Kevin Estra will be very happy indeed with the progress he's made in this second stint on the set of tires that's already completed one stint. And he's got the BMW now between himself and who he thought his principal challenger was going to be, and that was Lucas Stolz and the number 10 Mercedes.
Absolutely right. So at the moment it's Porsche, BMW, Mercedes, Nissan, BMW, Aston Martin, Audi, Porsche, Bentley. That's your top 10. A car that is still flattering to deceive a little bit is the number 6 Mercedes. It's the Silver Cup leader, 13th. Sergei Afanasiev is now behind the wheel of it. Finally, this year's Lamborghini Super Trofeo Europe champion, but Afanasiev finally given a stint in that car, 13th, and he's getting away from Dylan Pereira in the Silver Cup.
Yeah, just also keeping an eye on the car that led this race in its early stages. Jordan Pepper, the 107 Bentley, got it back up into the top 10 and gets in 10th place. There's 12 seconds behind Earl Bamber in the number 12 Porsche, but nonetheless, what's happened to the other Bentley? 108 down in 18th place. Stephen Kane behind the wheel, so they've effected some form of jury rig repair that satisfies the scrutineers.
He's just had a pit stop to give way to Rodrigo Baptista, so the car is in the race but struggling clearly. So there, number 40, that is now second in the AM. We've had a change for the lead there, 36. It was Michael Van Rooyen that took it over, and he's in the lead over Valentin Pierberg. So BMW goes ahead of Mercedes. So Valkenhorst second overall and leading at that class in the sister car.
Excellent. I mean, great day for Valkenhorst. I mean, when they won Spa 24 hours, I mean, I didn't anticipate it. And that car ran metronomically, and the team did a brilliant job.
So, as the lightning continues to flash, crikey.
Oh,
that's
beauty.
good.
That was a cracker.
That's a scary one, isn't it?
That's a, you don't want to be out playing golf on a night like this with a set of carbon fibre clubs.
No.
Or a bit of nighttime fishing with a carbon fibre rod.
How is carbon fibre rod these days? Is he in good form?
I haven't spoken to him for a while, but I don't know if there's a 10 or a 12 foot rod you're talking about.
Good to see all the fans and all the guests at the hospitality. All the manufacturers have embraced this race, and people here with the tents, with the awnings, staying to soak up the atmosphere, soak up the race, and it really has been a big hit across the country.
And I would say soak up the red and the white.
Oh, indeed. We're only 2 hours and 40 minutes away from doing that ourselves, John.
Well, South African wines, legendary.
So the Audi fans and the Audi guests cheering on.
One of my favourite white wines is called Jordan. Nothing to do with Eddie Jordan, but
or Jordan Pepper.
No, nothing to do with Jordan Pepper. It's a really very fine Chardonnay amongst many very fine white wines. Chenin Blanc is the principal white wine grape down here. For those that are interested.
So the barbecues are on. The Audi guests watching their cars. One is 7th. The other one is a lap down, the Van der Linde car. It's a shame as well that the one that's lost the lap is the one with the home hero at the wheel of it. But everyone enjoying themselves still. And more importantly, they're still warm and dry.
Yep, and they've got Sunday yet to go because there's no major motor racing in South Africa on a Sunday. Certainly this race was always a Saturday race. The Grand Prix was always a Saturday race. We're looking on screen. Kevin Estra up 3 places. Jensen up 14. Stolz 5. Imperatori 6. You've got to go to Christopher Mies in 7th place, down 5. Jaminet down 7. Earl Bamber down 4.
There in front of the main building in which we are based. Another impressive facility there with some very impressive conference rooms and race control buildings. The race control rooms, the operations centre for the event. Through the kink at turn 1, Crowthorne turn 2, and we've done 204 laps now as you look around the scenery here, around the locality of the Kyalami circuit. Lights from the houses, the cars, trackside, and of course the race cars.
In the good old days, that vista used to be jet black at night time. All you had was countryside. So here we are. Kevin Estra leading the race, runs it wide, just pushes the car really hard. He's dropped away a little bit, lost about half a second or so to the BMW in 2nd place. So maybe that again just getting through the traffic, but the gap was 5.8 seconds, waiting for the 2nd place BMW to come through and see whether there is any change either up or down. So not getting a 5.8, so status quo for 1st and 2nd in terms of the gaps.
Dylan Pereira, number 9 Porsche, under investigation possibly for speeding in the pit lane, and we have the cars going through with 2 Valkenhorst BMWs actually running together. 36, the AM leading car, Michael van Rooyen, there he is, just ahead of the 2nd overall car of Mikael Jensen.
Is Jensen going to dive bomb him?
Well, probably not, if he's got any sense about it.
I'll tell you what, I reckon he will. He's not going to want to be held up by anybody, let alone a sister team car.
But I think Michael van Rooyen, who's a very, very experienced driver, would get out of the way, wouldn't he?
Well, as long as he's aware that the car catching him is going to be the sister car, the car that's in the battle for the lead of this race, albeit 5.8 seconds behind. So he pulls over and lets it go through. Good teamwork, well advised. That's what's impressive about some of the drivers from South Africa. They're racing in high quality company, and Michael van Rooyen did the right thing, got the message from the pit lane, pulled over. He's not in this race, and all he wants to do is bring that BMW home in one piece and enjoy the event.
And win his class, and partnered with another South African, Gennaro Bonafede, who runs all the BMW Drive Experience days across the country here, many at Kyalami, of course, and the team owner, Henry Valkenhorst, Michael van Rooyen, Carter, touring car racer for Ford, for Opel, for Chevrolet. He's raced in Polo Cup production saloons, and now for Toyota in some off-road rallies as well. Polo country events.
Polo Cup, very popular here in South Africa. We had a round of their championship, and those guys do go at it.
40-odd cars on the grid. It was a mighty sight. We had one upside down, but you expect that in a one-make race. So there is Michael van Rooyen, not part of that Van Rooyen family, but he comes over the timing line ahead of Valentin Pierberg, and a drive-through penalty for number 29 Audi, Christopher Mies, the penalty for being short on the pit stop.
How can they, these are experienced teams, how can they make these fundamental errors? I mean, as I pointed out at the start of the show, this race will be won and lost by minimum, or mitigating all your pit stops, getting in cleanly, not making mistakes, not fundamental errors. I mean, it's easy for me to sit in the commentary booth and criticise, but these are professional teams who win races, win endurance races, win 24-hour races.
Yeah, exactly. And this is a car, of course, that's already had a drive-through for not being earthed on its pit stop. So you could say 2 rookie errors from the Land team with that car. So we've got the cars now on to lap 207. We're still dry, I think, in terms of weather, despite the lightning. So the predicted rain has still not come. but it is getting a bit breezier. The temperature is dropping, and well, you've seen the lightning for yourselves around the circuit, around the pitches.
Yeah, the wind is blowing from the opposite direction from where normally you'd expect the weather to come from. So whether that is any indication of what's going to be, oh wow, well, look at that. So whether that will stop the rain getting to the circuit, or whether it'll all switch around and come from the less likely direction. But the sky, you can see, you're looking way, way down into the distance. It's still clear. There's no indication of any precipitation making its way. All we've got are just fantastic bolts of lightning.
Yeah, when I saw Stefan Rattel this morning, he looked a little bit down in the mouth. And I said, well, you know, you're not excited. He said, yeah, but the rain is going to come for the whole race. It's going to be here from about 2 o'clock. And it's not going to be great if it's raining all the way. Well, here we go. We still haven't had a drop.
I think Stefan, like all of us, were looking at the wrong weather app. I had the same story from 3 o'clock. It was going to be solid rain until about 7.
Number 9 drive-through for speeding in the pit lane. I think I just mentioned Dylan Pereira was being looked at, so there is confirmation. We mentioned the Audi already, and that sorts out the Porsche of Dylan Pereira, which is a shame, because in that is South African Saul Hack, another of the drivers of the Lechner number 9 entry, that is second in the Silver Cup, so it's going to drop further away in that contest.
Yet another minor infringement, another area where you just harm your performance, harm your prospects of getting a good result. There, Jordan Pepper in the 107 Bentley. Jordan Pepper is currently in 10th place, 10.2 seconds behind Earl Bamber in the number 12 Porsche. Jordan Pepper really did brilliant job. The opening stint, did a double stint, one of the first cars to do a double stint, as we see the 17 Ferrari has stopped. This is the Paul Leclerc Racing 458, not a 488. So a naturally aspirated Ferrari in the pits. In Group N, there's only 2 cars running. This is the only one remaining.
That's right, in the national class. So it's Michael Thompson that brought the Pablo Clark Racing 458 in. Fuel in, new tyres go on. This car, you'll just see in the background, racing. Now the camera moves away, but that was the Kessel Racing signage. Kessel Racing we know all about from European GT racing and the Ferrari Challenge, and the team here helping out Pablo Clark Racing. It's not run under their banner, but you know, lots of their engineers and personnel here to help guide the team, which is great.
Yeah, I mean, but also it's the smart thing to do. You just engage the people that know how to run these races, rather than trying to train up, you know, weekend warriors who would love to do the job, but it's too professional. Yeah. It's too important an event not to just spend the money, get the right people in, and learn. Train them, your other team members up over the period, but for the first time back here in 37 years, use the guys that are so familiar with this car and this form of racing.
So down the pit lane goes the Pablo Clark Racing Ferrari, and back on track. 2.5 hours to go. Every time you see some headlights, then the lightning in the background changes your focus of attention. It's going to rain on the last lap, isn't it? It's going to tease us all the way to the last lap.
Well, 2.5 hours to wait, so anything can happen. There's still a long way to go and a lot of wood racing left.
Now, Bruce Jones still busy for us in the pit lane. He's had a pit stop as well and refueled, and may well have news for us about what's going on and what we expect next with 2.5 hours to go. Bruce.
I've seen various people saying rain will be here within the next 5 minutes. I reckon the next 2 minutes. When we had this yesterday in qualifying, it came so quickly. Really dry air first, even as the rain started to fall. I think that's about to happen. So I think, as we saw when the rain came down in qualifying, it comes down not for long, but it comes down very hard. We could have suddenly a flurry of cars in the pit lane. Not yet, but it's coming very soon indeed.
Okay, thanks for that. So 2.5 hours to go. Just when you think you might have got into a rhythm and you know what's coming, the weather gods may have something to say about this. Well, we'll try and find the first spots of rain when they arrive. Kevin Estre for Porsche, number 20 in the GPX racing car. He still leads.
I wonder where Bruce got that information. That's such precise information that it's not going to be 5 minutes, it's going to be 2.5, maybe 3 minutes. I mean, that is taking weather forecasting. Now, everybody will have a satellite image on one of their laptops in the pit lane. They'll see where the weather is, so I'm assuming that is what Bruce has done. So the Bentley steams up the inside, down the hill from Leocop.
Bruce is taller than most people, so he'll feel the rain before anybody else as well.
Yeah, he's got a good mop of hair, and that will act as a sort of a soak it all up.
So the lightning continuing. It shows you where the cloud is. There in 9th place is the, well, it was Christopher Meese. It's now Jordan Pepper,
Yes.
I think, who's got himself up there in the Bentley. So that car still in the top 10, which is good. That one's having a solid run, isn't it?
But David, if it does rain, and the rain is of the volume that we've had, anybody in the top 10, or anybody who's still on the race lap, lead lap, could stand on the winner's podium.
Indeed, so anybody that survives, really. Yes, the lightning continuing. And are we now starting to see a spot or two of rain?
I thought I saw something on that long shot from the camera lens, but it just may be just the general rubbish that's been in the air that's captured. Right. Look at that beauty.
So it's been predicted all day, and it's finally arriving, but slowly taunting everybody underneath. That's the view from down at turn 2, Crowthorne, as Kevin Astra leads Mikkel Jensen. Then we've done 210 laps. We've had 3 full course yellow into safety car periods, and we might be getting more yet if the rain is a-coming.
Looks like it's in the distance, just that those lights, the distant part of your windscreen, your TV set, or your laptop, whatever your choice to watch this race on is. So keeping these wide angle shots to give us all the best opportunity to see this weather pattern. Now, Bruce said 2.5 minutes. I think that's come and gone. But one thing is for sure, the weather is in a form of deterioration.
And for how long will it be nasty when it goes nasty? So for Astra, he leads by 5 seconds. Just catching up on 31 Porsche. Mathieu Jaminet, 47 seconds back. So that had a long stop last time. And by that is almost the official title now, because if you do it in under the 50 seconds, that's known as a short, and if you go for the full 90 seconds fuel for tires, that is a long stop. So that's how the organisers are terming them. So we're not being flippant in long and short. That's their official titles, really, to differentiate between the two and whether you are doing the right thing with the prescribed times for the stops. There is Astra then down the hill.
Did Kevin Astra have a British mother or father?
I don't know.
Or an American mother or father? Because Kevin, for a Frenchman, is not a normal French Christian name.
There's a thing on Radio 4 a while ago about French people called Kevin. From Hugh Schofield, the French correspondent. But Kevin Astra had a brief flirtation with a British brand, didn't he? Because he was a McLaren driver for a season or two, but came out of Porsche racing and back in the Porsche family. Over the line he goes. So 5.3 seconds is the margin, getting away slightly on that last lap from Jensen.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a little bit of a bit here and a bit there, and just happens to be when you catch traffic, this looks like a relatively clear lap for the race leader. He hasn't got anybody directly in front. In fact, he's almost got a clear run out of Barbecue all the way down to Sunset, so he can just select the part of the racetrack he wants to place his GT3 RS and swing it in to Sunset, let the car float out to the curve on the outside, stay off it, then back to the right, then down a couple of gears, launch it into Clubhouse, hard on the throttle, run the curve on the exit, then all the way down to the S's. Entering the S is the more tricky part, slightly tricky camber, but now you get the positive camber, which really allows the car to sort of groundhog its way through the exit and up the hill, up to Leoco.
And our South African colleagues have just been into the booth to say, rain's coming, rain's falling, and we've got a car off the road. Have we? Is that a Bentley? Is that 108?
It's
108.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 108. So that's Baptista off the road.
Is he off the road or has he come to a stop? I don't think he's ever done a 3-point parking to put it there. There's a wave of yellow flags, so clearly. Is that up at the top at Leoco?
Not sure. He's certainly gone around, hasn't he? Because he's got his back against the fence.
I think it might be at the top of the hill at Leoco. It is. It's at the highest part of the circuit. So whatever Rodrigo Baptista has done,
right.
Yeah, can't take it away from me.
That one, perished the Ford. That's not Learcop, is it? That's Barbecue.
It is. No, it's not. But that's coming on just to finish straight.
No, that's Barbecue. There's the Volkswagen pit.
That's right, correct.
So it's Barbecue.
Yeah, it is. Yeah.
Can't take it away from me.
It was almost Learcop. Almost Learcop. Yeah, it was the supplementary pits that was the giveaway.
Yes.
But when we went wide angle, then it became clear.
Indeed. Right, yellow flags, car off the road. Kevin Astra leads by 5 seconds, and Baptista's getting out of the car. So, I mean, surely in the darkness, that's going to have to be an interruption to get it out of the way.
You know, it may be a blessing, because if the rain is going to come as we're being advised, and we were in full course yellow or a safety car, situation. Everybody will at least be running at a low pace and not get caught by what could be a deluge in the space of one lap. But we're waiting to see if that full course yellow is going to be implemented. In the meantime, Kevin Estre 5.3 seconds ahead of Jensen and the BMW. Lucas Stolz further, almost 4 seconds now behind. He's really dropped back from the BMW, and the pace of Jensen and the BMW has been a highlight of this driving stint.
As indeed, as indeed. So Kevin Estre leads the way.
Sven Muller, interestingly, running an 11th and 911, Porsche 911, just had his fastest race lap on lap 211. As has Jake Dennis. There we are. Jake Dennis likewise has done his fastest lap on lap 209. What are these boys up to?
So we're on lap 213, full course yellow, as you can see. That's not the safety car, that is the medical car that has gone out to go and collect Rodrigo Baptista, bring him back to the pit lane. So the safety car not yet deployed, that's just one of the intervention vehicles. Full course yellow called for. And of course, everybody now gets ready. So you get the feeling that whatever you do with tyres, you're going to have to change in a few laps' time anyway. But yeah, here we go.
But you have to go with what everybody's going to go with, and they're going to go with the slick tyre because the rain is not yet falling. There you can see Kevin Estre first in. And is he going to do a driver change and a tyre change? One would assume he will, but I can't see that who might take over from Kevin Estre. If that was the case, there's nobody else around. No. As the BMW likewise, nobody about to take over the driving duties in that car.
So actually top two in the pits, and they have come on lap 213. So number 20 in, number 34 in, number 10 Lucas Stolz in as well. So
just fuel for the lead car, and the BMW behind likewise just fuel.
Yeah.
So drivers have stayed behind the wheels and tyres have stayed on, so they'll continue on. Again, opportune for the lead two cars that they were able to get into the pit lane and execute the refueling, while everybody else, more or less, nobody else has come in that we can see.
Imperatori's in, Tomczyk is in.
Okay, there's others coming in now.
Yeah, but I think that's going to keep Kevin Estre in the lead. He broke the B, still in the lead of the race at pit out. So he should still be in the lead of the race because anybody that could have taken the lead was behind him in the pits.
Very tactical indeed.
So Adam Hardy, who runs 20, working his magic. And there is the Eduardo Liberati, Oliver Jarvis, Alessandro Imperatori Nissan in the pit, and the sister car has joined it just to make it even busier.
Yeah, a bit of double stacking, never ideal, but maybe needs, must. Everybody wants to get in, get refueled at least. But the Nissan is up in the air, so a fresh set of tyres going on that. Is that really the smart deal when the two lead cars only just took on fuel?
So it's a long stop for the Mercedes number 10 of Lucas Stolz. In other words, fuel for tyres. And Lucas Stolz therefore is losing time. They put Maxi Goetz into the car as well, so it's the full service driver change also. That's going to cost it time because it's going to lose 40 seconds against the opposition.
Absolutely, and the lead two cars just took fuel and managed to scamper back out. That's to their advantage, and one would assume with this weather. Oh my goodness, with the dirt coming out of these cars, when they take the wheels off, these air guns are so powerful. They spin up the dust inside the rim, and I mean, I'm surprised nobody has yet really had to face the reality that they're wearing out their discs and likewise the pads that go with them. There is the 12, so it's just about to be waved through. So where has that fallen down to? Waiting to see where it will drop down to. Quite a long way.
So the full course yellow for the 108. Oh, now 107, look, being pushed into its garage. That ain't good unless they're doing something to brakes.
Well, maybe that's what they're doing. Certainly they would have to do the brake change if they want to do it in the garage. You wouldn't want to be changing. They've got the front wheel off, so it looks like it could be a quick brake change as the sister car still embedded in the tower wall at the. There is one of the recovery vehicles. Oh, it's the X-Class Mercedes. Very nice utility vehicle it is too.
911 into the pits. Number 17, the Pablo Clark Ferrari we were looking at earlier, reported for speeding in the pit lane. So the marshals are there. 107 has had a brake change, we understand, from the pits. So Jordan Pepper, 107 Bentley, they've sorted out discs and pads. And of course now trying to get this car out of the barriers, and the marshal's trying to do it by torchlight, because I think that car's gone in quite hard. That's going to be barrier damage, and this could be quite a long interruption.
Same thing if it's gone in backwards, so you know, the tyre bales would have been split, whether it's become entangled in whatever is there for the barriers. So that car taking a moment or two to be removed cleanly.
So the Bentley being retrieved. Let's just have a look back at the race thus far. Remember all that lovely sunshine, all that daylight. That's what we had at just before 1 o'clock as the race got underway. The cars accelerated away over the timing line, with the best start of all being made by Dennis Olsen. He led with Kevin Estre alongside him, and at the first real corner, Maxi Buch's race and championship dreams seemed to unravel. The Mercedes was a retirement on the opening lap. A distraught Maxi Buch, Mauro Engel and Raffaele Marciello could barely believe it. Kevin Estre challenged for the race lead, made his move up on the inside to get ahead of Dennis Olsen, but went wide. Dennis the Menace back through on the inside, retook the position as Chris Goodwin had this spectacular off coming through the S's. The clutch was already on its way out, but then the damage underneath the car was not doing any good either. Change for the race lead, Estre given a chance at the head of the field by Dennis Olsen. Through he went, rode the curb, and Kevin Estre would then lead all the way to the first round of pit stops, with Laurens Vanthoor in third position. They changed tyres, whereas 107 Bentley didn't. Jordan Pepper took over the race lead. Nick Katzberg got into 10th place, going through barbecue against the Honda that would soon be a retirement, with smoke coming out of the back of it, and with mechanical as the reason it was a retirement. Christopher Mies dived up the inside of Earl Bamber, gained the position heading into Crowthorne. The Porsche fought back, but the Audi stayed ahead. When the Bentley pitted, it put Richard Lietz into the lead, with Christopher Mies on his tail now, really hustling along in the Audi, getting himself into the mix. And the first safety car period was not far away. Off the road, Davi Hubert into the barrier. Lots of damage to the Stradale Racing Lamborghini. Full course yellow, that brought out the safety car. And of course the pit lane became very busy indeed. On the restart, Tristan Vautier braked himself at the first corner, ran wide at Crowthorne, got back onto the road, and got himself involved with Nick Tandy. The two rubbed. Tandy was put sideways, rattled his way across the curbs, back onto the circuit, but it was Vautier who was off the road. At the top of the screen, the car seemed to be going on and on and on. At the end of the mine shaft, through it went into the barriers with some force. So that was another interruption, as the car was retrieved and the barrier was repaired, and Mercedes hoped the crown for the manufacturers took another knock. When the race was restarted, Nick Tandy was slightly outfoxed by a demon move by Christian Cronjes up the inside. BMW soon through. Tandy pushed on. Cronjes pitted, so that took him out of the mix. Nick Tandy rally crossing his way back onto the circuit as he pushed and pushed and pushed. But then as he got himself into second place, leader Michael Christensen was caught up behind the traffic. Tandy suddenly saw the ball slowing, couldn't slow down in time, clipped the back of the leader, and both of them went around. So a double spin, and as Nick Tandy said afterwards, that's broken the Porsche rule. You don't drive into your teammate, so he accepted a drive-through penalty. And then we had debris all over the road as Andy Soucek's right rear tyre exploded, took the bodywork with it. The car carried on, but was then summoned into the pit lane for repairs and has now gone off the road, causing this current full course yellow. On track, another good battle. Gianpaolo de Oliveira right round the outside of double Le Mans winner Romain Dumas. That was brave stuff. But the weather was rolling in. The clouds were coming, the lightning was picking up, and now, in fact, we've got spots of rain. Katsumasachio ran out of road in his battle here with Mikkel Jensen. Ran off the road, slithered out wide, got back onto the circuit, but dropped places as a result. And as the sunset fell and the cars battled into the darkness, so the wind picked up, the lightning was there, and Mikkel Jensen finding his way up the order, moving through the traffic, going ahead of the Alexandra Imperatori Nissan to gain another position there. That car still fighting for the race lead. That put him up into fourth, coming onto the back straight. As far as the race lead battle is concerned, Kevin Estre then taking on Mikkel Jensen. We had Christopher Mies there in number 29, given another drive-through penalty. The car also having suffered a puncture of late, but its pit stop was too short, so penalty came. Lukas Stolz was running in third. He's just handed over to Maxi Goetz and lost time. But as the teams now have the darkness to cope with, and Kevin Estre had traffic like Fred Vavici's Audi to worry about as well, now they have got the rain coming down. So it's been threatened all day. And Kevin Estre is the race leader, but under a full course yellow here at Kyalami. The rain is falling right now. This is what we've got, John.
It's hammering down. We've waited all day, and it's come with a vengeance. And the rain is really, really heavy. It'll be even following behind the safety car. It will be tricky because there will be standing water, and even doing 50 kilometers per hour on a set of slick tires on a track that has seen what the best part of 6.5 or more hours. Look at that rain.
So just about everybody's going to come into the pit lane now. We talked about these pit stops and a time. If you are going from slicks to wets, do it as quick as you can. There's no time limit because this really is a safety pit stop, especially in these biblically wet conditions now. So changing from slicks to wets, do it as fast as you can. There's no time on these pit stops. But look, A, how dark it is, B, how wet it is, C, how crowded it is down there.
And the problem is you've got team personnel sort of standing away from their car, cars coming down the pit lane. I mean, this is demanding for everybody. The Nissan's coming off their jacks.
Number 20, Kevin Estre, has gone through, and I don't think that car has been in. They've kept him out for another lap. Now, that's brave. It might be to try and, well, I was going to say get a clear pit lane, but anyway, he's paddling around.
Well, there he is, and I mean, he's running as well. That's pretty, courageous and skillful on the part of Kevin Estre, but he's got to come in. He can't waste any more time. It's still under the full course yellow, and will this be a misjudgment? Having seen the team come in about 10 minutes ago, he's
off the road.
He is off the road indeed.
So he's in the dark. He's on slick tyres, which are barely touching the tarmac now, but he will come slowly into the pit lane. So as he limps in, he's giving away pace relative to those that are on wets. Even though there's a speed limit, he's probably not able to achieve that.
But he's at the pit lane entrance, I think. Is he there? No, he's not. I thought he was. Yes, he is.
He's now, yeah.
He's at the pit lane entrance. So, I mean, he turns down the main beam and the headlights. Kevin Estre in the pit lane. I have to say, I think that's maybe a misjudgment or an ill judgment, but he might have just gone past the entrance to the pit lane when this all began, so he might just have been simply wrong part of the racetrack at the wrong time.
Let's see whether he can keep the lead then, because also in is Mikkel Jensen, so the top two had not gone to the pits. They've only just made, of course, a routine stop 2 laps ago, but now they're back in for the wet change. So Kevin gives over. I've had enough of the rain already, he says.
Very wise.
Don't blame him.
Well, 2 hours 13, he probably won't be back in the car, I'm assuming, unless the team feel that he is the man that they need. So they've got either Richard Leeds or Michael Christensen going back into that car. There it is, sitting there, the car that has been in the lead.
Should be Leeds, shouldn't it, if you go through the rotation? It was Leeds, Christensen.
I'd assume so.
So there's the car controller, ready to wave that away as soon as it's done.
I thought this was meant to be a free tyre change, no time limit.
It is, but I think they are going to try and do something else.
They're doing. They've got to put fuel into it.
Yeah.
Oh, dear me.
Well, you might as well under a full course yellow.
Absolutely. But I mean, all of a sudden it's confusion.
Come on, what are we doing, chaps? We're going to go, aren't we? No? Now what? Now
dear
what?
me.
Oh, come on.
Art Carney's Flying Circus has got nothing on this.
This is
a
very, very unusual type of Porsche pit stop. The car is waved away, time lost, and where is that going to put him? He's going to keep the lead. Mikkel Jensen gets away, but that was, yes, not cohesive.
That is definitely a one for the pub quiz night of the year, to find out what the reasons for that confusion. It looked like they were going to refuel it, and they stopped, and there's personnel running around the car. But maybe the radio communication just wasn't functioning, but whatever it was, the car stood there doing nothing when it really should have been back out on the track consolidating its position.
Well, Bruce, you know where we want you to go next, please, and go and investigate the GPX Racing pit stop. I suspect Adam Hardy will keep his headset on and not want to answer questions, but there might be somebody, one of the drivers at least, that can shed light on what was going on. So as away goes 42, let's have a look at Kevin Estre. Yes, that's him going off the road. We said that at the time, didn't we, John, that he was off the road?
No, we saw that. It was just coming down from the mine shaft, and you're still doing whatever 40 or 50 kilometers per hour, but slowing the car down, and you turn in and you suddenly find there's a rivulet running across the track. There's the 12 car in as well, Earl Bamber behind the wheel, so slicks off, wet weather tyres on. Hope they're nice, fresh, clean, sharp-edged wet weather tyres.
Is it me, or is the rain no longer bouncing off the floor?
Not bouncing off the floor, and it may well have almost come to a stop.
Yeah. Oh, good. Because that means it's going to dry.
For the moment.
Sorry, yes, indeed. Away blasts number 12 Porsche. Back into the race. So Kevin Estre leads from Nick Katzberg, who's... Well, actually, it's not Kevin Estre, is it, anymore? They've not changed the transponder. They've not got to the next sector yet to update it. But number 20 Porsche leads the way. Or did Kevin stay behind the wheel?
No, he got out.
He did see him get out. Yeah.
He got out.
Yeah. So 20 Porsche leads 34 BMW. 42 BMW is up to third now. Martin Tomczyk's car. I'll give you a rundown of the order at the end of the next lap when it's calmed a little. The pit out beam is, of course, after everybody stops. So you're not completing a lap before you come in. You do your pit stop and then complete that lap, if you like. So your lap time is always a really slow one because it includes the pit stop. But at least that way we know exactly what the race order is because of the pit out beam. There is 29 Audi ready to go. But it's going to be a 90-second stop, that, because they did the full
service.
Yeah.
Yep. So sitting in the car, just waiting is a frustration, but those are the rules. So drops the clutch, spins up the wet weather tyres, and want to get heat into those as soon as possible, but running at 50 kilometers per hour in wet conditions is not going to generate very much heat. Still trying to get that Bentley 108, I assume.
Yes.
Out of the tyre wall, the barrier, wherever it is buried in, up at Barbecue Bend.
I get the feeling that went in with some vigour. There is the race-leading car, number 20 Porsche, still shown as being Kevin Estre.
No, Kevin got out. I saw him. He got that orange helmet and he popped out.
So they'll need to change the transponder setting, otherwise, of course, there'll be a problem over driver stick time. So again, in the confusion, the little switch not flicked. But very odd, that pit stop really was, as you say. Right, there's the leader.
Now you can see the circuit not actually beginning to dry out, but steaming. The temperature of the circuit and the coldness of the rain causing that little bit of condensation. Makes a very arty, for those that are that way inclined, photograph.
So through they paddle. And although, yes, we have had heavy rain, and yes, the track is absolutely awash, it might be drying up soon, which is another interesting facet of the race. When do you make that change back onto stage? Look at the steam coming off the road. Fabulous.
A hot racetrack, cold rain, steam. Maybe that's the future of motorsport. Warm track surfaces and cold water.
So the safety car has picked up the leader, and yes, we are now under safety car conditions, so we've gone safety car now. So it's our fourth full course yellow to safety car period. And the race leader, as I say, is behind it, but Nick Katzberg was 16 seconds back, so that means there are going to be a few back markers potentially between the top two cars in the order now.
Our director's going all creative with these beautiful shots, headlights bouncing off a shiny racetrack, but you can just see, even though the rain may have stopped, there's still a significant amount of water on the circuit as the cars make their way around, well, what you normally call sunset, you might call it rain set right now, and then down into Clubhouse. You can almost hear the glasses of gin and tonic clinking.
Richard Leeds confirmed as being in 20. I think we were suggesting it was going to be him in the order of rotation, and it is. So the transponder has been up, the little switch has been put in the right position for the transponder, and the Lumirang, the display on the screen, to show us the correct driver. 2 hours, 7 minutes to go. Where has the time gone, and what else will this race have in store for us? Guy Clary, the safety car driver. There's a bit of pressure doing this job, isn't there, as well, as he's trying to go swiftly but not make any errors. Now, the number 20 pit stop rather puzzled us as to why it was a little bit ad hoc. Bruce can shed light. He's with Michael Christensen.
Michael, all through the race so far, the pit stops have been really good and clean and tidy, but for GPX Racing, Kevin's just walked into the garage as well, that wasn't the best of the pit stops. What happened?
Yeah, I think it was a bit of a mess with the weather and having to change tires and drive at the same time within 50 seconds in the pit lane. I think that was a challenge, and we tried to make it happen, but I think we just realized that it was going to be too tight, and we had to wait and go for the full pit stop.
Oh, well, thinking on your feet, I'm just going to move over to Kevin. Kevin, obviously it was dark out there, but you stayed out on the... And was it an extra lap you did on the slicks?
Yeah, we did one lap with a lot of rain, and just surviving on slicks on the full coast yellow was very tough in the corners. I almost went out 3 times in the last lap, so I'm happy I made it. Then I was cautious in the pit lane, braking quite early not to drive over a mechanic, and yeah, as Michael said, I think our pit stop was a little too long, so then we just aborted and went for the long one.
Good work. Thank you, Kevin.
So they aborted it and went for the long one, but if you're going to do a long one, put fuel in. I'm sure we didn't see them put fuel in the car.
They put fuel in about 5 laps earlier when they did that quick in and out, so I think they were thinking about putting fuel in. It looked like somebody was on the Bowser to get the fuel hose attached to the side of the Porsche, but then it was put back, and then it seemed to be there was an element of confusion around what was going to be the next step in doing a refuel or doing whatever they wanted to do.
Well, they're still in the lead, but the 16-second or whatever it was margin is now 3 seconds, of course. With the safety car, he's inevitably going to bunch them all up. So, yet again, work hard, build up a gap, and circumstances take that away.
Just down through the fields, we've got Porsche, BMW, Mercedes, Porsche, Nissan, Porsche, Aston Martin, Porsche, Audi.
And drivers reporting standing water on the track, aquaplaning. Number 6, Sergei Afanasiev, is off. There he is, and he's stuck. That's coming up under the safety car through the Jutski sweep. That's the Silver Cup leader who's had a spin and he's beached on the curb.
That is, well, you shouldn't be out of control at the speed you're going here, but as we heard from Kevin Estre, there's loads of water around the circuit. There you see the car. Now, is he beached in the gravel? The back of the car looks as if it's...
I think he's on the curb, isn't he?
I don't know. There's something in the back of the car is the bit of the car that is struggling. If it was curb, he ought to be able to get off the curb. So whatever he is in or on, the car ain't going anywhere. So we've now got one car being, or the part of the racetrack down at barbecue where the car and the track are being repaired, and now we've got another car. So 2 of them.
The same part of the circuit. So the marshals are going to struggle because they're busy attending to one car, one barrier. Now there's another car to try and hopefully just give it a shove, but that's going to cost it its class lead next time around because the Porsche of Lars Kern, number 9, Porsche development test and development driver Lars Kern, that should go ahead. What a race. I mean, I know we've been talking it up and saying it was going to be exciting. Well, it has delivered, hasn't it?
Absolutely, and I mean, of course, not that everybody wanted to have rain, but it is such a part of the Kyalami 9 hours, the history of this race. I don't know if there's been one single race where there hasn't at some point been a level of rain, whether it's this type of rain, which is dramatic and extremely heavy. But we were being talked about it, we've been talking about it for virtually the entire race. People were walking around with faces like Lurgan Spades, saying, oh, well, are people going to come and whatever. But we've had a super day's racing here. Now we've got this transition into wet weather and darkness. Wet weather and daytime you can kind of handle, but for everybody now in darkness it's a much more demanding, and you'll see, particularly for those that are not the professional drivers, it'll be a lot more taxing on their concentration and on their skill, and just to make sure that they keep out of the way. Their focus is going to be simply looking forward, trying to get through a corner or up on a racetrack where there isn't any standing water.
The Black Falcon team shouting that the car just needs to be pushed off the curb. Afanasiev's not damaged, he just needs a bit of a push. But
there's nobody there.
No, the marshals unable to assist. It's going to be more than one marshal as well. Bruce is still topping up his tan in the pit lane. Having a nice evening, Bruce?
Absolutely super. It's freshened the air as more Fort Lightning is in the distance. But just ahead of all the rain, it was already dark. I was trying to set up an interview with Ricky Collard, and he went, so there's debris on the track, it's got dark and it's about to rain. That's when they're going to put the Brit in. Had a long face, but he laughed and went off and got his helmet.
Excellent, excellent. Well, that car's not doing a bad job, is it? He's in 8th place, is Aston Martin. Down the pit lane comes Valentin Pierberg. Down the pit lane comes number 12, Earl Bamber.
And why are they filtering through the pit lane? Because they've all got wet tyres on.
Because they're resetting their stint time so they can stay behind the wheel. You do 65 minutes to a stint.
Yeah.
That's the but as soon as you cross the pit in line, 0, you can stay in the car for another 65 minutes. We saw the BM do it earlier, didn't we?
No, it's just I saw a whole load of cars peeling off to come into the pit lane. There is the Mercedes Beach, so waiting for this line of cars to finally get clear before they can start to bit of hip and shoulder to get that car clear of the curbing that it's beached upon. Will be the rear subframe, I suspect, or maybe part of even the rear differential, which would be the most ideal part of the car to be beached. Nevertheless, it'll not be long. There's the tail of the safety car line. Right, boys, get your shoulders to it.
Heave!
Maybe they're getting a bit of wheel spin themselves, trying to push the car.
The heavy things, GT3 cars.
It's just awkwardly placed. It's probably going to need a snatch vehicle to give it a pull. It'll only take about 5 feet for it to come off. But with the 4 or 5 start guys starting the car up to see if that makes any difference, but I somehow doubt it.
I thought from the sign language, Afanasieff was saying, push me backwards. If you can't go forwards, try it the other way. See if you can get me over the curb the other way. But
I don't think anybody wants to go onto the actual racetrack and push the car back.
No, probably not.
So they've just sort of, we've done our best.
Meanwhile, in the pit lane, that's some of the water that's fallen. You want to get your area as dry as possible for your next pit stop. So good thinking from the Schnitzer team. Yeah, it is a snatch vehicle.
Yeah, it's going to be pulled backwards. What Kevin Estre said when he was interviewed about coming into the pit lane when the track is saturated on slicks is absolutely spot on, because you think you're going slowly, having been running 180, 200 kilometers an hour, probably a few, well, not literally in that last lap, but with a wet pit lane on the slicks, you've still got to stop. Just give yourself that additional error for a margin for error.
Locals on Twitter are saying, switch back to slicks as soon as possible. It's a quick storm, gentlemen. Now, this is still bad news for Mercedes, because with that car out of contention, it means that now Porsche takes over the lead of the Manufacturers' Award. Huge cheer from the fans as the Mercedes gets going again. And Afanasieff, he put the car there. It was his fault, you could argue. But anyway, he's away. Furious that he's lost so much time, but now he's got to try and gain places somehow to get Mercedes back into contention in the Manufacturers' Championship. But as I say, locals are saying that it's going to be a quick storm, so we'll see.
Well, I think they're so familiar, and so this happens every day here in Johannesburg. But who's going to be brave? I mean, there's no way in this world that you could run anything other than a wet weather tyre. All the cars that are still running, you're still going to be looking at the best part of 10 laps before anything would indicate a drying line. And who would want to put on a set of slick tyres when the line might be drying, but everything else around it is going to be saturated? So they might fancy a bit of slick tyre on a slick circuit. But any of the front runners have not. Oh, the Mercedes stopped. Or
no, that's 35 Nissan, isn't it? That's Josh Burton's car that's stopped now.
Dear me.
Why are people going off behind a safety car? Unless it's water in the works that stopped that one. But, Afanasieff having a spin. We've rather lost track of what's going on with 108. I don't know if that's been moved now, but we're getting more and more of them in strife as the safety car continues.
Well, there was the scene of the crime where the Bentley went off, but we don't have any view of where the car is. I'm assuming it's been removed. I'm assuming that the purpose for the safety car staying out is to get the repair effected on the damaged part of the barrier.
And 35 Nissan then dropping away. There's more and more lightning. And it's incredibly spectacular.
Oh, that's wonderful. I mean, the images of the steam coming off the racetrack and the cars going through it, and it's very, very artistic.
So we are behind the safety car. We could be behind it for a while if there's another car to retrieve now, the Nissan 35. So everybody all in formation. How many cars have we got on the lead lap? It's the top 10 now. So in real terms, it's between 10 cars. And who is the better wet weather driver? Who's got the web feet out of all?
Oh, that's a good question. You have to say Ricky Collard. He's a British driver. He knows what wet race tracks are like.
True enough. True enough.
You never know.
It's going to be interesting, this, is it not?
It's going to be a real nightmare for everybody behind Richard Leeds.
The one that I think is going to be worth watching is Audi 29 Christopher Haase, because all weekend Audi have been saying, we need rain. You've got it. Now make good.
Absolutely. I mean, he will make good, but the difficulty will be, oh, now there's a car. Was that somebody driving away from an incident or something? Anyway, you may have the pace on your own, but the trouble will be finding a way through another competitive car, because visibility will be even less with the spray that will be coming from the car you're pursuing. And the 35 has made it into the pit lane, so that was the Nissan that we saw stop. We couldn't quite identify the part of the racetrack. So it is back into the pit lane, and what are they going to do? There's hand signals going. They don't do...
Bars up, goes away.
Yeah. No damage to the car, obviously, so just a harmless rotation.
And there, now in 17th place, is Afanasiev, who's gone from leading the Silver Cup to 3rd, and is also now a lap down on the Silver Cup leader, and has also, sadly, done a power of no good to Mercedes' hopes of the manufacturer's title. Let's rejoin Bruce.
Go and find out what happens to 35, they said. So I did, and I then broke the news to a very surprised Katsumasa Chio and João Paulo d'Oliveira, who didn't know their car was off the circuit. Didn't want to be the bearer of bad tidings, but then I heard one of the engineers saying that as Burden was coming in, catching them all on the run to get to the front of the garage, can we raise the ride height? He certainly didn't do that while I was in the pits. I think they patted him on the head, kicked him up the rear, and he's back into the race. But these things happen in the dark when it's wet.
True, yeah, so whether he just lost orientation and ran off the road, but I mean, he's following the tail lights. You would have thought he'd just follow the crocodile. Anyway, unless the car aquaplaned and he ran off the circuit, which is still possible because we are getting reports of the standing water. Thank you for now, Bruce. I'm sure there will be more things to keep you occupied before the end of the race. Less than 2 hours of it to go. We think, bearing in mind John and I are in a booth and our director is in a palatial, glorious air-conditioned truck, that it has stopped raining. So that's positive.
Yeah, it may well be positive, but the volume of water on the racetrack is going to be pretty dire for everybody when this race finally does get back to green flag conditions. There you can see the standing water effectively in the pit lane, and all around lightning is still cracking off. So it'll be Richard Leach will have the clearest vision, but everyone else back, taking Katzberg all the way back to the end of this field, is going to find themselves in a pretty unpleasant context for maybe 3 or 4 laps.
Safety car will stay on track for at least another 6 minutes, just so the drivers are, thrown into the lion's den, as it were, with the conditions.
Yeah, and I think that's a sensible thing to do, because we don't want to have cars being released prior to conditions still being on the limit, particularly when you're trying to get back up to race speed. So up the hill, up to the highest part of the circuit, we come up to Leopold. The one good news is up here, any water is more than likely going to run down the hill, so there shouldn't be any standing water at the top of the circuit. But as you go down the hill, down the mine shaft, and you make your first turn, as you come back down, that's where you need to be careful, because there are rivers running diagonally across. As we look, this is coming down the hill through mine shaft, and then the big break that you have at Crocodile.
So the safety car stays on track, and this is how the championship currently looks. Maxi Goetz is now, at the moment, the champion-elect, from Maxi Buch and Raffaele Marciello, and Lucas Stoltz 4th. That can't be right, because Raffaele Marciello doesn't have the same number of points as Maxi Buch, so how have they suddenly arrived on the same number? I would argue with that. That doesn't quite ring true to me. Maxi Goetz is a champion, possibly, but there's a lot that can yet pan out of this race. There's the leading Porsche. Through goes Richard Leitz. This brings him out of turn 16. So if we look out of our window, we'll see the cars coming over the timing line, and the road is getting a little drier with every passing minute.
Yeah, it's a subjective issue. But as you always say, David, safety cars breed safety cars.
Yes.
And it would be a miracle when this race goes green if one of these competitors doesn't end up off track, maybe in a precarious position, maybe in a gravel trap or whatever. They would be asking a huge amount of their skill and ability to not get caught out, and particularly as you look down through the field, the level of spray, the wind is blowing, so it will help clear that spray, but it needs to be a little bit stronger to give these drivers every assist to enable them to race both safely and competitively.
So we've had Afanasiev down the pit lane, we've had Haase down the pit lane resetting their stint times. And the race currently on under these controlled conditions, that 2:23, of course, the safety car being used now just to keep the race going, but under these controlled conditions for safety purposes. Leeds, Katzberg, Tomczyk, Porsche, BMW is the order. Mercedes 4, Porsche 5, Nissan 6, Porsche 7, Porsche 8, Aston Martin 9, Audi 10th. And the other Audi is 11th, Kelvin van der Linde, but he's the first driver a lap down.
And he's not likely to get that back.
No.
Sadly, Kevin, sorry.
So the leading car with 222 laps now in the book. I mean, those that have lost a lap, now we've got the safety car period, really unlikely to have any chance of getting it back. Sometimes it works for you when you get the lap back, but it's gone against a few here, including van der Linde and also Jules Gounon.
Is that raining again, or is that just sort of a...
I think that's raining again, actually.
Yeah, it looked up at the top of the hill. It looked to me like it was raining. The camera, I thought maybe it picked it up.
Yeah.
So
our windows are getting wet again, aren't they?
Yeah, it's starting to rain again. So we're going to continue behind the safety car, because if it is raining again at the levels it was raining when we first got this safety car intervention, and you can just see coming down from Leerkop, just putting on the power, and there you can see it hammering it once again off the racetrack surface. So how long will this little burst last for? Look at the river. Look at, you can see the river running down by the side of the circuit.
The chief steward has arrived in the booth because, you know, there's nothing to do at the moment, is there? There's nobody to penalise. They're all being so well behaved behind the safety car, so I'll get another wander, he thinks. But Greg Masters and his team have been kept busy during the course of this race with stint times to look for driving standards, for pit stop infringements. It's kept them on the toes.
I tell you what, it's just as well we don't have a chief steward for commentators, because we would be always been up in front of the, you know, getting ragged by the headmaster and all that stuff. Look at the rain.
You've got an honest face, John.
Yeah.
There, the rain falls once more. Safety car, well, stays out until at least 2010, and it's 20:09 and 45 seconds now. And I think Ray's going to do a few more laps.
I think it'll be revised. I think it'll stay out until this rain stops, and again a bit more. I mean, there's still a lot of water on the racetrack just prior to the second intervention, and you can see they're just looking on the windows. It's hammering away again, maybe not quite so as it did initially, but it's going to be pretty strong. So just following around, follow my leader. Richard Leeds in the lead. The gap to second place is totally irrelevant because we're all running at 50 kilometers per hour or approximately that to go through with this additional rainstorm just hitting the racetrack at the point where we were probably within a minute, in fact, of this race being released to a green flag situation. Oh, race fans, well, they come prepared, they're wrapped up, and it's probably still just maybe high teens, maybe low 20s. The rain will have taken the top of the very comfortable ambient that we've enjoyed here all day at Kyalami. And there you can see it reminds me of Gene Kelly, that wonderful movie called, well, the song Singing in the Rain, where the rain was bouncing off the pavement and Gene Kelly danced his way through puddles and whatever.
I blame you for this. I mean, everywhere you go, you take the weather with you.
I love it. Well, if you're a racing driver, that's what you have to contend with.
Well, hallelujah. It's raining, man.
Sure is.
Richard Leeds still has the lead of the race. Katzberg, Tomczyk, Jaminet, Liberati, Müller, Bamber, Collard, Haase is the top 10. And with the rain falling again, the safety car period is going to be extended, isn't it?
All we need now,
oh heavens,
all we need now, not heavens, is for the safety car to go off. And it's not unheard of, it has happened. Remember, they're on a set of tyres which are road tyres. These cars are on deep treaded, deep grooved race tyres. They will clear the water probably better than the set of tyres that's on the safety car.
You're mean.
No, I'm not. I'm realistic.
No, you are, yes. No, I mean, joking apart, it's a tough task for the safety car driver because he's got to go at a decent lick, but as you say, it's in a effectively road car.
Yeah.
It's a very good one, of course, and it's designed for the task of heading snarling race cars, but in these conditions, just staying on the black bit is essential, and the rain's getting worse again.
Yeah, I mean, we can hear it in the commentary booth. It's hammering off. So I just wonder if it continues like this, will we maybe see... I mean, you can see just coming down the hill how much water is just in that critical part. As we look at the Audi 29 in the pit lane, running currently in 10th place, Christopher Haase. Another... Oh, there, what was that? Now, was that a message to go or not to go?
Bit of fuel in the car in less than 50 seconds, so time, if you can get some fuel in now, you might be able to do another short stop by taking on less fuel later, and you're not losing much by the safety car laps being slow. You lose track position, but you'll get that back as others pit, so it's a good idea, that, I think, to get the car in, top it up. You might do it again, you know, and other teams might come in, if they know it's going to be a long period, keep coming in, top it up.
David, if I knew it was going to be like this, I would have bought a beach casting rod with me, because I reckon I'll catch something in one of these rivulets.
Well, that's getting nasty again.
That's heavy.
I mean, if you're out in it, you know this, but I mean, it is horrible.
I mean, you thought I was being a little bit cynical and, you know, typical John, always looks at the downside, not the upside. But I do feel sorry for the safety car driver, because he will be having to deal with volumes of water which are on the limit for road, you know, standard road tyres, even albeit high performance road tyres on the Porsche. Look, you can see the bow wave almost now that the Porsche is making as it comes down just past pit lane exit.
So they paddle their way down to the mine shaft.
Oh, that's that wonderful, isn't that?
Wow.
Great. Come on, get Gene Kelly out there. I know he's probably not up to it these days.
Here's a man with his finger on the pulse.
Yeah, I mean, you can't miss a good mover like that. There we go, looking down and seeing what way. Oh dear, I mean, it is difficult for everyone. And you can see now a gap has opened up.
Yeah.
In the, so those that are, which car is that? Was that one of the Mercedes? I couldn't quite get the number of it. Everybody is finding it now. Just keeping, there's the Bentley 107. Everybody finding it difficult to keep pace with the safety car, and it'll probably be struggling a bit as well. Down, that was down at the end of the straight through Crewthorne.
One of the teams is asking for a red flag now. Okay, the race director said to be pre-race, we'll keep it going unless the track is blocked, but you know, if you can survive out there, the race will keep going, but let's see what it is decided to do. Aquaplaning, no visibility, more and more teams saying it's impassable.
I think that's a fair judgment for the teams to make. I mean, they've got expensive equipment, but they don't want, even at this, look at the space of the safety car now, it's going even slower than it's done at any previous point, because it's struggling to get clear traction, clear grip as it comes down past the start. And it's not, this is going through, I beg your pardon, through Sunset. And water tends to gather on the inside of these semi-cambered corners, so everybody's staying further and further away from the apex. They're probably doing about 30 kilometers per hour.
So now it's a tough one for the race director. What does he do? This is where Alain Adam is in a thankless task. He's going to upset somebody. He has to make the decision, and I'm sure he'll make the right one, because Alain is a hugely experienced race director, Belgian, so he's got lots of experience of Spa and nasty weather there. But for the moment, we have still the safety car out on track. He'll be getting the messages from the teams. He'll be also talking to the team in the safety car, saying, what is it like? What's the standing water like?
I think we should have a microphone on the safety car, albeit it'll all be probably in French or Flemish or whatever, but it is still hammering down. We can see from our commentary position, the window of the commentary booth, it's just like somebody's turned a tap on. The Bentley 107 still slowly making its round. Jules Gugnon behind the wheel, the tall young Frenchman.
If the race is stopped, then the time that it is stopped for is added on at the end, which means it's going to be a later finish. So
well, what if it rains all the way through to midnight then? Are we going to keep going after midnight?
Good question. Good question. That's, again, yeah, as I say, the race director is...
Is there anything that says after three-quarter distance the race can be called a race?
Probably.
I mean, are we at three-quarter distance yet or not?
We've done 81%, so yes.
So technically, if this didn't stop or it got deteriorated more, that would be an option. It would be a disappointment, but it would be an option, because in the interest of safety, that was the correct decision to make.
Well, indeed, if it were to be stopped now, Porsche 20 would win. Those drivers, I suspect, would bless the rains down in Africa, but more than that, some very frustrated teams that didn't get a chance to fight back. So as we work lap 225, looking down at our Marshall's flag post in front of us, it's a very soggy yellow flag, but it's still only a yellow. And of course, the race director will be looking at a weather app as well, saying, well, you know, look, in 10 minutes it's going to improve. Let's try and keep it going. But 2 doors down from our commentary booth, there will be all sorts of conversations going on. I would think it would be squeaky bottom time for everybody, because an incorrect judgment is something that they would themselves have to deal with and justify. Whereas the people in the pit lane are saying, look, these conditions they're so bad now, our drivers probably fearing for what they can't control. Visibility and aquaplaning, that's the shout coming from lots of teams. I won't say every team, but many of the teams. The lightning is still there. Would one of those teams be the Porsche team that's leading the race by any chance? I would need to double check that. There have been many a message. But the safety car crawls over the line. I mean, they're doing 60 kilometres according to the teams and struggling to stay on the road. But to be honest, I don't think they're doing 60 kilometres as they come past us. I think if they're doing 50, I'll be surprised. Right, look, watch the lead car coming through. Here's the safety car. Look at the bow wave. The front splitter in the Porsche is almost acting like a surfboard. Race control acknowledging all of these messages from the teams, but as yet no decision to suspend the race has come. So if the race is red flagged, of course, and John's touched on this, it may not restart because you've no idea how long the weather is. You can't leave people. It's not like a 24-hour race. No. You know, there's a finite amount of time, so it could be that what we end up with is not a 9-hour after all. It's a, what have we had? 6 and a bit. Well, we're coming up to 7.5 hours of racing. Yeah. So 1 hour 39 minutes remaining, and right now, well, maybe it's backed off a little bit, but in the last 5 to 10 minutes, you know, the volume of rain that's fallen, the ability of the circuit to deal with that amount of rain, and we saw on Wednesday coming through turn 16 that when we had that heavy shower that fell, it flooded part of the turn 16 because there's just so much rain. The drainage, and of course it's another cambered corner, so the drains on the inside of the corner were not able to deal with it at the level they would have done if Roger cleared. Now there is the lead Porsche. I mean, I agree, it is still heavy rain, but looking to the pit lane, it is not as heavy. But the trouble is standing water, and it's just adding to it. Well, standing water is the fundamental problem, but the bigger problem will be lack of visibility, because you haven't got visibility, you can't see the standing water. So that, for me, is the way around it should be viewed. Is the visibility sufficiently secure or safe to allow this field of cars to go back to motor racing, bearing in mind that there are rivers running across the circuit? What I don't know about, from Kyalami's point of view, is whether there's a curfew here and whether there has to be, like many circuits elsewhere, a time where engines have to be off. That's how the puddles are. So there'll be rule books, there'll be supplementary regulations being poured over. Oh, that's standing water. That's coming through the S's again. Yeah. The second part of the S's is cambered on the inside. I mean, that is just it's like a volcano flow. But it's not raining as heavily. It's raining, but it's not raining as heavily. So this is the problem. It's what's fallen, not the level it's falling at anymore. We've been with this extension, if you like, of 11 minutes now. Remember, the safety car was due to be staying out till at least 2010. It's now 2021. In fact, I would say that the rain has all but stopped. Well, indeed. But look at the inside of the corner, you can see just how much standing water there is. Now, that's not the racing line per se, but if you in the middle of it, look at the drives through it. I mean, just those that are following are going to be totally blindsided. Now, let's have a look at points as we stand, because this might be quite significant, because Maxi Gert would take the title from Maxi Book. Dennis Olsen, well, he would be given second because he's had a win and Maxi hasn't, and Raffaele Marciello would be fourth. So right now, the man that's fourth in the race is champion-elect. We are still behind the safety car. We've got well, 96 minutes potentially still. Well, we've got 96 minutes to run, but how many of those we get, we'll have to wait and find out. Richard leads the way. The rain easing here at Kyalami. Not stop, but easing.
Visibility unchanged.
So everybody tiptoes around, and it's certainly improving from where we are on the pit straight. I know it's grim, but it's improving. It's not as bad as it was.
Well, it is actually still raining. You can see just on the image there that there is still rain falling. The volume may be slightly lighter than it was a few moments ago, but that's on start-finish straight. So there's still enough rain there to ensure that the level of saturation, which is what we're talking about, isn't going to just simply vanish once we go back to green.
Let's catch up with more from the pits from a bedraggled Bruce.
Nonsense, I'm absolutely dry in my canoe down by pit entry. I came paddled down, luckily downstream to near pit entry, number 10 SPS Performance, because if my maths is right, as it stands, their driver Maxi Goetz, if it ends as it is now, whether after the full 9 hours or short of that, he'd be champion. And I went to the team, they haven't told me about any protests and wanting to stop the race now, and I saw Jelmer Berman, I said, what's your weather app showing you? He said, he sort of went shh, and he showed me some footage on his phone. He's preparing to go out for full wet conditions, so he's just checking how it was when it was full wet earlier this weekend. But don't forget, that was in daylight. This is very, very different indeed. So everyone on tenterhooks, but for Jelmer Berman, who'll be next in that number 10 Mercedes, he's just getting his head down, trying to concentrate. But there is less rain in the pit lane.
Sure. Thanks, Bruce. I mean, there's still a number of teams wanting a red flag, but I mean, that's saying you're risking everything. Well, at this speed, is it as much of a risk, John? I know the aquaplaning potential, but you're going so slowly.
Oh, not at this speed, but the issue isn't about this speed. It's about releasing the cars at any given point. The volume of water that's on the racetrack, the lack of visibility, and then the consequent danger of somebody being completely unsighted. And I mean, you could have a car spin in the middle of the pack and everybody else coming behind not even knowing it's there. So it's the lack of visibility is the principal concern. And the spray you see coming off these cars at 50 or whatever kilometers per hour they're doing. And remember, these are broad racing wet weather tires. They dump loads of water per second, or they clear that amount of water per second. So it's not about waiting till the track or the rain stops. It's about what the visibility, the level of visibility is going to be.
And there's a right queue of cars there, people slowing for the S's. So you can see the grooves in the rain. It's stopped raining from where we are. Looking down to our puddles in the pit lane, it's stopped raining. So the race director, give him some credit for keeping it going, because the conditions have improved as anticipated. So this is what we think we got. Maxi Goetz, the champion, potentially. Dennis Olsen for second. Maxi Boot for third on the tie-break. Raffaele Marciello for fourth. But if we go racing again, that could change. We've now done 82% of the race. So it could be declared a result now, but ideally, they would like to run it to the end. Manufacturer points, you've got a Mercedes driver set to win, but Porsche by a point provisionally to win the Manufacturers' Cup.
I mean, it's nip and tuck, and obviously those that are within 1 point, i.e. Mercedes, are going to do everything that they possibly can to ensure that this race will continue. Again, that big puddle on the inside that we can see as the cars are coming down the hill. This is coming back down the mine shaft. I think trying to identify this is quite difficult.
Yeah, right, yes.
So coming down, Manufacturers' Cup, there we are. There's just repeating what we were talking about. As you pointed out, rain probably has stopped.
But now that we're at night time, it's not going to dry as quickly. It's still fairly mild, but it won't be drying as much as it would be during the day.
No, I mean, the ambient temperature, the rain will have cooled the ambient temperature, but also it'll cool the track temperature, because that's where we saw all the steam coming off the circuit. That's more or less gone now, because with so much water, the track surface temperature is down to that probably of the water that's been falling on it.
Now, looking down to one car going to the pit lane there, just out of shot. I'll tell you who that is in a minute. That's the number 9 Porsche, which is leading the Silver Cup. That's another team that would quite welcome the stoppage, I suppose, to preserve a win. The sweeping up going on at the pit lane. Is that the Schnitzer BM to come in? Yes, it is, number 42. So out of third place, Martin Tomczyk is in.
And there's a driver change, I think, as well.
It's an interesting gamble in a sense, that, because were the race director to stop it on the next lap,
you're snookered.
You know, you've been in the pits, you've given up track position.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know, everybody's got to make a call, and the team make the best judgment they can at the point when they make it. So there's no indication that that's going to be the case. And if the rain has stopped, then there's less indication for the race to come to a stop.
So we've had a driver change in the 42 BMW. Martin Tomczyk brought it in, and it would be Augusto Farfus, wouldn't it, in the rotation order that will go for the powerboat race that continues.
Well, they do get sort of biblical rain in Brazil as well, so maybe Augusto Farfus might be the better choice than Martin Tomczyk. I suppose Martin Tomczyk sees a bit of rain with his European base racing.
True enough. He's racing some soggy DTM races in his time, that's for sure. So there is Lars Kern. He part of Porsche's test and development program rather than a full factory racer. He's one of the drivers saying it's really horrible out there, but stay out there he must. But as a Silver Cup leader, he'd probably quite like to stop now and go and get his trophy.
Yeah, a nice hot cup of cocoa or something like that, just to, you know, get rid of the shivers that might be, you know, beginning to. You know, these cars, while they are, you know, full monocoque metal or in some cases carbon fiber chassis, but they leak like a sieve. And what you do is you get shed loads of water in them, but do you ever get it out of them? No chance whatsoever.
Well, we've got an hour and a half of the 9-hour remaining here as the cars paddle their way behind the safety car along the straight down towards the S's. That's out of Clubhouse. At this rate, Guy Clary is going to be on for a class win, isn't he? He's done that many laps in the safety car. But it's a far cry, this, from the glorious weather that started. We've been expecting rain. The teams can't be surprised it's here, but the amount that has fallen so quickly is what's not helped for the drainage.
Nothing prepares a race team for this. I mean, we have rain, obviously, in every event, or potential rain in every event we cover. But the kind of rain that fell here, it was so short and dispersed, but so heavy. I mean, those that race in sort of semi or tropical climates, they're accustomed to it. But again, I mean, for example, in Japan, they've got what they call monsoon wet weather tires, which are even deeper tread block wet weather tires than the standard, I would call it, the European wet weather tire. What we're running on is fundamentally the standard European tread block, and it clears water. I mean, shed loads of water, but when you get up to speed, and I guess the visibility, I keep coming back to the same old, banging on the same old drum. You might clear the water, but if you're blinded, you don't know what is ahead. I mean, that's why there is, you know, concern from some of the teams and some of the drivers. They're saying, well, is enough, or how long do you want to keep this going? Well, keep it going if the rain is going to clear completely, and by keeping the cars running behind the safety car, and with whatever nature will do by the water clearing off the track, and, you know, there's the ambient temperature helping it to evaporate, then maybe with an hour to go, realistically an hour, we might have a proper race to the finish.
I mean, the road is not gaining any extra water. The puddles in the pit lane that I was looking at earlier are almost gone. Now, there's a lot of standing water on the track, but it is going to dissipate to a point. We've had, over the history of the Kyalami 9-hour, a 6-hour version in 1974. That was a regulation. It was part of the World Sports Car Championship, and it had to be reduced. But in terms of a weather-affected race, in the good old days, they battled on. I know these are very different sorts of cars, but this event that started at the Grand Central Circuit back in 1958, it moved to Kyalami the year of the Circuit Open, 1961. It was Darby Gauss and John Love that won that year in their Porsche 550 Spider.
Excellent result.
Indeed. They went to Ferrari for a number of years. David Piper with Bruce Johnston, then with Tony Maggs for a couple of years, then Richard Atwood for 2 Ferrari victories. In 67, it was a Mirage that won, Jackie Ickx and Brian Redman. Jackie won it the year after with David Hobbs, and then in 69, David Piper and Richard Atwood in the, it was Lucky Strike coloured 917. And then a year after that, back to a Ferrari win, Jackie Ickx. After 74, when it was the 6-hour race, it fell off the calendar. It came back as a 9-hour in 1981. had a couple of years, and then this very long hiatus up to now. There's more lightning coming, and we also are being told about more thunder rolling in. So although we've just said that the rain has stopped, there might be more on the way.
Ironically, when I came here in 1973 to take part in the 9 hours, I'm not sure there was any rain at all. We retired from the race, but I don't remember this level of rain.
Paddling down through Clubhouse come the cars. That last pit stop for number 42 BMW shuffles the order, which I understand is going to put the manufacturers tied on points now, but would give Porsche the title on more wins. One at Bathurst, one at Spa, possibly one here as well.
Well, if you see the 20 Porsche winning, then the company has won 3 of the 5 events in this Intercontinental GT Challenge, and they would be the worthy victor.
So Dominic Baumann through, Valentin Pierberg through. Sergei Afanasiev, after his spin behind the safety car, fell to 17th and 3rd in class. Wow, more lightning there. You don't need me to mention it because you can see it for yourself.
Oh, I mean, it is spectacular. Even, you know, raindrops on the lens, all going arty and whatever.
Sterling work by the camera crew, sterling work by the marshals out in all of this as well.
Indeed.
The radar apparently is showing the rain ceasing soon. Well, I thought it stopped anyway looking out of the window, but the stewards are telling us that conditions are forecast to be improving. Their drivers going offline to avoid the puddles, but therefore picking up all the litter.
Yeah, but it's normal in these conditions that you tend to drive off the racing line because you end up picking up slightly better grip. But there's a load of rubbish, rubber, tar rubber, bits of bodywork, goodness knows what else, on the offline line around corners or even on the approach to corners. So if the rain has stopped, then it's just going to take the period, maybe certainly 15 minutes. I would have thought possibly with 1 hour 24 minutes to go, the realistic start time would be with a final hour of racing to give everybody a fair opportunity to race to the end, take the checkered flag.
And things are improving. Maybe only a little, but they are improving for the moment as the cars come over the timing line. Richard Lietz then, race leader, and his mission now is just to keep on the tarmac, not make a mistake, which is easier said than done in these conditions. As you've seen, errors can be made even behind the safety car, but the order files through. Not entirely sure anybody really wants to go racing just yet, but the cries to stop things have stopped.
Well, because the rain has stopped, so everybody might just take a step back, take a deep breath. But as I keep banging on about whether the rain stopped or whatever, there's still sufficient water on the racetrack to cause major visibility problems. And it would be a visibility problem that would lead to something more serious, in my limited experience over a number of years.
We've just had number 34 BMW bail from second place, Nick Katzberg down the pit lane. That elevates Maxi Goetz to second. So that, I suspect, is going to change the manufacturer's standings because Goetz is up into second spot in the race. That might just have swung the pendulum back Mercedes' way. So it continues to ebb and flow, this.
Yeah, I mean, unpredictable. Wouldn't have expected the 34 BMW to go into the pit lane and back out on the track. But clearly there was an issue that needed to be attended to. As cars are moving around now a little bit more than they did in the last 10 or so minutes, trying to get some energy and some heat into the wet weather tyre, with the prospect that at some point, maybe sooner than later, maybe sooner than I'm predicting, that this race could be once again released to green flag conditions.
But they are going to have to be oh so careful, that is for sure. Normally the safety car starts to up its pace, a quicker lap still before they're released, but I think it's going to be a big ask in these conditions even at the moment. We've done 84% of the race now. Number 34 BMW fuel only on that last pit stop for Nick Katzberg.
Why would they have done that? I mean, unless they were, I can't imagine that they were out of sync that much, that they would have needed to make the pit stop. Clearly they felt they needed to, so needs must.
So down through Leocock they turn. Third place now, Mathieu Jaminet. but in the pack of cars. So I mean, that's the other problem. You've got to get. There's no visibility, there's limited traction, and you've got to go offline to get past the back markers. So Richard Leeds, were the race to get going imminently, would be the pioneer, yes, but he's got traffic behind him to protect him, really.
Yeah, he'll be the pioneer. He'll have the clearest vision of the racetrack. But likewise, if he arrives at a corner on the opening lap, travelling too quickly, he's going to be the first victim of it too. So while Richard Leeds has got the benefit of that clear air and clear vision, he also will have to be on his toes, just simply because one minor indiscretion, and that could be the race for Porsche number 20 over, done and dusted.
So there is Leeds. The car behind him is the sister car from Valkenhorst. It's the AM leading car, Michael van Rooyen at the wheel. He's probably thinking, this is a bit wet, but, raced and similar.
Yeah, no, he's been here, done it, so he is probably one of the few that are actually probably more comfortable. He'll know what the track does, he'll know how it will respond to this degree of saturation. All the European visitors, all the international visitors, this is all a step into the dark, both in every sense, as well as on a very wet track as the cars come back on to start. Now, red light, is that being stopped? Was that just?
I think it's a yellow. Really, it just looks red.
Really?
Yes. Because there's no red flag.
No, I just suddenly saw it as it came back. Was that a red light?
It's been there on the gantry, and I was querying myself earlier, but I think it's just a more orangey yellow, if you like.
And the brave flag marshal standing on the pit lane. Pit wall, waving away, reminding the drivers, should they need reminding, that we're under safety car conditions, to wave the yellow flag.
Now, the rain came with 2 hours and 16 minutes to go. We've now got an hour and 20 to go, so it gives you an idea of, in part, the length of the safety car period and the amount that's fallen. But nothing else is falling in the pit lane now. So we're almost at the end of the 8th hour, as you see from the countdown on that clock at the top of the screen.
Just trying to get a gauge of the amount of water that's coming from these cars at this very modest speed, and it has reduced. We're not getting the kind of bow wave effect that we had some 15 minutes ago, but there are little spots still falling, but they're not of any consequence. But all those little spots can lead to many more bigger spots.
And you've got everybody bunched up, you've got a wet road, you've got people committed to the task of gaining places, you've got barely any grip, there's certainly only one line. It's going to, yes, the race direction team will have to be very confident when it releases the pack.
Correct, because if they get it right, they'll get all the praise for good race direction. If they maybe don't get it right, then there may be criticism of the judgment. Was it right to release the cars at this particular point? It's a very difficult situation, because you're almost damned if you do and damned if you don't.
Exactly. Who'd be a race director?
I'd rather be a race driver.
Yeah, quite. You just do as you're told. The race leader is now talking about aquaplaning. The cars come through Leerkop, and there is...
I was never going to do the Parc Fermé.
So Richard Leeds, leader, 3.4 seconds, the notional lead from the Mercedes of Maxi Goetz. There is Lars Kern. That's the Silver Cup leading car, and is in 14th place overall. Now that's 2 laps down on the overall leader, but it's the class win that they are here for, and the opposition is David Perel's Ferrari, which is a lap down. So they're sitting pretty for that. More lightning, any more rain? Yes, spots are falling again.
Yeah, no, I mean, I give up. And there's thunder around as well.
Yeah.
Well, so there we are.
There it is. Come back, look.
Absolutely lashing back down again.
Yeah. And at this point, I think maybe opinions in race control might have to change, mightn't they?
Well, they can sit it out. There's still an hour and 17 to go. I mean, this race can finish under the safety car. There's no limit on the amount of time the safety car can remain on racetrack. But the rain has returned, and we're seeing it on our windows. It's rolling down the windows, and pretty much the same lick it did earlier in the evening. You can see it bouncing off the racetrack. So everybody who was maybe hoping that we would get this race back underway had to do a reset.
So 1 hour and 16 minutes to go, 85% of the distance done. Thunder you can hear in the background, the lightning is still there.
Yeah, that was a good old crack of thunder.
Might have to stay in here all night.
Well, will the road be flooded going back to the hotel? That's
Quite.
We have to think about those issues too. Anyway, Richard Leeds behind the wheel of the lead Porsche number 20. As they come through, I think they're coming through Barbecue, I hope it is. And onwards around yet another lap. We're on lap 232. The thunder and lightning are becoming more apparent. Look at the rain, you can see it there. That's coming down now pretty much as heavily as it did when this initial rainstorm came in.
Yeah, the rain is getting heavier, and again it might pass, but the teams are saying, the drivers are complaining about aquaplaning once more. And they're out there, they are experiencing it. Jelmer Berman is ready to go, but you bring him into the pit lane, you risk falling out of the order if the race were suspended.
I cannot see any logical reason to bring that number 10 Mercedes in, other than they're out of fuel or they've got something that needs attention. But Jelmer Berman is there, prepared, he's got a seat insert.
22 Ferrari has just stopped, 35 Nissan has just made a pit stop as well. Again, part of this is to reset the stint time, if nothing else.
Yeah.
But a driver change is a slightly different issue.
Yeah, but certainly Jelmer Berman is all set to go, but pretty dire. Maximilian Götz has been behind the wheel of the number 10 Mercedes all the way through this rain to throw in a driver who's been sitting comfortably and warm and dry in the garage and say, OK, Jelmer, go out there and go for it, man. You can win this race. Poor bloke.
Yeah, indeed. Well, with the rain falling again, and it's heavy now, the teams are in a real quandary.
Yeah, you can see there's a bit of stress beginning to develop.
They're looking at the weather, aren't they? I mean, that's not lap times, that's weather.
Yeah.
Is it getting worse? Could the race be stopped? Is that going to affect our race result and Max's championship?
Yeah.
And the race director's not going to tell them what he's going to do. He's going to have to make the decision as he sees fit and have the consequences for anybody that's badly affected. Not sure I'd like to run a team either in weather like this, are you?
No, I mean, these are the most difficult circumstances that a team, management side of a team has got to deal with, and they're trying to second guess, looking at their weather patterns and judge what might happen. But there you can see there's the story. You're hammering down again what had been a track that was beginning to show indications of not a dry line, nowhere near a dry line, but a volume a lot less water now. Again, we've got the same scenario. The track not quite flooded, but not a million miles away from it. So there is the lead Porsche, and in second place, still showing the number 10 Mercedes.
Now, it's very unfair to try and second guess the race director. He wants to keep the race going if he can. We've done 86% of it. We could get a result now. The rain is falling as heavy, if not heavier, than it was a quarter of an hour ago.
So he's going, they're going to bring it in, so Jelmer's going to be ready to jump into the car. Look at the rain in the pit lane. So this is going to be the make or break pit stop for the number 10 second place Mercedes. Maximilian Götz behind the wheel. Jelmer Berman's going to get in behind the wheel of that car. Lightning all around the circuit, bit of thunder rolling in as well.
Safety car across the line, and 232 laps now done by the race leader. As out gets Maxi Götz, in gets Jelmer Berman. Good luck.
Yeah, and that was a late call, I think, for the team, because I suspect that Maximilian Götz was on the way down the hill. It's the 9 Porsche likewise, so get it rolling, Jelmer, good man. So he'll have enough time behind the wheel of the car to get a feel for how much rain there is on the racetrack. He's not going to go straight back into green flag conditions. Wow, some of that with lightning is impressive.
Well, as the cars have 1 hour and 12 minutes to go, so much for the rain ceasing. It's got worse. Well, actually, it has got worse, but then it's eased a touch. I mean, it's raining, clearly, but it's eased ever so slightly from what we had 2 minutes ago. But the lightning is there, the thunder is there, and the standing water is still there, and it's being topped up again now.
You can hear the thunder in the background. I mean, that's a good old rumble. dear. So
the weather playing havoc with our cameras.
Yeah.
Apologies as well, but you know,
now look,
I can understand
look,
why.
That's the volume of water on the racetrack. You see that from the amount that the safety car is dispacing, and then further behind with the full wet weather groove tires, they're able to dispense the water better than the safety car, and it is marginally easier, but it's still wet, still raining.
Yeah. It wouldn't be quite so bad if it were daylight, would it?
It would be easier, I would have to say, if it was daylight. But even then, the same fundamental problem will exist. You go into a complete whiteout, and you've got no vision whatsoever. All you've got are your reference points on either side of your cockpit, and that's what you're going to rely on. And the other thing you get is, in weather as heavy as this, you get complete disorientation.
Yeah.
You just don't know where you are, and you hear noises from other cars, and you don't know whether they're ahead of you, beside you, behind you.
It would be a real shame if we didn't get more running, competitive running again, because after everything that's been put into this event, everything we've enjoyed about it, it would be a real shame if it ended in this way. But I fear, that said, there are more teams getting ready because, you know, as you circulate, you get into your stint time. The drivers are at risk of overdoing, or going over their allotted maximum time slot, so you still have to treat it as a live race.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is a live race. The only difference is it's being run under safety car rules. So everybody's racing. They're not overtaking. They're not allowed to overtake, but they're still racing.
Yeah, every lap counts. All of these miles go to the duration, and 70 minutes remain. And it's easing a touch.
Yeah. Until the next time.
Yeah, exactly.
Or there may not be a next time, in which case I predicted that the race would probably get underway until the final hour. And that was when we were about an hour and 26 minutes out. So we've got 10 more minutes. It would need to stop raining right now, and the water would have to clear immediately. So whether when we get to the final hour, that will be the trigger points that release these cars will depend. But there still is raining. You can see the circuit is still hammering down. Just the level is fractionally less than it was at worst.
Through they paddle. We've had some star drives in this. We really have. We've had...
Well, not the safety car.
No. So many stars across the course of... Well, actually going back to the practice sessions even, but throughout the race. And the way that fortunes have changed, I mean, it's just been a fabulous race. And it's a real shame, as I say, that the proverbial damp squib has arrived for this section. And
the 31 Porsche, that was your choice of victory. Still in second place. And the difference is 0.6 of a second, first to second. So if we do go green, we're going to have a battle of the Porsches once again at the front.
Yeah, but they're due a pit stop soon. There you see 18 in, 911 is in, so there'll be more cars having to serve their next pit stop pretty shortly. 31, I know it's had the contact, but it's had a charmed life, because every time it's lost ground, it's been brought back into the equation by full course yellows and safety cars, whereas 20 has been there regardless. A bit like Spa, actually. So away blasts 18. Eduardo Liberati brought it in. And Bruce Jones is in the pit lane. He's managed to catch up with more bedraggled drivers. Bruce.
Maxi, it was full wet out there. It looked as though the championship was falling into your lap, but you've come in and handed over to Jelmer Berman. Has that been a disaster, or is it a masterstroke?
I have no idea, to be honest, what's going on right now. It's all driving in stint time, you know. I think all the others have to come in as well, and Jelmer will finish the race for sure, but he has to come through the pits one more time to reset the driving time. So I don't know where we are, to be honest, and the others have to do the same, because you can't run longer than 35 minutes, and this is the thing, and we are exactly in this 2 minutes now, and in the end we did one stop more than the others, so let's see where we end up, but this is for sure not what we hoped for.
Now just tell me about the conditions. We know it was dark, but just how much water was sitting on the circuit?
Even with rain tires, you know, with 40k, was massively aquaplaning. So there was really no way to hold the car on track. When you went on power, suddenly the car was really shaking around, and it's like undrivable, especially when it was hardly rain. It was a mess. You couldn't see the track, you couldn't see anything, you know, so it was like swimming in the dark, I would say.
Well, let's hope it's swimming in the dark that comes to a good end for you, because the SPS performance team have put on a great performance here.
Absolutely, we had a good pace in dry, for sure, in wet conditions as well in qualifying. So yeah, let's see where we end up. Would be a mess, if you lose the championship under these conditions. We fight the whole year long. The team did a great job so far. First time in this series and performing well. My teammates did a mega job, and also AMG give us the car to finish on the podium, and let's see where we end up.
Let's see. Thank you very much, Maxi. Keep driving.
So Maxi Goetz with Bruce Jones in the pit lane, and fascinating to hear the drivers fresh out of the car. And the current situation, Ricard leads the race leader from Mathieu Jaminet. The race order is shuffling, of course, because of pit stops. So it is leads from Jaminet, but as I say, they're due a stop soon. Earl Bamber, number 12 Porsche, is up to 3rd. Ricky Collard is up to 4th in the Aston.
Told you he would shine in these conditions,
didn't I? You did. Assuming he doesn't finish the race in the car, it'd be good to have a word with Ricky. That filler now. 5th is Jelmer Berman now, having taken over. 6th is Augusto Farfus, has just made a stop. 7th is Nick Katzberg. 8th, Christopher Haaser. 9th, Oliver Jarvis. 10th, Dirk Werner, who has just made a pit stop, 911 Porsche.
Well, you can listen to Max Goetz, and I mean, clearly he's happy to be out of the car, clearly not happy with the degree the conditions are in, and he's not going to be back into the car. His day's work, I would assume, is complete. But, he's just putting his hands up and saying, look, we cannot drive these cars at 40 kilometers per hour. You hit the throttle pedal and the thing snaps. So more teams preparing for pit stops, new fresh wets coming out, nice deep sharp edges on those tires.
That's the Armour Motorsports squad for the Astons. 62 Ricky Collard, 76 Jake Dennis, and the leader is in, and so is the second place car. So the leading Porsches 1 and 2 are down the pit lane. So you're looking at the Armour Motorsport Aston. There's the leading Porsche. It's about to peer out of the window, and there is the short stops for both. Yeah, is it? They've been released. Yeah,
so 20 gets rolling first. So Audi gets ahead as well.
25 Audi jumps into the pack. That's still a lap down though, Dries Van Tor, so that doesn't really help him. He needed to be ahead of 20.
But the difficulty will be, of course, that Audi ain't going to step aside and let the second place Porsche drive through. So that's just an irritation for the Porsche.
So that now puts Earl Bamber into the lead of the race. Augusto Farfus second. Jelmer Berman is up to 3rd. And depending on how long this safety car period is, well, Farfus, I'm pretty sure, has made a stop recently. Jelmer Berman, we know he's fresh into the car. Can't remember when Earl Bamber's last stop was, forgive me, but that might now have just moved the honours away from those two Porsches that have dominated under the previous, 8 hours. So this really is the last pit stop for everybody now, because we've got one stint to go. It could be that the order that we've got on track remains the order if we can't go racing.
Absolutely. I mean, everybody's come in, or most have come in, refueled. If they want to put on fresh wet tyres, they'll gain a little bit of a benefit from that. Some have kept the driver in situ, others have swapped around. Personally, anybody who's in the car, as long as they don't go over the maximum time limit behind the wheel, then they're the ones that have got the most information as to how the track is. I mean, we saw Jelmer Berman having to jump into the car. It's a big ask, but of course he's got now the opportunity to understand just how tricky track conditions are. And of course Berman down the field was in 3rd place, but his visibility was going to be impeded by Farfus directly ahead and Earl Bamber leading.
So those that stopped a little earlier have jumped ahead of the two leading cars, or certainly the leading Porsche number 20 now, which has pushed it back into 4th position. So Bamber, Farfus, Berman, Ricard leads. That becomes the top 4. Nick Tandy has just taken over 31 according to the timing screen, and it's now looking tricky, to say the least, for those cars to buy back any places.
Well, certainly under the safety car, they ate. Exactly. That's unfortunately they had to make the pit stop. They had to refuel. Some have chosen to change drivers. Nick Tandy getting back into the 31 Porsche. I can understand why, because Nick was a stellar performer in wet conditions in that shootout, or semi-wet conditions. There we are. Has the rain ceased? Looks like it might have done for the moment.
Pretty much. There's a few spots falling, but it's better than it was 10 minutes ago.
So we're coming up to 1 hour to go.
So we've had rain for an hour and a quarter now. A lot's fallen.
And no indication at all that the safety car is going to return to the pit lane. Hope they top the fuel up, by the way.
Well, they could, if needs be, switch to the leading car, I guess, as more and more and more of them bail for the pit lane now.
Yeah, so they're getting into the last phase of this event, so this will be the last time they'll be visiting the pit lane.
There is a pit exit light problem, so flags are being used there. I mean, the weather conditions are playing havoc with all sorts of things here. There is Bentley 107 in, the surviving Bentley, Jules Gounon. Of course, if you were under full course yellow conditions, the gaps would be there. It's easier to preserve a place. And under a safety car, that's what's gone against some of the leaders here, then you are going to be in trouble. Right, number 12, Earl Bamber, has just pitted, so that drops him down the order. It gives Richard Leeds a further place. So Farfus leads from Jelmer Berman. Number 10, Mercedes, could be in the pound seats for the win here.
Absolutely, assuming that Farfus... so everything has been turned topsy-turvy, literally, with people coming in for their final round of pit stops. So we saw Jelmer Berman make that pit stop much earlier than the bulk of the field.
Trying to think back to when Farfus's car made its last stop. It's in my mind that it's not been that long ago, but I might be wrong. It might be due another one.
I would have thought it would be... It probably was 10 minutes ago, so can they get to the end on the fuel they have? Certainly at the pace that they're running at, if you continue under the safety car, yes, they probably could, because you're only using a fraction of the fuel that you'd normally use in race conditions. So we're down to 1 hour and just 17 seconds. Looking around to see anything indicating a change with any further rain, or are we not quite good to go, but in a slightly improving situation?
It's improving in as much as the rain has stopped again. Let's hope it stays stopped. So Farfus leading from Berman and then Leeds. That's the top three. And the BMW leading from just half a second from Jelmer Berman. So Augusto Farfus's BMW, we understand, left the pit lane an hour ago, and so he's due another stop imminently, unless we've missed one somewhere.
They made a total of 11 stops,
yeah,
which is pretty much par for the course. For the only car that's made 10 is Leeds.
So if the BM is
11 to 12,
yeah, if the BM is, as I think, due another stop, that's going to get Jelmer Berman the race lead.
Yeah.
The senior steward has arrived for a dance in the rain. There is the leading car for the moment.
So the field just continues to make its way around at a little more than a pedestrian pace, because that's the safest pace that the safety car itself can maintain. And we're seeing still masses of water being displaced by the Pirelli wet weather tyres. But you know, you're seeing tyre tracks developing where previously we weren't seeing anything at all. So tyre tracks are beginning to appear as we get to 58 minutes of this race remaining. Just wondering, was water running down the window? I don't think. Well, there is water running down our commentary booth window, so whether the rain has commenced again, it doesn't look like it has done so from that view looking down start finish straight as the number 9 Porsche makes its way in to complete its final stop.
So there's number 9. This will be its final stop indeed. A bit of head scratching. 10 laps or so ago, Farfus did a drive-through, as it were, a stint reset, a short stop. So that car should be good to go to the end. And out of nowhere, the Schnitzer BMW has got itself into the lead of the race. But are we going to be able to go racing? It's stopped raining. That's the Silver Cup leading Lechner Porsche, which had Lars Kern at the wheel. It might be they put Saul Hatt, the South African, into it to bring it home. The pace is quickening a little bit. That's the team with the leading car currently. Sheldon van der Linde is on his phone. And that looks like Twitter more than weather apps, doesn't it? So he's quite calm at the moment. 57 minutes to go.
Yeah, but he's not going to be back in the car, so his happy boy sitting there dry and letting his mate do all the hard yards as the BMW follows round behind. I'm trying to see, but that isn't the BMW directly behind the safety car from what I can see.
So the Lachner car accelerates away, and that will now have Dylan Pereira, the Luxembourg driver, at the wheel of it.
So who's directly ahead of Farfus behind the safety car?
Standby caller. Behind Farfus or ahead of him, sorry?
Ahead of Farfus.
Let me have a look.
Because Farfus is not behind the safety car. So it is the Ferrari, Pablo Clark. Ferrari has picked up the safety car. It's the first car in the line with the race leader, the second car in the line. I would imagine we did see a problem with that car earlier in the race where it didn't seem to get on message when everybody was being told to get past and catch up to the tail end of the field. So we've got that Ferrari now directly behind safety car. Hopefully the message will go out and enable him to make his way around to the tail of the field, but still with tricky conditions with some of the national drivers here in South Africa. It's going to be another big ask.
Now, the leading BMW, I reckon, having found a bit of data and done some number crunching, needs to have made a pit stop by 21:38, and it's 21:03 now. Otherwise, they'll have gone over the 65-minute stint time and the extra 5 minutes you're allowed if there's a safety car at the end of a stint. So give him 70 minutes. I reckon that 21:38 is the maximum that car can get to, and therefore, assuming the race was still running, and it's running now, and it's getting better on the track, then it would give up its lead. So Jelmer Berman's car would take over the lead potentially, as in now comes from 21st position.
That's the Ferrari.
Michael Stevens' Ferrari, yes. Yeah. So that now puts the leader behind the safety car.
How the Ferrari got behind the safety car, I'm still at a loss to understand, but it did. But it's in the pit lane, and there we go.
I think it was in the queue and others peeled off. So, you know, depending on leader's pit from behind the safety car, you then take up track position, don't you?
Yeah, but he never appeared on the leaderboard. He should have done if he's going to be leading the pack, surely.
Well, no, because he's so many laps down.
How many laps has he done?
13.
Oh, okay, then he wouldn't have done.
There he is, driver out.
Yeah.
So the Pablo Clark Racing and Kessel Racing squads operating that car do a driver change. And we've got 54 minutes of the race to go. And the next question is, at what point, if there is a point, does the race director think, right, okay, let's let them loose?
Screen rip-off been torn off the Ferrari. That'll help. Bit of visibility. Probably been on the car probably for a fair duration, so suddenly you can see where you're going. It's a massive amount of difference, albeit pretty impossible. It's been blown back out of the pit lane, so there's no big urgency to get this car back into the field. It's only racing now against itself in its own championship or in its own category, and the key will be to bring the car home safely and in one piece.
And they will have learnt a lot, won't they, about this type of racing, the regulations of this type of racing, how to operate as a team at this level of international racing. It's been a steep learning curve, but one they'll have benefited from.
Well, the fact is, if they bring the car home and it's unmarked and they finish, regardless of where they finish, that is the achievement that they were going to set out to do. They had only one other car in the race to beat. That was the Lamborghini. Stradale Lamborghini, sadly, it ended up at the barrier much earlier in the event. But look, you can see, look at the puddles. That's coming round sunset. So the puddle is not quite halfway in to the racing line.
So as the safety car leads them around, the Manufacturers' Championship, we think now, is going back Mercedes' way because of the fact that you've got Jelmer Berman in second place overall and the leading Porsche is only third now. So
massive point swing.
Absolutely, absolutely.
That is, I mean, considering there was 1 point between them when the Porsche was in the lead, now it's a massive swing in favour of Mercedes. Ooh, what was that all about? Got on a white screen here. Oh, it's the headlights. Just bleached out the camera lens.
So there is the other Burman. Augusto Farfus leads the way with, we think, another pit stop due. But they're going to be nervous about when to take it, because it's going to potentially throw them back in the pack. But the Mercedes team here, we saw them debating and discussing, it looks like they've rolled the dice absolutely right.
So there is first and second on the road, but the BMW will have to make that final pit stop. So all good and favourable to the South African liveried. That's ironic, but it's actually the South African liveried AMG Mercedes GT3 that could end up taking victory, depending on what happens to Richard Leeds in the third place Porsche, whether he is going to be in a position to go out and go proper motor racing, or just have to consolidate and follow in the spray of what will most likely be the leading Mercedes.
So it's a real testing situation for everybody, whether they're running the race, running a car, or trying to drive it. But for the moment, we have to sit behind the safety car, and we're not getting any word from race control about a plan for a restart.
So another lap in the record books down the hill into Crowthorne, and beginning to stretch. There's a bit of a stretch going. Maybe the safety car is picking up the pace now.
Yeah, I think you're right.
He feels a bit more comfortable. So you can see the gap between second and third has increased. So the safety car Porsche feeling a bit more confident as the track is now looking slightly more favourable.
Now this, we think, is driver's points. Maxi Gertz running effectively in second place to take the title from Dennis Olsen, whose car is fourth. Maxi Buick, of course, not in the race. And then Augusto Farfus and Martin Tomczyk, fourth. Now, I mean, they've not featured on a points board all day, but because the car's now in the lead, suddenly they're up there.
Yeah, but they're going to have to make a pit stop, we believe, so that might have a bearing on their potential fourth place. Just to put a sour note on that, bit of positivity.
Rain's falling again. Spots of rain are falling in the pit lane just as there's a bit of optimism.
Oh, look at that.
Dear.
Down to the S's. So hammering down yet again. You can actually hear it hammering off the racetrack.
Sometimes there's no justice in motor racing, is there, with the weather?
I mean, okay, in South Africa this time of year, this is normal weather pattern, so there's no big surprise about it. Maybe the surprise was nobody realised what happened to this time of year in South Africa, particularly in Johannesburg. But look, this race has been run for goodness knows how many years. It's resurrected after 37 years. So it's all part of the ebb and flow. Funny enough, in 73, I don't remember rain, although I didn't finish the race. But up till the point where the car stopped, we certainly didn't have to deal with any weather of this context at all.
So every time it stops, you start the cycle of trying to up the car's pace to get ready for a restart, and then the rain comes back. So, I mean, that, yeah, we're back to the awful state of the weather again, aren't we, here?
Yeah, yeah. I mean, luckily, we were having it forecast to be falling at 3 o'clock and solid rain all the way through till about 7 or 8 o'clock this evening. We've had the best part of 7 hours of dry racing. It's just been in the beginning of the 8th hour that this has had the rather disappointing effect that it is having. So the little bit of pace the pace car or safety car had picked up now has been slowed back down, and everybody more or less running equidistant nose to tail, of course suffering from visibility even at this speed. What they're not able to do is necessarily see where puddles are as they come into turn 16, where the puddles might be lying.
So there is the SPS Performance Mercedes AMG team studying weather data. Over the line they paddle it once again.
Slow down.
Yeah.
Slow down. We're going slow again. I mean, the safety car is struggling at albeit 40 kilometers per hour, and it's not much fun for the safety car driver.
And again, fair play to all the marshals volunteering to be out in it, and our camera crew braving the elements and the lightning to try and bring us the pictures. And the weather is playing havoc with technology for all sorts of reasons and all sorts of situations and all sorts of parties involved in the event. So up through the Junkie Suite they come, and this gives us an opportunity to have a look at the track conditions once again, with the water levels rising once more.
It's like the tide comes in, it ebbs, and before you know it, it's coming back in again.
And you know what's going to happen as soon as we get to the end of the race. Within 10 minutes, it'll stop and it'll, you know, dry. We'll all go home and think, oh, if only. But
what we really need is King Canute to come out and just sort of sit out in a chair, deck chair in the pit lane and say, it's going to stop.
Well, 46 minutes are on the clock, and it's just stopped raining again in the pit lane. I mean, this is the problem that the race direction team has. Right, okay, good, it's easy. Let's plan the restart. Oh no, it's raining again. Oh, right,
well, there's still a spotting run as we come round through through Clubhouse Corner. So while it may have stopped, where we're overviewing the racetrack, there's still enough. Watch when it comes down to the S's. It was the S's that looked to me to be the worst part. But there it is, the S's. So there's a little spot. It's still raining around the S's, but quite a bit of a reduction on one lap ago. So up the hill, up to Leocourt. Brave marshals out there with the flags, still waving them away. At least he's keeping himself warm with all that exercise.
So the cars come out of Leocourt down the hill. We've got this far behind the safety car. There's no reason to suggest that even if we have to do 45 minutes behind the safety car, we won't complete the race of the 9 hour. It would be rather unsatisfactory to have an 8 1/4, for example. So, you know, we've had an hour of safety car, another 45 minutes, keep the race going. And of course, people's strategy, people's results are structured around going to the end of the race. So
absolutely,
it will stay out there, I think.
The only thing that's going to stop this safety car race finishing after 9 hours is a tsunami washing the circuit. I mean, literally, it would require that degree of rain to fall, where it would become virtually impossible, even for the safety car, to drive around the track safely. At the minute, we've got another little quiet moment where the rain appears to have ceased. And again, the safety car, you can see, just picks up a little bit more pace once the rain stops. It's just once it comes down in such short and heavy bursts. It transfers the circuit from being just about drivable to being tricky for the safety car.
So as the cars heading down towards the end of another lap, just catching up on one or two questions posed on Twitter. Pim Sterenberg asking about teams running Nissans for next year, possibly. Can't shed light on that, apologies. Rob Chalmers, I might be a bit late with your tweet about drive times. When you've seen another round of pit stops, and in some cases a driver change, in other cases a reset of the stint time, the maximum that anybody is allowed to do in one go is 3 hours. The maximum throughout the race for any one driver is 3 hours and 45 minutes, but the top teams will be on top of that. And again, that last round of stops has sorted that, and you're quite right, the cars are getting a bit cleaner. Notionally. And James Beckett, yes, you're quite right, it is looking a bit grim on the TV screens, but there's a touch of optimism.
Is that Mr. Formula Ford, James Beckett?
It is.
Wonderful.
It is. We need a Champion of Kyalami series as a support race next year, James. How about it? Get a few of the old lags over in Formula Fords. Get Rick Morris and Tim Harvey over. Right, the cars are on lap 241. Down towards another lap go the field now.
So safety car still ploughing its way through a saturated Kyalami racetrack. All 21 cars that are running are doing the same. They're trying to follow on the wheel tracks of those cars that are directly ahead of them. So at least they'll not be hitting the big puddles that are going there to catch the unwary. Down through the S's. Again, slight improvement in track conditions through that part of the racetrack. And then up the top to the highest part of the circuit, up at Leocourt, and then the run back down to complete what will be lap 241.
Just thinking stint times before anybody else asks me. Yes, 65 minutes is a stint, but what happens if you're really marginal on your 65 minutes and there's a safety car out and the pace is slower? Well, you get an extra 5 minutes grace, which effectively is, you know, a very long lap anywhere. So your stint, if it's with a safety car on track, becomes 70 minutes. So anybody that was a bit marginal on 65 minutes, they'll be fine at this slower pace. That's going to work because of 70 minutes, and therefore 42 does have to make another stop and will have to give up the lead.
And bearing in mind that the current lap time behind the safety car is around 3 minutes 24, 3 minutes 25 seconds. So that's over double, well, almost double the lap time that we were seeing in wet, or dry conditions.
And breaking news, James Beckett has accepted the challenge of a Formula Ford grid for next year.
Yeah, who's paying?
Yeah, well, you could have a guest drive or something.
Yeah,
okay, maybe not. Right, what have we got? 41 minutes just to go, and right now Jelmer Berman is set, I still feel, to inherit the lead, and Richard Leeds is going to follow him across the line and could miss out if we don't go racing. Still not raining again in the pit lane. So Alain Adam, if he can, will get the cars going. Even if it's only for a couple of laps, he'll give them some racing if he can, but it's not worth the risk.
If he wants to let this race go green, it's going to happen with 5 minutes to go.
Yeah, you're right.
I would imagine. There's no point, I can't see any way you could allow the cars to go racing. Even though the rain has stopped at this point, there's still just so much water on the racetrack. And there's no guarantee that we won't have a further shower. I know that we are being advised that you can see, you know, the international flights stacking up over the airport, international airport here at Johannesburg, but I don't believe that we've seen the last of the rain, as long as there's lightning around and rumbles of thunder.
Well, there is Schnitzer that thinks, what have we done? Have we done the right or the wrong thing? I'm still not convinced that they're going to be able to win this race because of the extra stop, final stop they need to make. They're out of sequence, but not sure it's worked for them. I'm convinced they've got to stop, so we'll see if I'm proved right. The car comes now out of barbecue, if only, and Jelmer Berman running in second spot, so Farfus, Berman, Leeds, meaning BMW, Mercedes, and then Porsche in the top three. Fourth, Porsche Tandy. Fifth, BMW Katzberg. Sixth, Audi Haase. The rain's come to help Audi, but they can't now benefit from that because we're not racing. No rain falling, well, a little spot may be there, but little, if any, rain falling there. But of course the puddles haven't gone.
No, and it's just simply the volume of water. Wait and see. 39 minutes remaining. If there isn't any rain for the remaining 39 minutes, I personally would be surprised, but I'm prepared to be surprised.
We've had a lot of surprises thus far in this race. We're looking to see if we can see puddles filling up. Look out of my window, nothing in the pit lane. There, it's a bit confused by the spray, but I think the rain has, for the moment, pretty much stopped.
I think it has. I mean, at 38 minutes and 44 seconds to go, we don't see any rain, for example, down at the Esses, and that was one of the areas of the racetrack that was being heavily hit by the rainstorm. So, sit back. No point trying to predict what nature will do. There's enough people in the pit lane with enough equipment to be able to read it. And, of course, race stewards, race director, they likewise will be advised. I mean, that is a pretty clear vision over countryside, the urban areas.
Now that looks like the rain has stopped all the way around the circuit. So there's optimism again.
Absolutely right, and you're now seeing clear tread marks on the wet track. So nothing falling in the pit lane either. There's not a drop anywhere.
Right, well, let's crack on then. Let's get going. Not as straightforward as that. So the safety car paddles through, and again the team in the safety car will be relaying information as to how it is and what the situation is for the chances of a restart. The spray in the headlights.
Yeah, but I'm just saying, but this is at 40 or 50 kilometers per hour.
Yeah.
Spray coming from the safety car, which has got a set of road tires on it. I mean, what's going to happen if you release these cars to get back up to modicum of race speed?
And in the dark. That's the other problem. You can't see the puddles until you hit them, and then you're off.
Absolutely. Anyway. it would be nice to see the race finish under green flag conditions, and it's not impossible, but it might have to. They might have to wait maybe to 15 or 10 minutes or even 5 minutes if that would be the judgment.
But we expected rain. We expected it to affect the race, as did the teams. It's a shame in a sense that it couldn't have blown through and it would have been a drying end to the race rather than a wet end to the race.
The beauty of rain is you get rain falls, then it stops, and it dries out. You get races that are the best to watch. They're the least predictable. But this situation is way beyond predictability. It's about survivability.
Down the hill they turn.
So here we go. On to start finish straight to complete lap 243. 36 minutes remaining. Still no indication coming as to whether this race in the short term or the long term will be completed under green flag conditions. But give it another 15-20 minutes, maybe, you never know.
Even if it's only a couple of laps. And it could change the order. I mean, those laps will be important for somebody.
Make no mistake, it'll have a bearing, I mean a significant bearing on the finishing order, because those that are further back in the field are going to be wondering, being a racing driver is maybe quite as attractive as it looks when you buy the envelope.
Indeed so. Right, they're out of the S's. Yep, there's the spray, there's what's on the ground, but there's nothing being added to it, I don't think.
No, and the tyres, you can see the Pirelli wet weather tyres really dispersing the water. I mean, I don't know what the rate is. It's some phenomenal rate of dispersion at 100. I think a Formula 1 tyre disperses something like 65 litres at 180 miles an hour.
It's a good advert for the fuel consumption of the safety car as well. It's been out a long time.
It sure has.
So as the cars head downhill, let's see the field there with the BMW at the head of the queue. So there is the field. You see the Lumirang displayed with the driver's name alternating to the position that the car is running in. Right, the safety car has been out for a while. Let's remind ourselves of what sunshine looked like very nearly 9 hours ago. This was something called sunshine and daylight and brightness, and the start of the Kyalami 9 hour as the cars accelerated out of the last corner, up over the timing line, and we were in business for the return of a legendary race after a 37-year absence. It was a late lead early on for Dennis Olsen, and Maxi Book's championship dream evaporated going through the first couple of corners. The car didn't even complete one sector of the race before it was a retirement. Dennis Olsen led from Kevin Est, who dived up the inside, went through, gaining track position only briefly as he ran wide coming through Crocodile. Up the curb, Dennis Olsen got back ahead. He fared better than Chris Goodwin, who ran off the road, rattled over the curb and bounced back onto the circuit. Eventually, Dennis Olsen decided that he'd let Kevin Est have a go in the lead. So the Porsches did a switcheroo. That put number 20 ahead of 31. It put the GPX car ahead of Fricadelli. And Estre then led to the pit stops. In third was Lawrence Van Toor, chasing along behind them. But then the question was posed about double stinting or single stinting tyres. Bentley single stinted and put Jordan Pepper into the lead. Nick Katzberg got 10th up on the inside of Marco Bononomi in the Honda, a car that wouldn't survive too much longer because smoke started to come from the back, and it was a retirement. Christopher Mies, a place gained up the inside to go ahead of Earl Bamber down at Crowthorne, and eventually that was a car that was on second place on the tail of Richard Lietz before we got to the next round of pit stops, and that was prompted really by the first major incident out on track. And as the Porsche and Audi were together off the road went Davi Juberts into the barrier, and that was the end of the Stradale Racing Lamborghini as it hit the wall with force. Full course yellow became a safety car period. Everybody dived for the pit lane, and on the restart Tristan Vautier outbraked himself at Crowthorne, ran out wide, got back onto the road. As he did so, he rubbed up against Nick Tandy, put the red and white Porsche sideways. They survived it, but it wasn't that many more laps before Vautier exited stage left, coming down from the mine shaft through Crocodile. The car wouldn't slow down, it wouldn't turn. He went across the runoff area and boom, into the barriers. Q full course yellow, Q safety car, and a lengthy repair of the barriers. Safety car then out on track. Restart, Nick Tandy under attack, through on the inside, and inspired Christian Cronjes making a move. Tandy also fending off the lapped Aston Martin of Jake Dennis, and in his efforts to push on, Nick ran off the road, coming through Cheetah, bounced his way over the curb and over the gravel and over the grass, and then he got stuck into the race leader. A tap on the tail of Michael Christensen in traffic, both of them spun, and for causing a collision, Tandy's car got a drive-through penalty. Both recovered, but Tandy lost more time in the spin, and then Dennis Olsen at the wheel was given the drive-through, meaning he dropped down the order. More drama out on track. Befell Bentley then next. Andy Soucek with the tyre ripping itself apart. The car came in, new tyre on, back into the race it went, but eventually it was given a meatball flag to bring it into effect for significant repairs. On track, Gianpaolo Oliveira around the outside of Romain Dumas. The clouds rolled in, the lights started to fade. Through the traffic, Mikkel Jensen made his move against Katsu Masachio, who ran out of road while being lapped. Got back onto the circuit, thankfully without more dramas. But as the cars pounded into the darkness, the weather was set to change because the thunder and lightning was rolling in and the rain wasn't far behind. So any place gains seemed to be crucial through when number 34 BMW to go ahead in the hands of Mikkel Jensen from Alexander Imperatori in the Nissan. Imperatori tried to fight back, but elbows out, the BMW was able to fend him off. The lightning was spectacular, but that just got drivers even more nervous, knowing that the conditions were set to worsen. Number 29 Audi had been up and down the order with penalties, with pit stops, and another stop brought 29 into the pits, but 25 Audi then had a bit of a hit and shoulder with Kevin Est as he tried to get through the traffic. Fred Verviche not being hugely cooperative and going a lap down. Then with 2 hours and 16 minutes of the race to go, the rain fell, and boy, how it fell. It wasn't long before the track was waterlogged. 108 Bentley went off, brought out a full course yellow. Number 6 Sergei Afanasiev spun out of the Silver Cup lead, and the rain was torrential. Standing water on the track. It stopped, it came back, and it stopped again, meaning that we have got half an hour of the Kyalami 9-hour race remaining, and at the moment number 42 BMW leads the way of Augusto Farfus, with Jelmer Berman second and Richard Lietz third, after these really challenging conditions for everybody involved at Kyalami. So live we have under half an hour of the race still to go, and down in the pits is Sheldon van der Linde from number 42 BMW. He is with Bruce Jones.
Sheldon van der Linde, will it be a home winner here at Kyalami? We were half an hour to go. The race that stayed dry for 7 hours, and then everybody had to roll the dice in different directions to see how they could handle it.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a tricky one now, because obviously it's been raining super hard. There's a lot of rivers standing around. So from my point of view, I don't see why the race really should carry on. But yeah, we need to make another stop. So if the race does resume, we don't really have a chance for a podium. So yeah, I'm really crossing my fingers for just that.
What, more rain?
Yeah, more rain and hopefully a red flag.
Tough luck, but racing on home ground, and I'm putting the Schnitzer BMW at the front of the field. It must have been a good feeling, whatever happens.
Yeah, no, definitely. My stints were mega. I had a lot of fun out there. The car was super quick at one stage. We were always up there with Valkanor's car as well. So I think as BMW, we showed that we're capable of awesome results here, and I hope that the best man will win today.
And I must say, I always knew South African fans had passion, but some have been sitting in the bleachers opposite the pits all race in the rain.
Yeah, you know, the South African fans are probably one of the most passionate fans in the world. You see it every time, you know, they've been sticking with us throughout the whole day, throughout the storms. So yeah, it just shows what great people we have here, and yeah, it's an amazing feeling to be driving at home for sure.
Good stuff, and I think your car, unfortunately, is going to be coming in soon. Tough luck, Sheldon. Okay, the car's going to be coming in, the headlights are on. Oh, is that the BMW? It's always hard to see, even in the pit lane. Martin Tomczyk is out there looking. It's a drive-through, you see. It's just to reset the time. Oh, well, there we are. That's the number 10 Mercedes into the lead.
So the BMW back into the race, and the safety car is in this lap. So with 27 minutes and change on the clock, Jelmer Berman leads from Richard Lietz, a second and a half between them as we get ready to go racing. Oh, this is going to be tense for everybody, isn't it?
Well, I think it's tense here right now in the commentary booth because the decision has been taken. You heard Sheldon van der Linden's opinion. He would love to see a red flag, and that would mean that they would be standing in the winner's podium, but they've had to try to come through the pit lane for their reset, and now it's Jelmer Berman in the lead from Richard Leach in the Porsche, Nick Tandy in third place, and what is now the lead BMW will be Nicky Katzberg in fourth.
That's right, so the cars here come through. Yeah, I mean, of course they wanted a red, but that was because they were out of sequence, and sometimes it rolls right for you, sometimes it doesn't, and this is one that Schnitzer got wrong. So the cars now come up to the completion of lap 246. We're going to go racing. We've said it before, say it again. Safety cars breed safety cars, and especially in these weather conditions. So, well, let's see what pans out here. Is this going to be a famous victory for Maxi Goetz in the race, or is it going to be more drama on track? Let's find out.
Well, the safety car lights are now finally out, so the control of the race very shortly will be back in the hands of Jelmer Berman, and he will have the one thing that nobody else is going to have, and that's clear vision for as long as he can lead this race for the remaining 25 minutes.
And also, where are we in terms of back markers between him and Richard Leitz? What about Nick Tandy to try and make some progress? And somebody's going to go off the road, surely, in this, and he's going to shuffle the order.
It'll be further down the field where visibility is going to be worse. The car, in my opinion, that you've got to keep an eye on, and the car that could walk away with victory after 9 hours of Kyalami is going to be the number 31 Porsche, Nick Tandy behind the wheel. Nick was outstanding in that shootout in difficult track conditions, and he is an inherent natural tagger as a race driver. Jelmer Berman, while he will have the significant advantage, there's the safety car now into the pit lane. Let's get back to racing.
So 25 minutes on the clock as they get up towards the timing line. Here we go then, the Kyalami 9 hour back underway, and as they break the beam, it is going to be 25 minutes and about 2 seconds. Through they go. Berman leads the way. Richard Leitz is behind him. He's having a cheeky look as they come down towards Crowthorne to see whether or not he can find a way through, find any traction, find anything like a racing line. And up the inside, Tandy has already made his move through the traffic, so he runs third. This is where the pro drivers are going to earn their money, because right now, adversity couldn't be any steeper against you, could it? Berman is the leader, Leitz is second, and Tandy charging along. There's a drive-through penalty for number 17 for speeding in the pit lane. That's the local Ferrari. There's confirmation. So Jelmer Berman leads the pack, but now this is really, really challenging for Leitz and Tandy. And look, Nick has already got himself onto the back of Leitz. He's going to go round the outside. This is for second place. No, you don't, says Richard Leitz. Tandy crawling on over the back of him. Leitz for the lead on the inside. Can't do it there. Or can he? He's got a tighter line coming out of the corner. Wide goes Berman in the pitch black up toward the S's. Leitz on the inside line. Tries to line up a move, but he can't do it. And Tandy needs to be careful, of course, in all of this. Yes, he needs to attack, but we don't, for Porsche's sake, need a repeat of the dramas of earlier on.
And it was almost like a double car side by side entering the S's. Thankfully, Nick Tandy decided the better of it, because Richard Leitz wasn't about to concede, and it's not a part of the racetrack where there is sufficient space in dry, clear day conditions to make that overtake, so he dropped back into third place. Now the run down the mine shaft for the first time at race speeds. Drivers suddenly realizing that, well, they've seen what the track was like behind the safety car. It is reasonable, but there's the level of spray that's been kicked up.
Katzberg in the BMW having a go at Nick Tandy now, so Nick Katzberg fourth. I mean, this is it, 4 cars for the lead as one. Fifth is Christopher Hauser, who has gained a place, of course, after the BMW pit stop. The Audi wanted rain, right, Christopher, you've got it. Here they come, down towards turn 16. Tandy all over the back of Richard Leitz. Leitz not really attacking the Mercedes at this section of the circuit yet.
Watch what Nick Tandy does at the end of this straight, because he will try and do what he appeared to try and do once this race got run. Everybody going now to the left-hand side of the track as they come down. Porsche getting up alongside Richard Leitz. Where is Nick Tandy? Third car on that line behind Leitz's Porsche. Nicky Katzberg likewise, he's got through.
He's done it, round the outside goes Richard Leitz. Delight then at Porsche, because that takes points away. Now Tandy's going to come up and have a go. Bear in mind as well, though, that none of the drivers in number 20 can win the championship. They can in number 30, Tandy Porsche, so they need to try and get Tandy, who's up into second place ahead of the GPX car for Dennis Olsen for the championship. So the story's not over yet. Can number 20 even think about being allowed to win the race, or will the call come to get that car ahead for Dennis Olsen to win the driver's crown?
Well, as I said in this race, you race for Porsche, you're not racing for yourself.
Look at Katzberg, he's about to go through, so Jelmer Berman is dropping back here. The Mercedes has gone from first to fourth, so that puts Katzberg up. This is great news for Porsche, isn't it, at the moment, and it's Richard Leeds leading the way.
So Porsche, BMW, and Jelmer Berman may not just feel so confident. Maybe the way the Mercedes is operating in these conditions isn't giving him that confidence. Nicky Katzberg didn't need to be asked twice to find a way past the Mercedes. Now, will he be in a position to put pressure now on Nick Tandy? Because that car and Nicky Katzberg are running quick.
I reckon with Dennis Olsen in the Tandy car running second, and now Maxi Gertz down to fourth, that would give Olsen the championship even by finishing second in the race. So you could argue there's no need to get Leeds to move out of the way. This would be enough, but Tandy wants to win the race. You can see that. He's up the curb, he's all over the back of Richard Leeds. This is going to be a fabulous finish as the two factory Porsche drivers are going toe-to-toe. But while they're doing it, Nick Katzberg in the BMW is pounding along behind them. Down they come to the end of lap 248.
So Richard Leeds turns into turn 16 ahead of the 31 of Nick Tandy, and again back onto the pit straight. What can Nick Tandy do? He's got probably the equal equipment in straight line, but Leeds has got the clear air. He's got the option of where he wants to place the lead Porsche. Nick Tandy might think about making a move. He's too far back, but he's still thinking about it. He's not even thinking about it. He's just managed to take the lead from Richard Leeds in a clean overtake. Gets the car slowed down. Job done, Nick Tandy.
But also, of course, Dennis Olsen now even more secure as the champion, so that might have been a strategic pass as much as anything. Richard Leeds didn't exactly defend with his elbows out, did he? So I just wonder whether there has been a decision to make sure that number 31 wins to consolidate Dennis Olsen's chances in the championship. Discuss. Either way, Porsche it is that now leads the Tandy Jaminet Olsen car. Quick Nick at the wheel.
Yeah, and Nick Tandy just pulling away without any problem whatsoever from second place Richard Leeds. So Nick Tandy, he took it, he came from a long way behind, but he had the degree of confidence in the car and his own ability to make that overtake from a long way back, make it stick down into turn one.
And now that he's ahead, he's away and gone, isn't he? So next question is what is for second place and for the championship. It has been yes, it's got to be, hasn't it? The way that pass happened, that's a Porsche decision to make sure Dennis Olsen wins the championship. Richard Leeds, I think, had been racing purely for himself, would have made that car a lot wider. So down the hill they come, and there for the race lead, the new leader, Nick Tandy. And in fairness to, as I say, Richard Leeds, I think if he were racing for himself, he would have made the car an awful lot wider. But you're a Porsche factory driver, sometimes it's your race, sometimes it's not. Nick Katzberg still charging along, so is 911 of Dirk Werner. But it's a Porsche victory set to be. Number 62 there, that's still Ricky Collard. It is. He's under attack from the penalised Matt Campbell. Coming up to, the car had a penalty early on, did it not? Coming up through in 9th place. And now the field with what? We got 19 minutes to go. Tandy, 2.6 seconds clear up front.
Ricky Collard getting a right good working over from Matt Campbell behind in the Porsche. That's the battle that's taking place for 7th or 8th and 9th position. In the meantime, Nick Tandy has built up a 2.5 second advantage over Richard Leeds, and Nicky Katzberg a further 1.2 seconds behind in 3rd place. That is on Jelmer Berman, really 6.5 seconds now behind race leader in 4th place. There's the Aston Martin, there's the Porsche as they slither the way round, coming out of Crowthorne up the way up into Barbecue.
So number 12, the dynamic Porsche under attack. Matt Campbell, Dirk Werner, they've raced as a team with Dennis Olsen for much of the year, most of the year in IGTC. Now they're in separate cars going head-to-head here. And Ricky Collard is staying ahead of them, so Ricky thrown into horrible conditions here. And the Aston Martin under attack.
Yeah, and the Porsche's looking to go down the inside, which it does into Clubhouse Corner. I think Ricky Collard again left plenty of space for the Porsche to make that move. And, well, for the Porsche right now, they seem to have the kind of grip and performance in these trickier conditions, more above and beyond. The only car that might have a threat or challenge, but is fading back, is Nicky Katzberg in the BMW.
Yeah, he's a fraction faster than Leeds. There's more lightning in the sky. Not suggesting there's more rain yet, but there's certainly lightning still present as the leaders run lap 250 down the hill. So Tandy getting away. 2.6 seconds was the margin there. You see the spray being generated, but we're not done yet, because with Dirk Werner having fallen back into 9th place, there's still more shuffling. The surviving Bentley goes through. Jules Gounon in 13th place, as there Katzberg is almost on the back of Rickard Leeds now. So it's going to be tough, isn't it? Rickard's still going to defend all the way up to the end.
He will do. Nicky Katzberg has got a car that's got good straight line speed, probably slightly better than that of the Porsche, so that will give him the advantage on the easier part of the racetrack to make a pass if he can get into that level. He's lurking, not this particular lap, he's going to have to wait yet again. The only other opportunity would be a run out of barbecue down to Sunset, but I don't think Richard Leach is going to offer him up that opportunity. It's going to be more than likely a pass that will come down into turn 1, if it is a pass at all. 16 minutes of this race remaining.
So Rickard Leeds still pressing on in 2nd spot, but having to keep the BMW at bay now. That's the task. That's what the Porsche decision is, that 31 will now go to win the race to give Dennis Olsen the championship, and he has to make sure that nothing gets near that car, so he's got to be the buffer now and keep Katzberg at bay. And for as long as Nick is stuck, so the lead is building. So Nick Tandy, given the worst of the weather, but he's really dancing across the puddles here, looking so strong. Now, what else could happen? Christopher Hauser is getting closer to Berman, isn't he? There could be another change yet for 4th place.
Indeed, Christopher Hauser, that lovely driving style that he has, will be working at a premium in these wet weather conditions. So there will be some, I suppose, kind of recompense for the Audi. The 2 Audi teams here, they felt when they got here they were just being outgunned, particularly in terms of straight line performance. They got that 35-kilogram weight break in the BOP, helped them certainly in certain areas, but not maybe in the principal area where they felt they were losing out most.
So with under 16 minutes to go, we've done 250 laps up at Leerkop. They turn, and Tandy leads Katzberg, Berman, Hauser, Jarvis. Matt Campbell's up to 7th at the expense of Ricky Collard now, changed for that place. 9th is Werner, and 10th after the last stop is Farfus. And those are your 10 on the lead lap. Anybody else is fighting for the crumbs. Down the hill they plunge, as you see number 6 there going through. That's 2nd in Silver Cup, Sergei Afanasiev, who's a lap down on Dylan Pereira, who is in the number 9 Lechner Porsche. The Luxembourger leads the class, leads the Silver Cup, and that's going to be a home win, because Saul Hack, South African, is part of that driver combination, and they're set, barring a drama now, to win the class.
Well, Porsche came here to win, and it looks like they may not only just win the driver's title, they might even win the manufacturer's title, and they might win the Silver Cup.
Absolutely right. So it's changing all the way. Strange, isn't it, the way the Mercedes and Jelmer Berman's pace just disappeared, lost all of those places on the restart. And although now he's just about stabilised the gap over Christopher Hauser, he is still being caught a little bit. There is 76 going through. That's the Maxime Martin Aston Martin, down in 15th place after a tough day.
Yeah, they had a hard day. The 62 coming off the better of the 2. Aston Martin's in 8th place. Ricky Collard.
And there, Afanasiev in the Silver Cup. Black Falcon Mercedes goes through. 10th, Augusto Farfus. There is Martin, and behind him, running 14th now, is Dylan Pereira. That's your Silver Cup leader, the Lechner Porsche. You can barely see much of it with the spray around the livery, but Pereira, very handy Porsche peddler, the Luxembourg driver, thunders on in pursuit of the Belgian Maxime Martin. So a Benelux battle here.
Yeah, that's no easy pass, Maxime Martin. Whether the Porsche might be the slightly better of the 2 cars in these difficult conditions, Maxime Martin is not a competitor that yields to anybody.
So the field on lap 252, 13.5 minutes to go. Nick Tandy's advantage now 5.4 seconds. So what a race that car has had up and down the order. Had drive-throughs, it's been helped immeasurably over the full course yellow and safety car periods, but also with some very handy driving across all 3, Mathieu Géminet, Nick Tandy and Dennis Olsen, who of course led at the very start of the race and dragged the car back into contention after its drive-through penalty. But circumstances helped that, whereas number 20 was pretty much solid at the top all the way through the race. Katzberg in the BMW, great job to be 3rd, and equally Mikael Jensen and Christian Cronjes in that car deserve plaudits too, don't they?
Well, it's a tough finish to a long race. I think everybody's done outstandingly well. This was a very good call in the end by race director to release this race. So nobody appears to have been caught out by track conditions, and track conditions pretty much around the racetrack, improving pretty quickly. So while there's still a load of spray, it is much, much less. You can almost see the track surface nowhere near dry, but there's no residue of standing water on the circuit.
That's your AM leader for Valkenhorst, Gennaro Bonafede, South African driver, and on home soil, he and Michael van Rooyen and Henry Valkenhorst are set to win the AM class, so Gennaro doing a good job here. Race at the Spa 24 hours this year, so darkness and rain, he's been schooled well, and he's putting it into good effect here as the car on this final 12 minutes of the race runs towards the end of a lap. Tandy to Leeds, the gap is 6.3 seconds now. Richard Leeds doing the job of defending, but you know, it's almost soul destroying for a driver. You've worked so hard all day to lead, to win, to keep out of trouble, and then there's a tap on the shoulder. Can you move, please? We need to get that car to help somebody win a championship.
Well, Nicky Katzberg, has he got past the Porsche? He has.
Up the curb, yeah, goes through. So he's up into second place. Katzberg is ahead then, so change of second spot. BMW goes ahead. Now, can Katzberg go after Tandy? He's got to make up 7 seconds. It's a big ask, but, you know, if anyone can, Nick Katzberg might be able to do it.
Well, let's see what pace he can run now that he's got clear of Richard Leach. He doesn't have to worry about Porsche having to compensate for what Richard Leach has been doing. So Katzberg comes across the line, having taken second place away from the Porsche. Lap time of Katzberg was 1:55.5 on that last lap. Quicker than Richard Leach, but slower than the last lap of Nick Tandy, who in the 1:54s as opposed to a mid-55 for Nicky Katzberg. But that was a position affected time. Now Katzberg, I would assume, is going to be quickly down into the low 1:55s, maybe into a high 1:54. He's got everything to work for. He can still take victory. 10 minutes of this race remaining. What a shot this would be. BMW stand on the winners, top of the podium.
He's slower even in the first sector, so even though he's released, he's still not quicker than Tandy in the first sector. So on this lap 2:54, we've lost number 35 Nissan. Gianpaolo de Oliveira has stopped at turn 7. That's poor reward, isn't it, after everything that's happened to him and his pace during the course of the day. So the KCMG Nissan, within the last 11 minutes, pulls off the circuit. Hopefully not in an awkward place, as there through is Richard Leach down in third. They're coming up to the end of the middle sector. Is Nick Tandy still able to be quicker, still build that gap? He does a 49.3 in the mid-sector and a 46.5 by Nick Katzberg in one sector alone. He's taken nearly 3 seconds out in one sector. Wow. Nick Tandy only has to win by 1,000th of a second as long as he wins. But Katzberg is... well, he's going to give it everything he's got.
Yeah, I tell you what, when Nick Tandy gets that little message that 3 seconds was taken out of his best lap, 1:54.9, and what is Nicky Katzberg going to do now? So the BMW has picked up the pace. It's absolutely just a combination of a driver being in tune with the car, being in tune with the racetrack. I mean, I have to say, Nick Tandy, I thought, was the man that was going to walk away from this and comfortably take the checkered flag. He may well still do, just under 10 minutes to go. There's Nick Tandy's best lap. That was in dry conditions. His last lap at 1:58. And look at Nick Katzberg, 1.8 seconds quicker on that last lap. So that was a slow last lap for Nick Tandy. We don't know why. Probably it may have been an error on his part, but let's wait and see if there's a reset on the pace of the leading Porsche.
Well, the last lap from Tandy was a 58.0, Katzberg a 56.2, so 5.8 seconds is the gap. Nick Katzberg has got nothing to lose here. And even if Nick Tandy finished the race second, it's still enough to give Olsen the championship, not by as big a margin, but you know, they could still win it. Mind you, they could have won it by being second to Richard Leach, couldn't they? So now that Porsche has made that decision, Nick needs to honour it really and win the race.
And sort of ironically, Richard Leach has been dragged along by Nicky Katzberg, although the pass was made relatively easily by Nicky Katzberg in the first place, but now Richard Leach seems to have found a bit of a second wind and trying to come back, or certainly keep in touch with the second place BMW.
So in the sectors on this lap, Tandy sector 1 quicker, but he was on the previous lap as well. It was in the middle sector where that BMW looked to be the stronger. The road is drying markedly now, isn't it, actually, as they drop down the hill. So yes, it was the right decision to keep it going and give us some racing. This is how we think the Manufacturers' Championship is going to be. Porsche 133 and Mercedes 127, but if the BMW gets ahead of the Porsche, then that would give Mercedes the championship by 1 point. So from Porsche's point of view for the Manufacturers' Championship, Tandy needs to fend off Katzberg, and he is doing so. They are equal to the 1,000th of a second on sector times in the middle sector.
Yeah, 5.8 seconds the gap first to second, 7 minutes and 30 seconds remaining. Do the maths, but can Katzberg? I mean, look, Nick Tandy's going to respond. He knows he has to respond if he wants to take victory. There's the Porsche, there's the BMW, and there's the third place Porsche Richard Eads running behind. Last lap coming through 1:55 and 1:54 for Nick Tandy. So he picked up a little bit of time on that last lap, and the gap between third and second more or less status quo.
So the lead gap up again, 6.4 seconds, as you say. Katzberg pressing on, but Tandy has had the message, and he pushes on. Ricard Leeds then set for third. We've just had the AM leader down the pit lane, so Gennaro Bonafede should stay as the leader of the AM Cup because he's a lap ahead of Tim Muller. But a pit stop, the last pit stop to reset the stint time he has made.
Double yellow wave flags down here. Turn 7 clubhouse, so no overtaking. Can't see why.
That's where the Nissan 35 has stopped.
You think it is? Okay, so there's no passing. There's the green flag indicating passing can recommence.
And 6 minutes and change on the clock. A flying lap at the moment is just under 2 minutes, so we're going to get, depending on track position, I would say 3 more laps maybe out of the race, as you see the cars up at Leerkop at the moment.
So wait again to see what Nick Tandy's lap time is. Oh,
that's where you've got your yellow.
There she is, there's the Nissan.
João Paulo Oliveira has parked it. I mentioned it a few minutes ago, but it's a real shame because he's
did a great job, outstanding. I felt all the way through.
Yeah, another of the stars of the race. There have been so many. So there is Nick Tandy ticking off the corners, ticking off the laps. So back on start finish straight, so wait and see the gap first to second was 6.4 seconds. So Tandy crosses the start finish line waiting for Katzberg. 6.4 was the gap. Maybe it is extended beyond the 6.4. It has by half a second up to 6.9 seconds. So yeah, Nick's had a go, but just too much to try and make up against somebody like Nick Tandy. Ricard Leeds is only 1.6 seconds behind him. Jelmer Berman fourth, and his last lap was a fraction quicker than Leeds, but you just see the Mercedes AMG SPS team looking on. They thought they were in the pound seats about 10 minutes, 20 minutes ago. Now championship has gone and it's heading Dennis Olsen's way.
Yeah, and honestly, what do you say to a team that felt they had it in their pocket and all of a sudden in these closing moments it's all changed? Just under 5 minutes now to go before checkered flag falls. Nick Tandy's race to lose. Nicky Katzberg lost half a second on that last lap, and with 4 3/4 minutes of this race remaining, 6.9 seconds, I think everybody's going to sit back and consolidate and take their positions when the flag falls.
I think you're right. Farfus has gained a place over Dirk Werner for 9th. As the Manthey racing engineers that are operating the Fricadelli racing car sit and watch, and Nick Tandy, who of course has had a yo-yo kind of a weekend. He's been in the barriers but recovered to take pole position. He's had a penalty for causing an accident, but he's going to recover to win the race. I mean, he's had everything thrown at him, emotion-wise, never mind the weather. On this lap, quicker in sector 1 and slower in sector 2, but he's still got enough of a cushion, hasn't he?
He's got that comfortable almost 7-second cushion, so still got to come up to complete the lap. But Nick Tandy has got it all but done and dusted. So down into the final turn to come up and complete lap 257. So the gap first to second on the previous lap, 6.9 seconds. Trips the timing and scoring, so wait to see whether that's gone up to over 7 seconds. I suspect most likely it has, depending on the last sector times for the respective cars, and it is up to 7.048. So Nick Tandy yet again, yeah, a 1/10 of a second between the two cars over that last lap.
He did the fastest lap, of course, on lap 130, which was a long time ago, and 3 minutes and change on the clock. The last lap was a 1:54, so let's see where he is on the circuit when he crosses the line relative to the clock. I think it's going to be 2 more laps, isn't it, as he comes
It'll be
down
this
the
one,
hill.
this one and one more, I would imagine.
But it's dry ink, it's a grippier road, and there the drivers look on. Michael Christensen watching to see what could have been, really. Not his car. Dennis Olsen and Mathieu Jaminet in the next garage will be watching their hopes, but frustration for some teams, delight for others. And one can only imagine what Maxi Buch has felt like for the last 9 hours.
Well, I feel that your heart goes out to Maximilian Buch because he did nothing wrong. Something happened catastrophically with the electronics in the car, and his dream of walking away a champion ended within the space of 4 corners. I suspect he got the earliest possible flight out of Kyalami, out of Johannesburg, as soon as possible.
So Nick Tandy then is on lap 2:58. And where is he on the track? I think he's coming up to the end of
it.
Yeah,
it's coming through turns 14 and 15. Yeah, it's just coming down to the final turn.
So he's going to start his last lap this time, isn't he? Because well, it's going to be close.
It's going to be close.
1:54 is a lap, and there's 1:54 on the clock. Yeah, there's less than a lap time left in the race.
This is the last lap. It will be the last lap of this 9-hour race of Kyalami, a return after 37 years, and well, a raceful incident, but certainly what occurred 2 hours ago has changed the dynamic of this race unbelievably.
But what a race it has been, and perhaps more importantly, John, what an event it has been.
Oh, it's been wonderful. I mean, I think the success, and everybody who's been here, I have no doubt will come back in the future. Well, certainly the lessons learned will be repaid. Katzberg has managed to shave a bit out of that advantage that Nick Tandy had. Is down by 0.3 of a second, but it's all irrelevant. 6.7 seconds with the final lap of this race. Nick Tandy makes his way around Sunset, down for the last time in a racing lap into Clubhouse Corner.
And it means we're going to have had 14 different winning drivers across the 5 IGTC races, and Dennis Olsen will be the only double winner of the season. And what a way to win a championship, with a bit of help from Nick Tandy and Mathieu Jaminet. The Manthey/Frickadelli engineers walk to the front of the garage, and the cars for the final time in the Kyalami 9-hour come through Leerkop. Nick Tandy then coping with a drying circuit, the darkness, everything that adds to the complexities, the pressures for a driver. He put the car on pole position. Good first stint by Dennis Olsen. It's been there or thereabouts all day. Yes, there's been a little bit of help from the factory to say this is a car we need to win a race, to win a championship for one of our drivers. The Drivers' Championship we've been able to stay on top of. That's been relatively straightforward. The manufacturers, perhaps rather less so. But we'll get to the manufacturers post-race. Dennis Olsen, Maxi Goetz, Maxi Buch will be the top 3 in the championship. A race win is going to be for the Frickadelli Racing Porsche. Mathieu Jaminet, the new champion, Dennis Olsen, and Nick Tandy behind the wheel, comes across the line. Porsche wins the Kyalami 9-hour. Dennis Olsen is the Intercontinental GT Challenge, powered by Pirelli. Champion, Frickadelli Racing wins the biggest race of its history with help from Manthey Racing. Nick Tandy, Mathieu Jaminet, Dennis Olsen, the winning drivers. Dennis Olsen, the champion, and the Kyalami 9-hour, John Watson, is back.
Absolutely a fantastic effort by everybody, particularly in these closing 2 hours, when we had this intervention from a massive rainstorm that came, swept across the circuit. We got this race back underway some 20 minutes before the end. The track delivered in terms of grip. We didn't have any issues or problems with the cars being blindsided. So
there's the winning AM coming up to the timing line then. So it's going to be Gennaro Bonafede, South African driver, with Michael Royen, and also the Dutch driver Henry Valkenhorst. There's Dennis Olsen, the champion. Bruce is down there. Emotions all up and down the pit lane. Bruce is with the winners.
Let's catch the emotion with the 2019 Intercontinental GT champion, the only double winner this year, Dennis Olsen. You can breathe again.
Finally, this has been the longest 9 hours of my race. I mean, I have a pulse watch and it's never been below 100 in pulse, so fuck. Incredible.
Excuse the language, but you are the champion. But what a year. Started with victory in Bathurst and you finished it in the dark, in the very wet here.
Yeah, I mean, thank you to everybody here. Everybody has done the best job possible. Thank you to Porsche, thank you to my team Frickadelli, my teammates, everybody around. This is for everybody.
But it's not a race that was easy. Yes, you led away from pole position, but there were so many things. There was the drive-through penalty that you had to serve after Nick accidentally spun the GPX Porsche around, and yet still you kept on riding, coming back towards the front, and here you are, breathing normally at last.
Well, normally it's maybe not right, but at least we're excited and happy.
Well done, 2019 champion. Thank you very much, Dennis Olsen.
And although Dennis led at the start of the race, the first time the car led at an hour mark was the last hour, when it mattered. It had been up and down the order. Need to think back to how many laps the car led collectively, but it can't have been that many relative to others. So, well, anyway, it was there when it mattered. Dennis Olsen is the champion. Mathieu Jaminet, Nick Tandy, of course, also celebrate that win, and we'll be able to hear from Nick, I'm sure, when he gets to Parc Fermé. Mathieu Jaminet can't be discounted in all of this. He played a very important part, keeping that car up at the front, up at the pointy end. We'll hear from the winning drivers. There'll be the podium to come. And there, running off the road, is Nick Tandy, but it doesn't matter now. He's getting the pick-up on the tyres to help with the weight and help with the ride height of the car as the drivers up and down the pit lane. The teams think, well, that was a long old race. You've got a feel for the GPX racing squad, haven't you? Because they did nothing wrong all day. They perhaps only really slipped up by not having a championship driver assigned to their car. This is the race result. Nick Tandy, Dennis Olsen, Mathieu Jaminet, the winners, ahead in the end of Mikkel Jensen, Nick Katzberg and Christian Cronjes. Third, Kevin Estre, Richard Lietz and Michael Christensen. Fourth, Christopher Hauser, Christopher Mies and Marcus Winkelhock in the Audi. From the Mercedes that lost another place before the end, Jelmer Berman, Lukas Stolz, Matti Goetz fell back, costing it more points in the title race for the manufacturers. Sixth, then Enno Liberati, Oliver Jarvis, Alex Imperatori, ahead of Augusto Farfus, Sheldon van der Linde, and he's the best of the home drivers, is he not there? And Martin Tomczyk. Eighth, Lawrence Vantor, Earl Bamber, Matt Campbell. From Sven Muller, Romain Dumas and Dirk Werner, Porsches both. 10th, Ricky Collard, Hugo de Sadelier and Marvin Kirchhoffer. And then pick out one or two of the others. The Silver Cup winner, 13th overall, Dylan Pereira, Saul Hack, and also in the number 9 Porsche, Lars Kern. The winning Am, Gennaro Bonafede, along with Henry Valkenhorst and Michael van Rooyen. And Pro-Am only really had one survivor. That was the Christina Nielsen Mercedes of Straka that she shared with Adrian de Silva and Dominic Baumann, and that car finished in 20th spot. But the hard luck stories began on the first corner, pretty much, with number 999, the Book Marciello Engel Mercedes. Raffaele and Lara having come a long way for very little driving. So there in Parc Fermé, you've got the winning drivers, and there's a very happy Nick Tandy down there, going to take off his crash helmet. Camera crews are plenty, and Bruce can get his elbows out and steam in and have a word with Nick Tandy in a moment. There's the British driver, and he's all yours when you can, Bruce.
Yeah, just waiting. He's having a quick chat with Mathieu Jaminet, who had such a great role in all of this. But right off with the balaclava, off with a driver who had, I think, pretty much everything happen to him over the course of this first Kyalami 9 hours for 37 years. Nick Tandy, tell us about it. What a final stint.
I'm just pleased we went back racing. You know, we had another one of those days, ups and downs all day. But in the end, you know, we were so lucky that we've got this great crew, we've got this great car, I've got these great teammates. We had the fastest car in the dry, the fastest car in the wet, and all the championships. Holy shit.
And on top of all of that, Nick, it must be said, excuse the language there, Mathieu Jaminet, great drive too, but Porsche took the title, but 10 minutes to go, it was still Mercedes in with a chance. But Mathieu, tell us about it.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy. We knew that we had to go all in, and then Nick was the perfect guy to finish the race. I mean, it's, as he said, it's amazing. The crew did an amazing job. We had an up and down, and it's just a crazy race, but the car was literally flying out there in the dry and the wet. So yeah, manufacturer in the pocket and drivers championship for Dennis. So it's a perfect day for Porsche.
Well, enjoy the podium. Let's just have one final word with the man who won twice this year. Started winning at Bathurst at the start of the year. It's the man in the middle of the group. It's this year's champion. He's getting a lift out of life. And let's see if I just wait for the photos there. Fingers up, 2 fingers up for the 2 wins. But Dennis, just one final word of the 2019 champion. What a year it's been.
It's been crazy, you know, winning Bathurst. Thank you. And then winning here as well. It's been ups and downs. We had a tough time in Laguna Seca where we DNF'd from the lead. And, you know, having these guys around us, as I said earlier, it's incredible.
Good to see the sportsmanship, Kevin Estre coming through. So congratulations to Porsche, but most notably to Dennis Olsen. Top step.
The Norwegian driver is the champion, and his second win of the season, his second IGT career win, the first double winner, the only double winner of the year. 14 different drivers then take race wins, and what a race, what an event. And well, the drama barely stopped, did it, all the way through. And one or two people in the pit lane getting a bit dim-bob happy. That's Fred Fatieni, I think you saw sort of dancing down the pit lane, the man behind the GPX Racing squad. And he knows that that team could have had a win, but he knows that it's good to keep on the side of the factory. And he's been given factory drivers for his car. He had a win at Spa, so, you know, what goes around comes around. Well, if you're a Porsche fan, it's been a good day. We've got another incident being investigated. I'll come to that in a moment, because Bruce is working hard finding more drivers post-race for us.
Well, I've caught the second place crew, the BMW crew from Walk on Horse Motorsport. So many things to talk about, but let's go first to Nicky Katzberg, who was chasing right the way to the end, in the dark, in the wet, couldn't quite catch the Fricadelli Porsche, but it just showed that BMW right on the pace pretty much throughout the race.
Yeah, honestly, we had a pretty perfect car throughout the race. My teammates showed unbelievable pace in the dry, and then in the end it was wet, and honestly I thought we were going to go backwards. But all of a sudden I noticed that we had pace. I managed to overtake a Porsche. I don't know who was driving, but the other Porsche was way too far down the road. So all in all, very happy with P2. Once again, my teammates and the team did a fantastic job, and it's a great way to end the season like this.
Well, roll on 2020. Mikkel Jensen, I'm sure you'll be part of the plans with BMW, because you really put down some great stints today.
Yeah, it's impressive. Starting P16, ending on the podium. I think it's not what we expected last night when thinking about this race. My teammates did an impressive job from Nicky in the end, in the wet. We didn't expect this, so we're really happy.
And to you, Christian, one of the stars of the early couple of hours of the race, but you had a few little niggling problems, didn't you? Just explain why you had to sort of stop one of your stints early, some unusual reasons.
Yeah, well, we had no drink system, and also the aircon failed in our car, so it was really hot. Especially for my stint, it was extremely hot in the car. My helmet was falling apart, the glue was going apart from the helmet, so I had to stop. I was just, completely done. So, but I'm happy we could make it out anyway with the strategy. So, and yeah, unbelievable job by Nicky and Mikkel today. I cannot believe we ended P2 after starting P16. So, yeah, way to end the season.
Well, I think you'll have to come back. There's been a 37-year wait for the Kyalami 9 hours. It's back on the map, isn't it?
Absolutely, it's been a terrific experience. All the locals have been so nice to us, and the track's been beautiful. So, yeah, way to end the season.
You can come again. Thank you very much. Nicky Katzberg, Mikkel Jensen, and Christian Cronjes, second for BMW. And there's Gennaro Bonafede, who also took a title for them today here.
Thanks, Bruce. Yes, happy drivers for the second overall and the class win. The AM category, of course, going to Henry Valkenhorst, Gennaro Bonafede, and Michael Van Rooyen. So there's some colourful language down there. If you're hearing it, apologies. But it's been a tough day for many. And they're drivers for the podium getting ready. What about third? Rickard Leitz, Kevin S, Michael Christensen. You've got a feel for them. They can tell all to Bruce now.
Thank you. Thanks, man.
Right, here we are, the third place crew. In fact, Richard Leitz just walked off to congratulate fellow Porsche crews that got to the top. Kevin Estre, give us your thoughts at the end of a race that could have come your way for GPX Racing and in the end had to settle for third place.
Yeah, it's hard. We led most of the race and we were quick, but in the end, it's a great weekend for Porsche. Dennis win the championship, manufacturer championship, so that's what we came for. And in the end, we finished on the podium with GPX. We for sure would have hoped for a bit more, but with the rain, safety car strategy was very tough end of the race. But I think we made the right call, and yeah, I think we can be happy for Porsche and for Dennis and Fricadelli.
And also for the Gulf liveried car from GPX Racing. You put it on the map big time with that victory in the Spa 24 Hours. A race a bit like this one, lots of dark and lots of wet, but you'll be back again in 2020?
Yeah, I hope so. I think the team has good view on the future, but nothing is done yet. But yeah, I think we'll come back in GT3 racing next year.
Thank you very much, Kevin, for staying around with us. Now the podium.
So Kevin Estre will in a moment head up to the podium. And what a race it has been. It's great if you're a Porsche fan, but has been a tough day, hasn't it, for the Mercedes drivers?
I mean, everybody's got a story to tell, and I mean, you can think, look at Bentley. Jordan Pepper ran away from the field, did a double stint, stunning drive, and what did they get out of it? 107, finishes in 12th place. It's a long race. It's a tough little circuit, and of course the final, the nail was that rainstorm, the thunder, the lightning that came in that again, whether it ultimately changed the outcome in terms of what the result is, then that's an argument for another day or another night or another pub quiz question. But there we are looking over towards Johannesburg.
And this is provisionally the Manufacturers' Championship. The manufacturer counts its 2 best finishing cars, but only 2, as long as those teams are registered for the championship. Porsche 133, Mercedes 126. It's provisional, but we think we're right in saying this. So what a day it has been for Porsche. Well, what a race. And after 9 hours of drama, the Drivers' Championship is provisionally thus Dennis Olsen, the champion. That much we can guarantee. Maxi Goetz second. Maxi Buch does not add. Didn't do a lap. Stays third. Raffaele Marciello behind him. Then Matt Campbell and Fred Vervies and Mathieu Jaminet all tie on points ahead of Dirk Werner. Then it's Lukas Stolz and Jelmer Berman. Christopher Haase next from Maro Engel, Kevin Est, Michael Christensen and Richard Lietz behind them. And so very shortly the drivers will be making their way to the podium, and the drivers with a lot to talk about, a lot to discuss. I mean, the teams have now got to get the cars, download data, put them in the garages. Tomorrow they pack up before they go home. The work hasn't quite done, but it's been a grueling, well, not just 9 hours, because there's the build-up before and afterwards for all involved, but I think it's fair to say that the Kyalami 9-hour has been a big hit, and great reception from the fans, a great entry. We always knew it was going to be good, but it really was a stunning entry that was received for this inaugural event. It's good to have had the local teams in, and there'll be more of those next year, I'm sure.
Well, I came here first in 1973. It was a different time in South Africa to where we are in 2019, and I think everybody who's visited here from the motor racing community from all around the world have been absolutely overwhelmed by the event, the hospitality that's been made available to them, and they will go away with wonderful memories, and they will look forward to coming back to the future. Is it 9 or 10 events that have been contracted?
I think it's a long-term deal. Certainly 10 might be the total number, but yeah, I mean, and the other good thing about it was we did, and Nick Tandy touched on this, we did go racing. Yes, it shuffled the order negatively for some, but it meant that the race finished as a race. That's what we were all here for. So it was excellent stuff, and we'll have a look at a moment at the highlights of what has been a fabulous Kyalami 9-hour. Let's look back at the 2019 Kyalami 9-hour, the final round of the Intercontinental GT Challenge that began with Dennis Olsen in the pole-sitting Porsche, accelerating away down towards the first corner. He was battling with Kevin Esther, but the championship dream for Maxi Buch evaporated on the opening lap. The car out with a damaged cylinder coil. That was it. The championship dream over without even a sector completed. Dennis Olsen led from Kevin Est, who charged up the inside, went through into the lead of the race, ran wide, and Dennis Olsen picked up the lead again. Off the road, Chris Goodwin, on only the third lap of the race, he rattled through the gravel, over the curb, did lots of damage. The clutch needed changing, the underside needed repairing, and they lost well over 80 laps. As into the lead went Kevin Est, gifted that by 31 Porsche to see whether his pace would be better, and it also let Olsen chase rather than be chased. Third was running Lawrence Van Thorp. Into the pits for the first round of stops they came. The Porsches single-stinted tyres. The Bentley double-stinted and put Jordan Pepper into the lead. Nick Katzberg got himself 10th at the expense of the Marco Bononomi Honda. That retired with a mechanical drama later in the race. Into the lead again, charged number 20. It was now Richard Lietz at the wheel with Christopher Mies on his tail. And the first full-course yellow and safety car period was not far away, because off the track bounced the Lamborghini in the hands of Davy Hubert. That therefore prompted a whole raft of pit stops. On the restart, Tristan Vautier outbraked himself at the end of the pit straight, ran out wide, and when he got back onto the circuit, he glanced off the Nick Tandy Porsche. But this car seriously had a charmed life through the race. The Porsche tapped sideways, rattled over the curb and through the gravel, and it wasn't out of the woods yet. Vautier, however, was a retirement, going straight on at the bottom of the hill, across the gravel, and bang into the tyre barrier. Q full course yellow and safety car for barrier repairs, and to get that out of the way. Safety car on track once more on the restart. Tandy, though, was outfoxed. Christian Cronier's up the inside of him. Through he went, the BMW taking second spot away from the Porsche as Michael Christensen led the race and tried to build up the lead. Tandy hustled on. ran wide over the curb through the gravel and survived the experience to get back onto the circuit, but then tapped the back of the Porsche of Christensen up at Leerkop, and for that the car got a drive-through penalty for causing a collision. And the Porsche rule of don't hit your teammate had been broken. The two factory drivers a little red-faced. Tandy accepted it, took it on the chin. Olsen had to serve the drive-through, as then Andy Soucek had a tyre explode, and it took a load of bodywork with it. The car continued, it then had to have another stop for repairs and ultimately crashed out with Rodrigo Baptista at the wheel. Great move by João de Oliveira to go around the outside of Romain Dumas. And then, as the weather started to roll in and the light faded, Ketzer Masachio ran wide and off the road as Mikkel Jensen put a lap on him in the BMW. Back onto the road went Chio-san, having already dropped a lap, of course. The sunset was a spectacular one, but it wasn't long before it was lightning in the sky rather than the sunset. Mikkel Jensen gaining ground over Alex Imperatori through on the inside of the Nissan. The Valkenhorst BMW strong all day and continued to be strong right to the finish. But then the lightning came, the thunder came, and with 2 hours and 15 minutes to go, the rain rolled in. Audi had been looking for rain, but the number 29 Land car was up and down the order, fourth at flagfall after a tough day. Through the traffic dived Kevin Astor with his elbows out, rubbing up alongside Fred Verviche, but he got through, trying to waste as little time as possible. Then the rain did come, and boy, how it fell. The circuit was waterlogged. We had a full course yellow with the 108 Bentley off the road just as the rain fell, and it meant that it was a very long safety car period of well over an hour. But eventually, Alain Adon, the race director, was proved right to keep the race going because the rain stopped, and the race was allowed to get back underway with about half an hour just under to go, and it meant that all bets were off. Jelmer Berman took over number 10 Mercedes, but in so doing the car dropped down the order, up the order, into the lead when Ricard leaked, but Nick Tandy was all over the back of him. A race win for Porsche 31 would give that car for Dennis Olsen the title, and that's what happened. Porsche decreed that there should be a switch. The Fricadelli car took over the lead. A race win for Mathieu Jaminet, Dennis Olsen and Nick Tandy. A championship win for Dennis Olsen and a manufacturer's crown for Porsche as well at the end of an all-action Kyalami 9 hour, the return of a legendary sports car race.
Down of life. And let's see if I just wait for the photos there. Fingers up, two fingers.
So there the
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the podium ceremony for the Kyalami 9 hour. We certainly had an incredible day's racing today, there's no doubt about it. And we're going to start things with the first podium being the Amateur Cup and the Group National champions for this weekend. Starting with the winning team for the Group Nationals and the team owner from Pablo Clark Racing in the Ferrari, Paolo Cavalieri. Paulo starts a trend of 6 South African drivers and team members making their way onto the podium. His team is going to join him now. Driving the Ferrari, Kishore Patamba, Lee Thompson, and Michael Stephen. They'll be joined on the podium by second place in the Amateur Cup, SPS Automotive Performance from Germany. Congratulations to Valentin Pierberg, Tim Torsten Muller, and Miguel Ramos in the Mercedes-Benz AMG. The Amateur Cup champions are Valkenhorst Motorsport and Nicholas Kunenbauer. The team manager will come up and represent the team before his 3 drivers come and join him. They're all the way from Germany, and they're driving a BMW M6 GT3. Congratulations to Henry Valkenhorst and another 2 South Africans on the podium, Michael van Rooyen and Gennaro Bonafini. Handing out our Group National Trophy to the representative from Public Clock Racing, Paolo Cavalieri, all the way from Pirelli Motorsport, our sales manager, Davide De Lorenzi. Davide will also be helped out in handing out to the 3 drivers from Public Clock Racing. Congratulations once again, Kish Patamba, Lee Thompson, and Michael Stephen from South Africa. Handing out to the winning team from the Amateur Cup, Fernando Reda, co-chairman of the Kyalami 9-hour. He'll be handing out to the team representative and to the 3 drivers. Congratulations once again to SRO Motorsports. I beg your pardon, it's second place we're going to first. I got the tick wrong there. So we're going to Valentin Pierberg, Tim Torsenmuller, and Miguel Ramos. Congratulations, guys. Awesome stuff. Fernando, you're going to be doing the winning team as well. So we're going to get to the 3. So Varkenhorst Motorsport, first of all, to Henry Varkenhorst and to the team manager, Nicholas Koningmar. Well done, sir. Then to Henry Varkenhorst. And our 2 South Africans at the top, joining another team, winning here at the Kyalami 9-hour, Michael van Rooyen and Gennaro Bonafini. Let's get our official photographs in there, and then, gentlemen, the spoils of racing are all yours. Trophies up, guys. Trophies up for the big celebration. All right, go Champagne! The winning team in the Pro-Am Cup today, number 43, Strucker Racing. Mr. Jay Davenport, the team manager, will accept on behalf and come up onto the podium. Congratulations, sir. Joining him up there will be Christina Nielsen from Denmark, Adrian De Silva, and congratulations to Dominic Baumann in the Mercedes-Benz representing Great Britain. We're going to be having 4 teams up there. And joining them for 3rd place in Silver Cup today for WTM Racing, powered by Rinaldi, all the way from Germany, it's Leonard Weiss, Jochen Krumbach, and David Perel from South Africa. That's number 7 from South Africa. A great drive in the Ferrari 488 GT3. We're going to have to get you squeezed in there, guys. We've got 4 teams coming up there, so just make a little bit of room as well, please. In 2nd place in the Silver Cup, it's Team Black Falcon, all the way from Germany. Herbert Haupt, Patrick Eisenheimer, and Sergei Avanasiev, all the way from Russia, driving in the Mercedes-Benz AMG GT3. And finally, the Silver Cup winners for tonight, and for the entire day in the 9 hours, Lechner Racing. Congratulations. Another South African, Saul Hack. Lars Kahn, and Dylan Pereira from Luxembourg in the Porsche 911 GT3R. Handing out our official award for the Team Pro-Am Cup. Congratulations goes to them. Starting with Silver Cup, sorry, Silver Cup. Third place in Silver Cup being handed out by Mr. Adam Brown, co-chairman. Are we ready for anthem? Anthem first, hang tight. Austrian anthem, please. Congratulations once again there. That is a fantastic effort, gentlemen and lady. Fantastic as always. Handing out our trophy for the Pro-Am Cup. Mbali and Florpe first. Oh no, we're going third place first, sir, in the Silver Cup. It's Adam Brown, the CEO, the co-chairman of Kyalami 9L. Thank you. That goes to third place in the Silver Cup, and third place in the Silver Cup is WTM Racing, powered by Rinaldi. Leonard Weiss, Joachim Krumbach, and David Perel. Well done, guys. Adam, you're going to be working hard tonight, mate. Not that you've worked hard up until now. We need to get you passing those trophies over. They're magnificent trophies. Sticking with the Kyalami tradition. Telling people that you definitely need big breaks when you come to Kyalami. And a lot of these guys have had a big break today. Well done. Congratulations. In second place, the Silver Cup, also being handed up by Adam there. It is Black Falcon Racing once again. Have it helped. Patrick Eisenhammer and Sergei Afanasyev in the Mercedes-Benz AMG. Winners of the Silver Cup, once again to remind you, it's a South African back on the podium with Lechler Racing, Saul Hack, Lars Kahn, and Dylan Pereira in the Porsche. Congratulations. Absolutely amazing days racing there, gentlemen and lady. Keep up the good work and please tell all your friends and come back here to South Africa. Let's get those official photographs in before we have the spoils and the champagne. Moving on to the third podium, the overall and the Intercontinental GT champion now. In third place here tonight for GPX Racing in the Porsche 911 GT3. From the UAE, it's Michael Christensen, Kevin Estra, and Richard Leeds. Joining him on the podium for second place overall today from Blancpain Motorsports in the BMW M6 GT3, Christian Kroknes from Norway, Mikkel Jensen and Nicky Katzberg. Bringing up the team manager for the overall win in the Intercontinental GT, and well done to Bernard Demmer from Pirelli Racing. I'm not sure Bernard is here, we're going to call the team up in the meantime. It's Matteo Jaminet, Dennis Olsen and Nick Tandy. Fantastic effort there from all of these gentlemen. Some great racing in very, very tricky conditions. And amazing stuff to finish up in these tricky conditions as well. Take your hats off, ladies and gents, for these guys, because they really have put on an awesome show. And now to show appreciation for everything they've done, handing out third place, second place, and to the team representative and the winners overall, Tom Pearson-Adams, the CEO of Kyalami 9 Hour. Congratulations once again to GPX Racing from the UAE, Michael Christensen, Kevin Estra, Richard Lees in the Porsche 911 GT3R. In second place for Blancpain Motorsports, and another podium for this team from Germany, Christian Kroknes, Mikkel Jensen and Nicky Katzberg. The team manager will now accept on behalf of Pirelli Racing. An amazing effort there from the Porsche team to finish up. There you go, happy people. Matteo Jaminet, Dennis Olsen and Nick Tandy, your champions for 2019's 9 Hour here at Kyalami. Before we get to the champagne music, our CEO of SRO, Mr. Stefan Rattel, and what an awesome achievement this is. Check this out. The original 9 Hour trophy going to be handed across to the team that won tonight. That is the original 9 Hour. 37 years ago it was handed out, and it's going to be handed out tonight to the winning team. Congratulations in the Porsche Pirelli Racing team. All right, enjoy the champagne, enjoy the celebrations, gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, well done. Let's get some big round of applause here for all of our podium finishers here in the Intercontinental GT Championship and the 9 Hour at Kyalami. We have one more podium, so don't go away. We have to crown the champions. that's it for tonight. And we have got no more podium ceremonies. Thank you so much for all your support. Thank you to everybody who came from far and wide in the 9 hour here at Kyalami. It has been an absolutely epic start to a long journey here with SRO and the Intercontinental GT Championship. We certainly hope you've enjoyed all the action that was